In the repair shop today, size matters as a giant photographic relic.
This is enormous, isn't it? That is a mighty long bellow on there.
Requires an epic rebuild by Susie and Brenton.
I think it will stand up by itself.
It's a tower.
It is the Leaning Tower of Bellows.
And vintage toy restorer David Burville
That was a bit nerve-wracking.
works in miniature with a 1940s curiosity that's fallen on hard times.
It's a really tricky surface to glue because this plastic is so thin.
First to arrive at the barn is Carol Reynolds from Belfast, with an item that personifies someone very dear to her. It requires the skills of both furniture restorer Will Kirk and metalwork specialist Dominic Chinier.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hi there.
Goodness. Wow. I'm Don. Hi.
I'm Carol. How
Carol,
are
nice
you?
to see you.
Hi, nice to meet
Hi
you.
there.
Brilliant. Look at this.
Yes. This is my dad's toolbox.
Is it really?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about it.
Well, my dad was a toolmaker by trade, and he worked for a long time in engineering companies, and then he worked for a large electrical item producer, made tea makers, kettles, things, and he made the tools to make the kettles. We didn't know this existed until after he died, when I found it in my mum's shed.
What was your father's name?
William Charles Brown.
William, that's a
William.
good name. I do like that.
Yes.
How did this get into the condition that it's in now?
It was in the shed, damp, which obviously didn't help. Brought it up to my garage, it lay there for a while, and then I decided that I would break it open.
Oh, broke the lock open.
Guilty as charged, this is my doing. But having broken it open, there were lots of things inside that really brought back huge memories about my dad. Well, I'll show you some of these.
Is it all still in there?
Yes, it's all still in here, yes.
Oh, wow.
We found this little sketchbook. Inside are all his drawings and calculations and probably stuff that people don't do anymore about making tools, you know. There were other little things, like all these little tools here, all ones he's made, was nice as well.
Sweet, yeah.
Now, all very rusted, messy, all very dirty. When we got this opened, it was just like imagining him standing doing all this at the box. He was just a lovely man, and 30 years on, I still miss him.
Just from seeing this couple of drawers that you've taken, I'm already starting to get a picture of what he was like. It really shows in his how neat everything is and how organised.
He was very particular about having everything in its place, which is why he would be absolutely horrified to see this. And I'm afraid I've let him down badly, so I feel that I have to make reparation and get some sort of beauty restored to this box.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you've got your work cut out with the woodwork.
Well, Don,
not
have you
think?
seen the state of the tools? I mean, it's so much rust.
Yeah.
But I just love
lovely.
the box itself, and I would love to see it just cleaned up so that I could set it somewhere as a reminder.
Where will you put it if we are able to do it?
Well, I have a place in my living room for it, and I'd like to be able to tell the grandchildren just whose it is and what it was for and show them how he worked.
Of course, because they never got to meet him.
No.
Thank you so much for bringing this in and trusting us with it. I can't wait to have a look through this. Lovely to meet you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
nice to meet you.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
I feel a great deal of nostalgia about that box. The box is a very real link to my father because it's just him in a box, really. It's just everything he represented. My dad would be so appreciative that the toolbox was being brought back in its rightful condition.
Isn't it brilliant? What a thing.
I know,
It really
it's
is
such a lovely box.
treasure chest of tools and all the history that's wrapped up in here is amazing.
Shame about all this damage.
I know, yeah. I think you've definitely got your work cut out. Some of these tools are really sort of fragile, precise engineering tools.
They are.
These really would have had they need nice little cushions.
So maybe I get some bays in there
Yeah.
as a sort of finishing touch.
Just to keep them all nice and safe.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. OK, I will leave with all these. Good luck with all of that stuff. See you soon.
Before he can even start his repairs, Will needs to break the box right down into its individual components.
Well, that's all the metal work off now. Before I can tackle this damage to the top, I need to give it a really good sand. Now that I've sanded the toolbox back, it's given me a chance to have a better look at exactly what's wrong and what's broken. Now, rather than patching these damaged areas with new bits of oak, I think it would look a lot smarter and a lot cleaner to cut out all of this damage here and insert a new piece of oak. This box is held together with finger joints, so these little bits of wood here come together. First thing I need to do is take this top off and cut out that damaged wood on the front.
Next to arrive at the barn, Jackie Lazelle from Ipswich, along with her partner, also called Jackie. She's brought along a stunning antique heirloom for the attention of vintage camera enthusiast Brenton and leather restorer Susie.
Hello. Lovely to meet you. I'm Susie.
I'm Jackie.
Nice to meet you, Jackie.
And this is Jackie too. So.
Okay, I'm Brenton.
Hello, Brenton.
Hi.
Hi.
I
Right.
can see a tripod there, so what have we got in the box?
This is Grandad's camera.
Oh, how exciting.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
My granddad gave it to me.
Your grandfather, was he a photographer?
Yes, he was, yes. He made portraits and he also took wedding photographs. He actually took my parents' wedding
Did he?
photographs.
With this camera?
With this camera,
That's
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
And these are tricky things to use, so he must have, you know, been a good photographer.
Yeah, but it's the old-fashioned photography. It's not digital or anything like, you know, things are now, because it's all manual in those days.
Okay. Did you spend a lot of time with your grandparents?
Yes, I did, yeah. He said to me, look, I'm going to teach you a few things about photography. I'm going to teach you how to read light and how to alter the aperture of the camera and the shutter speeds and things like that. I watched him do all this.
So he taught you that,
He
did
taught
he?
me, yeah. He always liked to see the pictures I've taken. He's so full of encouragement all the time, really.
that's
So,
good.
I mean, it's looking so sad now, and I'm hoping something could be done about it. The shutter has had it. The glass on the back.
Okay, yeah.
You see, it's got a crack in it.
Yeah, okay.
And also the bellows,
Okay.
they're rotting away on the sides and everything.
Well, the bellows are frail anyway.
Yes,
And they're 100 years old. The bellows will split.
Stop it.
Yeah.
That's why Susie's here. And if we do manage to do all these things and get the camera working again, what will you do with this?
I'll use it.
You'll
use it?
Yeah. No, I've never used it, and I would really love to, quite honestly,
Okay.
because, I mean, it is such an amazing thing.
When I first met her, she had it on a shelf.
Okay.
And I know that she really loved to have it mended and, you know.
Well, you knew how much it meant to me, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, really, quite honestly, if it could be done, it is a bit of a miracle to me, if it could be mended.
Leave it with us and we will scratch our heads a bit and see what we can do.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for bringing the camera in.
Bye-bye.
This camera was my granddad's pride and joy. Be really proud to know that I'm actually doing something about getting it working and possibly bring it back to life.
Invented before the era of photographic film, plate cameras projected images onto glass. The expandable bellows move the lens to find the sharpest focus. Brenton and Susie will need to pull out all the stops to get this fine example working again.
So, have you worked on a camera before?
I have made bellows before.
That is just what I wanted you to say.
Okay.
Because these bellows, the fact that I can get my finger in just that one hole and there's holes all the way along there mean these are not light tight.
Okay.
So if I can take these bellows off here, you can copy them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I've got the ground glass screen on the back to do. The shutter not working could be quite tricky. Until I get in there, I won't know.
Okay.
I'll get the bellows out and bring them over to you.
All right.
So I'm going to try and cut these off. This is enormous, isn't it? That is a mighty long bellow on there. That's for really close-up work. I'll just admire that a bit before I hack it off there.
On his workbench, Will's replaced the crowbar-damaged wood from the toolbox. The next step is crafting the edges.
These finger joints here are quite deep, and it's quite hard to get a pencil in there, so I've had to sharpen my pencil up to a really long point in order to get into those grooves, because I can make sure I'm right up against that line and get a really nice clean cut.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom's immersed himself in assessing the damage on the many tools.
This is honestly like looking through a treasure chest of tools. You know, like all of this sort of stuff is fantastic. It's perfectly usable still, just needs a good clean, make it usable again. So my main issue with a lot of these tools is rust. That's a perfectly good spanner. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. To clean that off, I'm going to use my die grinder with a little burnishing wheel on it. It's like a wire brush on a wheel. That is going to save me a bit of work, a bit of elbow grease. I really am in my element here. I do tend to spend almost every weekend in the summer traipsing around boot sales and antiques fairs, just collecting old tools. And I use many of them, and I have done for years and years. So it's, I'm really enjoying this. This isn't work. This is just a nice afternoon for me.
So here's the moment of truth. I have cut these new finger joints as snug as I can. I think I'm going to give it a go. That's a really nice fit. It was nice and strong.
Carefully colour matching the new oak pieces to the old will conceal Will's repair of the box's case.
It'd be really nice to line the inside of the drawers with some green baize and display these lovely tools. I'm going to stick the baize inside the drawer using some double-sided tape. I could use glue, but there's a high chance that that glue can seep through the fabric and cause some patches. The green baize complements the woodwork really well, and it'd be really nice when Dom puts tools back inside the drawers. That's one down. 6 more to go.
On the other side of the barn, Susie faces an equally mountainous task, making the replacement bellows for the 100-year-old plate camera.
Just going to start marking out each individual panel. Because if I make one mistake, the whole set of bellows is going to be ruined. I've gone through meticulously making sure that everything is going to line up exactly right. These lines reference where the ribs of the bellows are going to go, and the ribs are the reinforcing pieces of stiff paper which help to form the concertina effect. I've got 4 panels and there's 31 on each panel, so that's like 124. And I've done 2. I have a feeling I might be here for a while.
But the camera won't be snapping any photographs unless Brenton can fix its jammed shutter mechanism.
This is not cocking and staying black. That should stay black so that the photographer can get their picture ready, put the film in, and the film doesn't get exposed until he's ready to press this button and it goes click. So the first thing I'm going to do is going to get this into its bits, lay it all out, see what bits are missing off it. This blind, which spins quickly and takes this hole past the front of the lens, has snapped. There's a roller at this end, a roller at this end, and it's either been worn out or overcocked or something, but it has snapped. So what I'm going to try and do is splice another piece of silk just to get it back up to length again, and hopefully it'll work. OK, very pleased with that. I think that's going to work really well. So now I've got to work out how this goes back in here. I'm just going to pull this now, and hopefully I'm going to get one click when the shutter's open. There you go, that's clicked, and that's now letting the light through so that the photographer can set up their photograph. So that appears to be working.
The barn's next arrival is Margaret Webb from Montrose in Scotland. She hopes clock restorer Steve Fletcher and model expert David Burville can get an unusual childhood gift back to its original, charming state.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Steve.
How do you do, Steve? I'm Margaret.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you.
David. Have yourself a seat.
Okay.
What have we got here?
This is a marionette theatre my father bought for me in 1940. This was made in Japan, this toy.
And did he buy it for a special occasion?
Yes, it was for a first Christmas. I was only 2 months old.
Oh, right.
So a very special gift for me.
How does it actually
Well,
work
this
then?
is the clockwork. You to wind this.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've never seen anything like it
Have you
before.
not?
That is the most unusual thing, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it?
incredible. What do you think made your father buy it, especially when you were just 2 months old?
Maybe drink. No, he was in the pub, and the man that owned the toy shop, he was in the pub as well. And he must have just got him to tell him what Christmas things were in the shop.
What was your dad's name?
Jock. Well, he was Jock the coalman, and everybody knew him because he used to deliver the coals with a horse and cart. He was hard working, but he wasn't well paid.
Right.
He went into a pub after he finished his work to clear the dust from his throat. That was his excuse.
Well, of course.
So when he showed my mother what he'd bought for a baby, she was furious at him spending his wages. There was 7 of us, but we only stayed in a 1-bedroomed house, top and tailed in the bed.
Yeah.
We never ever got expensive presents.
I can just imagine the picture of your dad after a hard week's work coming into the house and being proud of what he's bought, and then your mum's reaction.
But my mother must have forgiven him at some time because she looked after it. She kept it on top of her wardrobe.
Right.
And only brought it down to let us see it playing. But I really loved it.
Must have been a real treat.
It's been very precious.
It looks really well looked after. What would you like me to do?
It's in need of repair. The roof of the stage, it's just disintegrated with age. There's things that's come up. The bell that jingles on the bottom, and the doll's leg is off. Really, I just love it. I love the colours and that of it, you know.
Beautiful, isn't it?
But
Yeah.
it's a bit jaded looking,
Yeah.
I think. And it would be nice to have it in a bit better condition, if it was possible.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I should pass it on.
Yeah.
And when I go, I want to pass it on to my granddaughter because she would love it.
Oh, lovely.
You know.
Margaret, thank you so much for bringing this in.
We'll do our best for you.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Pleased to meet you.
And
Thank
you. You take
Okay,
care.
Thank you.
All the
Okay,
best.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now.
Bye. My marionette theatre. It's the only thing that's left that reminds me of my father. I'm hoping they will be putting it on show, so I'll be looking forward to getting it back.
I'd love to have seen Mum's face when he walked in the door with this. It would have been amazing, amazing.
But what are you going to do to it?
Well, I think the first thing is to give it a good clean.
Yeah.
My main concern is that the dolls, being made of that very brittle sort of baker-like form of plastic, there is some damage on them. So I've got to glue that back together, stabilise that.
Yeah.
Because when they're swinging around, they're banging into each other. And so it's got to be really, really solid. And then the all-important little bell. We've got to put the little bell back on.
OK. Shall we get it over to your bench?
Yeah, that'd be great. Super. I'm just going to start giving it a very gentle clean. I'm going to use a very basic technique with hot soapy water, but I'm going to use some talcum powder. We think of talcum powder as being very, very soft, which it is, but it just adds a little bit of abrasion, just enough to help lift any sort of ingrained stains and dirt, but very, very gently. Already you can see a bit more of the colour in her face in comparison to something like her arm, which is really quite dirty and dull. So I'm really pleased with how that technique has come out. I'm going to carry on with the rest of her like that and get it back to how it looked when Margaret first remembered seeing it as a child.
On her workbench, Susie's still toiling away on her ambitious recreation of the camera bellows.
How are we doing, Sus?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. No, that's not leather, is it?
No, it's not. No, this is a material that you can use to make these bellows.
Right.
Originally, these are the original bellows over here. They were made of leather.
Yeah.
Problem is, in today's world, with our houses having central heating, tends to dry the leather out.
Yeah.
So Jackie wants to use these, and I thought, well, I'm going to upgrade the material that I'm going to use so they last a lot longer.
This is really quite painstaking.
Yeah.
But it's going to mean the world to Jackie.
Right,
If we're able to get this right.
Exactly.
All right.
Cheers.
No problem.
On the adjacent bench, Will's restoration of the oak toolmaker's box is almost complete.
Well, all the woodwork's done, everything's polished, the drawers have been lined with new bays. The last thing I need to do is to get the metalwork back onto the box.
How you doing, Will?
Not bad, you're right.
I've got those tools. Look at this one. Not seized up no
I don't
more.
even know what that's for, but I'm sure it's got some kind of use.
Neither do I. Oh, is that a box? Wow. You're good, aren't you?
Looks nice, right?
It looks unbelievably nice. Can I open it, yeah?
Please do.
Oh, look at that. You've gone above and beyond. So, have you completely finished this now?
Everything's finished.
All right. Shall I leave those with you? You're going to put them back in? Thank you.
Nice one, Jay.
No problem.
When Carol left her late father's beloved workbox at the barn, it was in a sorry, splintered condition, and the tools were encrusted with rust. Now she's returned, hoping the box and its contents will reflect once more the pride her father took in his work.
I have a mixture of emotions. I had fear that I had given them too much of a job, so I'm really excited to see how it's turned out. Hi, Will. Very nice to see you.
Good to see you again. You okay?
Nervous?
You
Yes,
shouldn't
very.
be nervous.
I'm very nervous.
What are you hoping is underneath this blanket?
I'm hoping that it looks something like what my father would have had it look like had he still been working with it.
I can see you're desperate to have a look.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can I touch it?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh dear, 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 dear. That is just beautiful. It doesn't even look like the same box, does it? Can I open it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Goodness me, that looks beautiful. You've even cleaned up the little box. Oh my goodness. That is so nice.
Well, I think Dom has a real appreciation for the tools. He spent ages cleaning them up.
Did you? Thank you very
Some
much
lovely tools
indeed.
in there.
It's just all cleaned up. It is absolutely incredible what you've done with this. That's a proper piece of furniture now, it really is. That's super.
What would your father make of this box now that it's all been cleaned up and repaired?
He always liked good workmanship, and I think he would be very, very happy with this. Indeed. But it's an era gone, but we've got a little bit of it here still. I can't stop touching it. I can't wait for everyone to see it.
Please don't lose the key.
No.
And if you do, find a locksmith, not a crowbar.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you
Thanks
very much.
again.
Lovely
Thanks.
to see you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very
Have a
much.
safe trip.
Enjoy it.
Thank you. Opening the drawers and seeing all the little tools just took me back to him. Just to see all those little things again that he had handled was just lovely. And it's just a lovely thing to have of my dad's.
Thanks to David's conscientious workmanship, the vintage marionette theatre is scrubbing up a treat.
I've managed to polish all the metalwork up, and that's come up really nicely. But I've now got to reattach the bell. That was quite important to Margaret, I think. I've made a little brass hook, and I'm going to solder that onto the bottom of the plate. I've got to be really delicate because too much heat will actually damage the paint surface, and that's something I really want to try and avoid. So what I'm doing is I'm using a damp cloth that will help to absorb the heat on the paint surface, and hopefully using an old-fashioned soldering iron I can just apply very quick heat, get it soldered, and it's not going to be there long enough to actually heat up the paint for it to be damaged. Fingers crossed. All right, put it in the flux. Right, well that's now attached. The moment of truth, the paint is actually still in its original condition, so that's really good. That was a bit nerve-wracking, but now that's ready to have the bell actually attached. Just to curl this little tab over. And there we are. Little bell should ring nicely.
For Susie, the sweet sound of success is also getting closer.
Whew. I can't say I'm sorry to have got to the end of that job. The next stage will be to start gluing this panel to the other 3 sections. Brenton, any chance that you could possibly help me with this?
These look brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Wow. You don't look like you need help.
I need a lot of help.
OK.
So, I mean, obviously this is a
Yeah.
crucial part.
Yes, this one here wants to line up with.
That, well, the black.
Like that there.
Yeah.
I just won't move, you keep it tight.
Right.
I'm afraid if we're wrong now, we're committed.
No going back.
No, I don't think so.
OK.
All sections of the bellows must be perfectly aligned before they're glued together, or it'll be back to square one.
This is it.
OK.
There's no turning back. Let's get this
Yeah.
done. Keep it lined up.
OK, I'm down.
I think we've done it, mate.
I'm happy.
Right. I think it will stand up by itself.
It's a tower.
It is the Leaning Tower of Bellows.
So that the bellows can be opened and closed with ease, Susie must make over 100 identical folds.
It starts to fold in a way it wants to go, and I'm like, hurrah, yeah, I got it. And then it misbehaves again. Really up there with one of the most difficult jobs I've had to do here.
Brenton's been taking an equally measured approach to the hand grinding of the camera's replacement viewing screen.
And you can hear a sort of scratching noise. And that is the glass being ground by the engineer's steel block.
It's vital for composing and focusing the images.
I'm just going to pop this back into the back now. That sits in the back of the camera. A diffused light coming through there, perfect for focusing an image on.
That's all the creasing done. I'd like to say it got easier as I went along, but quite frankly, it didn't. Now what I'm going to do is encourage it all together, and then I can put it on the weight and leave it for several hours, like Zebedee. Really pleased to have got to the end of that. I think I deserve a cup of tea.
On the far side of the barn, David's ready to get his restoration project all singing and dancing again.
So I'm now looking at the doll from the Marionette Theatre, and she's got some quite bad damage to her skirt. She's made of an early form of plastic, more akin to Bakelite almost. It's very, very brittle. It's probably 1/10 of a millimetre in thickness, so it's amazing that it's lasted as long as it has. But I've got to try and glue this back together. It's a really tricky surface to glue because this plastic is so thin. Just trying to join the cracks to get it really in the right position, which I think is about there. I'm using my fingernails so that I'm touching as minimal surface area as possible. Not the easiest of tasks.
But if this delicate dancer is to swing safely alongside her partner for more decades to come, glue won't be enough. So David's dreamt up an ingenious way to prevent future damage.
So I'm just about to put this felt material into the doll to use as strengthening. Now this is actually wet wipe, and I was trying desperately to think of a material that was flexible enough, and wet wipes are actually incredibly strong. If you've ever tried to tear one, you have a real trouble. So it was the ideal material really. So I'm just using a paintbrush to dab the wipe into all of the folds and the creases of the plastic skirt. That's going to stop any further cracking when she's dancing around with her buddy next to her. The little chap, unfortunately, one of his legs has come unattached. Fortunately, it looks as though it's only a case of just hooking it back on. And I've got to make sure I get the leg in the right direction as well, or else he's not going to know whether he's coming or going. Yep, so I'm just going to crimp that up with a pair of pliers now. That's him, ready to dance.
On Brenton's workbench, the 100-year-old plate camera is almost ready for action. But crucially, it still needs Susie's painstakingly crafted bellows.
Hey, Brenton.
Hi.
Got a present for you.
Oh, wow.
Ta-da!
These are fantastic.
Are you all right?
Well done. They're amazing. Thank you.
Oh, you're very
So
welcome.
good.
I'll leave you to
Well
it
done.
then.
Thanks. Okay, so that's glued on there now, and I'm going to try and pull this out to meet the front. And see if it works. And then we'll just close it up again, make sure it's happy to go back together. Very good, very happy with that.
Photography enthusiast Jackie is back with a partner, hoping her late granddad's camera can be used again.
Hello.
Hi, Jackie.
Brenton,
Hi, Jackie.
hello.
Good to see you again.
Lovely to see you too.
Right,
Yeah.
You're looking a bit apprehensive.
Yeah, just a bit.
we've been busy.
Well, I bet you have. Yeah.
Shall
My
we
goodness.
put them out of their misery?
All right.
Okay. Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
That is amazing. Goodness me.
What's it taking you back to?
It's taken me back to a time when Grandad was alive, obviously. I think he's stunned. I think he thought it was irreparable
Okay.
to see his old camera, his old pride and joy.
Well, it's how it should be.
Absolutely stunning.
It's now how it should be.
Yeah. Brought tears to my eye. The bellows are so good, they don't sag.
Susie spent a long time doing those bellows.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
We thought of you.
She's
we
not
thought of
talking
you.
to me anymore.
What about the shutter?
Shutter works.
You're joking. Oh, that is amazing.
You being a keen photographer made
Yeah.
it all the more special to the two of us.
Yeah.
Because we knew you were going to use it.
Oh.
Wow.
So shall we just box it
Yeah.
up and take home
Yeah,
and start
okay.
playing with it?
Thank you.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you ever so much.
It's been wonderful fun. Thank
really
you very
enjoyed
much.
it.
Thank
Take
you ever
care.
so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Grandad's camera is able to take pictures again, which I thought would never happen. It is overwhelming, quite honestly. I can't wait to use it now if I can try and... Can you imagine me setting that up in the town or something?
Oh, please don't.
Thanks to David, the two tiny marionette dolls are almost ready to get back on the dance floor. But their venue still needs its refurbishment.
So I'm just working on the roof of the Marionette Theatre. We've got a little bit of damage to the little ridges here, and I'm just worried that they're going to fracture off and break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line the inside with some new paper. And that will just strengthen and stiffen it up and stop it breaking in the future. So, see if it fits. Perfect. It's ready for Margaret. Really pleased with that. Hopefully Margaret will be too.
Margaret has returned to the barn, hoping her very first Christmas present from her late father, nearly 80 years ago, is robust enough to entertain future generations.
The theatre reminds me of my dad because he was a happy man. I hope that they've been able to repair it. I did have intentions of handing it down to my granddaughter, but not when it was broken. Very excited to see it. Hello. How do you?
You okay?
Yes, great. Hello.
Good
Nice to see you
again.
I hope you haven't let me down, David.
Straight in there.
Oh, dear.
So do you want to see it?
Very much.
Go on then.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready. Oh, gorgeous. So sweet, the little faces. Oh, that's super.
Do you want to give it a wind?
I'd love to.
Bless you.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, the lovely little wee faces.
They really do dance, don't they? Yeah. Really going for it.
Yeah.
It's got the little bell
I
back
saw
on.
that, yeah. That's lovely, David.
Isn't it?
You've made a really good job of that.
In my house, this toy never would have lasted. Never.
It's been a really fun thing to work
Oh,
on,
was
you know.
it?
It's
I'm
been
glad.
great.
I'm glad. I'm glad. You've done it up beautiful. It is to be handed down to my granddaughter, but I might keep it to myself for a bit.
Have a little play around with it.
Yeah, it's lovely. Thank you very much, David.
It's been a pleasure, absolute
I
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
You take care,
Thanks, Kate. It was lovely to be able to play with the theatre. He's really done a good job of it. It brought back lots of memories. My granddaughter will be very excited to get it as a gift. I'm so happy.
Cheers, got a cup of tea.
In the repair shop today, a trio of once gleaming treasures get their shine back. Brenton's metal is well and truly tested as he transforms a brass kettle from dull to dazzling.
I'll tell you what, Dom, this is brilliant.
It's perfect.
This is absolutely brilliant. It's the best tool I've had in a long time.
While Susie restores a mirror that kept the troops standing proud in the trenches of the First World War.
The more I'm cleaning this leather, the more I'm beginning to smell soot, like from an open fire. It's just giving me a hint of the life that this mirror has had.
But first, a musical instrument that's lost its lustre. Lorna Douglas from Kinrossshire in Scotland is hoping musical maestro Pete Woods can get an old friend sounding sweet again.
How we doing? You all right?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm Jay.
Hi, Jay. Nice to meet you. I'm Lorna.
Lorna.
Hi, Pete.
So what have we got in the case then?
It's my father's saxophone. It's quite old and it's quite decrepit looking, I'm afraid.
Is it all right to get it out?
Yes, of course.
So tell us about it.
This belonged to my dad.
And what was his name?
Bill Cahoon.
Okay.
Yes. He had been a musician all of his life. He started off in the colliery bands. He was a miner near Edinburgh in a little mining village called Stonyburn.
Stonyburn.
Yes.
Right.
It was a silver band.
Yeah. Silver band.
Yeah, and he played the euphonium in that.
So what's the difference between a silver band and a brass band?
It's just the
colour.
The colour.
That's it?
That's
the
it.
same instruments?
But
Yes.
It's a different
silver
colour.
bands are always considered posher.
Oh, say no more. I like the sound of your dad.
So he was in the band when he was in his 20s.
Right.
And he progressed from that to having his own dance band.
He had his own dance band?
Yes, and it was the Broadway Swingers.
Wow.
And with him being in reserved occupation because he was a miner,
He didn't have to go to war.
exactly, to do his bit, he played in the dances in Edinburgh for the soldiers when they were on leave.
He was an entertainer.
He was, yes, he was.
You must have been very proud of your
Oh,
dad.
yes, I was very proud of my dad.
Yeah. So when did your dad stop playing then?
It was about 1980 to 83 that he stopped.
Right.
Unfortunately, he developed cancer in his lungs and had half of his lung removed. So that was the end of his musical career, I'm afraid.
He must have been devastated.
Oh, he was very, very upset at not being able to play.
It must have been hard on the family.
Yes, it was difficult for my mum and I to see him, that way.
Right.
Half a man, really,
Half a man.
because that was his life.
And then what happened to the saxophone then?
He put it away in a cupboard and he didn't want to see it again. So that was put in its little box and has been there ever since. And then Dad passed away in 1996. It was still in the house but never used. Then when Mum passed away, it was passed on to me. So again, it's been in my cupboard for 20 years.
Right.
But my son, Christopher, he's quite keen to learn.
Okay.
And he would like to have a go with Grandad's sax.
So what's actually wrong with the saxophone then?
The felting has gone in some of the pads.
Did it look like this originally?
Well, originally it was lovely. It was a very nice saxophone.
Was it like this?
It was
a bit spotty?
It was spotty, but maybe not just quite as bad as that.
It is a thing called red rot, actually, because brass is made of copper, tin, zinc mixture. So what's happened is that it's a coppery colour.
Yeah, that is.
That's where it's starting to break down, but we can get rid of that.
Can you?
Yeah, we can get rid of most of that. And you don't want it looking brand new.
No. I would like to think it could be playable, though, because it would be lovely to hear it again.
When was the last time you heard this played?
Probably at a family wedding, around about 1979, 1980.
So what would it be like hearing it play again?
It would be like hearing his voice again. Really, that's all I can say, but it's just him. However, it's a big job for you to do.
It's a big job.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll look a little bit better than it does at the moment. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll get it sorted.
Thank you very much. Thanks then.
Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
If I could wave a magic wand, I would probably like to see the saxophone in full working order again. My father would love to think that we bothered to fix the saxophone and that his great-grandchildren would be able to perhaps play it one day.
Have you ever played a sax? I didn't ask you that, did I?
No, I don't play it. I can blow it to test it, but put the dots in front of me and I'm lost.
Okay. Well, we've got to get this one playing for Lorna.
Yes.
Have to. So what are you going to do to it?
Right, well, first of all, it needs stripping down. As we strip it down, we check out that everything's working all right.
When you say strip it down, you're going to take all these keys off?
All the keys come off. We've then got to get rid of this red rot as much as we can.
Yes, please.
But I don't want to take it too far that she doesn't recognise it. Then, the most important bit for a sax, the leather pads have got to be renewed.
So strip in, clean up, new pads, and then we've got to get it played. But Steve used to play a sax. I think that would work with it.
There is a rumour that he used to play a sax.
Yeah, I heard he was quite good.
Yeah, I've heard he's quite good, yeah.
All right, well, look, if there's anything you need, let me know, and I'll get it for you. All
That's
right?
great. Thanks very much. Right, we're having our first look at Lorna's dad's sax. First real good look I've had at it. And I have noticed now that there's a cork in a hole because one of the keys is missing. We won't get an original. What we'll have to do is get some brass and we're going to have to make a key. So it's just out of interest. Let's see how big the cork is. As you imagine, that was doing quite a lot of interference of the air as it was going through there. These pads have been in there, I don't know how long. So let's just get a couple of pads off and see what we're up against.
The keys cover the holes that determine the pitch of the note played, and the pad inside them ensures an airtight seal.
The pads are held on by stuff called shellac. It's the stuff that they melt down with methylated spirit to make French polish, actually. It's nice and easy to remove. And there we are. There's the first pad off. And there's no give left in it at all. See, the leather is just rotten. So we'll get some proper pads in there. I can now get the rest of the keys off, and then we can start cleaning them. So Lorna gets back a nice looking sax. Still got a few of the bumps and bangs on it, so it still looks like a dad's sax, but at least it'll be nice, clean and pliable.
Next to arrive at the barn is Phil Bailey from Lincolnshire. He's brought a once shining family treasure that's in desperate need of the expert touch of silversmith Brenton West.
I'm Brenton.
Hi, Brenton.
Hi, Phil. Nice to meet you. What have you brought?
Well, I brought a kettle.
That's a kettle?
Yes.
What have you done to that kettle?
Well, this kettle dates back to 1937. I know that this was given when my mum and dad got married. It was actually a present to them from her mum and dad, which is my grandparents.
Okay.
And this was such a precious thing to her, because I think it's the only thing that linked her with her parents.
Okay, so
At
it's the
the
only
end of
thing
the-
she had left from...
Absolutely. She used to bring it out and clean it.
Right.
And I used to come and sit with her. And she used to tell me these stories about the family, her grandfather in the First World War, my dad in the Second World War. And those things used to come out when she was just cleaning it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, even now I keep thinking of stories.
New stories.
I mean, even stories about myself I didn't know. And you have to excuse me because this is a bit of an emotional roller coaster
no, that's
to me.
fine. And how did you end up getting it, and why does it look like this now?
My mum died in 1999. My stepfather literally put everything in a box. I think it was, I don't know, the broken heart, the throwing out bit, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
And I found this one box, and everything had fallen on top
I was
of it.
going to say, was it the box at the bottom
Yeah,
of the
there
pile?
was the box at the bottom. And I saw this, and I just had to sit down because those things that my mum told me, those memories were in my mum's voice.
Really?
Without a shadow of a doubt, my mum could have been sat next to me.
Like a
bless
tape
her.
recording. So when was the last time you saw the kettle actually intact, shiny?
It was 82. I was in the forces, I was going off to Belize just before the Falklands War. And she actually took it out and started cleaning it.
So what does this kettle signify to you?
It's that closeness. But it's also, I think, to me, carrying on from my mum's theme that this is the only thing she really had from her parents. This is the only thing I can give to my children.
What would you like me to do to the kettle,
Well,
if I can do anything with it?
As far as possible, restore it to its glory.
I don't think we'll ever make it look new again. Well, I will do my very best for you.
Thanks very much for your
then.
time. Great to see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye then. My mum's kettle is more than a kettle to me. It's that link with my mum who's no longer with us, and having something that I am able to pass on to generations to come.
This kettle is pretty badly damaged. I've got to raise this back up so that it looks more like that. Make a new foot for the bottom, and the lid is no longer round, and that has to fit in that hole. If I manage to do all that, I'll then polish it up and I can give it back to Phil looking like new. This kettle is actually brass. I was hoping if it was copper I could literally pull it like this, but being brass it's stronger and going to be more difficult to repair. The first thing I need to do is to try and get this dent out of here. So I'm going to go and see Dom and see if he can help me make a tool for it.
As Brenton plans his restoration of the kettle, Pete's attending to his own tarnished brass item. He's removed all the keys from the saxophone in preparation for a major clean.
I'm going to dip this in a very weak acid to try and get rid of some of this red rot if we can. It takes off the copper that is a mixture in the alloy of brass, so it looks more like a brass colour than that horrible red colour. It doesn't always get rid of it, it can't be guaranteed, but there's also some little green bits in here still where we've got oxidation, so we want to get rid of it all so we can really start to work on it. I'm just having a look now to make sure that the acid's working in all the places that I want it to, making sure that none of the lacquer's coming off. It actually turns a funny colour if you leave it in there too long, so I think that'll about do now. It's nice and clean.
With the sax now sparkling, Pete can begin the specialist repairs, but he could do with a helping hand.
Steve, have you got a minute, please?
Yeah, I've been watching you doing this, you know, I'm very, very interested.
We've got a key missing, but also the pillar that holds the rod that makes it pivot, that's missing as well.
Yeah, I can make one of those for you.
I've got a set of measurements for you. because it's exactly the same as that one there.
OK, I can't wait for you to get this up together.
Yeah, you're sort of a latent sax player, aren't you?
I'm a sax player, yeah.
Yes. Be nice to hear you giving it a blow.
Yeah, I'd love to have a go on it.
Yeah, that's great.
OK, yeah, I look
That'd be
forward to
nice.
that.
While Steve crafts a new pillar, Pete can make the rod that the key is mounted on.
We need a bit of tube soldered in the middle so that we've got a pivot point. I'm going to make sure that that has got a nice angle just by filing it. We need a little bend at the end. I enjoy restoring these old things because you get an insight into the way that they was made. And the nice thing is this one's going to go to somebody who's going to remember her dad through it. So it'd be nice to give her all those memories back.
I do play the saxophone, but I've never made any parts for one, so I quite like making a little bit for it.
We've now filed the two angles on there. Now we've just got to solder the two bits on to get the shape.
There we go, all done.
Oh, brilliant, thanks, Steve.
OK, I hope that's all right.
Look at that. This is matching little mate.
Hey.
Thanks very much. Now all I've got to do is put on the pillar, then hopefully it should be working and we'll have a musical instrument again that can play all the notes in the right places.
With a fresh coat of shellac melted into the cup of each key, Pete is ready to start fitting the new leather pads.
I'm putting the keys back on to make sure they line up with the holes. When they go together with the pads on, everything has to be airtight, otherwise it won't work correctly. Right, everything looks to be working all right at the moment. So what I think we'll do is we'll start putting a few pads on. Nice bit of brown leather, underneath that is a bit of felt. Now I'm going to heat up the shellac, which will glue them in. Not squeezing it too hard, just enough to make sure that we make a nice little, what's called a seat in there. If we look now, you can see that the cup is seated all the way around. I've got a light inside, which is called a leak light. That is so that I can see any little air leaks. I cannot see any light at all at the moment, so I'm literally over the moon with it because there's nothing worse than ones that won't seat properly.
Pete might be striking the right note with the saxophone repair, but outside, a new arrival is in need of some help. Ruth Bowditch from London is hoping that leather expert Susie Fletcher can work her magic on a wartime keepsake that holds dear memories.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, lovely to meet you. I'm Susie.
Hello, I'm Ruth.
So, Ruth, what have we got here then?
Oh, this is a mirror which was made by my granddad during the First World War when he was in the trenches.
Really?
He actually made this from disused horse harnesses so that it could be hung up for the troops to use for shaving.
That is amazing, isn't it?
It was maybe part of a camaraderie that I think the troops had in the trenches, that they were doing something for each other, and no doubt other people did things for him too. He was on the Western Front. He was involved in the Battle of the Somme, but he never really spoke about it much. So this is the only connection I've got with that part of his life. But it was obviously important enough to him that he didn't want a new shaving mirror. He'd kept this mirror to shave it right up to the day he died, when he was 81.
Right.
And I remember as a child, when I went to visit, he was still using it. It would be up in the kitchen. So I was aware of it for quite a few years before I fully understood how precious it was to him.
So what would you like me to do with it?
Well,
Dare I ask?
as you can see, it's very dirty. It's only got this tiny bit of
Yes.
silvering still on
Yes.
it. I imagine it was very damp in the trenches, and I imagine the damp got into it.
Yeah.
And they've obviously all used less and less of the mirror. And the leather is also very cracked and needs attention. And there's a break in the glass.
If I'm able to do anything with the mirror, what are you going to do with it?
Well, my idea is that I'm going to give it pride of place in my kitchen, and then it will always remind me of where I saw it first of all.
Great.
So I hope that you're able to do something to make it last that long.
Very much appreciate you bringing it in, Ruth, and I'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Bye.
I think my granddad would have been really happy at the thought that his mirror was still in existence 100 years after he'd made it, but also that it was going to be used again, that somebody else valued it as much as he had in the trenches.
Well, this is a really remarkable story, and it's a lovely item. Looking at it, the mirror is heavily damaged, so I'll be sending the mirror off to the one place in the country that actually has the skill to do this. It's so specialised, so I have got to get this mirror out. The first thing I need to do is to dismantle the leatherwork here. I'll then be cleaning and conditioning, ready for me to be able to reinstall the mirror and hand sew all back together. So definitely got a lot on my plate with what is a really quite small item. Just want to go in carefully before I make any major movements here. My concerns are that it could be so dried that it actually cracks and falls apart because it is so old and it is so fragile. If I can take this apart in one piece, I'll be very, very happy. I'm going to see if I can just ease it out. What I don't want to do is hurry the removal and break away this leather here. So these are the times that it can get a little bit stressful. There's so much gunk in here. It's got sand and dirt and all sorts in it. At least it came out in one piece. So first thing I need to do is make sure this gets sent off to the mirror repairers.
Brenton's got his work cut out repairing an 80-year-old crumpled kettle. He's got a serious dent to rectify, and for that, he needs a custom-made tool.
Tom, hey.
I've got a slight issue.
Got more than one issue.
I've got several issues.
Look at it.
It's been crushed down, and I need to devise some way of pulling the whole thing up at one time. What I was thinking was some sort of plate attached to something I can put in the vise, and then I can push down on here.
No, look, hang on. This.
Oh, wow.
Look.
Yeah, no, that is...
I've got these left over, off-cuts.
That's great.
Look, that's what you want, though.
That'll fit in, won't it? Because it's going to have to go in quite a long way, I think we need to weld a bar on there. And then...
That'll do it.
That's great.
Yeah,
can we do that?
I've got a bit of bar. Something like that.
So weld that onto there.
Something like that. Right, so we can clamp that in the vise.
Okay.
Okay, my guys.
You done?
It's on.
Excellent.
What do you think?
I love it. Thank you so much for that.
Look forward to seeing how it performs.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
No worries.
Thank you. Before I try and remove this dent, I'm going to anneal it. That is heating the metal up to nearly red hot. When you heat the metal up, the structure of the metal, the actual molecules change, and that should soften the metal and make it more malleable and easier for me to repair, because at the moment, this is really hard, this metal. I've only annealed this side, so I have to let it cool down and see if it will come straight for me.
Now to put his bespoke de-denting tool to the test.
So this is actually moving quite easily now. It was just getting that first bit of the ring to move. Now I've just got to smooth it all off, and that involves tapping away to get these smaller dents out. I tell you what, Dom, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. It's the best tool I've had in a long time. It's so good.
Put them into production.
I will. So that's the hard part of banging out the dents done. So the lid has had the same sort of damage as the main part of the kettle. It's been crushed. There is a nasty split in there, which I'm going to try and solder up. I don't want to get it too hot for this metal to buckle or anything, so you have to be really gentle with it and just gently put the heat on here so that the solder flows into the joint. And that's looking really nice now. I've done all of the reconstructive work to this. I've got the dent out and I've lifted it up, and it's now ready for polishing. So this is a Tripoli polishing compound, and this is a mineral that's mined from the ground, and the compound is mixed with a wax to hold it together, and it's used for polishing soft metals like silver and brass. That's come up really nicely. I'm really pleased with that. I'm just going to go and make the foot for the bottom of that, and then it's done.
Musical instrument guru Pete Woods has completed his repairs on the saxophone, which was played by a beloved father through his lifelong musical career. He's once again stripped the keys from the horn to give it a final hand polish to restore its golden gleam.
Lorna wants it to look like her dad's old saxophone. So therefore, what I'm doing is I'm hand polishing everything. Adds a little bit of brightness, looks as if it's had a little bit of loving care put into it. Then in a couple of weeks' time, it will have toned down and she'll be looking at it going, that's my dad's sax up there. Once it's clean now, and start getting it back together so it's playable again. Last little bit on now, we'll put the crook on. All I've got to do now is hand it over to Steve, let him get practicing.
From coal mines to dance halls, this old saxophone lived a colourful life, entertaining audiences during the Second World War and beyond. But after 40 years confined to its case, it had lost its big, bold voice. Hoping to hear her late father's beloved sax sing once again is Lorna, accompanied by her son, Chris.
How you doing?
Hello, nice to see you again. Hi, Pete.
You are? Chris. All right, Chris.
This is my son, Christopher.
Oh. So how are you guys feeling?
Excited?
Very excited.
Because you mentioned before that one of your sons is going to learn to play. Is
Yes,
that you?
it's Chris.
It was me. I
Yes.
did try to start playing the sax, but it was just unplayable, the condition it was in.
Yeah. So do you know about the saxophone?
Yeah,
Have you seen...
I remember my granddad playing the saxophone when I was about 4 or 5 years old. Some memories of playing it in the living room at Christmas time.
Wow.
And it's not been played since then, so I'm really quite keen to see what you've been able to do with it.
OK.
So how long ago was that? That would be 1982, nearly 40 years ago.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Yeah? You
Okay,
ready?
yes.
Here we go.
Oh, it looks super.
So good.
It looks absolutely wonderful.
We try to keep it so it's got that look for
Yes,
it.
yes.
You know.
The marks that told the story of the places that he played it and had been and had seen.
Wonderful.
We know that's what you wanted.
Yes.
My dad would definitely recognise it.
Yes.
Well, the next thing is really to hear it play, though, isn't it?
Oh,
you want to hear the
yes.
sound, don't you?
Love to.
Steve, don't mind joining us.
Steve, can you please?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
I'll not promise that I can play it as well as your dad did, so I'll give it a whirl.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Nice one.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That was
Amazing. Thank you, Pete, for doing that.
That's
It's
right.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I can see how much it means to you.
It was actually like hearing his voice again.
Was it? Oh, bless you. You're going to get practicing, aren't you?
I guess I am now. After hearing that, I've got to buckle down and start learning that now.
Yeah.
Can I just say to you that I didn't learn to play the saxophone or any instrument until I was 37.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's not too late
Not
for you
too
to,
late.
to crack on with it.
I think it would be hard-pushed to ever live up to my grandfather, but I can't wait to try it. I think it'll be good fun learning.
Steve did a wonderful job and it brought back all the memories of my dad. And if he saw the condition it's in now, he would be so grateful and thoroughly amazed.
Master saddler Susie is in her element, taking apart the leatherwork from the soldier's mirror for the first time since it was stitched from horse harnesses in the trenches of the Western Front.
There we go.
With the last layer of leather successfully unstitched, Susie can begin the clean-up mission.
There's this thick layer of grease and oils, and I think that's actually a build-up of Ruth's grandfather having used it every morning to shave, and maybe he used like a grease to put on his hair, as many men did at that time. And what I'm doing is I'm using some tepid water along with the saddle soap to help strip some of that grease back. It's really interesting. The more I'm cleaning this leather, the more I'm beginning to smell soot, like from an open fire. It's a really strong smell of fireside. Leather has this ability to hold on to all these aromas. It's just giving me a hint of the life that this mirror has had. Oh yeah?
Everything, Susie?
What you got?
You've got the mirror back.
Oh!
And I haven't looked at it. I thought you should do the honours.
Oh, bless you. There was only one place in the country that could do this mirror. Look at that! All you had was like a tiny little circle there.
Yeah, it's perfect. It is a mirror now.
I absolutely, honestly did not expect to see it like that. They've done an amazing job.
All right. Well, I won't hold you up anymore.
Okay.
Good luck and enjoy it.
All right, brilliant. Thanks,
Okay.
Jay. OK, so now I've got this mirror back, I can start the reassembly of Ruth's lovely leather mirror. I'm just going to use a tacking glue because I want everything to hold nice and tightly before I start stitching it. I can't imagine having to make this in the trenches, just very difficult conditions. I'm placing these strips exactly where they were originally because I want the holes to marry up, and that will enable me to use all the original holes when I'm sewing it all back together. That's looking nice. I'm just going to do the same with the top piece. It's going together really quite nicely.
Across the workshop, Brenton is putting the finishing touches to the treasured brass kettle that only just survived being crushed in a box.
So that's the new foot for the kettle made. I'm really pleased with that. So the handle has got to be put back on to complete the kettle. I'm really pleased with the way it's gone. I was struggling. I didn't think I'd be able to get that big dent out, but it's come out really nicely, and I hope that Phil's pleased with the work that I've done.
When this kettle arrived at the repair shop, it was flattened and littered with dents, its surface dull with age. But under Brenton's Midas touch, it's been transformed, just in time for Phil to collect it, eager to see if the kettle and its link to his mother has been restored.
That's an extremely important piece of memorabilia to my family. I just wish that my mum could be here as well to see it.
Eric. Hi, Phil.
Good to see you again.
Nice to see you again. Well, tell me, how are you feeling?
Well, mixed feelings, really. This is basically the only thing that we have from my grandparents.
So do you want to see it?
Well,
let's do this.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, you sure it's the same one?
It is.
Oh my goodness. I'm stunned. It's just really taken me back to that same point. Back in the late 50s, early 60s. I just wished my mum was stood next to me now. Just amazing. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for bringing it in and letting me have a go at it.
Thank you very much.
Cheerio, Phil.
Bye. It's been like a memory bank, and it's not only brought those memories back to me, but the closeness I had with my mum. Now I've got the kettle, I'm going to take it home. I'm going to have my children, my grandchildren come along, have a small mini party to introduce them to the kettle.
Now the kettle is homeward bound to its welcome party. Susie is hoping her own assignment will soon be ready for action once again. The homemade mirror that kept troops looking their best in the trenches.
So now everything's glued together, I'm ready to start sewing. What I need to make sure is that I protect the mirror while it's in the clams. So I'm putting some cork over it and then a piece of card, and that will help to hold everything flat and straight and protect that mirror. So I'm just going to use my awl, and I'm going to protect the back here as well. I'm trying to find the original holes. Okay, so that's my first complete stitch done, and so far so good. There's a few thousand more, but I'll get there in the end. I'm hoping that Ruth is going to be very, very pleased with the final result.
When the mirror came into the repair shop, it was battle-scarred, caked in dirt, and almost unusable. Now Ruth is back at the barn, accompanied by grandchildren Zoe and Josh, who are eager to see how their great-great-grandfather's pride and joy has scrubbed up.
Basically, if you look in it, you could see one eye. I want to see how it would have looked in the wars.
The mirror was very important, much bigger than just a mirror to the family. And I think it would be lovely for his great-great-grandchildren.
Hello, Ruth. How are you?
Hello, Jay.
And who have you brought with you?
Very well. I've brought my grandchildren. This is Zoe.
Hello,
and
Zoe.
Josh.
Lovely to meet you.
So what are you guys hoping that Susie has done with the mirror then?
Well, I hope that it's going to be in a condition where I can hang it up somewhere so people can see it and ask about it, and it can be talked about and it can be used as well. And Josh and Zoe have ideas of what they'd like to do with it, haven't you?
Oh, really?
Yes.
What are those? What's your ideas?
To take it to school for like a show and tell.
That is a great idea.
It's best we best show you what we've done then, or what Susie's done to it.
Ready? You both ready?
Yes.
All ready? Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Look, it's all mirror.
I can see myself.
Yay! Isn't that fabulous? And it's so much cleaner, isn't it? Wonderful.
What do you think, Zoe?
I love it.
Can you see yourself?
Yes, very clearly.
I think it's great that you didn't repair the crack. It shows a bit of the story. He still kept it. He didn't throw it away as broken, but he kept it for all those years after the war. I think he would have been absolutely thrilled.
So who's going to take it home then?
Me.
Yeah, cool. Straight away.
Yeah,
There you are, sir.
My turn.
All right.
Yeah, take care
Bye-bye.
then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, bless. Well done,
Yeah, thank you.
I'm amazed at what Susie's achieved with it. I didn't expect half that, but she's done wonders with it.
When I take the mirror into school, I'm going to explain to all my friends about my great-great-granddad and how he made the mirror in the wars. And I think all my friends are going to really like it. It'll be amazing when Josh grows up, he could be able to shave in it.
In the repair shop today, the restoration of a prized possession puts Kirsten on edge.
If I'm honest, I'm genuinely feeling quite anxious about this. It's quite a lot of weight to hang on this glass, and fingers crossed it will stay.
A delicate piece of family history.
Here goes.
Leaves Steve with his hands full.
Right, this is the really tricky bit now. I need to drop this inside and then hold it there with a stick. It's one of those times when you need about half a dozen hands.
That's the one that we need to try and get off.
Oh, I see.
First to arrive are Teresa Southcott and her sister-in-law Jane from Leicester.
Teresa.
Hey, Teresa. Hi,
Hi,
Dom.
Teresa.
Nice to see you.
Hello, Jane.
You got something for us in your car?
I have.
Lovely. Right, let's get it into the barn.
They're hoping metal and wood experts Dominic Chinea and Will Kirk can restore a family heirloom which unpacks a fascinating story.
So, what is this?
This is my grandmother's trunk,
Right.
and the history of it is the family were exiled from Poland by the Russians in 1940. They were sent to a labour camp in Siberia where they stayed for 18 months, 2 years. They couldn't go home because home no longer existed because it was taken over by the Russians. So they ended up going as refugees to Mexico, where my mother lived. So, yeah, and this is where this turned up. This was acquired in Mexico. But from Mexico, my mother and her sister actually came over to the UK on the Windrush, the ship that brought the first influx of immigrants from the West Indies.
What a story. Yeah. Well-travelled trunk, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not really known, and what people really aren't aware of is that there was a group of 66 Polish refugees, and they also travelled on the Windrush.
And that was your mum?
That was my mum.
With this?
With this.
No.
With my grandmother and her sister.
That's
incredible.
My grandparents came over to the UK in the Windrush.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Right.
So they came over from the West Indies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whilst the family were in Mexico, they were apart from her dad and her brother because they were fighting with the Allies in the war. So my grandfather, he had this photo collage made up of all of the family, and he sent it to Mexico with a note saying, although we can't be together as a family, we can be together on the photograph.
Oh. How sweet.
I know.
That's really nice. So, I can see why your mum, now then your nan, kept hold of things like this.
Yeah. I remember my grandmother having this chest in her bedroom at home. It was in a lot better condition at that time.
And she's written her name on the trunk, hasn't she?
Yeah, you can just see there. But yeah, it's got her name on it.
How long has this chest been in this?
In this condition? Well, I know that it's been in a shed for 40-odd years. I seem to remember it sort of being like a varnished mid-brown colour. But yeah, it didn't look like this.
I think varnish has long since left the surface of this.
Yeah. It's definitely seen better days, I think.
Why have you decided to have this repaired now?
Well, my mother died recently, and she often said that she was going to get this trunk repaired, and I would just really, really like to do that, and just to keep a bit of family history alive.
Thank you so much for explaining all of that to us and for trusting us with it. It's brilliant.
Well, I'm sure you will do a brilliant job.
We will, honestly, we'll do our best, won't we?
We will do our best.
We will.
Yeah.
It's been lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming
Lovely.
down.
Yeah, lovely to meet you.
See you soon.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye now. My mum would just be absolutely amazed to see this chest restored, because I know it was her wish. Unfortunately, it's too late for her to see it now, but she would just be absolutely thrilled to bits. So, yeah.
So much history in one chest.
Very cool. I think we got to be careful with this.
My concern is the fact that, you know, there's so much potential in this wood. It could look lovely.
Yeah.
But I would be really careful with the writing on the back and on the front.
That's the worry. Yeah, OK.
It's super rusty. I mean, I don't really want to touch this too much because I don't know if anything's
Well, I'll tell you
sharp.
what, I take it first, clean it, and then bring it back into you so you can give the wood a little tickle.
Sounds good to me. I'll give you a hand to your bench.
Thank you. I'm just getting my head round Teresa's trunk that I've got here on the bench. It's obviously a well-travelled trunk. The metalwork is what I'm going to be focusing on. I'm basically going to try and remove all of the rust. That's my main goal here. This trim looks so fragile, so I think I'm going to leave these in place and just clean them in situ. But the bits that I can take off, like the latches and the brackets and the handles and the hinges, I'm going to remove all of those, have a look at the best way to treat each piece. Wow, look at that. God, that is how shiny these latches would have been when they were new. Right, I need to try and get these looking somewhere near that. That's going to be some job.
Next to test the repair shop's knowledge and expertise, Gil and Sue Duffy from Malvern in Worcestershire. They're carrying a precious parcel for the attention of ceramics expert Kirsten Ramsey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jay.
This
Hi,
is
Sue.
my wife.
Oh, Sue. There you go.
Hi, I'm Kirsten. Nice to
Oh,
meet you. Hello.
So, what have we got in the box?
Well, it's a trophy.
These two
It's
bits,
in 2 bits, yes. We commissioned this trophy as a memorial to our daughter, Chrissy. And she had 2 passions, horses and cars. So the trophy is designed to sort of reflect both of those.
So tell us about Chrissy.
She loved horses.
I mean, at 5, she insisted. We took her to the local riding school and she learned to ride.
At 5 years
At
old?
5 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
She competed in pony club and in national eventing. But she also liked to follow her father in racing.
I've always raced classic sports cars, and Chrissy decided she wanted to do that.
She was always opening up cars and having a look to see how they could be made to go faster or better.
For a number of years, Chrissy and I worked on the cars, raced all over the country. She was very competitive.
You must have lots of very happy memories.
Absolutely, yes. Great times. That was good.
So, what happened to Chrissy?
One weekend, she came over to stay with us, and she was really, really down. And that was, not like her at all. She was depressed. She underwent all sorts of treatment and tablets and so on, but really, it didn't get much better. One morning in 2001, we woke up and she'd taken her own life. She just ran out of hope. And, it was terrible. You can't imagine what it was like. But then, at the funeral, there were like over 200 people. We then realised that she'd touched so many people. She'd made such an impact on the world. It really was a very special life.
Yeah. She sounds like a really remarkable young woman,
Absolutely.
actually.
The drivers in the championship really missed her. And so we thought we would commission the trophy to keep her memory alive, really, and her spirit alive. For the last 17 years, we've been presenting it each year at Donington Park. Donington was her favourite circus.
Okay.
So whoever wins that race, we present for the year.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The guy that won it last year was unable to come to the prize giving, so he parcelled it up very carefully, put it in the post. We opened
And this
it.
is how it was.
It was broken.
Gosh, that must have been absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes.
Just like a great big hole that opened up somehow. I mean, it's glass and wood, but it's much more than that.
Of course.
Yeah, it is.
And when we inquired about repairs and nobody seemed to be able to do anything, that was horrendous.
We'd love you to be able to mend it for us so that we could carry on presenting it to people.
This is a lovely way to celebrate Chrissy's life. It's just beautiful.
We just hope you're able to mend it for us.
I will do everything I can to get it back. Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You take care now.
Thank you.
The trophy really is a tangible reminder of Chrissy. We were so disappointed when we found it was broken. It would be absolutely super to have it back in one piece again.
It's a true tribute, this is. It's like, wow. It's a really nice thing to do, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm a bit blown away by that, really.
So, how do you fix glass, then?
With great difficulty. It is really, really tricky, but I have my ways.
Yeah? OK.
Yeah.
So, besides fixing the glass, what else are you going to do?
Well, obviously, I'm going to reattach the horse onto the back of the trophy, and really, I just want to make it look beautiful. It's such a moving story, and I would like to give this back in the best possible condition.
Yeah. Would be nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's get this over to your area.
I'm feeling the weight of responsibility with this piece. I quite often don't take on glass items just because you don't get a completely invisible repair, generally. I guess I'm wondering about possibly replacing this section of glass, but there's a lot of adhesive here, so I think the glass has probably been dropped in and glued in So I think to try and remove it would just cause damage to the wood. I'm therefore going to try and rebond this glass. All in all, it's going to be quite a tricky challenge, and I'm going to start with cleaning the glass. This is industrial methylated spirits, basically pure alcohol. It's absolutely vital that this is crystal clear before I actually start bonding, so it's a very slow process. But having said that, I'm really hoping that I can get this looking its best again.
On the other side of the barn, Dom has begun tackling the rusty metal trim of the trunk that sailed to England aboard the Windrush with an intrepid family of Polish refugees.
Although this does look very aggressive, using my big angle grinder with this big twisted, knotted wire wheel, I am being very, very careful. I'm just skimming the surface with this and just removing the rust, leaving me with this beautiful shiny finish. So far, this is going really well.
For the more robust hinges and handles, Dom's got another trick up his sleeve.
So this is my homemade electrolysis tank. It's basically a 12-volt car battery charger connected to these terminals. It's just normal water, and I'm just dissolving in some sodium carbonate, which is like a cleaning powder, really. That is going to make the water conduct electricity, and that movement of electricity between the two terminals is going to hopefully remove the rust from the catches on the trunk, even from pieces that are deep inside there that I can't see. I don't actually know how this is going to go. It may not remove all of the rust. Just have to try it to see. Already that is fizzing away, so that is a really good sign. So I'm just going to leave that now to sit, keep everything crossed that that's going to remove all that rust. Okay, bath time's over. Let's have a look at what's happened in here. Turn it off, safety first. I don't want to get an electric shock, just a case of fishing them out. Oh man, look at that. Oh, that's brilliant. From a rusty latch to beautiful, look, it's just showing up all the detail. That is incredible. I'm over the moon with this. Little bit of a clean up with some wire wool, and then these, along with the rest of the pieces for the trunk, will be ready to give back to Will. Brilliant.
With the metal work starting to look shipshape again, the wooden trunk can make the short journey to Will's bench.
What's your fingers?
Lovely.
It's nice, isn't it? So, what are you going to do?
Make it look nice.
That would be nice.
It's really tricky because there's paint splatters on there, the wood wormholes, but I think if I can get it right, it should look good.
I've got every faith in you. I know you're going to get it right. Good luck.
Sometimes the first thing that you think of is sand it back, but I think with this, it'd be a massive mistake. There's writing on the top and on the side as well. It'd be a real shame to lose that. I think what I'll do is I might clean this back with some hot water and a cloth. I'm not going to soak this wood because if you put too much water on there, the wood could absorb the water and then it can swell. I think it might be made out of camphor wood. Lots of old trunks like this would have been made out of camphor wood. It's quite a light wood, and I think when I clean this back, it should bring out that nice wood and the nice colour back. We can see how dirty this water is here, but it is coming off, which is great, and it's taking that white paint off too. The next thing I need to do now is to start getting a sealant coat of polish to the rest of the trunk.
Next, Martin and Richard Scott from Louth in Lincolnshire, hope that under the watchful eye of clockwork guru Steve Fletcher, a childhood toy will be ready to roll again.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve.
Hello, Steve. Richard.
Hi, Richard.
This is my dad, Martin.
Hello, Martin.
Steve. Pleased to meet you.
What have we got in the box?
Well, we've got a box in the box.
Right.
That's got a little cycle in it.
Oh, my goodness. So, tell me about it.
It was given to me by my Auntie Doris and Uncle Eric. This was just after the war. I think I would be about 6 years old. And when it worked, it was great fun. It's a gyro on the front, and you put a string onto this pulley.
Yes.
Pull it off, and it will ride along here quite happily, pedal as well, and steer, until it actually slows down, and then it's as if somebody's drunk, falling all over the place. This makes everybody laugh. So happy memories, but unfortunately, sometimes we let it go off the end of the table, and that's why it's got in the state it's in. It's not designed to do that.
Was it a favourite toy of yours?
It was, because during the war there wasn't any toys made, and after the war there wasn't any toys.
Yeah.
Because they weren't the priority.
Yeah.
So it was kind of special.
When I was little, my dad's mum and dad were still alive, and all the toys that he had from that era were all homemade. This was the only thing that he had that wasn't like a homemade horse or a homemade pull cart.
As well as the mechanics of this toy, are there any other bits and pieces that are wrong with it?
So I've had a look round it, and the front wheel is loose.
Oh, right, okay.
And that little bit of the plastic is all...
Oh, it has
disintegrated.
It has disintegrated, yeah.
And it's just on that side, but I imagine both sides need strengthening a little bit.
And the arms?
Yeah, so they're not too bad, but you can see that they're supposed to actually be permanently connected on like that.
Yeah. Well, I've never, ever seen anything like this before. What will this mean to you if I can get this working?
It will mean a lot, because it was the best toy I've ever had, you know.
Yeah.
For me, what I'd love to do is I'd love to see it working with my dad and my daughter, and have that shared experience of it.
Yeah.
3 generations.
3 generations of the same family.
Amazing.
Yeah. That'd be lovely.
I'm absolutely fascinated by this. Thank you so much for bringing this along. I'm going to have such fun trying to repair this, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that I can.
Good luck, Steve.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Right, bye-bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
It's 70 years since I've seen it going, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it, and hopefully we'll get it going.
It's the only surviving toy we've got from Dad's era now, and it would be great to see it working as a family and have a chuckle around it ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a really interesting toy. As a child, I always liked gyroscopes. And when this bike goes along, it's supposed to turn this pulley, which in turn is supposed to turn this pulley, and it's not working. So if it was working, his legs would pedal like that, as if he's actually cycling the bike. The actual wheel work is all falling apart. There's just nothing there to hold it. So I'm going to have to make up a complete new unit to actually hold this wheel. I think I'm going to take the main body off now to get it out of the way, because it's actually cracked and I've got to be careful not to damage it anymore. I'm going to use this tool. It's actually a clock hand puller, but I can use it for this as well. It just pulls the little shafts out of their place there. There we go. Where the shaft actually goes through the body, there's just no hole at all now. It's just all ripped out. I need to strengthen all this up. There's actually a lot to do on this.
At his workbench, Will is nearing the end of his restoration venture on a trunk that holds the remarkable story of a family of Polish refugees.
I'm going to use some soft wire wool to work the wax into the surface. You might think that the wire wool is an abrasive, which it is, but this is super fine wire wool, and it just works the wax into the body And once that hardens, you can buff it up to a really nice sheen. Well, that's a nice even coat of wax on the surface. The last thing I'm going to do is finish off putting on the metalwork, and I can get it back to Teresa.
After 40 years in a shed, this family trunk, which made the voyage to Britain aboard the Windrush in 1948, had seen better days. It was hardly fit to continue telling its unique story. Owner Teresa, with sister-in-law Jane, has returned to the barn, hoping her precious family heirloom has been rescued.
The trunk is priceless because it's the only thing that I have got now that connects my mum and my grandmother and her sister. So it's special.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, nice to see you again.
Lovely to see you again. You okay? How are you both?
Yeah, we're
Good,
very
yeah.
good, thank you.
How are you feeling?
A bit nervous,
Yeah.
excited.
It was in a bit of a sorry state when you brought it into us.
It was very, very sorry.
Would you like to have a look?
Shall we do it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
Come on then.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! Oh my goodness me!
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Just
It
wow.
looks like a treasure chest. Oh my goodness. The metal, that looks like it was the original.
Yeah.
It was the original metal.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Wow.
That's incredible.
It
Absolutely
looks
incredible.
beautiful. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I'm on tenterhooks about whether you've managed to keep any of the writing on the trunk.
Well, we have. I think here's a street name.
That's the street name, yeah.
So that's
Warner
Warner
Street,
Street.
Oh, my
Derby.
goodness.
Yeah, where they used to live.
Oh, yes, I
Yeah.
can just see it now in the light.
So
Derby.
much clearer now, can't
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
Oh, and what about Eldokia's signature?
Go on.
Right on the back there.
How did you do that?
A lot of patience, but between myself and Don, we managed to keep pretty much everything that was original.
Thank you so much for that.
Wow. This trunk is the only link that I have got that links my
Yeah.
mum and the rest of the family together. That's all we have. So
Oh, bless.
thank you.
Good. I'm glad you're going to get to enjoy it now.
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Thanks
It's
very
been lovely
much.
meeting you.
Yeah, thank you.
Lovely to meet you. We'll give you a hand out.
I just really wasn't expecting it to look so beautiful, and I'm really happy to see it restored like that. It just brought back memories of my grandmother, so yeah, I'm just really, really pleased. It's just absolutely perfect, and I'm overwhelmed.
Across the barn, Kirsten is at a crucial stage of her restoration project. The trophy honouring a young woman who died at just 31 years old.
So having cleaned this really, really thoroughly, I'm now on to the next stage, which is putting the two sections together and then introducing the adhesive into the crack. It's very, very difficult with glass to get rid of the line completely. It's a little bit of luck, really. The adhesive that I'm going to use is a specialist epoxy resin, and it's very, very slow curing, and you have to measure out the quantities very, very precisely. Spot on. And now start introducing the adhesive. I can see it very slowly sort of creeping in to that break. And you just have to be really patient, because what you don't want happening is any air bubbles occurring. I'm now going to remove the tape from the trophy, and fingers crossed this adhesive on here has bonded really well. So working on glass is actually quite a challenge, and I would say somewhat frustrating as well. It's quite difficult to get a really satisfactory finish. But having said that, I'm really hoping that I can get this looking its best again, so that it can be used for commemorating Chrissy. I'm actually really pleased with the way that those two pieces have gone together. I'm not seeing any air bubbles. So I'm ready to move on to the next stage. I've got these areas where there are actual chips in the edge of the break. The adhesive won't have filled those, so that's something that I need to do. And I've got some chips here on these horse heads. These are made of resin, I think, so I'm going to fill the small chips just with a polyester filler. It goes off quite quickly, so I have to work speedily. So that's that one filled, and I'm just going to pop a fill in there too. Well, hi.
Hello.
Hello. I am wondering
Yeah.
if you might be able to help me with this. This is a very precious memorial trophy, which sadly got quite badly damaged in transit. I've been putting it back together and just had this idea that if we could,
Yeah, go
could
on.
perhaps make some kind of a travel case, because I would absolutely hate for something to happen to this again. What do you think?
That's a really good idea.
Yeah?
I will order some materials. You better take that away because
Will
it looks
do.
quite fragile.
Thank you so much. I
That's
really
all right.
appreciate that.
No worries.
While Will sets about crafting a bespoke travel case, Kirsten can turn to the make or break element of the repair.
The exciting bit is to offer this up onto the reverse of the glass and bond it in place. If I'm honest, I'm genuinely feeling quite anxious about this. It's actually really quite heavy. It's quite a lot of weight to hang on this glass. So I'm going to give it a go, and fingers crossed it will stay. I've got the original screws here, which I can use. I'm almost hanging it on these, but I've got to get the right position. And I need to check from this side as well that it's aligned. It seems to be hanging in place quite well. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It's really now just a case of letting the adhesive do its job. I'm going to leave that for a little while and come back to it when it's cured. Will is making a travelling case for Chris's memorial, and he's asked me to make a handle to go on the top, so that all the recipients of the trophy will have a proper case with a proper handle, and it will be strong enough for all the travellings that it will be doing in the future.
On the other side of the workshop, Steve is spinning through his toy restoration, dismantling the vintage gyrocycle that came to a standstill 70 years ago. Now he's inspecting the damaged mechanism so that he can get those wheels turning again.
The old pivot is very, very gnarled and worn, and it just doesn't work at all. So I thought, let's start again, make a new one, and then it'll help it work better. So I need to just turn an area now that will actually sit through the hole in the wheel. Good. That should go into the forks there. That moves very, very freely now. Once I've riveted that in, that'll be absolutely perfect.
with the bike's pedal power restored, Steve could now get that injured cyclist back on his bike.
This needs to go through the whole body and then go through the saddle there. So I think what I've decided to do is to make some metal bearings up. And I'm going to glue this into place to start with. And then once it's set with some super glue, I'm then going to fiberglass over the top of it. And hopefully that fiberglass is going to actually hold all the plastic together. So here goes. This is the really tricky bit now. I need to drop this inside, try and get it into position, and then hold it there with a stick whilst I glue it. I thought this was a good plan, but I'm not sure now. It's one of those times when you need about half a dozen hands. Right. This is like doing keyhole surgery. It's a good job I'm not a surgeon. Oh, there we go. I've got it in position now. I'm just going to super glue it while I'm holding it. Just got to hold it there for a little while until that goes off. So that's going to go through there nicely there.
Our cyclist might be able to balance on his bike, but he's having trouble gripping the handlebars.
This is one of the hands here. It fits over the handlebar, and then the actual sleeve fits over it like this, so that when the handlebar's turning, it can sort of move. Problem is that this one has completely rotted away, so I've got to replicate one of these now. So I'm using this very, very sharp scalpel at the moment, very, very, very carefully, because I don't want it to suddenly snag. Good, that looks great. I think that's going to work a treat.
Elsewhere in the barn, it's a team effort to get the Memorial Racing Trophy and its bespoke travel case across the finish line.
That seems really nice and secure now, so I'm going to take the opportunity to retouch this fill that I've made up here on the horse's head.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, that looks amazing. You've matched the, look, you've matched
the colour of the base, and Susie has made a lovely handle there as well.
That's beautiful. Well, you are an absolute genius.
We don't want that breaking again.
No.
You've done a great job too.
Thank
so
you.
it'd be really nice for it to forever stay in one piece.
Absolutely.
Gil and Sue have returned to collect the trophy, hoping its repair has restored the racing spirit of their late daughter, Chrissy.
Here she is. Hello, Sue.
Hi.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you. Hi, Gil.
Hello. Hi, Gil.
Hi.
So how are you feeling?
Oh, excited.
Apprehensive.
Yeah?
Can we have a look?
You want to have a look?
you can.
Of course
Yes,
you can.
please.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Spot on.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
Everything that was chipped.
Yes, it was all chipped.
Yeah. Incredible.
Oh, golly.
Well, that's great.
Thank you so much.
You seem relieved.
Can't believe it. It can keep her memory going.
Yes, definitely.
Chrissy was very much at the forefront of my mind, obviously, working on
Yep.
this. She sounded like quite an extraordinary woman.
Yes. Yes.
We're just glad that we could be part of your daughter's legacy.
Well, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Because now it can continue for many more years.
Well,
now, hasn't it?
hopefully, yes.
So we've now got to start filling the back up.
There's plenty of room, isn't there,
More
for some
people.
more winners.
So this got damaged in transit.
Yes.
And we fought we'll get you a box made so you can
Oh, wow.
transport it safely. So it's a true team
Wow.
effort. We've got Susie and
Oh,
Will
wow.
made this.
Wow.
We'll just sit inside there.
Oh,
That's
Is that all right?
fantastic.
Yes, I thought I was going to hug it all the way home.
Oh, you can hug it if you want to.
Thank you so much.
It's an absolute pleasure. Yes. Lovely to see you.
Take care now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
The trophy is unbelievable. When we saw it in pieces, you never believed it would have gone back together again.
I was just absolutely amazed at how well they'd done it and how lovely it will look for somebody receiving it when they've won it again.
And it sort of keeps the whole thing going. It keeps Chrissy's memory alive, so it's really amazing.
Thanks to Steve, the gyroscopic bike is almost ready to embark on what he hopes will be its first successful spin in 70 years.
Right, I think I've got all the components repaired now. I just need to get it all back together again and then test it, and that's the bit I can't wait to do. I'm really pleased with the repair that I've done on that, and all the repairs I've filled and painted with a fairly good matching paint as well. So that all fits very well now. I need to just put the arms back on. Just put the new one over there. Right. Right, so that's how it works. Very happy with that.
Martin and his son Richard have returned to the barn, eager to see if their family's plucky cyclist is back in the saddle.
Hello.
How are we doing, Martin?
I'm okay, I'm fine.
You good?
You well?
Nice
Hi,
to
Steve.
see you.
So how you both feeling?
Excited.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen it work for 70 years, so...
Shall we show him, Steve?
Yeah. That's good. It's amazing. Can I pick it up?
Yeah, let's go.
That's wonderful. Oh, you even repaired the body as well, which I didn't think you could do. That's brilliant. I can't wait to see it working.
Well, he's waited 70 years, isn't it?
Yeah, good.
Right, let's give it a whirl.
I'll get ready in the slip.
Yeah, you have to. You have to get ready just in
make
case.
sure it
Yeah,
doesn't-
absolutely. We don't want it to drop off the table.
No, you're responsible for that side.
I'm this side, and you two got that side.
Yeah.
Right, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Oh, wow.
There we go, that's a good one. Oh, yeah,
I'm thinking about it.
A bit of practice, I think.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah, you'll have to have a practice with it. That's super.
Cool.
And you can imagine what kids have fun with it, can't you?
Yeah.
But everybody wanted to go with it, that was
Yeah.
the trouble. That's how it got damaged. And it's quite amazing. Just to think that my granddaughter can play with this now.
And it'll be nice because of the connection with Dad and myself and us all seeing it working together. Yeah, it's wonderful.
I suppose you want to get it home now, though, don't you?
Love to.
Yeah?
Love to.
There we are.
Well, thank you very much, lads.
You're very
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, nice meeting you. And you,
Likewise.
Steve. Thanks for your efforts.
Cheers, Steve. I'm glad you took good care of it as we asked.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
All right,
Thank you.
great. That was good fun.
Yeah, that was good fun.
Yeah.
Steve's done a wonderful job. I was thrilled to bits. 70 years since I've seen it working. I have no other toys from that age at all. So, yeah, it's something special. Can't wait to see my little granddaughter having a go with it.
When we get it home, we'll get him cycling around the hard floor in the lounge and keep him away from height.
How we doing?
Morning.
Morning. You all right?
Yep.
Morning, morning, morning.
In the repair shop today, Sarah calls in the cavalry.
I've got an idea. Just make a cotton budder, but with steel wool.
I'm just thinking, don't stick it in your ear.
As she painstakingly restores the intricate embroidery on a right royal assignment.
Oh my goodness, it works. That's absolutely fantastic.
While on the case of the antique detective kit, Will's looking for clues.
These could be coffee marks of officers that were actually using this whilst trying to solve a case.
But the first arrivals are Steph Derham, her husband Graham, and a cherished VIB. Welcoming the trio, a bear repair team, Julie Tatchell and Amanda Middleditch.
Hello, welcome to the repair show.
My name's Julie.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Amanda. Hi, I'm Steph.
Graham.
Graham, Steph and Graham. Okay.
This is Fred. Hello, Fred.
Wasn't he adorable?
Does he look a bit nervous?
Don't be frightened.
Oh,
he's very sweet. So what can you tell us about him?
Well, Fred came into my life on Christmas Day 1961 when I was 4 months old.
Mm-hmm.
I was born with spina bifida, so I spent a lot of time in hospital, particularly in my early years, and
Right.
Fred was always by my side.
Can I ask, what does it mean to be born with spina bifida?
It can cause varying degrees of disability. For me, it means I can't walk at all.
So how did he play a part in all of that?
Fred has been with me throughout my whole journey. Whenever I went to hospital for the operations that I had, Fred was always by my side. He would always be there. He would come down to theatre with me. Whichever leg I was having operated on, he would come back from theatre with the same leg bandaged by the theatre staff. So
Wow.
we shared the same experiences.
Yes. Yeah.
Gosh.
And he was your companion through it
He's
all.
been my best friend through it all, yes.
Wow, important job he had then.
He certainly did.
He did.
So as you moved on into adulthood, did he remain this constant companion or did he get a bit sidelined?
Oh no, he's always been there. He was there when I got married, he's been there for the birth of my children, he comes on holiday with us, he's travelled the world.
Very well travelled.
I don't know of a time when Fred wasn't there.
Yeah, he's part of our life.
Oh, Fred, you're rather lovely, aren't you? Can I take his scarf off and we'll have a little look at... Oh, dear. OK. My next question was going to be, what would you like us to do for him?
I'd like his head to be more secure. You can see where I've attempted to sew it. He's lost a lot of stuff in over the years. He's lost his nose. His nose has come unstitched.
It's been kissed away.
It
That's
has,
why,
yes.
It's quite a common problem with bears.
He's lost his mouth as well.
Aw.
I don't mind that he's threadbare at all. That's him. But,
That's his character.
He's earned that.
Yes,
With
he
all the
has.
hard work he's
He
done.
has. Eventually, I'd like to pass him on to my children and my grandchildren, but I'm not confident in his current condition that he'd last very long.
No, agreed.
No, bless him.
He's always going to be a little bit frail. I mean,
Yeah,
he's old,
well, yes.
but we can definitely
Okay,
make him
Thank you.
a bit stronger.
Don't worry, Fred.
No, he said, I'll be fine.
We will do our best for you.
Okay, look after him.
Oh, I didn't do
We
it,
will,
did I?
we will. Bye-bye.
Fred's very, very important to me. He has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. So yeah, there will be a bit of a gap when we get home.
We've had a good look at Fred Bear, and as Steph pointed out, he just looks a little bit sad with his damaged neck and his stitching in his armpits. So we're going to start by taking off his head, emptying him of all his stuffing. More than anything, he really needs a good clean, and then we'll be able to make good any repairs before we stuff him again, and he'll look years younger. So if I get his head off first and give that to you.
I think it's lovely how Fred has been that constant companion to Steph all of her life through traumatic times
She must have
as
had
a child.
terrible time, mustn't she? Yeah. There you are then.
Thank you. Hello. Oh dear. I should go off and get the water ready for his bath.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, fantastic. I'm really looking forward to doing this.
Yeah. Got your bubbles? Oh, he's going to love this.
Right, are we ready? Look at the colour of the water changing already. It's oh yeah, look at that, lovely.
Give his little paw a squeeze. That's it. So that's his first bath done. We'll give him one more and then we can get on and repair him once he's all clean.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
From bears to horses. Joss Green Armitage from Frome in Somerset.
Hello.
Hello.
Has brought some eminent equine regalia for embroidery expert Sarah Dennis.
So what is this then?
Well, this is a shabrack.
And what's a shabrack then?
It's a ceremonial rug, I think is the best thing to call it, that is used on the horses in British Army.
So this goes on the horse and then the saddle goes on
The
top
saddle goes underneath.
underneath here?
Yep. And that's why there is this bit here. So the back of the saddle goes like that, and the front of the saddle the pommel goes here.
Wow. Oh, there you go. Now that's better.
Now you can sort of see
Yeah, now I can
better
see it.
how it works. This was made for my dad's horse. So my father had this for all ceremonial occasions.
Okay. So what was your dad's name?
John Doxford. He was part of the Household Cavalry.
They protect the royal family, don't they? That's what
They are there to protect the royal family.
That's it, yeah.
This would have been involved in the chippering of the colour and the coronation. This would have been on the horse that my father rode, and he went beside the carriage.
Escorting the Queen.
He was by the wheel.
On his horse?
On his horse, wearing this. My father also was one of the guards of the King when he died. George VI, so the father of Queen Elizabeth, in Westminster Abbey.
Wow. So how come you've got this then?
Well, my father died quite suddenly, actually, and I managed to get the shabrack and also all the information that we've got about the coronation.
Right.
So I've got the books, I've got the order of service and all that sort of stuff.
And all of these, do you know what these stand for then?
No, I looked at these and I'm not absolutely certain.
They're the battle honours.
So Battle of like Waterloo.
Yeah. So they're the regimental battle honours.
Right.
So they're the wars they fought in.
You was in the army, weren't you?
I was.
Hey?
Yeah.
You didn't have
ride
one
a
of
horse,
these.
though. No, I didn't
You
ride
didn't
a horse. No.
You didn't have one of these then.
No. Yeah, well, obviously the gold work is tarnished. This would have been really bright and shiny. And this is also gold braid, so that it would have been scarlet with gold. Yeah, wham. in
Proper
it.
bright.
Absolutely.
So what would it mean to you and your family if Sarah's able to repair it?
I think the main thing for me is that all the items that I've got, and particularly this, is my connection with my father. So emotionally, it means an awful lot to me to get it done.
It's a real honour to have this shabrack in here, because it is just, the amount of history that this is seeing is just unbelievable. Thank you.
Not at all.
It's a pleasure
Thank you
meeting
so
you.
much.
Yeah.
Lovely
Okay.
to meet you. Thank you,
Likewise.
Sarah. I think my father would be extremely pleased that the shabrack is now going to have some sort of historical value for other people. And I think he would be very proud of the fact that this is being looked after and conserved and will be there for many other generations, hopefully.
Now this is gorgeous to have in it.
It's lovely.
It's
absolutely
a brilliant
lovely.
bit of history, this is.
Yeah, and the gold work's absolutely stunning. I can mend it because some of these bits are coming off here.
Okay.
This twist is coming off and some of the, what we call pearl is coming off.
Right.
But it will never be bling
It won't be
again.
bright again.
No, no,
Okay.
it's done.
So you're going to repair? What needs
Repair
to
all
be done
this.
there?
Obviously repair that.
Yes,
that needs
please.
repairing and a silk braid putting around it. All
Okay.
this needs reattaching.
Right.
And
Okay.
also down here the braiding's come off. So all this needs restitching.
And here as well.
And that
isn't
back bit, yeah, exactly that. Bit of wear and tear, but it's doable.
it? You could do it.
Yeah, but
Oh.
the first thing I need is for you.
Look at that smile. You want something, didn't you? All right.
I do want something.
All right.
I would really like to see if you can get this cleaned. I don't know if they can clean it because of the gold work, okay?
All right, well, what I'll do is I'll ask the question
Yeah.
and see if they can get this
Yeah.
cleaned. All right?
That'd be lovely.
I'll feel like I'm in the army now.
As Jay takes the shabrack off to be carefully cleaned, Amanda and Julie have completed their shampoo session of Fred, the much-beloved 1960s bear.
Now that Fred's dry from his cleaning, I'm really pleased with the results. He is looking cleaner, he's looking softer, and more importantly, we haven't found too much extra damage. We have a few areas, particularly on the bald spots here, for example. Once the fur has worn away, we start seeing the result of the stresses on the fibres. We just need to address that with a little darn. I tend to go corner to corner to make a little frame and to secure the thread in place. But I'm just going to carry on now with this darn. There's a couple more on there, and I think Amanda's doing the same with Fred's head. Once we've done that, we're just going to pop in some areas of felt, particularly in these damaged areas where we've lost fabric, and put them back together again.
With his seams and threadbare fabric now stitch strengthened, it's time to reassemble Fred into a more recognisable bear.
Are you ready? Yes, thank you. Head's all ready.
And you've done all the reinforcing as well? Yeah.
Yes, look, it's got all nice felt inside there. Look at that.
Wonderful.
All right, happy?
Okay.
This is the bit where I have to remember which way round things go. And I'm going to feed his head up through his tummy and pull it into the neck. So the neck of the body and the neck of the head are now together. It feels all back to front. But as long as I remember that rule of thumb, that the right sides of him are together and the front is at the front, so the nose part is facing his tummy, we should get it right.
How do you think Steph's feeling?
I think she's going to be missing him.
Yes.
Really missing him. She's never been, as long as she can remember, she's never been apart.
No.
I'm guessing that she's feeling quite lost. But I just hope that she's going to be really happy.
58 years of being squeezed and snuggled had left Fred feeling a little flat, so the bear ladies want to plump him back up again.
Thank you. We have decided we're going to use sub stuffing. It's actually sort of felted, almost like cotton waste, would you say? It's more in keeping with the age of the bear, rather than putting a polyester filling inside. We don't want to overstuff him. He's obviously a bear of a certain age. He's also got to be able to be seated. These little bears were designed with their little pointy bottoms to bend here to sit.
Don't forget, I'd like a nice firm nose, please.
I've got a long way to go before I'm that end.
Don't want you to forget.
I've just got to finish stuffing Fred now, and then I'll stitch up his tummy and hand him back to Amanda to get his nose on.
Lovely weather. It is lovely weather. Ooh. Do you notice I'm drinking out of an M cup?
How can you drink it out of an M for Master?
Oh, here we go.
Next to arrive from Newcastle, Maggie Turvey.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm Maggie.
I'm Jay.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Will.
Hi, Will. Nice to meet you.
So what have we got? In the boot?
We've got a box in the boot, yeah.
Ooh,
nice.
Look at that.
She's brought an antique assignment for furniture restorer Will Kirk.
So Maggie, tell us, what is this?
It's a murder box.
A murder box?
Yes.
OK, I best not touch that then.
Fingerprints, Jay.
Yeah, what do you mean murder box?
It's not as ghoulish as you think. It's a time capsule of how murders were done years ago.
Yeah.
It's basically, before computerisation, all major police stations had a murder box, and it would be full of the documents and all the equipment you needed. So if an incident came in, you could set up the incident room quickly and everything was there.
So this is like an office, this is a mobile office.
This is a mobile office,
you would
really,
set this
yeah.
up. Yeah. So, what's your connection with the police?
I was a police officer for 30 years.
Oh, was you?
Yeah.
I stand up straight.
Jay's getting nervous.
I'm very nervous. So, how come you've got this box then?
Well, I was in the regional crime squad.
Okay.
And in 1992, we were moving premises from an old police station, and it was getting thrown in a skip.
And then, where has it been then? Where has it...
It's been in my spare bedroom.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, since 92. But it wasn't until I got home and I opened it that I actually realised it had been a murder box. And,
So how do you know it's a murder box?
There's documents inside of it, and they're all date stamped from 1968. Would you like to see them?
Yeah, of course.
So there's a list on the lid of what would be in the box.
Okay. So it goes into the 3 red pencils, 3 blue pencils,
Yeah.
6 red biros, 6 blue biros, rubbers, chalk, magnifying glass.
Exactly.
Oh, so
Now,
that's
at
like a
one
real
point,
sort of detective...
the old Sherlock Holmes.
Right.
One thing I particularly like is you wouldn't have any test tubes or anything now, but these are all glass test tubes.
Gosh, look at that.
And what's that for the, like, specimen...
Samples and things, yeah.
Really?
Is it all right to touch it? It's
Absolutely.
Not, these haven't
they
been
have been
used.
used.
Oh, right, cool. I'm not going to get incriminated. Okay. So this was just going to go in the bin?
Yeah, it was going to go in the bin. So that's it.
So you've been in the police force for 30 years?
30 years, yeah. I was only the 11th female officer in Northumbria Police to actually complete the 30-year service. As a female from the 70s, it was quite hard, so I'm quite proud of that. So
You should be.
And I worked on murders with this system at the beginning, and
Right.
at the end of my career, I worked on the computerised system. So this means a lot to me. It's my history as well as police history as well.
Yeah. I mean, structurally isn't too bad.
No. Well, obviously, it's had a few dents and bashes, and I quite like the old look of it. It's been a workhorse, so I think it should stay like that, you know.
Yeah.
The lock's obviously been forced off at one point, and I think during that process, the writing's been damaged on the front, so if the writing could be tidied up or repaired, that would be great.
Right.
And there's a handle missing on the side.
Okay.
I mean, I'd never classed it as mine, because to me it still belongs to the police. So I thought I was more of a custodian of it.
Right. Well, Maggie, thank you
Thank
for
you
bringing
very
this
much.
in.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Coming down.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll let you know when it's finished.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
You take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Quite excited about leaving the box behind. At the moment, the box is a bit of a sad state. Just going to be pleased with anything that Will can do to it, and I'm sure there'll be an improvement. If it looks good, that's great for the future, for police and history, I think.
A murder box.
This is a first. Definitely first for the repair shop.
It's definitely a first for the repair shop, definitely. So, what have you got to do to it?
This needs a really good clean. There's also a chunk of wood on the inside there that's missing.
Okay.
So I'm going to replace that.
Yeah.
And on the outside, be really nice to bring out the writing on the front.
You can do that, yeah?
I can do that.
Okay, no problem.
There are a few things I might need you for, Jay. We're missing a lock on the inside.
Okay, I can get you a lock.
And we're missing a hand on the outside.
Yeah. Cool.
The last thing I need you to do...
There's always something else,
is give me a hand over to my bench.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Cheers, buddy.
All right, here we go.
There's a lot to do, but first of all, I want to give this box a really good clean. I'm going to start off by trying to clean it with hot soapy water and a cloth. Hopefully, this should take out not just the dirt, but some of these ring marks. These could be coffee marks of officers that were actually using this whilst trying to solve a case. So if I can't get rid of them, that's also part of its history, I suppose. But it looks like this soapy water is working well. You can actually see in this water, it's all nasty and brown. That shows that dirt has come off the surface. I'm going to give the rest of the box a good old clean as well. There's decades of dirt there to remove. Once I've done that, then I can move on to filling out some of these holes and scratches on the surface.
Across the workshop, embroiderer Sarah is going for gold on the military horse blanket that served Queen and country, securing the burnished braiding that has come loose over the years.
So Jay's actually managed to get this dry clean, which has brought out the colour a bit more. I'm just starting to concentrate on the gold work. I've never worked on a piece where the
actual fabric is so thick. It's really quite difficult to work on. I'm glad I've got these leather pads because my fingers are just about destroyed. If I can't get through with my fingers, I'm actually using tools of my old trade, some artery forceps. I used to be a nurse and I probably liberated them from some theatre I was working in, and they're really good because you can get a really good tight clamp on them to get your needle through. And so I'm just going to keep working along here, just repositioning this gold braid. The gold work is finished. I'm now onto the basic structure of the shabrack. So this is where the sort of pommel of the saddle would go, so it's not surprising that it's ripped. It really just needs a really strong stitch. So I'm just using a buttonhole thread and going through about 6 or 8 layers of fabric. I mean, if you think about it, this goes on a horse under a rider, so there'll be quite a lot of pressure on it, so it needs to be strong. My stitches are hideous, they're ugly, but they are absolutely practical stitches. They're not meant to be beautiful. This is going to be covered in a ribbon, so don't panic. It's not going to look like this when I've finished.
With the newly robust stitching concealed with some dashing ribbon.
I think it's working so far. Much nicer than that gaping great hole anyway.
Sarah can turn her attention to the shabrack's military leatherwork.
I need to sew this leather that is all coming off here and a little bit at the top here. So I'm going to sew it just where it needs it. I'll leave the original stitches in where they are and I'll sew where I need to sew. So I'm using the same thread as they've used, and I'm going to use a simple back stitch. And I say a simple back stitch, it's not that simple because I'm going to have to get my needle up in the leather where they have. It's not often I have to wrestle with my work, but this is really giving me a hard time. But I'll get there.
With her needlework marathon finally behind her, Sarah still faces the arduous challenge of bringing metres of murky gold back to splendour.
Hey, Steve.
I've been watching you do that, sorry.
I'm trying to use this polished cloth, but it's not really making much difference. I can only really buff up this, what we call pearl.
Yeah.
That's the only bit I think is going to shine up, but I think if we get that to shine up, sort of lift everything else.
I've got an idea.
OK, go for it.
And just try it.
Yeah.
And basically just make a cotton bud up, but with really, really fine steel wool.
I'm just thinking, don't stick it in your ear.
Just how's that?
Oh my goodness, it works.
It works on the other bits as well.
That's absolutely fantastic.
Is that all right?
Fantastic. This has been so hard to work on, but that is going to make it shine.
It will.
Thank you.
Yeah, that looked lovely, won't it?
Yeah, I'll get rid of this and use
Still
this.
take you ages.
Yeah, of course. Everything takes ages. Thanks, Steve. So excited, it's working brilliant. It's going to make such a difference to the whole blanket. It's absolutely super. It'll never bling bling like it would have done at the beginning, but it's looking a lot better than it was. I'm really pleased with it.
Sarah is charging ahead with her repair, and across the barn, Fred the Ted is also in fine fettle. His surgery has gone well, and having been strengthened, stuffed and stitched, he's now ready for some final cosmetic work.
How you doing, Amanda?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just doing the bird's nose.
So you've marked out where his nose is going to be stitched, and then all it is just fill it in with stitching then, isn't it?
I kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
You have a go if you want.
What, stitching his nose?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Start at the centre, go up to the underneath to the top, and then come down and up and over like that. Now, when you pull it through, you're going to leave a nice long tail like that so that we've got enough to do his mouth.
So you come through.
That's right. And come right next to it, and then come through.
I thought this was going to be easy.
I won't look over you too much because it's nothing worse than someone looking.
Oh, there you go. I think that's bang on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good, you're a natural.
Am I?
Yeah, we won't get many done in a day, but we...
Listen, it's my first go of doing a teddy bear nose. You know what? I think the pins are in the way.
Do you?
I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm going to leave that to you, actually, because I know Steph will more than likely not get this teddy bear back
Thanks, Jay.
if I continue doing that. I'm going to leave the expert to it.
OK.
All right.
At nearly 60 years old, Fred Ted has been a precious, lifelong companion to his owner, supporting her through many tough times as a child. Now Steph has returned to be reunited with her beloved friend.
Fred and I have always gone to hospital together and we've always come out of surgery together. This time it feels a little bit like Fred's been there on his own. He's been with the Bear Ladies, he's had his operation, and I'm really excited to see him again. I've missed him.
Hi, Steph. Welcome back. Hello, Graham. How are you?
Excited.
Are you?
Yes.
You're excited too?
Yeah, she's missed him.
It must have been hard. It's probably the longest you've been apart?
It is. It is the longest.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never been apart from him.
So we oughtn't to keep poor Steph waiting, aren't we? OK. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hi, Fred. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just looks how I remember him.
Good.
Fred.
Oh.
He's going to last a lot longer.
There's a
now.
lot more cuddles in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
bless
you.
He was an absolute perfect patient for us.
Good.
You happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Well, you've got him for a lot longer now.
I know.
All
I know.
right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for bringing him in.
Thank you.
He has been fun to work on. So take care of yourself and of him.
Thank you.
And safe journey home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Say bye, Fred.
Bye, Fred. I think he's
You're
pleased.
welcome.
I think he's pleased to be going home.
Bye.
Bye.
When I saw Fred with his makeover, I was overwhelmed. He just looks like the old Fred, the Fred that I knew when I was growing up, when I was a child. So I'm so pleased. I'm just really pleased now that I'm going to be able to hand him down, that he's going to stay with the family and last a lot longer now.
Wood restoration expert Will has been working the case of the police murder box, and he's uncovered quite the revelation.
Well, the box looks really clean. It almost looks like a completely different box now. This isn't real oak. This is actually made of pine, but then it's been painted to look like oak on the outside. So you can see all this lovely sort of figure and detail in the grain. A lot of that was lost by the dirt that was on the surface. But now it's nice and clean. There's some damage to the edges. It's sort of worn away on the bottom there. Obviously, it's been moved around with, you know, different murder cases and from different locations. It's quite nice to kind of keep it looking slightly shabby. So I don't want to take away too many of those nicks and dinks. So what I'm doing now is I'm mixing up some acrylic paint and I'm just touching in some of those dinks. I really want to just take the eye away from all of the damage rather than sort of repaint the entire box. And I think once I've taken the eye away from the tiny bits of damage, everything should blend in really nicely. There's a period where you'd have lots of decorated furniture painted in faux wood, and the technique is actually quite straightforward. They painted a sort of base coat with this lighter colour that's underneath here. They go over the top with a darker colour, and whilst that's drying, you can use like a wide brush like this, and you can kind of almost imitate that nice grain effect. It's really nice that someone has attempted to make this look like something that it's not. And they thought, do you know what, that pine box, I can make that look really nice. The last thing I need to do on the outside is neaten up some of the lettering. There's a scratch there over the C and the N. It'd be nice to tidy that up. What I won't do is repaint the whole thing. I don't want this looking brand new. This has had a past, and I want to keep that past there, but just smarten up for the future. So that's the outside of the box done. The only woodwork that needs to be done on the inside is the damage to this wooden central divider here. Now, it would be a shame to replace the entire divider because it's actually in quite good shape. It's just this tiny split on the top, so I'm going to sort of shave away and chisel away a tiny bit of the top and replace it with a new piece of wood. It's always quite nice to keep as much of the original piece as possible. Well, I've marked it all out. I'm going to use this nice, very fine saw here to make a slight incision, and then I'm going to chisel out the rest until it's all nice, flat and even, and I can glue this in with some glue. Now this is quite a tricky angle to clamp. I often find if you've got a really nice fit like that, all I need to do is use some tape to tape it in place. Once I take that off, it's going to be a really nice firm glue. Lovely.
After hours of work, Sarah is in the final furlong of her repair, applying polish to the ceremonial shabrack that played a starring role as part of the Queen's household cavalry.
This piece of leather here would be just where the boots rub on the shabrack, so it's just to prevent wear on the wool. But I'm polishing up the leather and I'm doing what's called bulling. It's a soldier's term, so it comes from bull, then a very naughty word, in that it's actually a useless job, and the only function it has is to make your boots so shiny that the inspector on parade is not going to come and give you a telling off. It's the old spit and polish. So you literally damp cloth or piece of cotton wool into the polish, which is parade gloss, and in little circles you keep going, and this can take hours and hours and hours. I've managed to get the gold to come up, and I don't want the leather to let it down, so we'll give it a go and see how shiny we can get it.
When the shabrack came into the repair shop, it was anything but fit for a queen, tattered, torn, and lacking that ceremonial sparkle. Now its owner, Joyce, is back at the barn to see if her father's pride and joy has been restored.
It needed an enormous amount of repair to it, and it would be lovely to see some of the gold braiding that was on it back to some sort of colour that it might have been originally. But I don't know anything, just so that it looks like it's been repaired to some level would be lovely. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Joss. How are you? Good, thank you so much.
It's lovely to meet you. I'm Susie. Nice
Hello,
to meet
Susie.
you.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I'm excited that your fingers have done something wonderful. Because I just sort of think they might have done. Oh, I can't wait. Hopefully. Should we do it?
I think we should, yes.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, God, that's amazing. My God, you've got it back to the colour it would have been.
More or less.
Because all of this, every single bit, was as if it was tarnished. And I don't know what you've done, but you've made it so that it's not anymore. And it's shiny. Oh, God, isn't it? That's astounding, isn't it? How did you do that? How did you get it back like it's
very
not,
clever.
Like it's not being used. Can I look underneath? Look, you've mended it all. It's just stunning. Oh God, I can't thank you enough.
It's all right. It's my pleasure. It was a privilege to work on. Actually, it's a very interesting piece.
It is stunning, actually. I just wish either of my parents were able to see it now. I think it's wonderful. I'm thrilled to bits. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
My pleasure. My pleasure, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And
Susie,
thank you for sharing your story.
Okay,
you
bye-bye.
take care. Bye-bye. Well done, you. You did a good job.
Yay.
I don't know what I was really expecting because I know how damaged it was, but it was extraordinary what Sarah's managed to achieve. It was wonderful. The colour was stunning. It had really come to life, and Sarah had managed to lighten up all the brocade that was all the way around it. It was just beautiful. Absolutely amazing.
It's almost case closed for Will on his restoration of the 20th century police murder box.
Well, that's the lock-in. Let's see if it works. Right, well, that's worked really well. Let's just hope the handles go on just as easily. Lovely. Brilliant, and it takes all that weight as well. Right, well, that's the exterior of the box done. It looks wonderful, and I really like it. Really like it.
When this piece of policing history arrived at the barn, years of use in the field as a portable crime office had left it battered and scratched. Maggie, its custodian, has returned to collect the item that played a key role in her time as a fledgling police detective.
I'm hoping that Will have restored the box sympathetically, but given it new lease of life. I'm excited to see it, but it is a bit of, oh, what's it going to be like? And, you know, so I'm really looking forward to it, yes.
Hello. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Again.
Excited.
Are you excited?
Very.
Yes. Now, this was in a skip at some point, right?
It was getting put into a skip, yes.
So, nearly gone forever.
Yeah, would have been a travesty if it had, I think.
Would you like to see?
Yes,
the
please.
box? You can't wait, can you? Okay.
Oh, wow. My gosh, that's lovely. That is really amazing, Will. It's lovely. I love it. It's like a new box, but still retaining its age. Can I have a look?
Please do.
Oh, it's got a lock. Wow.
On the inside, do you remember there's that split piece of wood
Yeah,
there?
there was the split, yeah. That's been fixed. It's just wonderful. So what happened to the lists on the front?
The content list.
Yes.
Well, they were in a bit of a sad
They were, yeah.
state, yeah. So I thought that I'll take them off, and I've actually popped them into this little
Oh,
folder for you.
right. Wow. Brilliant. Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Because that is part of the history of the box.
Yes, it
and
is.
what it was actually used for.
Yeah, what was in it? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great.
So, how's it going to feel having the box back in your house?
It's going to be great. It's going to take pride of place where people can see it and I can relive some of my memories from my time with Northumbria Police.
What do you think your colleagues would say when they've seen a box like this?
There'll be a lot of interest. A lot of them will be proud because a lot of colleagues from my era, they like to see the old things being kept and restored, and I think they're going to be amazed. Thank you again.
It's a pleasure.
I
It's a
love it.
pleasure.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you grab the door, I'll carry out to your car.
Thank you very much. I thought the box was absolutely amazing. I think Will's done a fantastic job on it and it's going to be pride of place now, and so I'll see it every day and have memories of my history within the police because it shouldn't be forgotten. So it'll be lovely to have it home again.
In the repair shop today,
I've done some research and I've found the actual stencils of what they've used in the wartime.
Dom and Jay have a secret code to crack.
See, that looks like an 8 or an S, yeah. This is proper detective work, this is, Dom. Like, I don't know really how you're going to suss this.
And a tiny trinket puts Will in a spin.
It's probably the quickest it's ever taken me to replace a tyre on a car, that's for sure.
The first arrival at the barn is Patricia Eva from West Sussex, joined by her mother, Morna.
Hello there.
Hello.
She hopes silversmith Brenton West can rescue a family heirloom, which was the casualty of a tragic event.
Patricia.
Hello, Patricia.
I'm Morna.
Hello, Morna.
Morna, hi. I'm Dom.
Hi.
Lovely to
I'm
meet
Bob.
you.
Nice to meet you. Patricia.
Patricia, nice to meet you.
What have you brought in for us?
I brought you part of a silver brush and comb set.
Of course.
It was much bigger, but the rest of the pieces were lost in a fire, a house fire.
Wow.
This was saved, but all the other stuff, everything.
The whole house.
Destroyed totally. This is the result of that fire.
From here, I can actually smell the fire. And how long ago was that?
2007, December the 29th. I'd been to visit Mum, and when I got back, there was nothing left of it. The house was completely gutted. I could not believe what stood before my eyes. Absolute nightmare.
But you've still got these items. How did you get them?
There was a lot of firemen around there.
Okay.
And one of them was hooking things out of the rubble. And he found these and he picked them up and brought them to me and said, would I like to have them?
I bet you grabbed that box off of him.
I did. I even gave him a big hug and he didn't seem to mind much.
I bet he didn't.
Yeah.
It looked beautiful. It looks very well made. Was it something you've had for a long time?
I can remember it from a little girl.
Okay.
It's always been there. It was always part of Mum's dressing table.
Oh, this used to be yours?
Yes.
Before me, it was my mother's, and before my mother, it was my grandmother's.
Was it?
That's incredible. That really is.
It is, isn't it?
It's a long, long time.
It's a long time.
And my mother came out to Zimbabwe to live with us.
You lived in Zimbabwe?
We were farming over there, me and my husband and my brood. All my children were born in Zimbabwe.
Oh, really?
What's your earliest memory of this set?
These brushes were used to brush my sisters and my hair often.
It was on Granny's dressing table. And she used to say to you, 100 brushes every day.
On my 21st birthday, these were put into a lovely box which I opened on my birthday from my mum and dad.
That's lovely.
It must have been a nice day. It's kind of spooky in a way, isn't it, that this is the one thing they managed to save? Having so much history with your family.
Yeah.
God, it gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, yeah.
Even though they do look very sad, they're still very precious to me.
What would you like us to do if we can make these better for you?
If it was at all possible, I would like them to be restored to more or less what they were when
So that they can be used?
so that they can be used, and also so that I can give them to my granddaughter. I never had daughters, so it'd have to go to my granddaughter.
Okay. And how old is your granddaughter?
She's 14. Charlie is her name. Well, Charlotte, yeah.
Okay.
We know what they mean to you, and we will do our very best to make them beautiful for Charlie and for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Brenton.
Yes.
Hairbrushes, are they a speciality of yours, or?
It's been a while, but I've seen other people using them. I know what they're for.
Good, good.
Thanks for that.
That's right. I really, honestly don't envy you, though. I mean, the work you've got to do with some of these splits and stuff like that. What are you going to do? It's obviously the silver work, straighten everything up.
So straighten the silver up. Got to get that old mirror out. Fit a new mirror in there. The most difficult bit is these brushes. I'm going to ask Jay if he can find someone who will repair these for me, because it's just beyond my skill set.
Good luck with all that. I look forward to seeing how you get on.
Thanks. This mirror has got really, really hot, and the glass obviously couldn't take the temperature and is cracked here. So first I'm going to try and get this mirror out of here. These little tabs are holding this plate in the back of the mirror here. I've got to be quite careful of this because the silver does age harden and these can snap. That is the piece of silver decoration on the back. There's charcoal on this piece of wood. This has got seriously hot. So I now need to get a beveled mirror like this made for me to put back in. This smells burnt and I can smell fire. It's hardly surprising this mirror is broken. And we're very, very lucky that the silver didn't melt.
The barn's next visitor is Francis Suttle from Herefordshire. He has a request that will test Dominic Chinneer's mettle, decoding his father's secret past.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jay.
Francis.
All right,
Francis, hi, I'm Don.
Hello.
Lovely to meet you. Take a seat.
Now this is really, really, really
I'm
interesting.
intrigued, yeah.
What is it? It's not a pet lunchbox, is it?
No, it was full of arms and sabotage material and dropped to a resistance group in France during the war.
So how come you've got this then?
My father was a special agent trained to be parachuted into France to organise resistance groups.
What did it involve, being a special agent?
Basically, you were parachuted into occupied territory and you had to pass off as a Frenchman and then go around the country finding recruits.
So when he jumped out of that aeroplane, he would have had this with him?
No. These were he was so to speak, on his own with a suitcase.
Just
he was just
French,
landing literally to set up everything. He then found a field suitable for a parachute drop.
This would be another drop
to those teams, yes, and then go around the country training them to carry out sabotage.
So you had to create your own army?
You did. They derailed trains. They blew up power stations.
Was it successful?
Well,
what
in the
happened?
end, unfortunately, in the end of '43, my father's whole organisation was disrupted. My father was arrested, and most of the groups were rounded up. Some 180 of them were deported to Germany into concentration camps, and only half of them came back.
Wow.
Not including my father.
He didn't make it back?
He was just shot, and all record of him was destroyed under their policy, yes.
Oh, man.
So I never knew him. I was only 2 when he went into France.
You must be proud of him.
Yes, very proud, yes.
He's a hero.
He was.
Hero as a dad.
He was.
That's fantastic.
I wish I'd known him.
So how did you find out about all of this history and this come into your possession?
I started 20 years ago doing some research. I made contacts in France and I started to go out and visit. And I was looking for a place where a parachute drop had taken place. That's a typically French scene of a old French farmer in blue denims, up a little ladder with his wife hanging onto his jacket picking fruit. He said, "Well, who are you?" And I said, "Well, I'm the son of, used my father's code name, Prosper." And he almost fell out of the tree. because age 20, he had been in the team receiving, they had 3 drops on his father's land.
No way.
You're kidding.
And he showed me these, which he'd kept. That's how I got it about 7 years ago.
So this was someone who has received a tin from one of the drops from your father?
Yes.
And probably been trained up. Was
Yes.
he trained by your father then?
Yes, he would have been, yes.
Oh,
I'm just shocked at you.
Yeah, isn't
Never
it?
got to meet your father, but the legacy and the history that he's left is just renowned.
It's extraordinary,
Well,
yes.
that he did, yeah.
Yes.
So what does this mean to you then?
Well, it's the only item I've got that links me to my father from his time in wartime France.
It's got a history and a story by itself. What would you want us to do to this?
On no side here, you'll notice that there's some remains of some writing, which I would love to see deciphered if possible, because and restored,
Right.
because that'll tell us what was in it.
So, Dom, what do you reckon?
Yeah, bit of detective work on that.
Yeah. The main thing is figuring out what the code was on there.
That would be nice.
That's the main
Yes,
thing.
that would be the icing on the cake.
Your father was one of the unsung heroes then, really, wasn't he?
Yes, he was recognised by the British. He got a Distinguished Service Order, which is the highest award the British can give to resistance fighters.
Oh, amazing. Hopefully we can do our bit as well.
Francis, thank you.
Thank you.
For bringing this.
And best of luck with it.
Yes, lovely to meet you, it really was. Thank you so much.
The cell is a constant reminder of what my father did. I mean, I know a lot about him. I've got a lot of paper records, but this is something that's tangible and therefore very important to me.
Now that is a story.
Isn't it fantastic?
I've never seen one.
No,
of
I
these
don't think we're ever going to see another one. It's amazing this has survived. I think our job now really is to just preserve it.
Yeah.
Just get rid of this rust because it's really starting to sort of set in down the bottom here.
That's one job, but
Yeah.
that is the other job.
I don't know if there's anything you can do, but any research we can look into trying to find out what...
We could find the fonts of this era.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
kind of make... Because there is something there,
There is,
isn't
and I reckon once I get that a bit cleaner, remove some of this rust, I'm hoping there'll be a little bit clearer. We just need all the help we can get, really. Give us some clues as to what that says, and then maybe we just definitely don't repaint it.
I'll get the fonts.
Yeah,
You
I'll
deal
get
with
on.
the rest.
Brilliant.
All right, no problem.
Thank you. Having the chance to work on something like this amazing old cell from World War II is incredible. So to clean off this rust, I'm using a very gentle rust remover. So it's absolutely fine to use over paint. It won't affect any of the paint that's on there. I can see it is coming off like a rusty brown colour, which is a really good sign. Although this is working really well, it is slow. I think I'm going to be here for quite some time.
Across the workshop, Brenton is working on the vanity set, which was handed down through 4 generations of women before nearly perishing in a fire.
How you doing, Brenton?
Right.
You look a bit worried, mate. You all right?
I'm all right with the silver bit. I've got a bit of a problem with these fire-damaged brushes.
Oh.
I wonder if you knew anyone who could restore them or replace them.
Restore these?
Yeah.
OK. I think we'll have to replace this one.
Yeah,
'cause
that one's bad, but this one, the wooden bit's fine on it.
OK, leave it with me.
Thank you
We'll
very
get
much.
it sorted. No
OK,
problem.
cheers.
Brenton's next job is to repair the tiny sections of silver brush encasings that ruptured during the inferno.
OK, so I've got a little split here, and I'm just cleaning this up prior to soldering it. And I'm going to put a little piece of silver, a little patch on the inside, and that will help to hold the split together. It's like a patch you put on your jeans when you've got a hole in them, similar sort of thing, but you won't see this because it's on the inside. So I'm just going to flux this, and this helps the solder to run, stops the joint getting dirty when I'm heating it. Put the little tiny patch in. I'm really pleased with that. OK, that looks really good. The patch is soldered in nicely there, and this is nice and strong. The split isn't opening anymore. All I need now to do is to go around this edge with a pair of pliers just to straighten this up, ready for the brush to go back in here.
To complement Brenton's silverwork, the burned bristles are in the hands of one of the country's last traditional brush makers, Alistair Russell and Gail Gorm.
So I've been given these by Jay. Now this one here, it used to be a clothes brush. It's quite a traditional shape. Certainly this is boar hair. From the stiffness of it, I would say it's Indian. And we think that we might be able to save this one because the wood here is in really good condition for what it's been through. So what we're going to do is we're going to unpick all of this wire and then hopefully be able to pull out all of the bristle, refill the holes and make it as good as new. This one, however, now it used to be a hairbrush, but as you can see here, it's very badly damaged around the outside. I just fear that if we take out any of this wire, it's just going to fall apart. So we decided that this one is probably past saving, and we've had to make a new wooden stock for it and then fill it with bristle, which is what Gail's doing over here.
Alistair tears them down, and I build them all back up again.
So if we just break the wire.
With over 170 years in the trade, Alistair's family has a long history of manufacturing quality brushes by hand.
It's always a little tricky, especially because it's so old.
So Alistair and Gail are keeping age-old threading techniques alive.
Some places have a machine to do it, but I just go by feel. It's a lot easier and a lot quicker. Yeah. Voila, that's one finished brush.
Alistair and Gail,
Hi,
how are we
Jay.
doing?
Hi.
Yeah, we're there.
You guys.
Difference, eh?
No, it's unbelievable the difference. Oh, and you've done it the proper way as well.
Yeah, traditional technique.
Oh, and that one as well?
Yeah, so the wood was absolutely fine.
Okay.
We've drilled it out and filled it with new bristle. And it's as good as new.
So these are all done then? Can I take them over to Brenton?
Yeah, take them away.
All done.
Thank you. You guys are good. Brenton. Look at that.
That's amazing.
It is, isn't it? Gail and Alistair have done an amazing job on there.
That's incredible.
So how much more have you got left to do?
Got to put a little bit of pitch in here to stop the metal bending. Sit that in the pitch, and then we're done.
OK.
Yeah. Thank you.
Happy days.
Cheers, thank you. So I'm just going to replace the pitch from this brush handle. If this is filled with pitch, tree sap, then if the back takes a bashing, when you put it down on the table like that, it won't dent back in again. The pitch will protect it. So I'm going to melt the pitch with my hot air gun. Right, here goes. I can feel it's gone in. So I'm just going to let that cool down now and then just very gently rub the silver over the edge, and then I can get onto the mirror.
Next to arrive at the barn is Susan Wyatt from Surrey. She's carrying a tiny treasure that holds a very big place in her heart. It belonged to a very special lady, her late mum, Ivy.
Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Will.
Hello, I'm Sue.
Nice to meet you, Sue. What's in the box?
This is a carousel that belonged to my mother.
A carousel? Let's have a look. That is so small. My word. So now I heard whispers of a carousel coming in. I was looking for a really big carousel coming in.
Music.
But it's totally the opposite. It's so small.
Yeah.
So how does it work?
Well, it's a spindle that fits in the hole on the base there, and it just spins around. There's nothing fancy about it, but it has huge sentimental value.
Yeah.
It belonged to my mother as a child, being handed to her from her mother, but it was really treasured by my mother.
Yeah.
And she wanted me to treasure it too. She'd had it for a long time and she really valued it.
Did your mother pass this on to you then?
Yes, she wanted to be sure that I handed it down to my daughter with the stories attached to it.
Tell me a bit more about your mum.
Her name was Ivy Wyatt.
Ivy.
She was born in 1924 in London, and they didn't have much, but they had a lot of fun. But then the war came along, and my mother worked at Bletchley Park, where where they
cracking all the codes.
Yes, which ultimately did lead to the end of the war.
Yeah, that's amazing.
She was very proud of it. What they did there was really the precursor of all the technology we have nowadays.
Yeah. How old would she have been around that time then?
Because it was towards the end of the war, 44, 45, so in her early 20s, 20 or 21. 20s. About 15, 20 years ago, the government decided that they should have honoured these people, and she was awarded a medal.
Was she?
So, yeah. She was very proud of that.
So going from quite fancy technology there to very simple technology here.
Yes, that's right.
It's really pretty.
I know.
So this has survived throughout the war then?
Yes, apart from the little man here.
So one has wheels, that one there's missing a couple of wheels.
Yes, I think it could be livened up a little bit. Not to see it shiny, but in keeping, my mother would be over the moon to know that I was doing something with it.
About it. Well, this is the smallest item I've worked on in the repair shop. It looks really delicate, but leave it with me and try and get it back working
Thank
again.
you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you, Will.
And I'll see you soon.
Yes, bye-bye. Bye. The carousel reminds us of my mother. She's with me all the time, and I'm proud to be her daughter, and we're all proud to have had her as a figurehead in the family.
So I'm having a look at Sue's mini carousel. It's really sweet, it's really small, it's really fragile. I can see that one of the guys has broken off here. And at closer inspection, you can see where someone has tried to glue this back in the past, so it's not the first time that it's broken. All in all, it needs a bit of love, a bit of TLC, and I think starting off with a really nice clean. I'm going to try to take the top off the carousel off, and that should give me better access to the guys on the inside. I'm giving this a clean with a cotton bud and some warm water. I'm not flooding the figures because they're made out of wood, and you don't want to soak wood with water because it can swell. So I'm being really quite careful and delicate with the cleaning. Really nice, and you can see a lot of the colours coming back through. Hopefully, once everything's been cleaned, you'll be able to see a lot more of that detail.
At his bench, Brenton is putting the finishing touches to the fire-damaged silver vanity set, which tended the hair of 4 generations of one family.
I have a new mirror glass here, and that goes in that way up. Little tabs that I bent up before are still waiting for me to bend them back down again. This, the evidence of the fire, still there. I can't start bending these little tabs over till I've got it in all the way around. It's a bit like a bicycle tyre where it's all got to be fitted in to be happy. There we go, that's done it, that's got that one in. I'm just going to check it looks all right from this side before I commit it to the frame, and I think it looks pretty nice actually. I know that's me. So I think that's looking good. So once I've got these all bent over and I've given this a polish, Patricia can come and pick this up, and I hope that she really likes it.
When this vanity set arrived at the repair shop, it was in a sorry state, with blackened handles, singed brushes, and a cracked mirror. Now painstakingly restored, Patricia has returned to collect it, accompanied by her mum Morna and granddaughter Charlie.
I'm very, very excited. At the same time, a little bit anxious. When the vanity set got ruined in the fire, I thought that was it, no more. We'll see.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Mona. How are you?
How do you? I'm well, thank you.
Good,
You?
good. Patricia.
Hello. And this is Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte. So how are you guys feeling? You looking forward to this?
Excited.
You're excited?
Yes.
I'm excited as well.
What remains of it, I hope, is as beautiful as it was.
There's a lot of history there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of family history.
Yeah.
You ready to be reunited?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, my goodness me. There we are, Charlie. Look at that.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah. That's lovely. Yeah. Yeah. No black on it at all.
No?
No.
Look at that. Charlie, you know, my grandmother made me brush my hair 100 times with this brush.
Oh, it's lovely.
So what are you going to do with them when you get them home today?
I'm not taking them home.
You're not?
I'm giving them to Charlotte. They're hers now. It's yours, my girl.
Aren't you a lucky girl?
It's for you.
Thank you so much. It's so beautiful.
So what are you going to do with them when you take them home?
Oh, I have to put them on display. So, like, you know, they're just so lovely.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Well, I know what it means to you, and it's been a pleasure doing it. So.
Here we go, Charlie.
Thank you.
Let me get a door for you.
Thank
Cheerio.
you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
You take care now.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you. I was stunned, actually. I never thought it would ever turn out like that. It's magnificent.
Oh, I'm definitely going to keep it in a good condition. I might end up using it, but I'm probably not going to brush my hair 100 times a day.
Well, you try it once and see if it works.
Across the barn, Dom has removed the rust from the cell that delivered secret supplies to French resistance fighters. But even with tracing paper, he's finding it difficult to decipher the code, which should reveal what those supplies were.
How you doing, Dom?
Jay, how's it going? You okay?
Oh, you ain't done too bad.
I'm struggling. Hold my hands up.
Well, what I've got, done some research, and I found the actual stencils of what they've used in the wartime.
Right. This is going to help us.
That's definitely a 9.
Look, it
Please
fits
say it's a 9.
perfectly.
Whew.
Fits
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah.
That's obviously a B. That's perfect. I don't know what that might be.
See,
It's an
that
S.
looks like an 8 or an S, yeah.
Or 3.
This is proper detective work, this is, Dom. Like, I don't know really how you're going to suss this.
Because it's the white on black.
Yeah.
I can use that and see if there's any white outside of that letter.
I'm with you.
It's not that letter.
With you. If I was to put a D up against the B, you just know.
There's black bits in where there should be white and white bits where there should be black. So it's just now a case of just sifting through these.
And then once they're done, we should be able to tell what code it is then?
So that will tell us what was actually inside.
The contents of what's in there.
When it was dropped in France originally, yeah.
You know, well, that's going to be really cool.
Isn't it?
Wow.
Worth the effort.
It is worth the
Absolutely,
effort, but you've
yeah.
got to do a lot of investigation, ain't you?
I know.
All right. Well, I'll leave you, let you have fun.
Good.
All
Thanks,
right?
Jay.
After a considerable amount of detective work and head-scratching, Dom's cracked the code.
So now I've gone through with all of these stencils and I'm confident what the remains of these letters and numbers actually are. B9A 9155. So it's just a case of enhance the lettering so you can actually read it, but I don't want it to look brand new and stuck on the front. This is a really, really tricky job. I'm using my tiny, tiny little brush and little dots of white, little stippling to try and blend in with the original colours and bits, you know, where it's worn and weathered and stained. I'm just blending bits in and keep stepping back and looking at it from a distance. Because my biggest fear is that the lettering ends up looking like it's just been sprayed on the front and stuck on modern. So But I'm going to keep working on it. It's going to be definitely a work in progress. I've got a long way to go.
Also busy at work on a former wartime operative's keepsake is Will. He's restoring an enigmatic toy that belonged to a codebreaker from Bletchley Park.
Now that I've taken that glue off, I can actually see that the wood that once went in there was the perfect identical thickness as a cocktail stick. So I've got a couple here that I can get him stuck back on again. They might be small, but cocktail sticks are incredibly strong. Lovely, well, that's the first end glued in now. What I'm going to do now is cut that down to the right length, the same length as the others, glue it in place, and we should be good to go. This is really small and really tricky to work with. I'm going to be mindful that I don't put too much pressure on the other drivers because they are quite fragile. So I'm going to make sure I hold this at the right angle because if it's slightly off, when everything's glued back together, it could look like he's about to sort of take off like a rocket or he's crashing into the ground. So be really careful whilst this dries to make sure everything is level. Well, now that they're all glued back in place, working out the best way to replace these damaged wheels, I have this really cool punch here, and it has a really sharp edge to it. They come in different sizes, so it should be able to punch out a perfect round shape out of a flat piece of wood. And then I can replace the wheels with that. Well, that's one wheel done. Absolutely perfect size. This is probably the quickest it's ever taken me to replace a tyre on a car, that's for sure. Well, all the woodwork has been finished now. They've all got their wheels. Before I put this back together, I'm going to paint in the new parts. It's really important to plan these things because if I glue this back together now, when it comes to painting, it'd be really tricky for me to get on the bits on the inside there. So whatever you do, plan as much as you can. I'm beginning to mix up the acrylic paint, slowly trying to reach the goal of getting that lovely sort of sky blue on that car there. It's really nice to see the colours back on the carousel as a fitting tribute to Sue's mum and what a fantastic woman she was. She certainly lived a life working at Bletchley Park. Be nice to have this working again and looking lovely for Sue to keep and to pass on to the next generations.
Nearing the end of a similar mission, Dom's restoring a relic that belonged to a wartime secret agent and freedom fighter.
I'm finally finished with the touching up of the letters. So the oil that I'm going to use to wipe over this is firstly going to stabilise the paint that's on there, to seal it all in, protect it. The bare metal areas that had rust before, this is going to stop them from going rusty in the future. It's going to make the blacks nice and black, make it nice and shiny, but most importantly, preserve this for years to come. That's brilliant. I now need to just let that dry, let that soak into the metal and all the paint and get it do its job. And then the secret agent cell is ready for its next mission.
Owner Francis spent years researching the life and death of the father he never had the chance to get to know. Now he's back at the barn, hoping to solve the final piece of the puzzle.
The cell is a unique, tangible link to him and to his work. So from that point of view, it's very important to me because it's the only souvenir I've got. It becomes even more important if I'm able to find out what it contained. That would make it very special.
Francis, hi.
Hello, good
You
to see
okay?
you. Good to see you again, Don.
Lovely to see you again. How are you?
I'm very well.
Yeah? Excited?
Indeed, because, yes, a link with my father, so yes, very important.
Good. I'm really, really nervous to show you this, knowing how much knowledge you have on this subject. I'm kind of terrified to show you, but I really hope you like it. You ready to see it?
Okie doke.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's extraordinary.
I just wanted to retain the fact that it still had this much original paint and the character that's on there.
And you managed to reveal the wording.
Yeah.
I thought it was 89, but that's B9, which I think I might be able to help you with. Now it comes.
Really?
I think so.
Oh.
The bottom number, I did a lot of research, and the bottom number I've discovered is simply a sequential packing number. So this is the
that's really interesting.
9,155th cell to be packed.
Wow.
The line above is the key, is the vital thing.
That B9A. Is,
Yes, which I thought was 89.
So this is why I'm so nervous to show, because it's just like, oh God, I really hope I've got this right.
So I've been trying to find the right catalogue.
Right.
And one of them, I think, is a B9A.
Oh, yeah.
You can see what it says.
The Sten machine guns, were they?
Submachine guns.
Submachine guns, ammunition for above, magazines, hand grenades. Wow. And then sandbags.
And the sandbags puzzled me at first, but because the hand grenades were liable to, and they did occasionally, explode when the containers hit the ground.
Oh,
they were packing.
Oh.
So that's extraordinary. That
You happy?
really is very happy, yes.
That's fantastic.
Magic, you've done magic, yes, which is wonderful.
Because this is so much more than just a cell to you. This one in particular, obviously, it must just symbolise so much of what your father did in the war.
Yes, it does. I mean, you know, a couple of months' time is the 75th anniversary of him being killed in a concentration camp. It makes it particularly pertinent that it's being done this year.
This year. Are you proud of your father?
Exceptionally proud, yes, yes.
I hope we've done him some justice.
Yes, you certainly have, yes.
Good. It has been an absolute pleasure and an honour being a very small part in your father's history. So.
I'm absolutely delighted, and I shall treasure it, and
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy it. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much. I'm very pleased and amazed that he's managed to uncover the stenciling. I haven't decided where exactly I'm going to put it. I know my wife, who considers it to be just the rusty bucket, will have a strong view on where it should go or not go. So I'll decide when I get home. The cell will be a constant reminder, and I'll probably make sure, therefore, that it's in a room that I use more than anyone else.
Also salvaging a wartime secret agent's possession is Will, and his assignment to put the spin back into a cherished carousel is nearly complete.
So that's the wheels on, everything's been painted, all the detail on the faces. The last thing I have to do now is to paint the roof, because the roof was quite damaged, get the colour back onto there, and then glue it all back together. Well, there we are. It's got the colour back into it, it's got the life back into it, and I hope that Sue's going to be just as happy as I am.
This tiny toy once belonged to a Bletchley Park codecracker who bequeathed it to her daughter. Sue's returned today in the hope that Will has transformed it into a fitting tribute to a leading lady.
It's special because it belonged to my mother as a child. She had an amazing life and she achieved a lot, but yet this little carousel is very simple and very symbolic to us.
Hello.
Hello. Lovely
Nice
to see you again.
Nice to see you. So this carousel was given to you by your mother?
Yes.
Yes.
Given to her by her mother.
By her mother. Quite an incredible lady. Right, would you like to have a look?
I would.
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's lovely. Just seeing that, how my mother would have seen it as a child and played with it. It's just amazing. Thank you so much.
It's okay.
You've brought it back to life. Can I touch it?
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful. As you say, the smallest thing you've perhaps done, but the biggest thing for me. Thank you. I'm overwhelmed.
It must be really nice to be able to hold that, knowing that your mother and your grandmother both played with it
to
too.
think that she played with it and kept it all those years and treasured it. Such a simple thing, but symbolic of a very special person. Thank you.
That's okay. What are you going to do with it now?
I shall look at it every day at my dressing table and think of her.
It's really nice to play with, actually.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Look at that. Who wouldn't like that? So I'm really so grateful to you. Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Now, I usually offer to carry things out to people's car, but I think you might be able to manage that.
I think I'm going to manage that. I just hope I don't trip over, that's all.
Lovely. Right, Sue, it's over to
Lovely.
you.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
My mother would be so pleased that we've done this and her achievements just carry on through this carousel. Every day I'll be able to see it and be proud of my mother and what she achieved and thankful that I have so many lovely memories.
In the repair shop today, Jay pitches in.
Give you a hand, huh? Is that all right?
Yeah, no, that'd be great. To help Steve's restoration of a lost clock, reunited with its owner 44 years later. Can I leave you to it?
All right, I will do.
And Kirsten showcases nerves of steel
Just got to bite the bullet and get on with it.
as she recreates the spectacular markings on a once shattered ball.
When I'm recreating a design, I tend to look at the layers, so I'm going to build it up in exactly the same way.
But first, a musical legacy that spans 3 generations. Pete Rout from Ipswich and his son Tom are hoping to save a guitar that has been silent for over 40 years.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hello.
Put this down here.
Hi, I'm Jay.
Hi, Jay.
I'm Jules.
Hi, Jules. Nice to meet you.
Guitar restorer Julian Wallace has a passion for vintage instruments.
What we have here is my dad's old guitar that used to play in the late 1940s and 1950s.
Okay.
And he played in a local band sort of in Ipswich and Suffolk area.
Okay.
So you can see it's a little bit worse for wear.
Let's have a look.
As see the neck is coming away from the body.
Yeah.
And on the back, you can actually see there's a crack.
That is a crack, yeah.
It's a complete guitar, but it's in a poor state that can't be played at the moment.
Yeah.
But It means quite a bit to me. In the mid-60s, when I was about 12 or 13, my dad taught me the basics of how to play a guitar.
On this guitar?
On this very guitar. Originally, it was just purely an acoustic guitar, no electronics on it. And to actually sort of help me there, he actually fitted this pickup, electronic pickup.
So your dad modified this for you?
Yes. And I remember I must have been so small because I can only just get my arm over to sort of play.
Right. So this guitar must be really important to you then?
It is, really, because it's my only link back to my dad now and his music and the sort of the legacy of playing music, appreciate music and listening to music, and which has passed down the generation to my son Tom and also my daughter Alice, both very good musicians.
Have you ever been able to play this guitar then?
No. It's never been in a state where I could get a sound out of it, so just can't wait to be able to play it and see how it feels and how it sounds.
I've got a lovely photograph of my dad taken in 1948 in his dad's garden with this guitar. I've got a picture of me in my dad's garden with the same guitar when I was 12, 13.
Okay.
And before Tom went to university, I got a picture of Tom in my garden with the same guitar.
Yeah, it's poignant, isn't it?
That was just a few months after my dad passed away that year. So it was poignant for that.
Yeah, for that time.
And actually, if you compare this photograph of Tom with my dad, they look almost like they could be brothers.
He was a lot more stylish than me.
Yes.
This is a very, very complicated fix. Things are falling apart and there's a lot of problems. And a lot of it isn't visible. It's
until you take it apart.
It's inside.
If it can be played as an acoustic guitar again, that'd be brilliant. It doesn't have to be pristine. In fact, it'd be nice to sort of keep the soul of the guitar
here.
We
should. And a repair like this has to be carried out sympathetically.
The wear on the back of the neck has been put on by my dad.
Yeah, that's your dad's hands.
And you don't want that taken off.
No, we don't want to get rid of that. Well, thank you both for bringing it in.
Pleasure to meet you. Thanks very much.
All right.
Okay, Tom.
Cheers.
You take care now.
It's quite sad looking at the guitar in its current condition because obviously it can't be played, and because of that it'd just be put away and forgotten about, and I think my dad deserves a bit more than that.
Now this is nice, isn't it? Yeah. Have you come across one of these before?
Yeah, I've had a few of these in. The style, many of. The actual make, just a handful, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And in my almost 30 years' experience of luthiery, which is the term for guitar maker repairers, I've done thousands, probably close to 6,000 instruments in that time.
6,000?
Yeah.
That is a lot. But you said that this is a complicated repair.
Very.
Very?
She's a lovely old instrument that really needs a lot of life breathing into her.
So what have you got to do to this then?
Well, the most complicated part really is the back, the crack on the back.
Yeah.
And to prevent further movement. Essentially, we want it to be structurally safe.
Right, I'm with you.
And I am going to do some work to the frets because they're pitted. We'll be removing all the hardware. The pick guard is already off. Everything will be cleaned and all put back.
Okay. And then on here, I can see that it needs string as well because there's a missing. Was it 2 that are missing off of there?
There's 2 missing there.
Right.
But these are very old strings, so you wouldn't just put 2 new ones on. These are probably so worn that over time they don't play in tune anymore.
Right. Well, I can get you those if you want.
Excellent.
Well, I'll tell you what. You grab that and I'll grab this and I'll show you to your new bench.
So the first thing I'm going to do is to plug in and test her out. So that's good news. The pickup, pickup's working. I became a luthier by basically having a real passion for the guitar, so not just playing, but I quickly understood what made them tick, how they work, and ideally what to do when they would go wrong. And some friends would say, set my guitar up before the gig, or put the strings on for me. And as the years went by, I guess I knew I had a flair for it. And I have a passion, and it beats working for a living.
Next, a tale of a family heirloom lost and found across 2 continents. Pharaoh's Jaffaji is hoping horologist Steve Fletcher
How we doing?
can get a well-travelled timepiece alive and ticking again.
You all right carrying that, yeah?
Yep. Thank you.
Well, this looks interesting.
Wow. It's an Ansonia regulator wall clock. I'm told it belonged to my granddad.
Right.
Was passed on to my father. I originate from Zanzibar in Tanzania. There was a violent revolution in 1964. Businesses were nationalized, properties were confiscated. I was 16 and we had to flee.
So at 16, the revolution started? And then
Correct.
What did you do?
Now I got a disabled sister, so my family, my parents had to stay there.
It must have been quite dangerous as you were leaving.
It was dangerous because if this revolutionaries knew you were leaving,
Kill you.
you're dead. And I came to UK to do my A-levels and then went to university here.
Very brave. So you left there at 16?
Correct.
And then you got your father and your mother over to the
In
UK?
72.
And they couldn't travel with this?
They could not travel with personal effects at all. So overnight, what they had, gone. But the clock, I think my dad, he didn't want to part with it, so he left it with somebody for safekeeping.
Oh, right. His intention was probably to come back.
And take it away one day.
Okay. So it's an important
But
clock to your
it
father.
never happened, unfortunately, in his lifetime. So I'm completing his mission.
So how long is that? What's
50 years.
50 years?
Yes,
Oh, my
yes,
goodness.
Yes,
Whoa.
Yes, yes. For 50 years, this wall clock was lost.
Your family never went back?
Nobody has been back. And when I went back as a qualified dentist and started a dental program in 2008, I got a phone call from a patient saying, could you possibly come and visit my elderly mum at home? So I went there and I saw this very clock hanging on the wall.
Right.
And I said, oh, I remember my father had a clock like this.
Yeah.
And I was a little kid. And they said, it is your father who gave it to their father for safekeeping.
Right.
Well, I thought I'd won the lottery. And, to find something that belonged to the family is the only connection with my old life. It was an amazing feeling.
That's great.
So when you got this back to the UK, what did you do with it then?
Well,
Where's it been?
it was hanging on the wall, not working.
Right.
Sometimes it works, but not always. And it rings when you don't want it to.
Okay.
With a bit of help from you, I'm sure you can kind of bring glory days back.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I look forward to working on it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Okay, bye-bye.
From my great-grandfather to my father, they probably feel elated that this clock has finally found its rightful home and is getting restored to what it used to be like when they had it.
Now that is a pretty amazing story, isn't it?
It's an incredible story.
And this has survived.
Yeah.
Whew. So what have you got to do? You've got to get the mechanism out or get all of this out.
Yeah.
And then I could probably take this over to Will for him to have a look at the case, because the case, it needs seeing to, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's going to make a lot of difference.
Well, it's not that heavy, is it?
Not too heavy.
That's all right.
Can you manage?
Yeah.
So I just pop that off. There we are. It's absolutely black. This mechanism is made by the Ansonia Clock Company. These were made in the thousands and thousands, but they do just bang on for years and years. And then when they come in to be repaired, they are extremely worn, like this one is. Some of the teeth are quite worn, and also the bearings have got extreme wear on them. So what I need to do to this clock is strip the mechanism down completely. I made these up out of a broken pair of pliers, and they're nice little pullers. Right, I'm just going to take the main plate off now. It's really, really dirty. What I need to do is put in the clock cleaner, clean it all up because I can't work on a clock that is filthy like this.
Across the barn, luthier Julian has stripped down the 70-year-old guitar and can now begin repairing each section.
Strengthen the parts inside that enable us to glue the top back onto the sides is a little piece of wood called kerfing, pieces that go perpendicular to the grain, and they add strength and prevent further movement. If that wasn't done, we couldn't move on anywhere because there'd be no structural integrity. And as soon as a set of strings would go on, it would just fall in on itself. I'm now going to apply the glue to the all the surfaces that are going to glue this split back. This is closed up nicely.
How are you doing, Jules?
Good, mate, you?
Look what I got for you.
Yeah, the strings.
Some strings.
Excellent.
Is that all right?
We'd be lost without them.
So you fixed the crack. So have you fixed the inside then?
Yeah, it's all patched, all the integral structural work's done.
So it's putting it back together now?
It's putting it back together.
Let's give it a go then.
OK, so we'll pop this on the sash strap. I'll grab the neck. And we'll just make sure that's centred.
There.
And, yeah, tighten up.
I don't want to go too tight.
That's great.
Is that all right, yeah?
I can see a little bit of glue ooze this side. That's great.
OK.
And then these will give the downward pressure.
So is it important, well, I suppose it is, that the neck's got to be lined up with here as well?
Absolutely imperative.
How do you tell that that's the same height for the actual bridge?
The bridge lives around there.
OK.
And my straight edge, the bottom of, is on the plane of the frets.
OK.
And this is simulating where the plane of the frets end. And we want it to kiss the top of the bridge, just like that.
You're good, aren't you?
Well, I'm all right.
You're right. So now that's all glued, all you've got to do now is just put the strings on? So?
Yeah, put the strings on, what we call setup, which is adjust the strings up and down accordingly.
I can't wait to hear Tom play this.
Yeah, me
I'll
too.
tell you what,
yeah.
You've done a good job.
Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
Jules.
Nice to see you, mate.
Outside, two more visitors. Charlotte Villicourt and her Aunt Mary have travelled from Cornwall.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay.
Welcome. I'm Kirsten.
Hiya.
They've brought the remains of a cherished keepsake to challenge ceramics expert Kirsten Ramsey.
What have we got?
Okay, so we have a broken fruit bowl. It's in 8 pieces.
8 pieces,
8
you say?
pieces.
Oh, my goodness, OK.
Yes.
I'm already starting to feel anxious. So who does this beautiful bowl belong to?
So currently it belongs to me. Before me it belonged to my mum, your twin sister, and before that it was your parents, my grandparents. And it stood proudly in their front room until my grandparents passed away and it was passed on to my mum. Sadly, we lost mum 3 years ago to multi-neuron disease.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And you were twins,
Yes.
really? Yes.
Identical twins.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So what kind of a woman was she, your sister? You're obviously very close.
Oh, yes, we were very
Yeah.
close. It's hard to describe, really.
She was a very kind, selfless lady.
Yes.
Yeah.
She'd done
She did
everything for everybody.
Yes.
Until we knew what she had. She was still helping people.
Yeah.
Very, very brave lady.
Yeah, she
at the
was.
end.
Yeah, she was. She was very
It's
brave.
very, very, very hard to have such a terrible illness that none of us could help her.
No.
Very
but,
sorry.
Yeah. But it'll be really nice to get this restored. I haven't got many things that were really precious to have apart from this, so this will be
It's a
really
good memory
lovely.
to her,
A
isn't it?
really
Yeah.
lovely memory to have.
So how did this beautiful bowl come to be in so many pieces?
My mum had it for about 18 months before I broke it. As about an 18-month-old child, I climbed up the unit that it was on.
What a terror.
And it's,
Beautiful bird.
and it's sat in pieces since.
It's always quite telling when people have actually hung on to sort of things like this broken into many pieces and then passed them on as well. You know, you wouldn't do that unless it was something that was just really precious.
Third generation, and she loved it because it was her mum's, and it makes you remember the people that aren't here anymore. They might be gone, but they're definitely not forgotten, and I want their memory to live on.
It's lovely. I can't stop looking at it.
It's shiny, isn't it?
I have never seen a bowl like this. That lovely
Luster.
Luster.
Yeah.
Lovely luster to it.
Yeah. Anyone that restores ceramics knows that lusterware is an absolute nightmare. It's very, very difficult to recreate that beautiful sort of pearlised effect.
But you know, I think like if there are still cracks and things, you know, like a older person's face, you know, they tell stories, and those stories can be told through the bowl. Yeah.
I love to hear that because I feel that very, very strongly. Actually, you know, it's all sort of part of the history.
Yeah, tells its story.
Yeah,
It's a fair few years.
Yes.
Are all the pieces there?
We
believe so.
I will have a look.
Look at that.
Fingers crossed. Well, I've got my work cut out.
I think you do.
Thank you so much for bringing it in, and I will do everything I can.
That's lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing how they managed to mend it. It's very broken. As we've tried to have the bowl fixed in the past and no one has been willing to take on the challenge, this really is the sort of last-ditch attempt at getting the bowl back to its former glory.
It's really quite exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
The iridescent sheen on the surface of lusterware pottery is achieved by glazing with metallic oxides and firing in a special oxygen-free kiln, a technique originally developed in Iraq, dating back to the 7th century.
Well, I've been absolutely itching to get my hands on this bowl. It's absolutely beautiful. It's an earthenware, vibrant deco bowl. It's probably made after 1921. My approach with this piece is going to be cleaning initially, so that when I introduce the adhesive, I get a really good, strong bond. I'm using acetone to clean the surface, and this is good for removing grease and dirt. So I'm going to keep cleaning this until the swabs come up clean, and then I can move on to the bonding process.
Also busy cleaning, Steve. Before he even attempts repairs of the long-lost wall clock mechanism, he must first remove the decades of grime and dirt from the scores of tiny mechanical elements.
Oh, Steve?
Yeah. I've just been soaking these clock bits in this ammonia-based clock cleaning fluid.
OK.
And just swill it off in water. Put that lid back on because it does...
It smells a bit. Yeah.
It smells a bit.
That's what got me over it in the first place.
Yeah, so now, basically, this is the hard work. So I just use some washing up liquid and a brush and just...
elbow grease.
Elbow grease, lots of it, but you have to make sure you get it into all the little nooks and crannies.
So you have to do this on every single thing?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've got some gloves here. I'll give you a hand, man. Is that all right?
Yeah, no, that'd be great. So let me just finish that one off. Right. Can I leave you to it?
OK, no problem.
All of that.
All right, I will do.
Right, well.
Hey, Steve.
I know you're busy, but can you totally restore this case?
Classic.
It's really loose. Everything's just falling to bits.
Oh, Steve,
it fell to bits.
This surface is pretty rough.
It's really rough.
It's like an alligator skin.
I know, absolutely. It's all crazed up, hasn't it?
Leave it with me, and I am going to try my best to do something absolutely magical for you.
Perfect, thank you.
I think it's mahogany underneath there, and it looks as if someone has tried to polish this at some point. Problem is, if you're polishing a surface that's dirty or waxy or greasy, that new layer doesn't really sit well, so then it tends to react and bubble up almost, and that feels like what's happened here. It needs to be stripped and repolished. So this is quite fast-working paint stripper. and that will remove all the varnish off the surface, but it won't damage the wood. Lovely. You can see the mahogany coming through underneath. See, that's one of the really nice things about this job. When you have something that looks really sad and tired on the surface, and when you start cleaning it back, it can reveal something so wonderful.
What do you think of that? Inspection time.
Whoa.
Did I pass?
Yeah, really well. That's fantastic. They all like that. They didn't just give me the clean one.
No, I didn't. No, I've cleaned them all up.
Oh, well done. Thank you very much.
It's all right, isn't it?
Brilliant.
All right, I'll leave you to it.
I've been going through this clock, and everywhere I look, there's a fault. I'm surprised it was ever working. There's quite a few bent teeth. There's worn teeth. I'm going to start off by filing some of these up to the right form. Beautiful. There we are. That's opened up enough. Get my pusher. Yeah. There we have it. Good. So this is going to work beautifully now for a good couple of 100 years.
Work on the 1940s guitar is nearing completion. It may be structurally sound, but there's one crucial job Julian's yet to do.
So now the neck's all on, everything's tickety-boom, we're ready for strings. So I'm just using a string winder to put the strings on. One of the best tools you can have in the workshop to make sure that you're putting on strings nice and efficiently. Tune her up, pitch.
The guitar had been unplayable for nearly half a century, a shadow of the instrument that had given owner Pete and his beloved dad so much pleasure. Now Pete and his son Tom are back to collect it.
I hope Jules has done that sympathetic sort of repair and restoration, so it's still my dad's guitar, it's still the guitar I remember. My dad used to play the guitar to us at night rather than give us a bedtime story, so it means a lot to me now.
The guitar's always been in a state of disrepair since I've kind of seen it, so I've never had a chance to play it. So hopefully I'll get to have my first go on it today.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey guys. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm very good. How you doing?
See you again, mate.
Likewise. So how are you feeling? How are you both feeling?
Yeah, excited, nervous, because it was in quite a bad condition, state when we left it with you.
We should show them, shouldn't we?
I think we should, mate.
Yeah?
You ready?
Yes.
Wow, look at that. You're a magician. It's all back together. Wow. Look at that. It's not only guitar, it's my dad's guitar.
Yeah.
Oh, the back was... Let me have a look at the back.
Yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it?
That was a bit better, yeah. Well, thank you very much. That is superb.
Welcome. Yeah?
That is superb.
Job well done.
Yeah, well...
Sound all right?
Oh, it does. Got a nice ring to it.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
The last time I heard it play was probably when I played it in the early 1970s.
Right.
And that's a long time.
That's a long time ago. It's up to you, Tom.
So do I want to hear it, so.
it's good, isn't it?
Thanks, Tom.
How's that feel, Tom?
Brilliant. I can't really describe it. It's just kind of overwhelming, really.
Yeah.
That is now the one link back to my dad and his music. So, yeah, it's very important.
And it's tangible, yeah.
Yes, you can touch it and feel it and play it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Well, I think you've done a great thing. Yeah. You've done your dad proud, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah?
So-
You OK?
Yeah.
Well done.
Top man.
No, you're a top man, bringing it in.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with that.
Cheers.
Take care now.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Bye.
Take care of yourselves.
It looks really amazing, and I didn't think I'd get emotional about it, but playing it, I felt myself go a little bit. Just holding the guitar, it's really got that history and evokes a lot of feelings and memories that I have.
And also hearing it from the front of the guitar, it sounds strange, but when you play a guitar, you're behind it and the sound goes forward. So it's more like my dad was playing it rather than when I was playing it. So it's, yeah, emotional.
Ceramics expert Kirsten has finished cleaning every single surface and break edge of the shattered lustre bowl. She is now ready to reunite the puzzle pieces.
I'm using gravity to pull that smaller piece down onto the larger piece. So that's really gone together very nicely. I can only hope that the rest of it will follow. Hearing the story about Charlotte's mum and what a kind woman she was and how she helped other people, she was obviously very loved and is very missed. That's gone together really nicely. I'm delighted with the way that that's locked together. There's a couple of small chips and areas that are going to need some filling and retouching, but overall, I'm pleased with that. Because this is lustreware, it's really, really difficult to retouch convincingly. So I do have special powders that are lustre powders, and they all have a very slight different colour, light quality to them. And this is just a pearl, and I'm looking for a greeny lustre pigment for this bowl. And it's really a case of just trying to match what you've got on the ceramic to the powder that you've got. And I think in this circumstance, the best option is to add the pearlescent powders to the fill. I want the fill to be the right background colour so that I can just put in the black detail over the top. So I've got a fair bit of filling to do on this bowl, and then the retouching begins.
Once the pearlescent filler is cured, Kirsten must now call upon her steady hand and artistic eye to recreate the lustre bowl's intricate design.
This is where everything comes together, and there's a little bit of apprehension. It's, can I actually do this? Can I recreate this pattern and this beautiful lustre finish? But I've just got to bite the bullet and get on with it. When I'm recreating a design, I tend to look at how it's actually been created originally and look at the layers. So I'm going to build it up in exactly the same way. The pattern here is a like a circle because I can see it there. I'm just going to paint that in. I'm also really conscious that Charlotte did mention the fact that this bowl will have storylines, which really touched me. Normally I'm trying to pretty much remove any traces of damage, but with this bowl, I think it's really important to actually keep those links. So the pattern is coming along quite nicely. I'm quite enjoying it now. I'm on a bit of a roll. And then the final stage is just going to be putting the gold back on.
Having taken the regulator clock apart and cleaned, checked and overhauled every one of its components, Steve is finally ready to rebuild the venerable timepiece.
Oh, there we go. I've done these clocks for 45 years. Still missed a wheel. Good. The striking is set up absolutely bang on. Ooh.
Hey, Steve. Look at that.
What a difference. What a difference.
Massive difference, right?
Do you know what? Ferroz is going to be absolutely made up. This is lovely. Thank you so much.
No worries, but I can't wait to see it all back together and back on the wall.
Yeah, me neither.
I'll catch you later, mate.
This is always the nice part of doing a clock repair. It's a shame, really. It's beautiful. And that's the last time that anyone will see it until the next clockmaker takes the clock apart. Great. I just need to test that for a while now, and then we can give it back to Ferroz. I'm really pleased with this. It looks great, absolutely great.
This century-old clock was once deemed lost as a family rebuilt their lives after a political revolution, only to be rediscovered in a stranger's home 44 years later. Feroz's wish was to see it tick again, as his father had back in Zanzibar. Now he's returned to the repair shop to see if Steve has managed to make his dream come true.
I'm really excited to pick up the clock. It's a constant reminder that there is a connection between my parents, Zanzibar, and the clock with me now. Hi.
Hello, Ferroz.
It's good to see you again, Steve.
You too.
How are you?
Good, thank you. It's a very important item to you, isn't it?
Absolutely, because that's the only link I have with my parents.
Right, well, I'm not going to leave you in suspense any longer.
Okay. Wow. Can't believe it. That's fantastic. It really is. It really is amazing. It brings a lump to my throat to see what you've done. That's fantastic, it really is. That's really superb.
I'm going to strike it now.
Oh, it works. It sounds even better than before. That's really superb. Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. Would you like to take it away?
I would love to, yeah. I had a little lump in my throat, right, to see the condition that the clock is in now. My parents would be elated if they were to see that in its present condition, and that it has come back to the rightful owners after having been lost for 50 years, back to me.
Hoping her assignment inspires similar joy, Kirsten has managed to get the lustre bowl in one piece again and is applying the final touches.
There's a few areas on the inside and the outside where there was a few chips missing, and I've made those up, so I am going to have to pop a little bit of gilding on there. I don't want to over-restore it. I want to keep the history of this piece. You know, it's been used, it's been loved, and that lovely wear on the edge there is just a part of the story of this bowl.
When this bowl came to the repair shop, it had been fractured into 8 pieces, all carefully stowed away in case the opportunity ever arose to fix it. Sadly for Charlotte, who broke the bowl, her mum passed away before she could see it repaired, but Kirsten's work will provide a fitting tribute. Along with her Aunt Mary, she's back to collect it.
As Mum kept the bowl for 29 years in pieces, she would have loved to have seen it back to its former glory.
I think the sentimental thing of it is going to be something, because Charlotte losing her mum only 3 years ago with a terrible illness, that I think it'll be nice to see it reinstated.
Yeah. I know Mum loved it so much, and that I feel a bit guilty for breaking it in the first place, but fingers crossed now it will stay in its complete state for the rest of its life.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing? You all right?
Hello, thank you.
Hi.
Hello, Kristen.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, you're right.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, good.
Well, you're looking straight at me.
I don't think we can hardly wait, can
No,
we?
I can't. I'm really excited.
Yeah.
This means a lot to the family, doesn't it, this
Yes,
bowl?
a lot of sentimental value for my sister, so it's going to be something in her memory now.
Yeah.
I think that'll be quite nice for Charlotte.
Yeah, definitely. Really nice.
Good.
I think I just want to show him, really.
Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Like, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Like, you can't see.
I can't believe it. It's wonderful.
You can't. You would never believe that was like fragments of a bowl.
I do remember you saying about storylines and the history of the piece, so I kind of had that in my mind when I was working on it. And if you look closely, those storylines are visible.
So they're very minutely, but you can see it's still got its tale of how once it was.
Perhaps only you know.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That's absolutely incredible.
Oh, bless
The
you.
reactions just say it all.
It does say it all.
Yeah.
It does say it all completely.
Absolutely, yeah.
This, it triggers memories that you thought you'd forgotten. I'm pleased, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now the bowl's repaired, I'm sure my mum would forgive me. She would be so happy to see it back to its beautiful state that it's in now. She'd be pleased as punch, but I'm sure I definitely would be forgiven.
Mavis and I were very close. Although we lived 50 miles apart, we spoke to each other every single day on the phone. Having something restored like this seems to give him back something. Strange sort of feeling that you've got. I'm overwhelmed with it, really. Sort of. Words are hard to find in a situation like this.
It's another story to add to our family's history, and hopefully one that can be told for a few more generations.
In the repair shop today,
I need to take this old wiring out now and start running my new wires through the house.
Will looks on the bright side.
Let me just see if it works. That's really sweet.
And the restoration of a religious relic brings out a confession from Susie.
Having had a father who was a watchmaker, I think we were all born with patience in our family, which is really useful.
getting a straw for this?
Yeah.
There we go.
First, a nifty machine that once took pride of place in a family-run business.
Hello, I'm Jay.
Hi, pleased to meet you.
Hi, I'm Steve.
Hi, pleased
And you
to
are?
meet you, Steve, I'm Kay.
Kay Berry from the Peak District hopes Jay and repair shop pro Steve Fletcher can refurbish an heirloom that holds the keys to fond memories of her childhood.
It's heavy.
It is heavy. Whilst I get my breath back, please tell us the story behind this one.
This belonged to my grandparents,
Okay.
and they were publicans, and they used to have this on the bar of the pub that they had when I was little.
Right.
And I used to go sit on a bar stool and pretend to serve customers their drinks in the pub.
Yeah. What was your grandma and grandfather's names then?
Oh, Grandma was Florrie.
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 Right.
And Grandad was Bill.
Bill.
Mm.
Okay. Did they use this in the pub then?
No, it was decor. It was just on the bar, it was a talking piece, and it was just decoration in the pub.
Okay.
But then after that, they did have it in another business,
What,
yes.
what was that business?
That was a chip shop.
Oh, right, okay.
They came out of the pub and bought a chip shop, and they did
Yeah.
actually use it as the till.
And when was
a
that?
few years. That would have been in the 80s then, early 80s.
Okay.
We used to go and help at weekends. I would have been about 8 or 9. And I
8
was
or 9?
But I was like this, serving people, putting the chips on the top.
So how come you've got this then?
Because I loved it and played with it so much when I was little.
Yeah.
They said that it was to come to me when they died, and it did.
I couldn't help notice that it's pounds, shillings and
It
pence.
is, yeah. So in the chip shop, it was literally just somewhere to put the money.
OK, can I press one of the buttons?
can.
Ah. Oh, gosh. Tell me how it's got into this sort of condition.
It was stored in a damp area for a number of years, for about 5 years.
Right. Okay.
I took it out and thought, I'm going to clean it up, but it's just too much for me to do.
Isn't it, you press one of those and something's supposed to come up on air?
It is.
And where are those then?
Well, they're in here. I took the flags out because I did try and start to clean it up a
Right.
little bit.
Yeah.
I got as far as the flags, and I just gave up.
What would you like Steve to do to this then?
What I would really love is some shine to be put back on it,
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
Bring him back to life again, because it looks amazing when it's shiny. I remember it being like that.
Yeah.
And just get the flags back in so that they all pop up when you press the buttons.
OK.
And if Steve's able to get it working and looking shiny, again, is what you want, what are you going to do with it then?
I'd love my grandchildren to play with it. I've
Right.
got 3 young granddaughters, and they all like to play shop.
Ah.
And this till is the link to that part of my childhood
Yeah, yeah.
and the fond memories of my grandma and granddad.
Yes. These are fantastic quality things, so I'll enjoy opening it up and having a look inside.
Mm-hmm.
OK, thank you for bringing this in, OK?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
No
much.
problem.
Thank you.
You take care now.
Thanks, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
I remember seeing these on top of the counter and they were just like gleaming. So,
Absolutely.
Can't wait till that shines up.
Yeah, this is going to shine up really, really well.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a lot of hard work.
A lot of what hard work shining this up?
Yeah, I might need some help.
OK. You're
Thank
looking
you.
at me.
I am.
You're looking at me. OK. No problem. All right.
OK, you ready?
Yeah, definitely.
Right, well, that's the mechanism. In there. Doesn't look too bad, actually. I mean, it looks as if it's all well greased. The biggest job is going to be polishing it all up. There are these rusty keys here that I've got to try cleaning up. So I'm just going to remove the back. I'm terrified that I don't drop any of the panels. Oh, I can see actually. We've got a coin down here. That's a halfpenny. A 1913 halfpenny. I've got another coin here. Let's just see what this coin is. And that is 200 lira. 1978. So I'm just going to start on the keys because I want to see how well they clean up. So I'm going to use a sanding device. I feel like a dentist or hygienist cleaning up teeth, going right in and cleaning up teeth. Right, that's one done. Only another 20 to do.
Next to pull up, with a treasure from her childhood, is Janine Savage from Dorset, accompanied by Sue Keenan.
How you doing? I'm Jay.
Hi, I'm Janine. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. How you
Hello.
doing? I'm Jay.
Hello, Jay. I'm Sue.
All right,
Nice to
Sue.
meet you.
So is it in the boot then, yeah?
Yes. Ta-da!
Janine hopes wood aficionado Will can transform a very special gift.
I'm Will.
Hi, I'm Janine. Nice to meet you.
to meet
Hello,
you.
Will. I'm Sue.
So whose doll's house is this then?
It's my doll's house. It was made for me by my grandpa for my 4th Christmas.
So when you was 4 years old, you got this? Oh, bless.
And he had a workshop next to the cottage where he lived, and I wasn't allowed in the workshop, and I couldn't understand it because I'd always been in the workshop, always been allowed in the workshop to watch him work. I wasn't allowed in it, but that's because the doll's house was being created.
Oh, OK. So when you saw it at Christmas, how did you feel?
Oh, I just remember being completely overwhelmed. It was just wrapped in this huge amount of paper and a ribbon on it, and it was just awesome. I was so excited. For a tiny, well, small person, it seemed even bigger than it looks now. Obviously, it just seemed huge.
Did you have furniture in this as well? Was there stuff inside?
Yeah, there was a little toilet roll holder with paper on it. He made the wardrobes, beds.
You had wardrobes and beds in there as well?
All sorts of things.
So,
in there.
Jay, so you seem fascinated by building wardrobes, but a mini toilet roll.
Doesn't faze you.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
A mini toilet roll holder.
The attention to detail was incredible. And it used to have all sorts of other details. It had a panel on the side of the chimney breast.
Right.
When there was buttons on there, and when you pressed a button, a light would appear in a room. It was incredible.
So your granddad must have been a very special person to you.
He was very special.
Yeah? So what's the future hold for the doll's house, and why do you want to get it repaired?
Well, the idea is that now sort of family have finished playing with it, I couldn't bear to part with it completely. So I thought I'd like to hand it on to a charity to see if some other children could enjoy it.
Right.
And so I was racking my brains and I thought, Julia's house, children's hospice, local to me.
Yeah.
You know, we're a local family. And this is where Sue comes in.
So, Sue, tell us about Julia's house then.
Julia's House is a charity, but it's a children's hospice. We look after children who have life-limiting illnesses. We have wonderful nurses, carers.
Yeah.
Our children are very poorly. They come to us for primarily respite, but actually they come to us to have an amazing time. That's what we set about to do.
Oh, that's nice.
You open the door and you're just greeted by smiles and joy and play. And I want to be able to show the children that before they get there with the replica of Julia's house.
Right.
I want to be able to take this doll's house out, particularly say to children who know they're going to come and visit us.
Right.
They've never been before. Show them through play.
Yeah.
Actually, you're going to have a good time when you come here.
Right.
We can't wait to welcome you.
That is really special. What do you think your grandfather would make of you passing the doll's house on?
I think he'd be delighted. You know, he was such fun as a grandpa that I know that he would love to think of other people having fun with something that he'd made.
Oh.
So, yeah.
He'll be happy.
Very.
Oh, good.
I think that it's really nice, the fact that this has been in your family for so many years and you're about to hand that over for such a good reason and...
A good cause.
And a good cause, yeah. It's lovely.
Thanks. Thank you.
Can we have a look on the inside?
Absolutely.
So what does Julia's house look like then? Because you said you want this to imitate Julia's house. What does it look like inside?
Well, I mean, it's got 4 bedrooms, but primarily we can work with these 2 as the main bedrooms.
OK.
And then we use this as a lounge
Right.
and an activity room. So the
OK.
activity room, they play, paint, do crafts, make, create, and that would be amazing.
OK, no problem.
I cannot wait to get stuck into this.
Yeah.
To get
can't
this
wait to
up and
see.
running for all those children.
Oh,
Amazing.
Incredible.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, leave it with us, and we'll be in contact.
Fantastic.
Thank
Can't
you.
wait to see it.
Thank you so much.
Very nice to see you. Thank you.
I think my grandfather would absolutely love the fact that the Doll's House is going to this amazing cause. I think he'd be so pleased that another generation of kids is going to enjoy the legacy.
I'm just hoping to see a little version of Julia's house and the potential within that to create so many smiles for our children.
This is probably the size of my flat, Jay. I'm not joking.
Right. Have you had much experience with home improvements?
I can't say I have.
Right.
Structurally, this is in pretty good condition.
It is, actually, yeah.
It'd be quite nice to get all this old paperwork off of the front, get the old carpets out, and start with a nice clean canvas.
Yes.
And then the windows, I might try and replace those, maybe with some perspex or something.
Cool. You're going to reinstate the electrics?
Yes, I think it'd be really nice to get some lights on the ceilings.
Yeah, that would be really cool. All right, well, let's get this over to your area then. Let's move house. Come on in.
I love the fact that Janine wants to give it to Julia's house to help the transitioning from home into the hospice, and I think it's quite important for them. If I can create a miniature version of Julia's house, it might make that sort of transition for the children less scarier and see it more as a positive. But I really want to freshen the whole house up, so I think, first of all, I'm going to get this old paper off the front. Well, I've stripped the doll's house of all the old paper. I've taken out the rugs, the carpets, and it's almost like buying a brand new house. You move in, you want to make your own, you take back the carpets, you see these sort of old painted floorboards underneath, you take the wallpaper off, you see the old wallpaper underneath. So it's sort of stripping back the history. There's so much stuff going on here.
Steve's working on the vintage brass cash register, which was an important feature in a family business spanning nearly 5 decades.
I've cleaned all the rust off of the keys now, and the actual bits that you actually push on have cleaned up really well. And I'm just putting a primer on at the moment, and I'm going to finish it off with a nice gloss black, and I think that looked absolutely fantastic. I love doing other bits and pieces like painting, because it's quite therapeutic, especially when you get a nice finish on it.
How you doing, Steve?
Yeah, good.
Kay's going to love this.
Yeah.
It's going to look the part.
It really is.
But the body
Yeah.
has got to look as good as all of this, what you've done here.
Right, do you want to take the first piece?
Yes, please.
I'll give you a big piece first, all right?
Right. Wow. OK, so what shall I use then?
If you use my clock cleaning fluid and the bristle brush.
OK. Can comply. All right. I've often smelt this stuff and I don't really like the smell of it, but it's got to be done. And it's really, really strong. I don't know how Steve does this. What I'm hoping is that this is actually going to bring it up to a really nice shine and make it look the way that Kay wants it to look, actually. It's looking really good.
While Jay gets the ornate brass panels gleaming again, Steve can focus on reinserting the till's price flags.
Just putting all these flags into order so that when you push one of these keys, the right flag comes up. It's quite nice, actually. These flags have got the old money and the new money. So when we decimalised I guess this was used at that particular point in time. Got to make sure it's working before I put it all together. So let's press 1 shilling or 5 pence. Fantastic, that's working really, really well and sounding great as well. I love that sound to bits. It takes me back to when I was a child, because all shops would have tills like this and they would all make that very recognisable ding. So, yes, lovely, absolutely lovely. I can't wait to get it all back together.
Next to put his faith in the repair shop is the Reverend Richard Hayes, who hopes leather virtuoso Susie Fletcher can resurrect a sacred relic damaged in the line of duty.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
That's good. I'm Jay.
I'm Richard.
All right, Richard.
Susie, nice to meet you, Richard.
Now, that is a nice box.
It is, isn't it?
OK. So, what's in the box?
I'll show you.
Yes, please.
There we go.
Oh.
It's a World War II home communion set used by an RAF chaplain. So you've got the chalice.
Yeah.
Pattern.
The pattern does what?
That's just where you put the bread or the wafer.
OK.
And there's one jar for wine, but you'd have another one for water, which I've lost.
OK.
So the wafer is the body, the wine is the blood, reminding people about the death of Christ.
What's in there? AM?
Air Ministry.
OK. So who used this? Who did it belong to then?
Well, a guy called Heyman Johnson, Reverend Heyman Johnson.
OK.
He would have been in his late 20s when he joined up.
Right.
This particular box was used between 1941 and 1946, went all over the world.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Because we think about Spitfires and Hurricanes and the Battle of Britain.
Yeah.
But I think about the men who were in the hands of the RAF coming back from the prisoner of war camps in the Far East. And I'm just, again, thinking, how many men did this
Oh, yes.
see?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. You knew him? Did you know him?
No.
So how come you've got this?
Well, it was his widow who decided she wanted it to continue being used.
Right.
So it was given to my boss, my vicar, when I was in my training post.
Yeah.
And he said, Richard, you should have it.
Yeah.
And I've had it for 27 years.
That's really cool. And you're still using it today?
And I'm still using it today, week in, week out. Often to the elderly and the sick,
Right.
and just taking a simple communion service for them. They're not on the front line, but it still means as much to them.
Yeah, it would do. So what would you like us to do to this then? Well,
I mean, it would be lovely to see it restored to something like when it came out of the forces, because it's just bit by bit falling apart. Originally, there would have been a strap going around.
Do you know what sort of strap it was? Was it a short or a long strap?
It was fairly long. I mean, it was so that you could use it like a handbag, so it could go over the shoulder.
Oh,
so
shoulder.
you could have
Okay.
a shoulder strap.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And obviously the sides have gone as well. And I just thought, you know what? This deserves some special treatment. It really does. After all, how many men received their last communion from this set before they went off on ops and didn't return? And for me, that's a really powerful thing. And it would have been powerful for them. We don't know, what drew them to receive communion.
Yeah.
But they needed that for what they were doing.
As they were going into battle.
Absolutely.
Thank you for bringing it in.
No, pleasure.
Thank you so much.
That's okay.
This will be a first for me, so I'm looking forward to starting
We're looking
it.
forward to seeing what you do with it.
Okay,
Thanks ever so
brilliant.
much.
All
Bye-bye.
right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It'll be lovely to have the communion set repaired and looking beautiful. It has a value to it, which is quite emotive. So it'll be lovely to be able to use it again and to be able to tell the story.
So the things this must have seen with Reverend Johnson, it's just unbelievable on the battlefield, isn't it?
It's just amazing, isn't it?
It is. And it's really very...
It's solid.
Solid and tactile.
Yeah. It just needs a little bit of TLC.
It needs the Susie touch.
Needs the
That's
Susie
what it needs.
touch. Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Well, it's missing its handle.
Oh, yeah, the strap.
So the strap,
Yeah,
when he's travelling along to see his parishioners.
So speaking of missing...
Yeah.
There's the water bottle. I'm going to see if I'm going to get one just like this.
Oh, brilliant
Yeah,
idea.
should be able to find one.
I
So,
like that idea.
Yeah. So now, just load it back up.
Yeah.
And get it over to your bench.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. So Richard's communion case is in a bit of a sorry state, having been used in the Second World War. But also, I'd never even stopped to consider the fact that there are people that are homebound, how they take communion, and this is just an amazing communion case. But, as we see, it is in need of some serious help. The most obvious is that it's actually missing both of the end sides of the lid here. And I'm going to start by removing this tatty leather over here. I'm not removing very much at all. So I'm going to make a strip that's going to be attached to the top here, which will be extended out to sew the side to. It's going to be obvious that I've had to add a new piece. So I need to cut out the two side bits, I can prep them and then start sewing everything together.
Thanks to restoration duo Steve and Jay, work on the elegant antique till is nearly complete.
Good. All ready for the final stage of just putting the glass in, and then it's done. I hope Kay's going to be so pleased with this. Jay has really made a good job at polishing up the case. Now it's all working. And Kay can actually press the keys and it all works perfectly well. Fantastic.
After years tucked away in a damp room, this till arrived dull, rusty and out of service. Once the pride and joy of Kay's grandparents, she's returned, hoping that she can finally hand this precious memento to the next generation of her family.
It was in really quite a poor shape when I brought the till in, so I was really quite upset about that. I hope Steve can bring the till back to the condition that it was in when I was a little girl. It was beautiful and shiny and just lovely. I can't wait to see what they've done with it.
Hello, Kay. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Nice to see you again.
And you.
So how you feeling?
So excited.
So are we, actually. What do you reckon? You ready?
Yep.
Oh, you did the honours, sir.
Oh, my. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, my word. Oh, you are so good. Oh, thank you so much. I can't believe it. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's beautiful. That's even nicer than it was when I was little.
Yeah.
Even nicer.
Do you want to press one of them?
You know, the flags haven't been in for such a long time. Oh, fabulous.
So when you push the key and the bell rings, does that take you back to your
Absolutely.
childhood?
It really does. There's something special about a sound from your childhood. It really does transport you straight back.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do with it now?
I've got a special area for it at home.
Okay.
And my granddaughters, when they come to visit me, they can sit and play shop.
Oh, that's fantastic.
They've been dying to play with it.
Yeah.
It's been great fun working on it. Jay has spent hours cleaning up the case.
Really, have
yeah.
you? I can imagine you have. That looks amazing. That's absolutely such a good job. It's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, Kay.
Thank you
for
so
bringing
much.
Thank you so much for bringing it in. It's been a real joy to do.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you for doing it for me.
Very, very welcome.
It was just amazing, just incredible what they've managed to do. My grandparents would be so thrilled that it's been restored and that it can now carry on being passed down through the generations. Their great-great-grandchildren now will get enjoyment out of this till that they loved.
Will is also repairing a childhood memento, soon to be bestowed to a good cause, a children's hospice.
So I've decided on some colours for the house now. I think the outside, I'm going to go for like a magnolia colour, and for the roof, like a sort of slate grey colour. The front, I've had to sand right back down to the wood, so it's nice and smooth and ready for painting. The original windows were made out of this quite sort of flimsy plastic here, so I thought it would be really nice to change them, maybe not with glass windows, but with perspex windows. They're going to look like glass, but be a lot safer for children to play with. I'm going to use some hot glue now to stick them all in place. Well, that's all the windows in. Nice and secure. I think they look lovely. All I need to do now is replace all of the window frames that went around the outside. I'm going to give them a lick of paint as well, glue those on, and then that's the front panel done.
With the exterior almost complete, Will can shed a little light inside.
I want to rewire this and get some lights back into the house. I've got a new lighting kit here. I've got all these really small, sweet lights which will go on the ceilings, and they sort of all attach to this sort of mini extension. They all clip into there. That attaches to the battery, and you can turn them all on and turn them all back off again. I've also got a little button here where you can turn it on and off, and the plan is to disguise that as one of these little bits on the top of the chimney. I need to take this old wiring out now and start running my new wires through the house. Well, that's in place now. Let me just see if it works. That's really sweet. I think it looks great. I need to glue in the other 3 lights now. Then I need to wire in the button on the top. And then everything will be wired up. Good to go.
At her bench, Susie is battling on with the portable communion kit used by an RAF chaplain to bring comfort to servicemen during the Second World War. She's about to begin the complex task of binding the box with the newly restored leather.
So now that I've prepared the leather, what I'm doing is prick marking it, and that's just marking where my stitches are going to be, because I'm going to have 2 pieces of leather joining at a 45-degree angle like this, the stitches are going to go through that corner, and this will allow the needle to find the right angle to follow. There's a more time-consuming stitch than normally just stitching two pieces of leather together, because you're dealing with that angle. I think having had a father who was a watchmaker and dealing with tiny, tiny little things, I think we were all born with patience in our family, which is really useful. Okay, so I'm just finding my rhythm here, and it's all beginning to come together really nicely. Got lots of stitching to do, but it's going to be so worthwhile so that Reverend Richard can take it out and visit all his parishioners again. I've now got the majority of the box repaired. What's left to do is make a new shoulder strap that was completely missing. So to do that, I'm just going to use a fairly strong but lightweight leather. And in this instance, I'm looking for something 7/8 of an inch. And the strap that goes through the buckle has to have the end rounded off so that it easily goes through the buckle. And I use what we call a church end punch, and it makes this lovely pointy effect. The next thing I need to do is stain the cut edges of the leather, and I use an edge stain here which has a mixture of pigment but also a glue that is activated once I rub it through the rubbing up cloth. And it not only seals the side, but also makes it look really attractive. If you don't seal the edges like this, as it passes through the buckle, it will roughen up the edges, and over time it just looks really distressed and quite ugly. So I'm just heating up my creasing iron here. This has no purpose other than to give it a nice finished look. It's amazing what a simple process can make to the finished item. So there you have the lines. And then finally, I'm just going to prick mark where I'm going to sew the D's onto. And the D's will be attached to the shapes that will be sewn onto the case. So that's the first strap done. I just got the other half to make, and then it'd be ready to mount onto the box.
Will's adding the finishing touches to his miniature project.
I thought it'd be a really nice final touch to get Julia's House logo on the front door. Right, well, the sticker is on the front door. Let's see if this fits. Lovely, and it's finished. I just need to get some furniture in there, then I can get this little Julia's House back to Big Julia's House.
Now Will's work is complete. The doll's house, owned by Janine Savage, will be transported to its new home. A children's hospice in Corfmullen, Dorset, which provides respite and play therapy for hundreds of children with life-threatening illnesses, such as Hunter, Darcy and Sophie.
Darcy did go through a phase of not wanting to come here, and actually finding a way to help the children overcome any anxieties that they've got is always a real huge bonus, because we know how much anxiety can really affect the children.
It has made a massive difference to our family life, and Sophie, she's a lot happier and the anxiety is a lot less now.
I think it's going to become a really pivotal part of what we do at Julia's house.
I'm so excited. I've even got goosebumps now. Yes, I can't wait to see what Will's done with it.
Are you excited to see what's underneath? It's so exciting. Oh, my goodness. Who's going to knock on that door?
Go on then.
Knock on the door. Good knocking. Who's coming to play? Here comes Sophie. Knock on the door. Who's coming to play? It's Julia's house. Come closer, come and have a look. Looks like a button. I'm going to press it. Came on. So I think we should say a really, really big thank you to the repair shop for making this for us, don't you? 1, 2, 3.
That was loud. That was good.
Oh, thank you so much. No, you're welcome. Thank you.
The kids look like they're having a great time with it already. I think Grandpa would be delighted that Doll's House is going on and on and on. Yeah, I just think he'd be looking down and saying, yeah.
We love the Doll's House and we're going to play with it all the time. Yeah! Yeah!
Back at the repair shop, Susie has nearly finished work on the communion case. Having carefully tended the faded leather, she's ready to move on to the next stage.
The final part is to clean up the inside of this wonderful box so that the inside's going to look as beautiful as the outside. I'm just using a little bit of water on this toothbrush. It's coming up really nice. It's very attractive.
Have any news?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good now. This is probably the hardest thing I've had to find in the history of the repair shop. But
What have you brought me?
I have that.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It's not exactly the same, but it is from a church supplies.
Oh, well done,
Is that
you,
right?
Jay. You are amazing. But what I want to do, don't you run away. I want to see if this fits.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
Da-da-da-da-da.
It fits.
See, you're so good.
Thank you.
Well done, Jay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
During the war, military chaplains risked their lives to support soldiers in battle, using communion kits like this one. Now that its war wounds have been healed, the Reverend Richard can be reunited with his sacred clerical case.
Well, I've come to collect my home communion set, which was the World War II RAF chaplain set, and very excited. I'm hoping it will just look set for the next 100 years. We'll have to wait and see.
Hey, River.
Hi.
Lovely to see you
Good
again.
to see you.
How are you doing?
Excited.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, well done.
And I need it back, so that's brilliant. It's an old friend, and I even missed it just there. I had to borrow somebody else's set, but now, yeah, I won't need to borrow anything.
Lovely. Well, you ready to see it?
I am.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's great. Look at that. Ah, you see, that's the thing. That's wonderful. It's difficult, isn't it, to really imagine how you could pull it back, but you certainly have. And this is gorgeous. It really is. It's just a picture of what it could have looked like when it first was made.
Yeah.
It's lovely. I better open it and see.
Yeah, do, yeah.
Look at that. Wonderful. I think I'm going to have a good few more years with that now, aren't I?
I would certainly hope
That's
so.
tremendous.
Yes.
Really tremendous.
Well, there's one more addition to this. You have something that's missing.
That's fantastic. That's lovely. So I've got the wine and the water.
Yes.
Which is wonderful.
Well, thank you so much for bringing
Well,
it in.
no,
and
thank
it's been
you.
lovely to meet you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Well, you take care.
And I'm going to use the strap.
Fantastic.
Look at that. Thanks ever so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
You can't prepare your mind for what it's going to look like. And it's just lovely. I think the thing that really hits you is the feel of the leather, because it's just so smooth, particularly the new sections of leather. And it's lovely. Got my strap back, that's fantastic.
In the repair shop today,
Start.
a team effort to restore a piece of Victorian railway history.
This is the first time I get to see it actually slumped into the mould.
Uses a Roman technique for bending glass.
Yeah, that slumped really nicely.
While Susie, Will and Kirsten
It's actually making me quite peckish doing this.
work their magic on an enchanted toadstool that's lost its sparkle.
It's reminding me of that lovely cream cheese icing that you get on top of a carrot cake.
First, a story of love, loss and survival. Pamela Lamb from Devon is hopeful that woodwork expert Will Kirk can rebuild a cherished item saved from the brink of disaster.
Hi there.
Hello.
I'm Will.
Hi, I'm Pam.
Very nice to meet you, Pam.
Yeah.
What's in the box?
It's my sister Vera's jury musical box. It's not very valuable, but it's very valuable to me.
Lovely. How long have you had it for?
It's been in my possession for 50 years. My sister died when I was 15, and my mum, she gave me the box because she knew how much it meant to me, and it's been with me ever since.
You said that she passed away when you were 15.
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, when she was a baby, she had type 1 diabetes, and she had a very bad seizure which left her with epilepsy and learning disabilities, and she really wanted to live life to the full, and she got quite frustrated with her health and her disabilities, really, and this meant everything to her. It's something that really calmed her. She used to wind it up and then play the music and open it and get all her jewellery out and put it all on, and all those lovely memories of us in our bedroom having a giggle and trying on jewellery, and this box means a lot to me, yeah.
So you and Vera were quite close?
Extremely close. When she died, it had a huge impact on me.
That must be awful.
Yes, it was
what
dreadful.
happened?
She was in hospital routinely just to have her diabetes regulated, but she had viral pneumonia. We didn't realise. We just got a telephone call to say she had passed away.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
So it was a huge shock to everybody.
So this is pretty much a tangible link between the two of you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
When the music plays, I can smell my bedroom, I can see her, just talking about it, everything about it. You know, it is that link between us both.
So I can see that there's sort of chips around the sides.
Yes.
Why is it looking sort of charred on the outside?
Because we had a horrific house fire. You've never seen anything like it. We had to just stand in the field and watch it burn down, really, the whole of the house. It was just horrific. The next morning we came home and we started looking over the items all along in the lawn. And I was looking for this, and there on the ledge was Vera's musical box. I just thought it was like a miracle to find it. And the fireman had gone in, and he thought it would be of sentimental value. They're trained for that.
Yeah.
Apparently, I didn't know. And he'd found it, so it's brilliant.
Is this one of the only things that you have of Vera's?
Yeah, it's the only thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, if this is lost in the fire, that would have been
so many photographs. I've lost so much in the fire, but we've got that, yeah.
This was meant to be found.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So what would you like me to do with this box?
If you could make it as good as you can, way Vera had it, that brings back such good memories.
I can see this means so much to you, and I'll do my very best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for
Thank you
coming
very
down,
much.
and I'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. I feel very strange leaving Vera's music box here and going away, and it's not with me because it's been with me for the last 50 years. It's my link with my childhood and the memory of Vera, so it couldn't be more important.
I'm looking at Pamela's jewellery box here, and what a story. The box itself looks quite discoloured on the outside. I think that could be due to the fire and the smoke, but there's also quite a lot of damage to the box. The sort of mechanism on the inside, when the top opens, this should actually pop out like that. Also, when the lid opens up, it should actually play some music, and that doesn't seem to be working, so hopefully I might be able to pull a favour from Steve Kember and see if he can fix that for me. First of all, I'm going to give the box a good old clean. I'm going to use some water and some cleaning buds. I'm going to start working that dirt off the surface. You can already see it's coming up a lot cleaner than the bottom half. I'm going to keep on cleaning the rest of the box, and once I'm happy I've got all that dirt off the surface and all that smoke out of there, then I will start tackling the paint damage and touch up some of those nasty spits.
While Will focuses on bringing the soot-darkened surface back to brightness, the next item to arrive has been illuminating lives for 130 years. Alan Norley from Kent has brought a fascinating piece of British industrial history for the mechanical mind of Steve Fletcher.
How are we doing, sir?
Hello.
I'm Jay.
Hi, Alan.
I'm Steve.
Alan.
Alan. All right.
Steve. Hello, Steve.
Hello. What is this?
It's a very, very special precious railway lamp that's used by guards and by shunters.
OK, you said shunters?
Yes. When you want to assemble a train with carriages, they've got to come together, obviously, to be connected up to the locomotive.
Oh,
So the shunter guides the locomotive driver with the lamp. This lamp belonged, first of all, to my grandfather.
OK.
And then to my father, so it got passed down through the family. It dates from about 1890.
Oh, right.
So it's quite old.
Yeah.
And it was made and issued by the South Eastern and Shetland Railway, which is written on the plaque at the front here. And my grandfather was first a shunter and a guard on that railway.
OK.
And he used it in the course of his work. My father joined the railway at the age of 14.
At the age of 14?
Yep. As part of his work, he took on also the role of a shunter at one point.
OK.
And so the lamp was passed to him.
What did he go on to do in the end?
So he progressed all the way up, if you like.
Right.
And he eventually became what was then called a station supervisor, which in old speak would be a station master.
So for his whole career, was this lamp with him?
This lamp was with him up until it was retired from service in the 1960s.
OK. And he continued after the 1960s?
He carried on, yeah, until he died in 1970.
So this was first used in
1890s, thereabouts.
And used right through to the
Yep.
60s?
Yep.
Wow.
Quite an incredible length, isn't it?
That's impressive. So what's your earliest memory of this lamp then, Alan?
I was probably 9 or 10 years old when I first saw it. I used to be allowed to go down to the station and just occasionally drive the train to school, because I actually went to school in the next town.
Hold on. You said you drove the train to school?
Yeah, just occasionally. I would wait down the end of the platform at the station to
Okay.
go to school, and they would just give me a wink, and I would climb up and we'd drive the...
That's quality, isn't it?
It really
I'd
is.
love to do that.
So that's-
What's actually wrong with it?
OK, if we open it up, I can show you here. And this bit comes out, and this bit is meant to rotate fairly smoothly to obviously get the various colours.
Sure.
Here's one of the broken pieces, if I can get him out. That is one of the glasses that would have been in one side of this. So there were 3 spaces for glasses.
Yeah.
One has a red one.
Yeah.
One has a blue one.
Yeah.
And one is open to show a white light.
Okay.
So the red one is the only one I have to give the sort of idea of thickness and curvature of how it fitted in there. This is the piece that has the oil in it and for running the wick, which is inside there. But a friend of mine painted it this red oxide colour in order to stop it from rusting any further, because at that stage it was starting to deteriorate a little bit.
What colour was it?
It was black. It was a standard shiny railway black.
And what would you like us to do?
Well, it would be absolutely marvellous if you could get the glass back into the 2 aspects on the side there, the blue and the red glass replaced, and make it look like it was when it really was given to my grandfather all those years ago.
All right.
So what does this mean to you, this lamp?
It's the spirit of my grandfather and my father. Yeah, it's very special. Yeah. It's very special. Thank you.
Adam, thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you, Jay. All right. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, goodbye.
You take care now.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
It's a nice piece, isn't it?
It is a nice piece.
I think my grandfather and my father would be really amazed to think that the lamp had survived all this time from the 1890s right through until now, and that it could be put back to look exactly as it was when it first entered service all those 120 odd years ago.
Well, that's a lamp, isn't it? Eh?
The more I look at it, the more I think, actually, there's quite a lot of work here. What I'm going to do is strip it down, take all this red oxide off.
I could potentially get Matt to look into getting some glass curved, because we need some coloured glass, don't we?
Yeah, I think the problem's going to be getting the glass curved to the right radius.
Yeah. The paint, I know it's not your speciality. Dom?
Dom would be great on that, yeah.
So once you've cleared it or got rid of all of that, repaired it all, you can take it over to Dom.
Bro.
Nice one, Steve.
Matt Nichols is the repair shop's expert for all things glass.
Right, Matt.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Yeah, good. I've got this amazing lamp. It has 2 coloured glasses in there.
Right, OK.
One red and one blue. And I didn't know whether you can make a piece of glass.
Yeah,
2
do you
pieces
have
of
any...
glass.
OK, you have some of it. Is that
I
all
do.
that there is?
That's all I've got.
OK, it's more than half of it, so hopefully I should be able to do that.
All right, I'll leave you with that.
Yeah, great.
All right.
All right, thanks, Steve. The original piece of glass that fits within the railway lamp, it's curved. So what I need to do here is I need to basically use the existing piece to create the curve in the mould, heat it up in the kiln, and then it's going to melt into it. So that's called slumping, so it's going to slump into it.
Although there's evidence of glass artefacts as far back as ancient Egypt, slumping dates back to Roman times, when it was used to create bowls and other decorative pieces.
I've made a wooden frame. I'm just putting some whiting in it. It's basically like a chalk. And there's a little bit of moisture in it that's going to hold this together so that when I take the wooden frame off, it's going to stay intact. It's looking good. Right, so I'm going to give it a go now to begin with. There we go. And what I'm doing is then just smoothing it off with this nice kind of undulating motion. But this is looking really nice and smooth. All that's left now is to take it over to the kiln. Just gently does it, putting it in. Start.
Back inside the barn, Will has restored the surface of the fire-damaged music box, but the faded Venetian scene needs attention.
You can see with this panel that was on the inside, the roofs here were painted red, the front of the building like an ochre colour, and that water's quite a vibrant blue. A lot of that colour is now gone, so we're going to get that colour back onto the surface. is coming along really well. The last thing I'm going to have to do is get some blue on there to bring up the water a bit more. Once I've done that, I can get this box over to Steve and he can do the musical mechanism on the inside.
Steve Kember has been restoring the dulcet tones of musical boxes for over 30 years.
Hey, Steve.
Hi, Will. How you doing?
I have a big favour to ask. I've got this small musical box here.
Right.
And this was in a house fire. And I've done all the work on the outside.
A house fire? You'd never... Who knew? Look at it.
That's the right answer. This sounded beautiful once. And it'd be nice to have it singing once more.
OK.
I'll leave it with you.
Me. Yeah, leave it with me.
All right, mate.
There's the mechanism. It's had a hard life, and it's full of dust and rubbish. The bearings and the little axles on here are the sort of thickness of a hair, and if you've got some oil in there, it'll be greasy and solid. It goes like a load of jam. You see, I put a little bit of pressure on there and a little bit of something just to sort of loosen up the previously congealed oil, and it's off. There you see it's stopped. Why is that? I'm going to take it apart, clean it, put it back together again, and then address the issues as they present themselves.
While Steve tussles with the musical mystery, Will can begin his restoration of the interior of the box.
This mechanism is really tricky. The idea is that when you open up the lid, this sort of inner shelf levitates as if by magic. It was held in place, sort of, by these sort of flimsy aluminium hinges. And it's missing 3 of them, so they needed to be replaced. But I thought, instead of using these flimsy ones, I want to replace them with brass. It's a lot stronger and it'll look a lot pretty on the inside. Right, well, that's all together. Let's see if it closes. Perfect. And open. Look at that mechanism. I've never been so excited by a mechanism like that.
Having purged the miniature parts of grease and grime, Steve can now rebuild the music maker, hoping the glitch has been rectified.
So I'm just giving it a little bit of pressure. So it's going around beautifully, but we haven't reached the naughty bit yet. So we'll just see if it gets past that naughty bit. I'm getting tense now. Oh, it just went a little hesitation. I'm just going to see if I can just adjust what I suspect is the naughty tooth. And I'll keep doing that until the tick, the little hesitation, clears itself. So it'll take me a bit of time, but eventually we'll end up with a good result, I'm sure.
Outside, a new arrival. Girl Guide leader Anne Wayway from West Sussex is hoping Susie Fletcher can do a good deed for her and her brownie pack, along with Will, who's paused work on the music box to lend a hand.
Hi there.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Susie.
I'm Anne.
Hi, Anne. I'm Will.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
What do we have in the box?
Well, we have our toadstool that we use for our brownie promise ceremonies.
Oh my goodness.
A toadstool?
A toadstool. It's not like your traditional toadstool, I think you'll find.
Let's get this unwrapped.
So that bit's not too bad, but this bit is a bit sad. So this just sits on top. Like that.
Oh, look at that.
Not quite what you're expecting, I'm sure.
Do you have a title?
I have a title. I'm Brown Owl.
Brown Owl.
Brown Owl.
So how long have you been involved with Brownies and Girl Guides?
I've been a leader for 43 years now.
43 years?
43 years, yes.
Oh, right.
And it's lovely because you get to see the girls grow up,
Yeah.
become independent. And what I hadn't realised when I first started was that actually the skills that you learn in Brownies become your skills for life.
So how does it feel seeing this sort of deteriorate over the years?
It's really sad. It almost breaks your heart to see it's getting in such a state that we're not going to be able to use it.
How old is it?
We think it's over 50 years old.
It's amazing.
So I don't know if it's been handmade by a leader's husband, parent, or whether it was actually an original girl guiding one.
So what is this made out of?
I have no idea.
I mean, you can see there's a weave underneath,
Yeah.
so it looks like it's been a painted canvas.
Right.
What do we actually have painted on the top here? That's just elves.
These are elves. These are our 6 emblems. So the
Okay.
girls in each brownie group are split into small groups called 6s.
Okay.
It can be 6, it could be 8, it could be 4, depending on what number of girls you've got at the time. And these are their emblems. This is the elf, and they have little badges that they wear on their uniform to represent these. That's the pixie, and that's the fairy, and this is a gnome. We also have lots of other ones as well.
Yeah.
What exactly would you like us to do to
I'd
this?
like you to make it so it's sturdy and for it to be restored as best as it could be without detracting from what it actually is.
Right.
I don't think to have a new version of it would be right.
So how important is it that you have this restored?
Well, I think the girls would be very, very sad if they didn't have it as part of their ceremony. And I think it just makes them feel really special that they're part of something historic and that actually it's quite meaningful to them, really.
Yeah. OK, well, Brown Owl, thank you so much for bringing the toadstool
You're
in.
very welcome, and I hope you can do something with it.
Thank you very much for coming
Thank
down.
you very much.
I will see you soon. Bye.
The toadstool means an awful lot to our girls. We've had it around for a very long time, so it's going to be an amazing and astonishing thing to see it restored and have all the colour brought back to life and not to have any more holes in it.
Wow, this is the first toadstool I've ever seen like this.
You and me both. It is in a little bit of a state.
Yeah.
I like this spoke effect, so we've got a really good structure here.
Yeah.
But a bit of a major break in this department. That will need to be addressed, and that's where you come in.
Okay.
We've got these holes and
Nasty tear there.
nasty tear there, and here as well. So I think Kirsten could
Yeah.
probably come in and help to
Touch up the paintwork.
touch up the paintwork. I'll take it to my bench and start stripping.
Cool, I'll carry this.
Okay.
In the quest to get the Victorian railway lamp shining once more, Matt has kiln hardened a mould to help him shape the replacement curved glass slides.
The mould's looking really good. I've got a nice clean indentation there. I'm just going to pop the blue onto the mould now. There we go. And I'm going to put this back in the kiln.
When the new piece of blue glass is heated to 620 degrees, it enters a liquid state and gravity pulls it into the mould to form the curvature. While Matt waits for the glass to slump, back inside the barn, Steve is sandblasting the layers of oxide paint from the exterior of the lamp.
This is taking off the paint really, really well. Really very, very satisfying doing this. So good, so makes life a lot easier. That's fantastic. Just the other 2 bits to do now.
It's reached temperature, so this is quite exciting, and this is the first time I get to see it actually slumped into the mould, so I'm quite excited. Yeah, that slumped really nicely. Now, let's see. It's rare when slumping glass that you're going to get it right first time, but fingers crossed, see how it goes. Well, this is slotting in really nicely. And wow, I'm really happy with this. That is really, really good.
With the new slides given the green light, the lamp can go over to Dom for its exterior makeover.
Right, Dom.
Steve, hey, how's it going?
All right, I've got a paint job for you.
Yeah, what's this?
It's a railway lamp.
That's interesting. Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah.
What colour?
Black.
Perfect. It's a nice flat black. Would be nice.
Yeah.
It's not too shiny and glossy.
Yeah.
I don't think this would have ever been
No, exactly.
glossy.
Yeah, yeah.
Leave it with me. I'll bring it over when I'm done.
Okay, super.
No worries.
The music box that linked two devoted sisters together is almost ready to make sweet music once more, thanks to the expertise of Steve Kember.
Right, made some small adjustments. We'll give it a spin and see what happens. Yeah, I'm happy with that. There you go. Look at that. It's quiet.
Pamela's going to love that. It's going to bring all those memories come flooding back of her and Vera. You and Will have done an amazing job here. It looks beautiful and it sounds perfect.
Excellent.
Look at that.
Good.
You are good.
Thank you.
All
You're so
right.
kind. Thank you very much.
Well, she's in a minute. I'll take this over.
Excellent.
All right?
Cheers then.
Cheers.
Bye now.
Having miraculously survived a devastating house fire, this jewellery box is now fit to remain as a precious connection between Pamela and her beloved late sister.
The music box always gave me memories of Vera, and I used to look at it every day and smile. As soon as I saw it, it was just those happy memories of her and I. I'm a bit lost without it, so I can't wait to see it and have it back, really. Yeah.
Hello.
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 How are you?
I'm all right. Hello.
Nice to see you.
How's it gone?
I'm really nervous. I don't know why I'm feeling really nervous. I know that this means so much to you
Yes.
because this belonged to Vera before.
Yes, that's right.
Shall we have a look?
Yes, let's.
Yeah.
Come on.
Suspense is killing you, isn't it? Here we go.
Wow, the colour. Oh, you are so clever. Look at that. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Really. That was nearly white when I left it with you. That is incredible. Oh, thank you so much. Can I have a look inside?
Please do.
Look at that. That is just incredible. That's so lovely. Thank you, Will. Thank you so much, because I know you knew how much it meant.
I can't take all the credit. I did the paintwork, but our resident music box expert, Steve Kember, he did the music box on the inside.
Thank you, Steve.
What do you think Vera would make of it now, then?
Well, she'd be a lot happier than when I brought it in, that's
Yeah.
for certain.
Right.
Yeah. She'd be very pleased. I'm really, really thrilled.
So it's yours to take home now?
Oh, that's good.
Is that
right,
good?
Yeah, that's good. I'm taking it then.
Well,
thank you very much.
thank you for bringing it in.
And thank you very much, Will. That's
It's a
lovely.
pleasure.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Take care now. Oh, bless her. She can't wait to get it home. Well done, you, man.
When I saw the music box, it was just as it was when it was Vera's. It lost all that colour and now it's come back to life. It really transported me back to the times I spent with Vera, and it brings back all those memories flooding back. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
As one girlhood memento is carried carefully home, Will can get to work on another, reinforcing the internal wooden structure of the tattered brownie toadstool.
Well, they should be quite straightforward. I've got the majority of the original piece of wood. It's missing a section on the inside, so hopefully it should be just as straightforward to cut out on the bandsaw too. Well, that's all marked out now. I can cut it out on the bandsaw.
Meanwhile, Susie's uncovered a little piece of history as she works on the canvas top.
Ah, wow. This is really interesting. We actually have a name and a date. So we have what, J.H. or J.A. Maury in 1924. Well, that's a wonderful find and one question answered for Brown Owl when she comes back. That's really rather marvellous. OK, so now I can get on and start reinforcing the inside of this canvas. We've got a big tear here, so I'm going to put reinforcing canvas behind that just to hold everything together. I've got this metal beading here that I have to get the canvas running behind. Right, but already we can see that the damaged areas are being supported on the underside. Kirsten will be able to go in here and just fill this split and hopefully disguise there was ever any damage in this area. So it's looking good. Now the canvas is nice and dry, I can put the new piece of wood in that Will very kindly made for me. So it's a little bit awkward, but hopefully it will go in OK. So now I've got that into position, I'm just going to pop a screw in this centre part of the wheel, as I call it. Right, now I can start to staple everything back into position. This will really strengthen everything. So what I need to do now is to continue around the entire underside of the toadstool here, and then I'll put the final covering on and it'll be ready to hand over to Kirsten.
This is possibly one of the most unusual things I've worked on. I'm going to use a consolidant now. It's absorbed underneath, and as it dries, it hardens and it holds it securely in place. Whilst that just firms up, I'm going to mix up the filler that I'm going to be using. I'm going to add to that something that are called glass bubbles. They're really useful as a bulking agent. It's actually making me quite peckish doing this. It's reminding me of that lovely cream cheese icing that you get on top of a carrot cake. It's gone really well, and I'm pretty much ready to start the retouching process.
It's also been a collaborative effort on the 19th century lamp that was passed from railwomen to railwomen. It's down to Steve to assemble his work together with that of Dom and Matt.
So I'm just going to pop these beautiful bits of glass that Matt's made into place. So once the burner goes into place, This then just slides down. Hopefully. There we go. And the door closes and then locks. That's all ready to go now.
When this relic of the golden age of railway came to the repair shop, the lamp within had lain dark for decades. But for owner Alan, it represented a proud family tradition of working on the railways, a fitting tribute to his father and grandfather before him.
It contains the memories of my grandfather, who I never knew, and then my father, who unfortunately also died very young, and it links them together and it links them to me. My hope is that it's restored to its original pristine glory in the form that it would have been given to my grandfather back in the 1890s when he first took his job on the railway.
Hello, Alan.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Hello, Jay. Nice to see you again.
Likewise.
Nice to
And
see
you,
you.
Steve. Thank you very much. Yeah, nice to see you both.
There's a few of us have worked on this in various parts of it.
Right.
So it's been a good job, hasn't it?
Yeah, good team effort.
Right.
Yeah?
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Oh, goodness. Gee, that's amazing. Wow. Can I pick it up?
Yeah, sure,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's lovely. Thank you. And the polished, you can see the Southeastern and Chatham number on the top, which is lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really brilliant. Thank you. It's absolutely super.
So your grandfather and father have held this handle.
To think that they've done that, and I guess I feel that their spirit, if you like, is embodied in the lamp and will be with me forever, which is wonderful, really.
Yeah.
That's
It's a
special.
really, really special memory. Thank you.
There's just one more thing that we need to do, and that is to demonstrate what it's like when it's lit.
Wow, that would be lovely. Thank you. That's not been lit since I was 15 years old.
Oh, my
so that's
word.
amazing. That's amazing.
I think we've got to see it with the lights off,
Oh,
haven't we?
definitely,
That would
yeah.
be marvellous.
Yeah.
Thank you. That would be really great.
All right,
Thank
hold
you.
on, let me turn
Thank
them
you.
Okay. Where would this have been used?
OK, firstly, when you've got trains being put together,
Yeah.
somebody has to stand and tell the driver of the engine whether it's OK to proceed or not. So they would move the lamp like this to say, keep going. And when it
Okay.
was be time to stop,
Yeah.
they would rotate the lamp and say, stop. The other use of it would be as a guard. So at night time, if it was OK to go, then the whistle would go and you give a blue light and off they would go.
Yes.
You could use it in one or two of those situations. I can't tell you how pleased I am with what it looks like. Thank you.
No, I'm very pleased too, then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you
Marvellous
very
job.
much.
I'm
Okay.
very, very grateful. Thank you.
You're
Absolutely
more than
super. I will treasure this forever, and it will go down through the family.
You take care
Bye-bye.
now.
All right.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
When I handled the lamp, I felt a real connection with them because my grandfather died a few months before I was born, so I never actually saw him. My father died when I was 21, and so it's really the spirit of those two is now embodied in the lamp, and to think that they had it throughout their careers on the railway, that is an amazing feeling to know that I have that with me now for the rest of my life, which is great.
Accustomed to meticulously retouching the designs on precious ceramics, Kirsten is using her delicate brushstrokes to restore the elves and pixies atop the brownie toadstool.
I've got these little pixies and fairies with a little bit of green, a little bit of yellow. So it's basically just colouring in now, which is quite fun.
How you doing, Kirst?
Good.
You ready? Oh, wow. Now that is looking really good. You've touched that up brilliantly.
Thank you.
That's nice.
It feels so much stronger now. It's much more robust now. You know, it's hopefully good for another sort of 90 years. But
Yeah, it
you know,
should be.
they're going to have to be really careful because you know, 1924. It's old.
It is old. It is old. But the work that you, Susie, and Will have done on this is absolutely impeccable. And what you've done with the characters is absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic.
Thank you. And it should.
Fantastic. That looks amazing.
OK, well, I can send this off now to Brownell, because I know the group are waiting to see this back.
Lovely.
But thank you.
The newly restored ceremonial toadstool is carefully transported to Selsey, West Sussex, where brown owl Anne and her brownie pack are eagerly awaiting its arrival.
I can't wait to see the toadstool. It's going to be very exciting, and I think the girls are going to be really excited when they see what's happened to it. Right, are you ready, girls? I've not seen this yet, so I can't wait. I'm so excited. Shall I take the cover off?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Steady! Oh my goodness! Wow! Look at that! Oh, look at I know! It's amazing! Look at the pictures, look! And there's no holes in it. Oh,
Is this our toadstool?
It is our toadstool, yes! Shall we have a look underneath, see what it's done? Has it got any holes underneath?
Oh!
Just look at that, look! Oh, what does that say? Oh, now this will be interesting to you, young lady. It says J.A. Morey, 1924.
That's my mum.
I bet that's one of your grandmas.
Yeah.
I can't believe it, 1924.
And it's probably 100 years old.
Goodness me.
Wow.
I think it looks amazing. I can remember it looking like this when I made my promise in 1966.
It was the best thing in the world. I've never seen such a good thing like it in my life.
It's amazing, I can't believe it. It's just given it a new lease of life. And the fact that Susie's found the label that said who made it is just even more special. Susie's done an amazing job on it. It's way beyond what I could have visualised it would have happened to it.
In the repair shop today, Steve gets down to brass tacks as he restores a nostalgic oil lamp.
It's really quite nice that she wants it converted back to the way that she remembers it. One of the biggest issues is going to be that all of the mechanism in here has gone.
And Dom and Jay sharpen up their acts with a vintage power tool.
Grab that end, we'll feed it through. Back there, yeah, loop it through those teeth.
Okay.
In there, yeah. Here we go, look.
That's proper, isn't it?
Yeah, that's cool.
But first, in need of a helping hand, is Keith Keir from Epping Forest in Essex.
Well, that's a big box.
Yes.
How are we doing? I'm Jay.
I'm Keith.
Hi, Keith. I'm Pete.
He hopes musical instrument expert Pete Woods can transform a much-loved plaything that's missing a beat.
There's all sorts of
There's more
treasures in here.
All right, Keith, what is this then?
This was a child's drum kit that belonged to my father when he was a child. So
Okay.
I would imagine it's about 90 years old.
90 years old?
Yeah, yeah.
So how's it work?
Well, it stands on these two stands here. Then the foot pedal goes on here. This snare drum bolts on to there.
Okay.
And then as you press this pedal here, there's another little device here that's supposed to strike this cymbal.
Okay.
I think the triangle had something that would hang it from here because it won't make much sound
up there
as it is. There's a wood block on there. It's just a sort of... So... and then the cymbal sits on here. This would have originally had a leather strap that obviously corroded quite a few years ago.
Right. So your dad's had this since he was young?
Yes.
And then how long did he play it on to?
Well, he would have probably played it up until his early teens, I would think.
Okay.
Because it's obviously much smaller than a full drum kit. It looks like it's modelled on drum kits as they were in the 1920s.
That's right. It's made by proper drum makers.
Right.
It's not made by some toy maker.
No.
So you can tell by the actual fittings on here.
Right, right.
So how did something like this happen then?
Well, unfortunately, someone hit it a bit too hard, split that, and I think the shockwave obviously split that underneath there.
Yeah,
so
that's a big rip.
So that's the main problem it's got.
So how do you feel seeing it in this current state then, Keith?
Well, it saddens me that it's damaged like that, but
Yeah.
it sort of does bring back memories of my childhood and my dear departed father, you know, who I was very close to. Music has played such a big part in our family. My father first met my mother when they were singing in a church choir. He then went on to learn to play the piano, and when I was around 6, 7 in the early 60s, most children wanted to be in a band.
Okay.
So when he got it down from the loft and I played, and I used to drum along to old 45 records that he'd play on what was called then the stereogram.
Yeah, yeah.
Eventually, in my late teens, I was in a dance band.
He was in a dance band?
Yeah. And I played piano, but also occasionally played percussion.
So has anybody else played on this then?
Yeah, my 2 sons, Stephen and James. Stephen would have been about 5 or 6. My father brought it down for them to have a go on. And actually, I think it was my younger son, James, that felt tipped the cymbal.
Right. So you've got a proper musical family
We
now.
have.
So what exactly would you like us to do to it then?
Well, I mean, obviously, if you could do something with this broken snare drum, that would be great. I don't know if it's possible to repaint this or bring it back to how my dad had it. The cymbals are a bit dented.
Okay.
My hope is that my grandchildren can sort of use it and enjoy it as the previous 3 generations have.
No, we'll look after it.
I'm sure you will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, thank you.
Okay. Take care.
I can tell you, it feels a bit strange going home without this drum kit. It's been in our family for so long. It's come through 3 generations. I'd now like a 4th generation to use it, and maybe more.
This goes back a long way. Must be nearly 100 years old.
Yeah, this is quite old.
Makes it an antique.
So what you got to do then?
Well, the metalwork needs a bit of nickel plating, I think, because you can see the old nickel plate there. It's all gone grey and horrible. I think the paintwork seen better days, isn't it?
So you're going to do the metalwork, paint,
and I think we need some new heads, don't you?
Yeah, some new skin
I
on
think
there.
that might help.
Yeah, totally gone. All right, shall I help you get it over to your bench?
I think so, please. If
All
you
right.
could, that'd be great.
Hold on, what, you're putting it all in there?
Yeah, it's all right, don't worry.
I'm
I'll
carrying it all.
carry it. I know it's getting heavy.
I'm going to carry it. I've got it. All right, come on.
The drummer's definitely seen better days. A few generations have had a go at it, but we want them to go on a few more generations and a few more kids get interested in drums. Bass drum head might be fine. So now all I've got to do is strip it down, get the hoop and the head separated, then we can start sanding it down for repainting. I never had a drum kit when I was a kid. Nobody ever bought me one, so I'm quite jealous, really, in a way, of keeping his dad and his grandchildren having a drum kit. I had to wait till I was quite a lot older. All I had was my mother's knitting needles. The drum's all apart now, so all I've got to do is scrape all the paint off. It's better than using any chemicals or anything. We just give it a good scrape.
Next to consult the repair shop is Christine Upton from Kent. She hopes top brass Steve Fletcher can reignite an old flame from her past.
Hello,
Hello,
I'm Steve.
I'm Christine.
Hi, Christine.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you too. And what have we got here?
Well, this is an old oil lamp, but unfortunately,
It was turned into a table lamp in the 60s.
Oh, right, yes, yes.
It had this hideous shade on it.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be wonderful if you could turn it back into an oil lamp for me.
It's a lovely looking lamp, isn't it?
Yes, it's so pretty.
Why is it so important to you?
My grandfather and my father were actually in the First World War. They both served.
Yeah.
The father was only 16 and they both came back. So when they came back, they moved onto a farm in Kent. And this is when I was born. In the 40s and 50s, we often had power cuts. There'd be a shout of, get the lamps, get the lamps. So we'd have to get all these lamps, light them all up, put them around the house. We, 3 children, thought it was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
And then in the evening, we'd go into the sitting room with another lamp, and my father played the piano. Just to do that by lamplight was wonderful. And that's what I can really remember doing all that.
Do you have many other bits and pieces from those days?
No, that's the problem.
OK, so this is a reminder of those days?
It is indeed, yes. It's a real keepsake. I'd hate to have to throw it away because we can't do anything with it.
So why now? Why do you want it fixed now?
I've only got a couple of things to leave the children, so it'd be lovely to leave something like this for them as a memory of me and my parents and my grandparents.
There's a lot missing from it.
Yes.
Do you have the glass chimney that would have gone on?
No, that was, you know, in the bin.
I've not reconverted a lamp like this at all. There will be holes drilled everywhere to get wires and different things in.
Yeah.
And they'll be missing bits and pieces as well.
That's the problem, there's bits missing.
So I will do my best at converting it back into an oil lamp. Fingers crossed.
Yes. Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Right, bye-bye now.
I think a lamp like that, that's lost lots of its bits and bobs, I'm afraid, it could be a challenge for him. But I am very hopeful. I don't have many things now in our house to remind me of my parents. And so to have an oil lamp sitting there, it will remind me every day, which will be wonderful.
It's really quite nice that it means so much to Christine, that she wants it converted back to the way that she remembers it. I think one of the biggest issues is going to be that all of the oil burning mechanism in here has gone. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. I might just get a complete unit to go on top there. Just cut that wire off, that's getting in the way. Right, there we are. So this is the hole that's been drilled here for the wire to go through, and I need to seal that up. So I should be able to just set a solid piece of brass into there and solder that up so nothing spills out of here. This one's really quite thick and well made, so that's going to polish up really well as well.
Across the barn, Pete's trying to get the 1920s children's drum kit to hit the right notes again. Having sanded the drums and applied an undercoat, he can give them a lick of paint.
Now we've got to get on with coating the shell first, and then we'll do the hoops afterwards, because the shell is going to be blue, the hoops are going to be gold. Keith always knew it as this blue colour, so we're going to keep it blue for him. Nice blue, this. A pretty good colour match to Keith's original when he brought it in. I mean, I'm sure that's a lovely blue that any boy would love to see their drum kit in. That's the blue done. We'll leave that there to dry now, and then we can just put the gold on.
Now Pete turns his attention to the rust-encrusted metalwork.
All the fittings need to go for nickel plating, but it's no good sending them like that. They've got to be nice and bright and shiny. So what we've got to do now is we've got to polish all of these fittings ready to go to the players.
Next on his hit list, the brass cymbals.
They've corroded quite a bit. What we need to do is acid dip them to get rid of a lot of the corrosion before we polish them. Then we can see all the dents and we can knock out the dents quite easily. They're now in an acid solution of 40 parts water to 1 part sulphuric. I just leave them in there to pickle away, get all the dirt and grime off, then they'll be ready for planishing and polishing. Right, I've polished the cymbals. With the polishing now, I can see all the dents and marks, and you can't hand it back to somebody like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get as many as I can out.
The barn's next visitors are father and son John and Chris Dearlove from East Sussex, who hope Dominic Chenier can use his tools of the trade to restore a very special family heirloom.
Wow. Well, hello. I'm Dom.
I'm John. This is my son Chris. Hi.
John and Chris, hi. Where do we start? What is it, I guess, first of all?
It's a treadle, fret saw. You've got treadles here, which you literally pedal. You can put your feet on there.
So that's like a foot pedal?
Yeah, that's it. And that will turn this wheel.
Yeah.
And on this, there's a leather strap which runs through there to this. Okay. And that will cause the saw to jig.
So there should be a blade from here through that hole?
Exactly. And they're called fretwork machines because that's what they were for, doing fretwork. A panel of wood, which is thin, and you cut intricate designs through it to have in front of a light or something like that.
So whose is this?
Well, it belonged to my father, Norman, who was a keen amateur woodworker.
Do you remember your dad using this whilst you were a kid?
Yes, I do, yes. He was just in this shed all the time. It drove my mother crazy.
Did he really?
You know, well, I remember many Sunday lunches, he said, come and get your dad to carve the meat. And he said, I'll be along in come in covered in sawdust, hands all dirty, and the meat going cold. So
oh, no.
I recall him using it to make jigsaws for myself and my brother. And I know that in the war, when he was in the fire service, he had that in the fire station. And when they weren't fighting fires, he'd be making jigsaws for the firemen's kids.
This? Was it?
Yeah,
really?
You use it for that, yes.
So this has been with you for a long time, then?
My dad's had it since 1940. He gave me this and a number of other tools, but last used it 30 years ago, when I made jigsaws for my 2 older boys.
Do you remember your dad using this at all?
No, I wasn't too aware of it at all, mate. It was just down in my cellar at my parents' house, and we were having a clear out one day. He brought it up and said, this is what it is, this is what I used to do. Used to make jigsaws, and I don't think does it justice having it looking like this at the moment.
No. You must be itching to have another go at it.
Yeah, I am. I gave up on it when the leather strap broke. But that's the main thing that's gone wrong. Otherwise, there's a bit missing off there. There, that little thing.
It must be nice just thinking about being able to sit at the same tool that your father sat at and making the same puzzles and toys and things.
I was close to him, and I do feel a bit ashamed that I let it get into this sort of state. He would be pained were he to see it like this.
So if I can get it working again, what's the plan? What do you hope to do with it? Make puzzles again, or?
Yeah, what do you do with it?
Oh, you'd help me understand how it works, and then we'll use it together.
Yes.
Me and my brothers, we can't do any really woodwork, and so him to teach me once this is done will be like really, really good.
Thank you both so much for bringing this in, and thank you.
Appreciate what you're doing.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Right,
nice to see you both.
Cheerio.
See you later.
My father, Norman, will be very happy to see it restored again. I think this is the one tool I have which is in such desperately poor state. So I think he will be overjoyed to see it brought back to life and to see it used again and to see it used by his
grandchildren.
What a fret saw this is. I think it's amazing. There's a real knack to using these things. It is like patting your head and, patting your head and rubbing your tummy, using these things. So, first impressions, I've obviously got some welding to do down the bottom here. This bracket that holds the pedal in place, it's an integral part of the machine and it's broken. So that's going to need some welding. Other than that, the all-important drive belt and the blade are both missing. I've got nothing there to go from, so I think I'm going to speak to Jay. Hopefully he knows where he can get those from. And then I just need to take it all apart, give it a really good clean, fix what's broken, and rebuild it.
Pete has finished fixing the drum kit's brass cymbals, but to help suspend them, he turns to the barn's leather department.
Hello, Susie.
Hiya, how are you?
All right, thanks, mate. This cymbal is supposed to be hanging from a hook. Can you do me a nice little leather strap, please?
Yeah. What sort of leather do you want?
Finished leather, not too thick, nice and flexible.
What about this one, which is a proper pigskin?
Ah, that's it.
A really nice weight.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Leave it with me, I'll get that done. Oh, fantastic.
The head's been soaked now for a little while. We've got to replace the heads on the little tiny snare drum. So I've soaked the head now. That makes it nice and flexible. So I can do what's called lapping, which is tucking it round the wooden hoop that holds it onto the drum then. We're going to tuck it 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then work all the others in gradually. So we've got to get it on as even as possible, because if it's pulled more one way than the other, the drum won't quite sound so nice. When you've done a few thousand, you get used to it, you know. It's a job that used to be done in the old days by drummers themselves, because the drums being handmade were always different sizes. Right, that looks good to me now. We've just got to fit it on the drum. One head on the drum. Just got to lap the other head now and leave it to dry. That'll take about 24 hours. I'm sure Keith's grandchildren will be over the moon with it.
Before Dom can get to work on the 100-year-old fret saw, he needs to deconstruct it.
Getting to work on old machines like this, I mean, I've never seen one of these machines before. It's very obscure, sort of based on an American design, so it's no wonder I haven't seen one. I need to be very careful now not to lose any of these nuts and bolts, because they may be the only clue that I've got when I'm working on replacing and finding new ones. This has obviously been well looked after in its life. Things are really well greased, clearly, and it's actually coming apart okay. Brilliant. A little bit of persuasion with a hammer, but that's off. It's all just filthy, greasy, and the sawdust has mixed with the grease, and it's just dirty. So I'm going to give everything a bath, just in some hot soapy water, so I can really see what I'm working with.
At Pete's workbench, the restoration of the junior drum kit that brought boundless pleasure to one musical family is nearly complete.
All the stuff is back from the platers, looking really nice.
With the drum heads replaced and the leather straps delivered by Susie, it's now ready to be reassembled.
I've done thousands of drums, but it's always nice when you put them together just to see the finished article at last. That's one drum done, just the bass drum left to do. Really happy with that. It's going to go, I reckon, on about there. It's come together really nice. I think Keith's going to be quite happy with this.
After 90 years of banging out a beat, this drum kit arrived at the barn battered and bruised. Now Keith is back to collect it, hoping it will strike a chord with a special young protege.
Oh, we got a gang. How you doing, Keith?
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi there. Nice to see you again. Lovely. This is my daughter-in-law, Chloe.
Hi.
How you doing? You all right?
Good, thank you. Hello.
And my little granddaughter, Freya.
Hello, Freya.
All very excited.
So what was it like before then? Do you remember what it looks like?
It was brown.
Yeah.
And it had a black squiggle one.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, and a massive whip.
A massive rip on it. So it was a bit broken. So, do you know why it's come here then?
To be mended.
Do you hear that, Pete?
It's been mended.
It's got to be mended.
It's got to be mended.
And Pete's the guy that does the mending of the drums. So hopefully he would have mended it. So do you want to see it?
Yeah.
You do? All right. Here we go.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Goodness me. That's unrecognisable. That's incredible. That is brilliant. Oh, look at these. These symbols have really come up really well, haven't they? My goodness me. You know, the paintwork and everything, it's beautiful.
It does look the part now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that's how I remember it when I was about Freya's age.
Yeah. You all right, Freya? Do you want to play it? That's what you want to do. I tell you what, Pete's been really nice and he's got 2 sticks for you. And then have a go up there.
You ready?
Yeah.
And bang all of this as well. Just make a load of noise. Go on, Keith.
Oh, wow.
That's it. Oh, bless you. Keith, you got to have a go.
Well,
Go on.
yeah, well, I mean, I'm no drummer, but...
Oh,
excellent.
Is it all good?
Yeah.
It's a toy to be used.
Yeah.
Brilliant,
Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Brilliant. Thank you.
Good on you.
Yes.
All right. Take care now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 Well done, you, sir. Well done.
Yeah. One happy little girl.
Very much so.
I was amazed when I first saw the drum kit unveiled. It looked magnificent, looked perfect, actually. I think if my father could see it today, he would be astounded. I'm really glad that the drum kit can be used again and hopefully inspire my granddaughter to go on to learn a musical instrument as it did my sons, as it did me, and as it did my father.
Steve is using his metal mastery to convert an old brass oil lamp to its original state, so that it can illuminate the memories of its owner's childhood.
This is quite an interesting project because a lot of these lamps have been converted to mains electric, and I've never heard of anyone converting it back to an oil burner again. I think what I'll do to start with, I'll actually find a piece of brass to put in there and solder that up. Good. What I've done is I've just created a taper, so this should now go into the hole quite tightly, and I can just cut it off and shape it so that it sits in there and solder it, and then you shouldn't see it apart from just a small joint. Good. So that fits nice and snugly into the hole now. So I just need to cut that off and solder it in, and then that should create the seal. There we are. I just push that in. That fits beautifully. I just pop a little bit of flux all around the joint. Make sure it goes all the way around. So if there's any gaps, then the seal won't be made. Brilliant. That solder has flowed through the join completely, which will seal it completely. I just need to now finish it off. Just filing it to shape at the moment. I can then smooth it off with some emery. The emery that I'm using is a 2000 grit, which is really fine. It does, when you run your finger across it, it doesn't feel as if it's emery at all, but it does just take a very, very fine amount of material off of the surface, and then you can create a nice smooth finish. Good, I'm really, really happy with that. That's going to seal the oil in. That's not going to leak at all now. I just need to fill up this little gap here where the wire went in. Once I've done that, I can smooth that off, and then I can set to and polish everything up. I managed to get a brand new burner, and I thought it was safer to get a brand new one because I know it's going to be safe and will work all right. The only problem is that where the thread actually screws in, the new thread has been produced in a different way. The actual teeth of the thread are actually rounded, and they should be nice and sharp like the original. So what I need to do is just to file all the way around the whole of the thread to create the correct form. Right, let's see if it fits this time. Fantastic. That fits an absolute treat now.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom is tackling the biggest repair to the antique fret saw, which was once the pride and joy of a keen carpenter.
This is the main front leg. You can see this little lug sticking out of this one is completely missing on that one, and that is what holds the pedal in place. So I basically need to weld a new one on. What I'm leaning towards is using my filler rod when I'm welding to just actually build up the weld and just stack it on top of each other like I'm building up a little pile, basically. Keep adding bits on, getting higher and higher and higher, so this will actually become that piece of metal. And I think in this situation, that will leave me with the strongest repair. So that's the route I'm going to take.
Once it's cooled, the completed welding needs to be filed to exactly the right shape.
That is a relief. Honestly, welding cast iron like this is such a hit and miss kind of situation. It's so difficult sometimes. Couldn't have gone any better. Fingers crossed now, once I get this all rebuilt, that is going to hold that foot pedal in place. It's going to be nice and strong. Once I've got some green paint back in place, you're never going to know that this was ever broken. I genuinely am over the moon with that. Brilliant.
After sanding and priming the bare metal, this carpenter's contraption is ready for painting. But it's not entirely straightforward.
I can't, unfortunately, just go to the shops and buy this green anymore, so I'm going to have to use the paints that I've got. I've got some green, a bit of yellow for the brighter bits. I'm going to mix it up and blend it all in, so hopefully once I'm finished, the whole fret saw stand is going to look nice and clean and tidy, all the rust gone, and I think it's really nice and really important to retain John's father's green paint job. All of the little repairs and touch-ups and replacements on the paintwork have worked out perfectly. I'm really, really pleased that it now looks 100 times smarter, much more presentable, but not brand new. Still got plenty of character and dings and dents. it's now time to see if I can remember and actually get this thing all back together again. Everything is very specific, so I need to make sure that I put everything back the right way round, working as it should be.
At his workbench, Steve's giving the old brass lamp one final polish.
This has come up really, really well. So I just need to put it together. I just need to pop the chimney on. And that's it, done. Fantastic, that looks so smart. I'm so happy with that. I'm sure Christine is going to be really happy with this.
This lamp lit up the dark nights of Christine's childhood and those of her grandparents. Now that this sentimental item has been restored to its oil-burning original state, she's returned to collect it with her daughters, Sarah and Claire.
Hello.
Hello again.
Nice to see you again.
And nice to see you. Hello, Steve. I brought my daughters with me, Sarah.
Hello, Sarah.
Hi.
Good
and
to meet
Mrs.
you.
Claire.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Right.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It looks slightly different size to when I bought it.
Yeah, I thought that might be a bit of a giveaway.
It is a giveaway.
I'll show you what I've done.
Oh. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. Oh, golly. Yeah, I haven't seen it like that for about more than 60 years.
Gosh.
Thank you very much.
It's beautiful, actually, isn't it? It's really
Remember the
stunning.
those bits.
Yes.
It's amazing.
It's amazing,
Is that
isn't
the
it?
same bottom?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
How open this?
But it works as well.
Oh, I don't know. Does it?
Would you like to see it working?
Oh, gosh. Look at that. Ooh.
Oh,
wow. That's fantastic.
Oh, it's
Is that beautiful?
Dom, could you turn the lights off, please?
Yeah, sure.
There, look. Oh, it's wonderful. Unbelievable.
mesmerising watching
I
it.
am, yes. I'm just transfixed.
Yeah.
Well, it does take me back to my childhood. It's made me realise I've never sat my children and my grandchildren down and told them the history of our farm and my grandparents. So when we get home, I'm going to have them all round. I'll bore them to tears, but they will turn the lights off. It'll go down to the next generation because you suddenly realise things happen and you haven't asked people things.
Yes.
And suddenly it's too late sometimes. So I'm going to make sure, it's my thing in life, tell everybody, tell your children the history of your family. Because otherwise it's sometimes too late.
I know.
I think that's a lovely idea.
Thank you very much.
We'll put the flame out now with this
Yes,
snuffer.
Gosh, I don't remember that.
We'll let it cool down a little bit because this gets really, really hot. And then I can pack it all up for you and you can take it home.
Thank you so much. Really wonderful.
Good.
Thank you. Just unbelievable. I didn't expect that oil lamp ever to look like that, and it's just wonderful. Wonderful. That lamp has actually made me realise what a wonderful family I had then and what a wonderful family I have now, and how important it is to just pass on all this history. And I've just got something wonderful to leave to the next generation now. They're going to fight over it, but I might have to leave it to someone else altogether.
At Dom's bench, the painstaking reassembly of the vintage fret saw, a loyal workhorse that once served a much-missed father, is nearly over.
Dom,
Jay.
What are you doing? Look at that.
The belt.
The belt.
Fantastic. Oh, that's cool.
And also the blade.
The most important piece.
Yeah, you need to use. Well, both of them are important.
Exactly.
Where's it go?
Should we put it on?
Yeah.
We'll grab that end, we'll feed it through. Back in there, yeah, loop it through those teeth.
Okay.
In there, yeah. I'll go around here. That should.
Oh, that metal clip clips it together.
Yeah. If it's the right size.
It should be.
I'm about to find out if I can loop that over there. Thank you. There we go.
All right, so that fits then.
That's perfect.
So
Yeah.
now it's the
And then I
blade.
just feed the blade through here.
It just slots in, yeah?
Yeah. And then that wing nut just holds it in there. Perfect. That's perfect.
Does that work then?
Yeah, go on, look. Here we go, look.
That's proper, isn't it?
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, it's going a bit fast, isn't it? Is that the way it's supposed to go? As fast as that?
Yeah. How cool is that?
That is proper cool.
Brilliant. Oh, I'm so pleased.
So I can get Chris and John to come in.
That's it, ready to go.
They're going to be happy to see that working. You're too good.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
When the fret saw was brought to the barn, it was in a shabby state and missing vital components. John, with his son Chris, are back to reclaim it, hoping it can take pride of place in a workshop once again.
I'm looking forward to picking it up because I haven't used it for 30 years. I broke it. This saw holds a lot of memories for me.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, how are you?
How are you both?
Hey, Dom.
Good
How's
to
it
see
going?
you.
Good to see you, John.
And you.
Lovely.
And you. Oh, my goodness, look at that.
What are you hoping's underneath it? The important question.
Genuinely excited. Didn't expect to be that excited or this excited, but I am excited. Yeah.
You excited?
Yeah, I am. I can't wait to see it. I'd love to
Yeah,
see what it's going to
yeah.
look like.
Good.
See what you've done to it.
Right.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic.
It is fantastic.
Look at the hobbies in different colour as well.
Yeah,
It's
very
perfect.
nice. And you've re-welded the bit here that was missing.
Yeah.
And this is leather?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Finally, this is the drive belt.
Yeah, that's what it was originally. It's a really nice job. Setting up this to get it working well it's quite a tricky bit of fettling, isn't it?
Yes, it's a really precise machine.
Yeah, it's a lovely machine.
Yeah. So I've tried really hard to actually keep it looking honest and keep it original. I had to do a few repairs, the welding at the bottom, which damaged the paint. Seeing it all back together again and working, does it bring back memories of your father using it?
I can remember my father using it in the 1940s, and now Chris will use it again in the 20s. So it's there's a lot of history here.
I can't wait to see you have a go on it. Do you want to have a go?
I'd love to, yeah,
Yeah,
can't wait.
let's do it. John, you're going to have to show us how to use it.
Here we go then.
You're great at it.
Keep going.
Yeah, let me have a go now. So what do? You just rock your...
Get the speed going. Do it. So get the speed going.
It's tricky, isn't it?
Yes. There you are, there you go, look.
That's it. That's a good speed. There we go. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep going. Keep going with your feet. Faster, faster with your feet. It's harder than it looks, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it just shows how clever your granddad really was.
Yeah.
Imagine making fine pieces out of this. It's impressive. You're looking forward to learning how to use it properly?
Absolutely can't wait to use it. Thank you so much for fixing it.
You're so welcome. I'm really glad to get it working again and hopefully rekindle some memories from your granddad and your father.
Yeah. A lot of practicing required, isn't there, before
Absolutely.
you make anything at all.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much.
OK, no, thank you.
Lovely to meet you.
Really nice.
Thank
Really
you so much.
pleased.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
I think he's done a fantastic job, and I'm looking forward to using it.
I think we're going to continue to make jigsaws with the saw, like my grandfather used to and like my dad used to and like it was 30 years ago.
And we'll keep it in my workshop.
Yeah.
You'll
sounds
come
good.
down and use it.
Perfect.
In the repair shop today,
This is always a nerve-wracking time.
Dom's in a spin.
I do feel a little bit like a big kid on his birthday, just unwrapping his presents, like frantically trying to get inside, trying to have a look.
Restoring childhood memories from 60 years ago.
Ah, brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
While Brenton commits a miniature murder.
I've cut the head off a vet.
To get a Victorian Sporting Heroes trophy back to prize-winning form.
Right, the moment of truth. And there we go, we've got a head.
But first, Cassie and Sue Day from Swindon are hoping Maestro Pete Woods can lend his musical ear and very specialist skills to a cherished brass instrument that's lost its lustre.
Hello.
I'm Jay.
Hiya, I'm Cassie.
Cassie.
Hi, I'm Sue.
All right, Sue. And this is Pete.
Hi, Pete.
Hi.
Hiya.
Right. So, what we got in the box?
We have a trumpet.
Here we go. Up. Right. So, tell us about the trumpet, please.
So the trumpet belonged to my granddad,
Okay.
so my mum's dad.
So, what was your dad's name?
Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah.
So, tell us about your dad playing the trumpet.
My dad used to play this every New Year's Eve. It used to be a bit of a family tradition that he would get the trumpet out
Right.
to play Old Lang Syne, and then he used to go up and down the street with it.
Hold on.
You heard it right.
What, he'd come out of the house?
Yeah, he'd come out the house and then he'd get the trumpet and then the neighbours would come out and everybody following behind him playing that.
And he's playing that?
Yeah.
He sounds like a bit of a character, your dad, then.
He was a bit of a character, yeah.
Do you remember your granddad, then?
Yeah.
What was he like, then, as a granddad?
Hilarious. He was the best.
So, bless him, but yeah, miss him terribly. But yeah.
He was just the nicest, yeah, he was great. When my nan died,
What?
my granddad stopped playing this every New Year's Eve and didn't carry it on.
So Dennis stopped playing when his wife passed away?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of became a kind of ornament.
So when was the last time this was played?
Probably about 28 years ago.
So I've never heard it play,
No.
but it's been a bit of a legend in the household. So every year, Mum
Yeah, yeah.
tells the story of round about now, this is what Grandad will be doing.
Yeah.
So every year we've been brought up with the story of Grandad playing Old Lang Syne on the trumpet.
I don't have a lot of things that are left of his, and I just think it would be really nice to try and restart the tradition. My son-in-law can now play the trumpet.
Carry on that tradition.
Yeah.
Pete, what do you reckon? It can be fixed?
It can be fixed. It was silver-plated originally.
Was it?
See the silver there? Where it's been cleaned. All the silver plating's come off.
Oh.
Yeah, what colour do you remember it?
I can remember it being shiny.
Yeah.
He would have had this all, you know, looked after, oiled and everything else, and he'd probably be saying, you've let that get into a state. Shame on you.
It's about time you got it repaired.
About time you got it repaired.
Well, listen, beautiful story, and we're going to get this sorted for you.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you
very
for
much.
bringing this in.
Thank you very
Okay?
much. Thank you.
you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We really hope that he can get the trumpet to work again so that we can start up the family tradition again. With Nathan, my future son-in-law, to do it.
Having it actually being brought to life would just be, magical, I think. It means a lot.
I bet this has seen some times, hasn't it?
Yeah, you're right there, mate.
So what you got to do to this, then?
Basically, put that back on.
That looks a bit bent to me, doesn't it? Is
It
that twisted?
needs just a little bit of straightening. It's a mouth pipe. We've got to do things like cleaning out the valves.
Oh, that's not meant to stick down like that, is
It's
it?
not meant to stick down. It's meant to come straight up.
Okay.
Mouthpiece is jammed in.
Right.
Should come out. It's going to need a good cleaning, so we'll give it an acid clean because inside will be filthy and that affects the sound.
Right, so you've got to clean the inside.
Got to clean the inside.
It's a good plan.
Lovely.
All
Cheers,
right,
mate. Well, we've got quite a bit of work to do on this trumpet. First thing I've got to do now is disassemble it. We're just trying to get this valve out now, which seems to be completely stuck. These divert the air round, making the trumpet slightly longer by a half note, a full note, and 1.5 notes. This allows you to get all the different notes on the trumpet So all we've got to do now is try and get them out. 2 out, just 1 more to go that isn't having it. So we've just got to convince it that it wants to come out. And it has. That's 1 job done. Now we're going to try and remove the mouthpiece. This really has taken some punishment. It's quite normal. If the mouthpiece gets stuck, what people tend to do is put a pair of pliers on them and they twist it. And of course, the first thing it does, it twists the whole thing off. So we see quite a few of these. It's quite normal, especially for kids. They sit there going and wonder why it gets jammed. We're now going to use the mouthpiece puller to get the mouthpiece out, hopefully. Put it on there. It's got 2 legs that go each side onto the brass receiver. Pull it up. Success. Hold it up to the light. It's absolutely filthy. Nice working on this because there's a long family tradition. Cassie and Sue remember their grandfather and dad enjoyed playing it, and it entertained, from what we hear, the whole street. So, I mean, it was a good time had by all. All I've got to do is get the rest of the trumpet apart so I can get it through the acid, get it clean, so I can really start to work on it.
As Pete struggles to dismantle the trumpet, outside another item that brought joy to the lives of its owners.
You okay? Nice to see you.
Madeline Rossell and her sister Margot from Eastbourne are here to meet metal expert Dominic Chenier.
What's in the boot? What have you got? I can't wait to see.
Surprise, surprise.
They've brought a childhood favourite that's entertained 3 generations of their family.
Brilliant. Let's go inside. I'm so intrigued by this. It looks amazing. What is it?
It's a roundabout.
Can you just explain how does it work?
Right. You get a seat either side.
Oh, okay.
Right. If you sit in here,
Yeah.
one sits that side.
Sure.
And then you put one hand there, one hand here,
So that
and you
person-
pull it towards you,
Oh.
and it will go round.
Cool, I bet you could get some speed up on this.
You can.
I've never seen anything like this. Where on earth did you get it from?
Mother bought it for us when I was about 4 and you were 6.
6, something like that. And we just played with it all the time, didn't we?
It was the best toy we had.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yes.
I can completely see why.
We were the most popular people in the street. Everyone was queuing up at the gate because they wanted
Literally
to come on the
to have a
roundabout.
We used to charge them penny seat for go.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd pay a penny to go on it. If I could fit in it, I would, yeah. I'd be queuing up. It looks like it's been well used. I can completely
Yes,
understand now why
yes.
the paint's so worn
Yeah.
off.
We would love our children, grandchildren, and
future.
great-grandchildren
Future.
to
Queuing
have
up
the
again.
fun
Yes.
that we used to have.
Yes.
Good.
Really would.
It's got to be used.
Definitely. I bet your mum had no idea when she bought this that it was going to last this long and you were going to still have it.
I think she'd be thrilled to bits to
Do you
see.
think she would?
She would.
She picked the right toy.
She did.
Absolutely.
You got that right. We idolised our mum. She was brilliant.
We had so much fun with her. She was a really good mum, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Oh. Right, well, leave this with me and I will do my best to get this apart and try and get it back to being usable again.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Lovely to meet you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When the roundabout's fixed, we'll be able to have our barbecues with all the toys out and watch the grandchildren fighting to have a go on it. But we won't charge them a penny, will we?
But we'll have a ride on it ourselves, I'm sure.
Marilyn and Margot have had this roundabout for a long time and it's clearly had quite a life and done a lot of miles. Structurally, it looks okay. One thing that it does need some help with is cosmetics. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to strip all this paint off and repaint it. But once this is all pristine and glossy and shiny again, it really is going to look amazing. This paint's got a weird texture. I don't know about that, but... Right, there's one. OK, same again with this one. And I've just got to carry on now until the whole thing is completely broken into pieces.
As Dom battles to dismantle the magic roundabout, Pete has finished breaking apart the trumpet that welcomed in decades of New Year's and can now give the brass a bath.
We've got some acid here now that'll loosen all the muck. It's not going to take long, it's quite mild acid. We can then wash it through and give it a good brush.
With the brass now sparkling clean, Pete can address the copious dents that mar both the sound and the appearance of the trumpet.
Now it's starting to have a little go at the bell and trying to sort out all the big dents. Obviously, it's seen a little bit of damage during these New Year's Eve celebrations. So, better get on and get to work and get rid of these dents. We put it on the dolly here. We've got several of these. Trumpets are always different shapes from different manufacturers. So, you have to sort of balance between the two. You might get one that fits around the bottom, another one that fits just there.
The dolly is the metal former which provides a flat surface to hammer the brass against.
We've finished now with the bell dolly, which obviously only goes up to about there. We've now got to get all these dents out. So we use a longer tapered one, and we can start with a hammer now and get rid of some of the large dents. It's a thing called a burnisher. With this, I'm actually just physically pushing the metal into place. You can move it about, but you don't expand it, which is great. They're gradually coming out, all the dents. Just now, keep at it, keep slugging away until all the dents are gone.
With the brass finally free of dents, Pete can now rebuild the instrument.
It's a little bit fiddly. Things tend to fall all over the place. So to hold it in place, we use the tie-in wire. It's all wired up now, so we're ready to start soldering. Right, that's it. All soldered up now. We can get it off to the platers. Then we'll get it back, give it a final shine up and make sure it works.
Pete may be getting ready to sound the victory call, but outside, items are still arriving. Jill Lee from Burnley
Hello there.
Hello.
has brought a very unusual piece of sporting history for the winning team of silversmith Brenton West and leather expert Susie Fletcher.
So what did you bring in?
Oh, this is what we call a champion's belt.
Champion's belt.
Oh, wow.
It's the pedestrian champion of England belt.
Pedestrian.
Pedestrian.
Pedestrian. Is that like crossing the road sort of thing?
No, it's a speed walker.
It's a bit like the Olympic sport where they walking really, really fast.
That's right, that's right. And it's from my three greats grandfather, who won it in 1851. He was called James Searles. He speed walked 1,000 miles in 1,000 hours, 1,000 half miles in 1,000 half hours, and 1,000 quarter miles in 1,000 quarter hours.
Wow.
And it took him from July to September.
So who made this belt, or how did this belt come about?
It was presented to him when he'd finished this challenge. He won this, a cup, and £250.
It's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
Equivalent to about £10,000 in today's money. Yeah.
So do you have this interest in walking?
No. Well, only the dog.
What would you like us to do to the belt?
Really just to sort of, I suppose, in a way, tidy it up. Repair where the lettering's coming off. And he's lost his head there.
Okay.
And the actual belt itself is...
Yes.
Tired.
Is very tired. Yes, very tired.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want it to look as new, do you? Because
no.
it's just so historical.
Yes, absolutely. What does this belt symbolise to you?
Strength of character more than anything. I mean, can you imagine doing something like that? I mean, I just can't.
No, I can't either. Thank you very much for bringing it in, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you so much for looking at it.
Thanks, Jill. Okay.
Thank you, Jill. It's been a pleasure meeting
Bye.
you.
Okay.
All the family know of James Searles and very proud of him because he was such a strength and compared very much to an Olympian of today, I suppose. Yes.
During the 19th century, pedestrianism was a hugely popular spectator sport throughout Britain, with enormous cash prizes on offer. Born in 1819, James Searles became one of the most celebrated pedestrians, his appearances drawing crowds of thousands.
It's rather nice, isn't it?
It's absolutely lovely, but it's had a bit of a long life, 170 odd years, and it's showing it now, unfortunately.
It is.
I envisage taking the silver off of here.
Yep, perfect.
And handing you the bendy bits, is that?
Yeah, that would be super. Yeah. This velvet needs to be really cleaned up.
Yeah.
All that needs to be lined.
Okay, I'll get that to my bench, and I'll be over as soon as I've got it apart.
Sounds perfect.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay. I'm just going to try and ease this off. And this is seeing the light of day for the first time in 170 odd years. I can start to clean that up and get the rest of these letters off and get those made.
Rather more sturdy is the jaunty 1950s roundabout being overhauled by Dom.
So a lot of these pieces I can actually sand down by hand, which is really good. Nice, gentle way of doing it. Some of the areas are really tricky. There's lots of nooks and crannies that I can't get into, so the sandblaster is the perfect tool for that.
Sandblasting may look like a very modern process, but it's actually been around for 150 years, patented in America in 1870. It's a fast and efficient way of cleaning metal surfaces, something that would have taken Dom hours by hand.
You can see what a fantastic job sandblasting does. Just leaves me with a perfect, clean, solid steel finish, which is a great base for the paint. Perfect. So I've just got a few last bits to do on this piece, and then I've got the mountain of other bits to do as well. Okay, so now I've got all of the bits of the merry-go-round all stripped off and back to bare metal, which is great. There's actually no real rust or anything like that. That's very good news. The only thing that I have to really deal with is this piece of tube on both sides. This round tube has become oval from that basic being in there and just sort of bashing back and forwards for so long, and I don't want to dare risk this not being safe, so I need to fix this. Now I've got that cut, that's removed a bit of material, and that's actually given me a gap that then I can clamp the two sides together, and then that will reduce that movement. Now I just need to get a weld on there to hold it all in place. Okay. Hopefully I haven't welded it all together. Brilliant. Perfect. That's so much better. Still a little bit of play there, so it's nice and easy to slide that in and out, but not too much, so I have no worries about that not being safe. I'm painting the seats for the merry-go-round separately to the rest of the pieces because I'm using a different paint for these, which is going to be an interesting one. It's a new one on me. Originally, the paint had almost like they'd put an additive in the paint or something like that to make it wrinkle up, but I can only assume that is to give it more grip, basically, to make it a little bit non-slip. So when you're spinning around on the merry-go-round, you don't fly out the seat. Perfect. That has gone on really well, and it's actually already started to wrinkle up, which is brilliant. I do need to leave that to dry for a good few hours, though, to make it goes nice and hard. So far, so good. Before I sandblasted everything off, I took really accurate notes and drawings and pictures of all of the original paint and where that all was. So now I need to mask up the areas that I want to stay white in preparation to spray the red on. Okay, brilliant. That's all gone really well. I just need to let that dry and then I can unmask it all. That's the fun bit.
Across the workshop, it's with great fanfare that Jay's taken a delivery for musical master Pete.
How you doing, Pete?
All right, Jay, how's you?
I'm good. Just got this back from the platers.
Yeah?
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
But it's a bit too shiny, isn't it?
It's going to be shiny, but we've got to now take it back to the same as when Dennis had it. A lot of the silver had worn off, so I'm just going to polish it off a bit. So that it's back to looking like...
Like that?
Like that, where you've got a bit of brass showing through and all the normal wear.
I'm with you.
So it looks exactly the same as they knew it.
All right. Happy days.
Onwards.
Yes, upwards.
I'm using just an ordinary brass polish. The silver has all been put on with a brush, so it's not over heavy. Been quite a nice job actually repairing this. It's an old semi-hand built one. So it's nice putting back together something that somebody made all that time ago.
For decades, this trumpet heralded the new year for Sue Day's family, but its bright, beautiful sound had been silenced by the march of time. Now Sue's returned to the repair shop, accompanied by her daughter Cassie, and soon-to-be son-in-law, Nathan, who is hoping to revive that family tradition.
The trumpet has got a real link to my dad. I don't have many things left of my dad anymore, so it will be really special.
Hello.
Hiya.
Sue. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank
Hiya.
you.
Hiya.
All right.
Hi, Nathan.
This is Nathan.
Hi, Nathan.
Nice to meet you.
Hiya.
All right. So, who's Nathan then?
Nathan is my other daughter's boyfriend.
Oh.
Yes.
And he's going to continue the tradition?
Yes, he's going to play the trumpet.
Try to.
Try to. How do you feel about that?
There's a lot of pressure on this, but...
So, how are you ladies feeling?
Excited.
Excited?
Yeah.
Nervous.
Okay. And nervous?
Yeah, I just want to see it working and looking good, and so it reminds me of my dad.
We're quite excited for you guys to see this, actually, aren't we?
Yeah.
Are we? Yeah. Shall we show you?
Yes,
Let's
please.
go for it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
God. Yeah.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much.
It's this young man here.
Yeah, thank you very much for doing that. It's, my dad's up there now, looking down at this, and yeah, I'm sure he'll be really glad. Thank you very much. It's
That's right. Pleasure.
yeah. He would be now sort of saying, right, that's how it
needs to stay.
It needs to stay.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
No.
I can't believe it.
Just shocked. Yes. Now pressure.
I feel sorry for him.
We need to hear it playing now. Yeah.
Could you do us a little tune now? Is that just a little something?
I can give it a go.
Thank
I'm
you.
sure I can.
All right.
Well done, Nathan. Thank you. Oh, that was lovely. Yeah, it just brings back all the memories. Just wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything to continue the family tradition.
Yeah.
Anything. Thank you for bringing it in.
no, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Pete. Very much.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
lovely.
you.
You
Thank
take care
you.
now.
Thanks very
Bye.
much. Bye. I was shocked. I was amazed. I can't believe it's the same trumpet.
I've never ever seen it looking so good. I've only ever seen it in the state that we bought it in, and to see it like this and to see how happy it's made my mum is just incredible, and it's bringing back all those memories of Grandad. So.
The tattered and torn Victorian speed walking trophy, free of its silver plaques, is now in the capable hands of Susie.
What I'm thinking about is what's my best approach here? It's clear that I'm going to have to line this velvet with something, but the first thing I need to do is clean up the velvet in preparation for backing. The actual belt is so fragile that there is absolutely no room for mistakes here.
Meanwhile, Brenton is getting the silver letters to look champion again.
I'm just establishing what I need to do to repair the various parts before I put them back on. The champion is missing the P and the I and some of the M. Now, I'm going to have to draw those out on a piece of paper, stick that to a piece of silver, and then cut those out and solder those into that to make the word champion. I think that looks pretty good. That spells the word champion. It's in the similar style. I've got to polish that up a bit, solder it together, and then that's ready to go back on the belt.
Now I've got the belt completely taken apart, I can see actually how much damage there is on the velvet. It's absolutely peppered with holes and major tears where it's been folded back. But I can now go ahead and line this with a very lightweight material. It's strong enough to give everything a lot more strength, but it's not so thick that it's going to bulk everything up too much. I'm going to just brush lightly the glue onto the velvet, and then once it's all got a little bit tacky, I can press the two pieces of fabric together. Good. So what I need to do now is finish off by trimming it up.
At his workbench, Brenton faces the unusual task of replacing the champion's missing head on one of the belt's silver plaques, and he's calling on some unusual props to help.
I've got some children's toys. I've cut the head off a vet, and I'm going to try and cast that in silver, which gives me something to work on. So I'm going to push this head into some casting sand. Hopefully when I remove it, it will leave an impression I can then pour the molten silver into. Right, the moment of truth. If I can get this out without damaging the impression that I've made. It's very hard to tell whether this has worked or not. I've just got to pour some silver and see what happens. And there we go. We've got a head. I've now got to cut the excess silver off the back and start carving the hair a bit and making it look a bit more like James. So there's a bit of work to do yet.
Over on the metal workbench, Dom's ready for the big reveal, eager to see if hours of meticulous taping has recreated the bold pattern on the 1950s roundabout.
This is always a nerve-wracking time. No matter how careful I try and mask things up, the overspray from the paint just gets everywhere. Just need to be so careful now. This is a special tape that should give me a nice clean edge. Oh yeah. Brilliant. Yes, look at that. Fantastic. That is so smart. I love those two colours together. It's like a big candy cane. That looks really, really good. Wrap this up so well, now I can't get it off. I do feel a little bit like a big kid on his birthday, just unwrapping his presents. I'm trying to have a look. I'm desperate to see how this has all come out. Ah, brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So Marilyn and Margot's grandkids have only ever seen this merry-go-round in the shed in its sorry state that it was when it arrived. So they are going to go mad when they see this. It's going to look brand new, and they're finally going to get to have a go at it. I can't wait.
60 years ago, two little sisters first laid eyes on what was to become a favourite childhood toy. In Eastbourne, those sisters, Marlon and Margot, are about to come face to face with it, as it would have looked all those years ago. And they're sharing the moment with two other little girls, their granddaughters.
The roundabout was really rusty, been well used over the years.
I hope Don has made it safe for us. We had so much fun on the roundabout that it would be just lovely to sit in the garden and watch these two sisters doing the same thing.
Are you ready?
Ready?
You
Steady?
count,
Come on.
count.
3,
2, 1. Oh, wow. Hey, that looks brilliant. It's good.
Oh, that's lovely.
It is good.
Just so wonderful. Oh,
What do you think, Emma?
do you want it
Look
right
good.
on it?
Good.
One more, on one side, one go.
Ready?
Go.
Steady. Go. Go on.
Wow.
Go on.
Marilyn. Oh, steady, lovely.
Faster, faster.
Oh, that's lovely. Wow.
When the blanket came off, it was sparkling, wasn't it?
Amazing. It was just
like new.
lovely. I bet my mum's looking down up there, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, yeah. She'd have probably have jumped on it as well. Is it Argo?
Oh!
Hey, good job, where's your ball?
Good job, Marilyn. We're not! Oh, this is lovely! I don't believe it. Oh, Marilyn! Oh, that was good fun. That was lovely. Good fun.
Back at the repair shop, Susie is in the final stages of putting the Champion Speedwalker belt back together, 170 years after it was awarded to Victorian sporting legend James Sells.
I've finished gluing the backing onto the velvet of the belt. It feels really strong, and I know I've got full confidence now that when I mount the metal plating back on, this can take the strain. Really beginning to come together. What I have to do now is to sew the backing piece of leather on to hide all of the pins that's holding the metalwork on the front. I think the final result is going to be really rather lovely.
When the prize belt arrived in the repair shop, it was anything but Champion, with missing letters, a headless figure, and fragile fabric. Now James Sells' great-great-great-granddaughter Jill has returned to the barn to reclaim this piece of sporting history.
Considering it's 150 years old, it's amazing that it survived that long, but we want it to last another 150 years, so to have it repaired will mean a lot. I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
Hello, Jill.
Hi, Jill.
Hello.
Lovely to see you again.
It's lovely to see you.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
How are you feeling?
Whew. I'm sure it'll be amazing because I've got every confidence in me.
That's nice. That's a good start.
It's a good start, yeah.
Well, let's see, shall we?
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, you've done a super job. That is amazing. How did you do that? Oh, he's got his head back. Gosh. Oh, that's just right. Just right. Oh, it's lovely. I'm in awe of you, I really am.
It was what you were hoping for, is it?
Absolutely, yes. And more so. And more so, yeah. Yeah.
It's been absolutely fascinating to hear about all of James's achievements. And thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Right,
It's been
and
super.
it's yours to
Okay.
take away.
Lovely. Thank
Bye-bye.
you very much.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Well done.
Well done, you.
think Susie and Brenton have done an absolutely fantastic job. As far as James is concerned, it's wonderful that we'll be able to keep it for years and years and years, through lots of generations of the family, so that his legacy never dies. So it's great, absolutely wonderful.
In the repair shop today, horology heaven for Steve.
It's incredible.
As he works on the oldest ever item to come through the barn doors.
When this being made, a lot of people thought that the world was still flat. It is really special.
And Brenton's all at sea, responding to a mayday for a wartime lifeboat compass.
If I get it too hot, it's just going to fall apart. It's just going to go boing.
First, widower Jeff Clark from Sunderland is hoping audio expert Mark Stuckey can restore a beloved item that holds memories of a very special day.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jay.
I'm Jeff.
All right, Jeff.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Hello, Jeff. I'm Mark. Hello.
So this beautiful jukebox is yours?
Yes, it is.
Tell us about it.
I bought it 43 years ago.
Okay. So why did you buy a jukebox?
I come from an era of rock and roll, so it just seemed a good idea at the time.
Okay.
Shortly after that, I met the beautiful Marie, and in 1978, Marie and I married. But we couldn't afford a reception, so we had it in our dining room, sandwiches and cups of tea, and the jukebox was in the dining room, and I played D number 1, Moonlight Serenade by Glenn Miller.
Oh, that's a nice song. It's timeless. I like big band music.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Yeah. I just thought that might be right for the moment. And I wasn't quite expecting it, but just absolute magic happened. As Marie and I cuddled each other and shuffled around, it was just, everything came together on that moment. Marie and Moonlight Serenade,
yeah.
Everything is locked inside of there.
Tell us about Marie.
Marie was one of those people that everybody loved. And I think part of the secret was that she loved everybody herself. Marie died 7 years ago, almost, of a brain tumour. And at first I just couldn't play the jukebox. It was too painful. Then late at night I would put it on. I would sit in the bottom of the stairs and realised just what I had all those years, and now I was lost forever. Then people would come to the house, they'd want to hear the jukebox. The volume control started not to work properly. Then if you selected one of these keys for your record, the jukebox would just go click. The drum would roll round and it wouldn't select a record.
If we were able to bring it back to life, what would it mean to you?
Well, it has the ability to take me back to that moment on our wedding day and the magic of holding her all just inside that machine. She was such a very, very special lady, not just to me, to many, many people. And here is an opportunity to hear and see, I know it sounds strange, the memory of somebody extra special.
It'd be a pleasure to do it for you and for her. We'll do the best for her.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff, for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm not quite sure how I feel at the moment. To leave the jukebox here, it's a little bit strange because I want it repairing, but it's a lot more than just the jukebox. It's Marie.
Let's open her up.
Right. This then can be lifted off.
Whoa.
There we go. So now we've actually got quite a good look at the actual working parts. Now we can actually take off the selector. The selector is what selects those records. I've got to come down here. I've got to hold this. When the shaft is pulled, it will then drop out.
Slowly, yeah?
Yeah. That's it.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
Do you want me to get round the back? Yep.
Right.
Cool.
There we go, one selector.
So looking at it now, you can't tell me what's wrong with it, can you?
No, I'll do one thing at a time. I'll work on this selector, making sure it's all clean and tidy.
If there's anything else you need, just give us a shout, yeah?
Yeah, I will do. There'll be quite a bit more, so thanks very much. You're not going to get away that easy.
All right.
Thanks very much.
No problem.
So this is the selector. These little contacts over time can get sort of dirty, grimy. But if these aren't clean, then the problem will be you either won't get any selection at all, or weird and wonderful things can occur. So we've got to make sure that they're as clean as we possibly can get them. 100 records, 200 selections. Plenty to do.
Next, an extraordinary tale of nautical adventure. Joe Blackwell from Chichester is hoping silversmith Brenton West can navigate his way through the repair of a seafaring souvenir.
Hello there.
Hi.
I'm Brenton.
Hi, Brenton. I'm Joe.
Nice
to meet
Joe.
you.
What have you brought in?
I have brought in a lifeboat compass in many pieces.
Okay.
That goes in there.
Okay. What lifeboat is this from?
This compass was taken from one of two lifeboats which my grandparents, my father and his two brothers were rescued from mid-Atlantic on the 14th of September 1939, so just a few days after the start of World War II.
And how did their boat sink?
They were coming back from a family holiday from Montreal, and they were followed by a U-boat. Eventually, the submarine caught up with them, made them stop, and asked them all to get into these two lifeboats because he said he was going to torpedo this ship, which was called the SS Battered Head.
Wow.
I've got pictures of my granny with her hat on, and very, very just so. They got into the lifeboats, and then the U-boat torpedoed the Battered Head. Meanwhile, the SOS had been received from HMS Ark Royal, who sent in skewer and swordfish aeroplanes. Unfortunately, two of the airmen were killed in the action. And eventually, HMS Tartar rescued my family in the lifeboat, and my grandfather said, "Can I have the compass, please?"
So he's bobbing about in the sea and he's got his screwdriver out.
No, my granddad, yes. Apart from the two crewmen, the only other casualty that is mentioned in writing is that my grandmother lost a shoe going up the ladder of HMS Tartar.
That's amazing. So why have you brought this to us now to be repaired?
Because my mum passed away last year, and I thought, do you know, it would be so lovely to have it all put together. My dad's probably looking, saying, yes, you go for it, Joe. And also because there's two airmen who lost their lives in that particular incident, and I'd just like to have them remembered in a better condition.
This is a fantastic item. I'm really looking forward to working on it for you. Thank you very much for bringing it in.
Brenton, thank you very much.
OK, I'll be in touch.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
My father would be totally overwhelmed that the compass was being restored. It meant so much to him. If my family had not been rescued, I wouldn't be here today, and it reminds me so much of my dad.
How we doing? So I'm having a look at this. The compass itself is fine, so we don't need to worry about that. The solder needs doing on there.
Yeah.
Two things that concern me is this hole in the side.
Well, what's the concern on that? Because what would have been there?
Well, I've had a little look on the internet, and there would be like a square lamp holder on there.
A lamp holder?
Yeah, so that when you were navigating in your lifeboat at night, you could see where you were going. So I think I should make the box so it looks like it would have a lamp in it.
You would need me to buy some brass.
I need some brass sheet.
Because it would be brass, wouldn't it?
Absolutely brass sheet for that. And also, this is a bit wobbly.
Oh, the bases?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if Will can sort something out.
Absolutely.
I'll get this sorted.
Cheers, thank you.
OK. How we doing, Will?
Hey, Jay.
I've got a little job for you.
Right.
So this is a compass stand Brenton's working on the compass.
A compass stand. How big is this compass? That's huge.
It is quite big, but the compass sits about that tall.
Okay.
And it sits on top of this, and what we'd like you to do is, if you can, make this level.
Why is it rocking so much? Right, so there's a cork ring there. I can get that as flat as I can for you.
Yes, please.
And the surface, it looks quite dry.
It is very dry.
Sad.
So if you can, just spruce it up a bit. Is that cool?
I think I can do that.
I'll leave it with you.
Lovely.
All right?
No worries.
Thank you.
As Will tackles the base, outside Brenton is starting work on the brass case, also known as a binnacle.
I'm trying to get the dents out of this binnacle, and it was quite badly bashed. Someone's had a go at getting the dents out of it, and so there's dents going out and dents going in, so it's quite tricky to do. The reason I've filed it is so I can see the high spots and the low spots. So as the file is flat, it hits the high spots, but it can't get into the low spots there. So I know that all of this area has to go down, or this area has to go up. So basically I'll be putting this in here and just easing over these dents very gently with the hammer. Every time there's a little dent, just knock it down a bit. There's dents all the way around this, and it's going to be a lot of work to finish.
As Brenton hammers away at the dents on the binnacle, back inside the barn, electrical ace Mark is using all his technical know-how to get his assignment up and playing again.
The selector unit is now going to be taken completely apart, and I have to take 200 of these little sliding connections off very carefully without breaking one of them. These have been together for 60 years, like a marriage. I'm now separating them. Some are quite happy to become divorced and separate, and there's others who are reluctant. And of course, I've got to make sure at the end I put the right partner back with the right partner. Otherwise, all hell will break loose. Here we go. It's coming. There we go. All these individual banks should just come out like that. So it's quite fascinating to see the amount of work and complexity, and the man hours or woman hours. It was normally ladies who would assemble these because their hands were smaller and more nimble. Looking around, we have got a problem. There is a wire which is broken off into the relay, which are these assemblies here. The relays represent one bank, one side of the record selection. That's a contact, and it should come out here, and it's just a little stub left. The wire is so tightly broken, I'm going to have to use a way of drilling some of the plastic away so I can then resolder it up. So it's a bit of like doing micro-dentistry. I only get one shot at this. If I mess it up, I've ruined it. I'm just trying to gently drill down to the wire. Right. Well, I've exposed a small proportion of it, and there hopefully will be sufficient metal available so I can solder it and then put the wire back together. I'm literally just getting the solder to flow onto the original metal, and it has quite nicely. And then what I've got to do is the wire which is broken, which is this little devil here, the wire's a bit short, so I've got to be careful with it. I've got to make sure the solder is taken, but in particularly, there's a sufficient integrity to the wire strength that if it moves and gets vibrated, it's not going to actually fall out. And yeah, that's good. Yep, I'm really happy with that we've actually managed to repair it without the risk of damaging the whole unit, and the patient is safe to live another day.
While Mark works through the litany of fixes, outside metal expert Dom is giving the jukebox bodywork an overhaul.
This jukebox is absolutely awesome. Everything about it is just iconic 50s American, right up my street. I'm so jealous. I wish I had one of these in my house. Just going to be giving the chrome a bit of a clean, using a fine wire wool. This, used carefully, won't actually scratch the surface. Just remove all of the rust in the top tarnished layer. I'll then go over it afterwards with a chrome polish. It is just good old-fashioned elbow grease.
With the hundreds of tiny switches, levers and wires now cleaned and repaired, it's time for the jukebox to be rebuilt, ready for the first test spin.
If I press that button and the record gets selected, believe me, I'll have such a beam on my face.
It's a bit shinier now.
It is. That's superb. Thank you. Now, that was number 33. We'll try one more randomly to see what 16 does. So it's gone round once and it can't find the record. If I had any hair left to lose, I could have lost it by now over this one, I tell you. I'm getting one side working, but when you request the other side of the record, for some reason, it can't read it, it's not seeing it. She says, no, I'm not playing that one, I do want it. Sugar. I don't quite understand, but we've got to work it out.
As Mark struggles with the electrical enigma, another hopeful visitor has arrived. Engineer Frank Black from Glasgow has brought the oldest ever item booked into the repair shop, a thrilling prospect for horologist Steve Fletcher.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Steve.
Hiya, Steve.
I'm Jay.
Hiya, Jay.
You are?
I'm Frank.
All right, Frank.
What have we got here? Whoa. This is a very special clock. I can see this straight away. Oh, my word. That is something. Do you know how special it is?
Pretty special.
It is really old. I mean, this is mid-17th century.
17th century?
Yeah.
As old as that?
This was made in 1650s. It was made by Thomas Looms.
But on the front here, AD 1620. Now, Thomas Looms wasn't born until 1626.
I saw that. Obviously, the date is completely wrong, unless this is the correct age of the clock that it was taken from.
Ah.
In a lot of cases, you know, clockmakers would take a good part off of a clock that is defunct for some reason and think, I'm going to put it on this clock because this is a nice clock. It's just recycling parts. I mean, they used old bits all the time.
That's very interesting.
You think about what this clock has seen in its life.
So this has been in your family for like 400 years then?
No, I can't guarantee that, unfortunately. The only thing I can say is that my grandfather had the clock, and he was born in 1850-something.
Okay.
Right. It was passed to an uncle of mine. I must have been 10 or 11, but I can remember it was in his hall and it was working at that time.
Okay.
It did chime, I know that.
So when did it stop working then?
When my Uncle Dave took it out of the case and it was put in a custard box 70 years ago.
What, it was put in this box?
70 years it's been in that box.
Oh, my word.
When he broke up his house, the cardboard box plus the clock came to me. It came with a pendulum and weights. And when I moved house, the clock went, but the weights had, the pendulum didn't. And it broke my heart.
Oh, dear.
And I've always felt, you know, that it was a crying shame that we should have a clock such as that sat there doing nothing. It's just such, it's something special and a piece of history. I'm desperate to see it work.
Frank, thank you so much for bringing this in. I'm going to sit down with this and just covet it for a little while.
Yeah.
And just look through every little bit, and we'll see what we can do. Thanks very much. Right,
Bye-bye now.
This clock, it's a beautiful thing. It's a real piece of history. For us to have kept that locked away for 70 years in a cardboard box under the stairs, it's criminal. I hope that Steve can bring it back to its former glory.
So this is special, isn't it?
It is really special. I can't tell you how I love this clock.
I can tell you're excited.
I must just take this off. I've been dying to do this. Oh, yes. See, all of these holes here tell a story to do with lots of transformations that this clock's had.
So the holes are saying that something else was there before?
Yeah, it's like a house. You wouldn't expect a house to stay the same.
No.
for 400 years. It would have, you know, new windows. It would have central heating. It's modernised, and this clock is the same.
So even though bits have been taken away and added, it's still special.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
Cool. So then, what's wrong with it, and what have you got to do?
Got to get a pendulum for it and an old weight as well to drive it. It could be just very, very worn, but I won't know until I have a close look at it.
All right. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jay.
No problem.
When this lovely old hand-cut screw was being made, a lot of people thought that the world was still flat. There was no electricity, but they still made beautiful items like this. It's incredible. Now, this is very unusual. This is a much later escapement, which is the part of the clock that the power escapes to the pendulum. And I think it may have had several replacements in its life. I think I'm just going to clean everything very, very carefully, and then I'll make a decision on which way forward to go. It'd be lovely to get it ticking again.
After many hours of toil and several stumbling blocks,
Daisy, and it's quite heavy.
audio expert Mark is closing in on his goal, getting the 1960s jukebox playing again.
I've got the amplifier on my bench here. Jeff did say that the volume was either up or it was 0. There's components there which are 50 plus years old, so I need to replace those. That's the old capacitor. Here we have its modern equivalent, substantially smaller and more prone for reliability. So I've got to solder all these one by one.
So all you've got to do is just plug it in?
That's it.
You're not feeling nervous, are you?
Totally.
No, you're not. Come on.
Owner Jeff brought the jukebox to the repair shop, hoping the team could unlock the soundtrack to his life with his late wife. A team effort has resurrected the silent giant, and Jeff's returned, desperate to hear the music that evokes so many precious memories of his Marie.
Today, I'm hoping to see the jukebox repaired and working. It is a memory of Marie and that magical time on our wedding day. Chair.
Okay.
Lovely to see you again.
Likewise, sir. You all right?
Yeah, great.
Good on you.
Mark.
Hello, Jeff.
Lovely
Nice to see you.
We're really excited to see what you think about this. Ready to set?
Yes, please. Wow. It's alive.
Yeah.
And very beautiful it is. Mark, you've done a lovely job.
Thank you.
Does it play?
Well, shall we find out?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, dear.
Have we done her proud?
Yeah. She was special, all right. Thank you, Mark. And
I'm glad I could do it for you.
wow. Is it a really big job to do?
Yes.
It was. It was.
But in the back of my mind, we had to get it right.
Yeah.
I can't thank you enough for actually bringing this in. It's just a real joy. Jeff?
Thank you.
Mark. Thank you very much. Thanks
We'll
very
get this
much.
shipped up to you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Well done.
We all felt that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing. There it was, playing, and I'm instantly transported back to that magical moment when Marie and I danced and cuddled. The jukebox will be coming back home, back in its pride of place. I always like music loud, so maybe the whole of the street will be hearing it, which will be a good thing. To celebrate Marie one more time.
Also hoping to bring a cherished relic back to life is Steve, who's carefully tending to the 400-year-old clock.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to just clean it really gently with some detergent, normal washing up detergent. It can take ages to do it this way, but you've got to be really, really careful not to clean it up too much. Only another 40 parts to go. Will.
Hey, buddy.
Another favour, please. I've got this clock, and I need a bracket making for it. I've done some templates for it.
Fancy templates.
Yeah, that goes on the wall like that.
Like that.
This plate goes on there. The clock sits on that,
Like
and then
that.
it's got these little brackets underneath for there and there.
I see. Very clever. What would you like me to make it out of?
Oak, please.
Oak. I can do that.
Yeah. Nice thick oak. It would have been quite rustic.
I can't wait to see this when it's finished.
I know.
It's going to look really good.
And you're going to make it look even better.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Leave it with me.
Meanwhile, Steve will be using his 35 years of horology knowledge to try and pinpoint exactly why time had stood still for this clock.
I've cleaned all the parts of the clock now, and I'm just going through it step by step, doing lots of little repairs. One of the big things that I've found is that the escapement, which is the part of the mechanism that actually ticks and transfers the power from the mechanism to the pendulum, is set up completely wrong. And I've got this unit here, which is called a depthing tool. You can see the teeth of the escape wheel in turn hit the pallets and actually push it side to side. At the moment, this pallet here is completely the wrong angle, so I'm going to put a piece of steel in here to correct the shape of this. So hopefully it'll work correctly.
I've got some shellac polish here mixed with some Van Dyke spirit dye, and that's really dark in colour and depth. And I'm going to use that to stain this to tie in with the age of the piece.
I've got everything ready now, so I'm going to start off by reassembling the mechanism. I've worked on a lot of ancient clocks before, and I'd love to know all the different stages and what's been done and where it's been around. I would imagine it's been worked on at least 40 times. Just threading the chain into the clock. As the weight goes down, it runs both the clock side of the clock and also the strike at the same time. So I've got a couple of weights. I'll try the lighter one first. It's always good to have the lightest weight possible on the clock. That's quite a good speed of the strike. Now I've just got to see whether it actually drives the ticking part, the actual clock part of the clock. I've got an old pendulum that I found that I think will suit. Good. I might have to do a few more adjustments yet, but that's ticking away nicely.
silversmith Brenton has spent hours hammering the dents from the battered brass binnacle and can now address the structural damage.
The top edge of this has come away, and now I'm going to attempt to resolder this back together. I've got to be really, really careful, because if I get it too hot, it's just going to fall apart. It's just going to go boing. Just trying to heat it up just hot enough that the solder will melt. Right, you've seen that's gone into the joint now. Just want that to flow down a little bit. There it goes. This is now in position. I now need to get some solder into this part of the joint here, and I'm going to put it on its back for that, so that gravity will help me get the solder to go in. So this is a tricky little bit. I'm bridging quite a big gap here. I've absolutely amazed myself there. I didn't think that would work so well. I'm really pleased with that. That's fantastic. I'm just doing the first stages of polishing on the brass, and as you can see, most of the dents have gone, but I've left a slight ripple and the odd little mark in it. This is over 100 years old, and to make it look like new would not be a good thing.
Inside, having completed his work on Steve's clock bracket, Will is tending to the binnacle's wobbly base.
There's a piece of cork on the bottom there. That's to protect the base from the surface that it's being put on, but also because that ring is quite small in the middle, it's actually adding to that sort of rock. So I'm going to take it off now with a chisel, and then instead I might finish this off with some green baize on the base, and hopefully, without the cork, it's more stable. Well, that's definitely reduced that wobble, but also this piece of wood looks really bleached out, really sad. It needs some life put back into it. I'm going to give this a sand now. I'm just going to take off any surface dirt or wax that might be on there. That feels lovely and smooth. It's a nice, clean finish, perfect for staining. I have a lovely English walnut stain here. Let's see how this takes. Oh, look at that. That is lovely. That's really satisfying to see. I really don't want to show up Brenton's work, but I can already see that this base is going to look absolutely beautiful.
When Jo brought the binnacle in, she said that there was something that went on the side. I've done some research, and there's meant to be a lamp holder made of brass. So I've made a paper template, and I've transferred those lines onto this piece of brass, and I'm now going to start sawing it out. Right, so now I've got some lines where I'm going to fold it, and that's going to be the bottom of the box, and I will solder that onto the bottom of the box. I've drawn these lines onto here where I'm going to fold it this way, and the next thing I've got to do is to fold this up.
Metal worker Dom is on hand to lend his expertise.
Hey, Brenton.
And his metal folding machine to Brenton's assignment.
This will do a nice job.
Well, let's have a go then.
Yeah, just slip it in there. Right. There you go.
That's good.
That's the first fold.
So, and then now we do the big fold.
Perfect.
Okay, let's do it.
Stand back.
Yeah. That's gone well.
Yeah, perfect.
Shall we see if it fits?
Yeah, looks promising.
That slides in from the top.
Oh, okay.
Ha, that's perfect.
Look at that.
Yeah, so stick the top on. I've got to make a little door for it.
That's awesome.
Great, thank you very much.
No worries.
Okay.
Also on the home straight of his repair, Steve. A dream mission for any clock enthusiast, he's managed to bring a 400-year-old masterpiece back to working order.
Will's done a cracking job of this. It's really, really solid. That'll take a lot of weight. I decided that a bracket would be really suitable for this, to show it off basically, because it's a beautiful thing. Just threading the pendulum up onto the bracket. Fantastic, it all fits as well. Just gonna pop the bell on and screw the finial on. That's the crowning glory, really. Absolutely lovely. That looks fantastic. I can't wait to show Frank. I hope he's going to be so pleased with it, because I'm really pleased with it.
Elements of this clock were made 46 years before the Great Fire of London, and with its intriguing adaptations, represents an astonishing timeline of clock-making history. Eager to see if Steve's managed to get its cogs whirring again, his owner, Frank.
I gave Steve a mammoth task. A man back in Oliver Cromwell's time built that clock. It's just something special. It needs to be resurrected. Hiya, Steve.
Hi, Frank, how are you?
Oh, I'm never better.
Good.
Tickety-boo.
I'm very excited about what you're going to think about this clock. I'm sure you want to have a look at it.
I'm desperate. Oh, it's just divine. God. Amazing. Amazing. You've achieved a miracle. It's beautiful. Oh, I love it.
Let me just strike it for you.
Oh, you've got that working too, have you? Congratulations. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'll be proud to put it on my wall.
It's been a real privilege to work on. So thank you so much for bringing it in. We'll get it all wrapped up. We'll get it back to your house.
Thanks a million.
You're very, very welcome.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you. I'm more than delighted with the clock. When Steve set it to midday and had it chime, I thought, that is just beautiful. Everything's shimmering and shining, and it's just a thing of pure beauty. I can't wait to get it home and stick it on the wall, and I'm sure the whole family will be delighted to see it.
Silversmith Brenton has been putting the finishing touches to his own historic item, the wartime lifeboat compass.
I'm now going to put the compass back in. That looks really nice, and now the bit I really want to do is to try my light box on. This completes, from the archive pictures I've seen, this compass. And I think that looks absolutely fabulous.
Hey, Brenton. Look at that.
Brilliant. Wow.
Oh, that looks good.
That's fantastic.
That's
Thank
lovely.
you.
I bet you don't want to give that back now, do you?
I don't. I want to keep it. That's the same bit of wood.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Thank you.
No worries.
I really, really like this. I've really enjoyed working on it and reconstructing the box, and I hope that Joe likes it too.
Joe's father, uncles and grandparents were marooned at sea when their ship was torpedoed by a U-boat in 1939. And this compass came from the lifeboat that bore them to safety. Now she's back to see if Brenton's managed to get it shipshape again.
I'm here to collect my family's lifeboat compass, which is so special to our family, especially me, as my father was the keeper of it. I'm very excited, slightly apprehensive, because I don't really know what to expect. And I feel quite emotional because it represents my dad.
Hi, Joe.
Hello, Brenton.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you
This
too.
is Dom.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, Dom.
Lovely
nice
to meet
you.
Oh.
You're excited?
I am so excited about this. Yes.
Are you?
I've also been quite apprehensive because it dawned on me it's the first time it's been out of family care since 1939.
Did you miss it?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
Yes.
Let's see if we've done it justice, shall we?
Do you want to have a look?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Wow! That's incredible. Oh, gosh. It looks brand new. It's just so special to me because it reminds me of my dad. And it's not just the item, the compass, it's the story that goes with it. And this whole week it's made me reflect more on how vulnerable they were all in that lifeboat and a U-boat torpedoing that ship. And that compass represents all that. It's just amazing. Can I give you a hug? Can I give you a hug? Thank you.
It's been a pleasure doing it. It really has, and I know what it means to you.
Oh, that is just phenomenal. It's going to take pride of place in my lounge so that when I have visitors, I can now relay the story like my father used to. So I'm going to enjoy relating that story as well.
Good. That's really nice.
Good.
Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you, Brent. Thank
It's
you
lovely to
very
meet
much.
you.
Lovely to meet you.
then.
Enjoy telling those stories.
Okay, yeah.
I will. Bye-bye.
See you later.
I'm just overwhelmed about this compass. It means so much to me and my family. And to use my dad's word, he always used to say fantastic when something was really good. So I'm going to say fantastic. I felt fantastic.
In the repair shop today, the first item of its kind to come through the barn doors
I'm quite amazed by that. Over 100 years old.
And still, it stands.
becomes a labour of love for Will.
All of these pieces are from a bombed-out church, and screws alone won't keep this in one piece.
And it's a joint effort.
I like those a lot.
Can't have them, just clean them.
OK.
To rescue a weathered set of ship's tools.
It has had all those years of use at sea. Salt on leather is not a great combination.
But first into the barn are sisters Angie Jackson and Carmen Henry from Birmingham. They're hoping organ restorer David Burville
Can be quite an interesting one.
It's big enough, though, isn't it?
It is huge.
Can revive what was once their mum's pride and joy.
Hello. How you doing? I'm Jay.
I'm Carmen. I'm David.
Hi, Jay. I'm Angie.
Hi, Angie. I'm David.
So what is this then?
It's a pump organ.
And a pump organ does what?
So it stands up.
All right, that's why you got the handles.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then these pedals, which are broken, the straps are broken, you pump and then you play.
Cool, blimey, that is heavy.
They call them pump organs or reed organs because they work on, like an accordion, they have little reeds inside them. That was the way they could condense something to this size and it would still sound like a bigger instrument.
Have you heard this played?
Yes,
Oh,
when
you
we were
have?
children. Yeah. One of us would pump the bottom
Okay.
and one would play the top.
Oh, the keys?
Yeah, the
All right.
keys, yeah.
So who played this then? I know you guys did, but...
Yeah, Our mothers. Mum, yeah.
This was Mum's,
Yeah,
was
it was
yeah?
Mum's organ. She brought it with her from Jamaica in 1954.
So what was Mum's name?
Vera Doris May.
So tell us about Vera Doris May.
Well, Vera was born in Jamaica in 1920. A force to be reckoned with, really.
Okay.
Yes. When she spoke, everybody listened. But one of the kindest ladies you could ever wish to meet. Yeah. Do anything
Very
for
kind,
anybody.
very lovely.
Yeah.
Wonderful mother.
Yeah.
Why did she come to England?
Well, she'd married our dad in Jamaica in 1946.
OK.
And with the Windrush emigration to the UK...
After the Second World War.
After
Yeah.
the Second World War. They decided that they were going to come here.
And he just said to her, you know, give it all, just give it all away. You can't bring it with you.
Give what all away? Like all the stuff?
Furniture and everything. Just give it away and come. You know, just come with a suitcase.
And she brought this. So this must mean a lot to Mum, because this would have took up a lot of space, really.
Yeah, it would have, yeah. But she was not leaving it.
So what sort of music would have been played on it, do you know?
We were brought up in the church, so she played hymns on it.
Yeah.
And Dad would sing. with his lovely voice. Yeah. He sounded like Jim Reeves. He did, yeah, he did.
So when was the last time you heard this played?
Probably about 1972. Yeah.
Been quite long.
It's been quite a long time.
Quite a long time.
Yeah.
Sorry to say it, but why is it in such a state now?
A few of the keys weren't working, and our dad decided that he'd do a bit of DIY and try and fix it, and ended up completely ruining it, much to our mother's disgust.
And the house that I live in, we've modernised it, hence bits of paint and things like that.
So David, what do you reckon? We're going to get it playing, aren't we?
Yeah, I hope so. Can't wait to get cracking on it.
Oh, fantastic.
Well, thank you for bringing it in.
You're very welcome.
OK.
Thank you, David.
You guys take care now.
Thank you.
OK.
I'm hoping that David will be able to restore the organ to its former glory. It was a beautiful piece of furniture and made an absolutely beautiful sound.
Mum would be really chuffed to see us here with the organ. It's made such a long journey, it meant so much to her. She would just be smiling down on us.
Now this is a big baby, isn't it?
Yeah,
Hey?
it is, yeah.
So, what's wrong with it? What you got to do? Eh?
Well, the bellows, we've got to...
That's underneath?
Yeah, that's underneath.
OK.
Then the casework, which is obviously pretty rough.
Yeah.
That wants all stripping back and redoing. The main concern is the reeds. They're crucial to it because that's what produces the sound. So we've got to take all the case to pieces, all the mechanism to pieces, and then we can actually reach those.
All right, well, let's get you started. Let's get this over to your work area.
It's fantastic.
This is heavy, man.
It's a lump, isn't it?
Yeah. Ready?
OK, great. Cheers. It's a bit like opening Pandora's box. You don't know what you're going to find. And you can see in here, these are actually the reed banks. So I'm just going to hook the tool on. That's one of the brass reeds. This one looks OK, but we're going to have to take them all out. Ah, what we got here? A piece of paper. Oh. Oh, wow. Seems like it's a caricature of an Olympic athlete, like a sweet card. But that's quite a neat find. I can't find any that are really damaged. So I think what I'm going to have to do is start to disassemble and then we'll see how the valves are.
Outside, two more sisters hoping to save a beloved part of the family furniture. Wendy McKee and Sue Willey from Hull. It's furniture restorer Will Kirk who'll be taking on this project.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? I'm Jake.
Good, thank you.
And
I'm
you are?
Wendy.
Oh, Wendy.
I'm Sue.
All right, Sue.
Sue, I'm Will.
Hi, Will. Hi, Will. Hi.
So this little crib must be yours.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Tell us the history behind it.
It was made by our granddad, Charles Taylor. He was called up to the First World War and he had his first daughter, Frances May, and he wanted to make a cot for her before he went. There'd been a church bombed near where they lived and he went and salvaged some of the wood, borrowed it.
Borrowed the wood. All right, I like that. He borrowed the wood.
We believe these are the spells from the altar.
OK.
And the rest of the wood is what he could find apart from this. And we think some of these, maybe these, our dad put them in because it got broke, didn't it, when we was
when
little?
we were playing.
Okay. Yeah.
This is pretty good for someone, you know, who's just put something together from bits of a church.
Yeah. And our granddad left to go to France to fight.
Did he make it back?
Yes,
Yeah.
he was reunited with his family, which went on to have more and more children.
So how many children have actually slept or used this?
Well, there was 8, weren't they, of my mum's?
8?
Yeah.
And there was 6 of us.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have been in this? Is what you
yes,
said?
when we was younger, yes. When we was younger.
Oh, bless. So 6 and 8, and then...
I've got 9 grandchildren.
You've got 9 grandchildren?
9 grandchildren, yeah.
Wow.
They've all been in the crib to carry on the tradition.
Yeah. What would you like Will to do to this?
We'd like something like this put on the end of there.
And maybe get a couple of new spells. I fix it so it don't rattle and rattle and...
Yeah, it's a bit wobbly, yeah.
Yeah.
OK. The paintwork on here, who's responsible for this?
We are.
OK. Why'd you say it like that?
Because we got into trouble for doing it.
Oh.
Our youngest brother, when he was born, we decided it would be nice to paint it blue.
So how did you get into trouble then? If that's something quite nice.
We ran out of paint.
Right.
I think it was white underneath, but we was really sorry, weren't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely sorry.
Bless you.
So is this to be used again?
Yeah, I promised Mum before she died that we'd keep it in the family. We're going to lay Mum's youngest great-granddaughter in it, who is named after her, Elsie. But when she's grown out of it, it's coming back into it.
Yeah.
I can see that. It's coming straight back.
OK, it's coming back to you.
Yeah.
OK. Thank you for bringing it in.
No, thank you.
All right.
Thanks ever so
I'll
much.
try my very best.
Oh, that's lovely.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
To see it in its original state would be fabulous.
If we could see what it looked like when Grandad first made it, then I'm sure Mum and Grandad would be very pleased.
I'm quite amazed by that. Over 100 years old.
And it's been through 2 wars, and still it stands.
Yeah. So what are you going to do then?
Well...
Yeah, obviously you've got to replace that.
So that bit is missing from there.
Yeah.
We're missing a few of these bits here. It's really wobbly, and it needs to be safe to use.
Yeah.
So I like to get this nice and sturdy again, sand it back, repaint it, and then ready for the next generation.
All right, let's get it over.
First thing, I need to knock this apart, clean out the joints, and get it glued back together. There are so many nails hidden under the paintwork here. A lot of them are rusted in place. It's almost like extracting bad teeth. It seems to be coming out quite well. There's a lot of paint on there. I'm not too sure how easily it's going to come off, but I'm going to start sanding it with the electric sander and see how I get on.
Across the barn, David has managed to dismantle the broken portable pump organ to allow him to inspect the leather and felt valves belonging to its musical keys.
There appears to be some water damage. You can see here that these valves are discoloured, and it rather suggests that maybe a drink has been spilt inside, maybe by little children. We have to ensure that all of these valves are 100% airtight when the key is pressed to get the correct note. Even the slightest amount of airflow through, it will sound like bagpipes droning away in the background.
To make his repairs, David has to remove all of the organ's 40-odd valves, one by one.
We're working our way towards the water-damaged valves, and you can see here that the water has settled onto the leather, and it's caused the leather and the felt to go hard. So this valve would no longer seal. So I'm removing the old felt and leather, and then we're going to replace it with some new. Brush of glue. So that's the felt and leather now attached to the wooden backing. Once those are all done, hopefully give us sweet music.
Now that he's fixed the leaky valves, David can investigate the bellows, which act like the instrument's lungs.
We've got some cracking on the surface where you've got the main creases.
David is worried that over time, the cracks could turn into holes.
So I'm just putting these white leather patches onto the rubber cloth surface, just so that it helps to strengthen the corners where it folds. All I need to do now is to give it a coat with the rubber solution paint, and then that's going to seal it up nice and airtight. I'm really pleased with the way that's come out. The rubber paint has really come up nicely, and they're working really well, so I'm pleased with that. I'm on to the casework now. An instrument like this, it was built to be portable, and normally they were used for missionaries and this sort of thing that were taking them out. So they were always subject to some sort of damage. But I've not come across one before that's actually had household paint all over it. So what I've got to do is try and rub the case as gently as possible back down to some sort of original finish, and then re-polish the surface. Hopefully it'll be as immaculate as it can be.
Outside, another well-travelled item has arrived, which belongs to Nick McCullen from Southampton. He's hoping leather expert Susie Fletcher can rescue it.
Hello.
Hello there. How you doing? I'm Jay.
I'm Nick.
I'm Susie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So what have you brought in for us?
I brought in a naval rigging set.
Oh.
Let's have a look.
This was my father's. He did national service, like a lot of men his age.
Okay.
So he joined up at 18.
Right.
For 2 years. And then later on he joined the Royal Naval Reserve as a seaman. And this was the rigging set he would have been issued.
What would he do with this then?
So you'd use it for different aspects. One would be for splicing rope. As an example of Dad's splicing here. So that's just one piece of rope with the two ends spliced together, so it's just made a loop.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Wow. You'd use things like this. That's a small marlin spike. And that would be for untying knots as well as doing the splicing. And then there's this knife.
Oh, wow, look at that.
They call that a seaman's knife. It's a bit like the early sort of Swiss Army knife, you know.
So how come you've got this then?
So my dear dad died last year.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I was mooching about the garage, and I mean, this hadn't been used for probably about 40 years. And it was hanging on a hook. And I remember Dad wearing this.
So you actually saw your dad using this?
Oh, yeah, I can remember. Mum would take us down to the docks, and it would be slung down on his right side here. And I can remember him sort of leaning back and picking out a knife, or maybe out a spike, and just wearing it. And it was just... It came familiar because it was just part of his rig.
So what's actually wrong with it?
The leather here is all crumbling away, and that looks like that's been mice nibbles. I love the belt repaired.
Okay.
And I don't know whether you can do anything without abrasion, just to preserve it so it doesn't deteriorate anymore, and if it could just be fixed so it looks a bit more whole. Like it's still usable,
right.
Not that it's going to be used, you know what I mean?
It's been like this for 40 years, so why do you want to get it repaired now then?
Well, it just reminds me of Dad.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm sure it tells many stories.
Yeah, if it could speak, it probably could tell lots of stories.
Yeah.
Tell you what, leave it with us.
Okay. Thank you.
And we'll hopefully do something with it. Yeah? All right.
Thank you.
All right, you take care.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's only 18 months since Dad's gone. He didn't have many mementos and such, so it's really nice to have something to remember him by, you know. And I just really hope that Susie can work her magic and inject some life into it. I'd be really pleased.
So what have you got to do? I know you've got to bring it back to life somehow.
Yeah. I mean, this is rock hard. It's so hard, I could literally just snap it. It's
So this is going to be a case of preserving what we've got. It won't be able to be used for anything.
Yeah.
We've got to tidy this up just so that it doesn't deteriorate anymore.
Okay.
The belt, clearly, we've got a break here.
This bit here?
Wow, that is a mess. The top of it is going to be the tricky part, where the mice have had a bit of a nibble.
What I'll do is have a word with Brenton to see if he can tidy up some of this. Let's get them looking tip-top. And if you need any help, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes. See ya.
Right, see ya.
Thanks.
How we doing, Brenton?
Very good.
Got some tools for you.
Yeah.
And they're a little bit worse for wear.
They've been a bit
Look at
rusty,
that
aren't
one.
they?
Well, if you can, just clean these up.
Highly polished or just tidied up a bit? Or...
I would say just tidied up a bit, getting rid of some of this rust that's on there.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah. I like those a lot.
Can't have them, just clean them.
Okay, we'll do.
All right.
Okay.
No problem.
So, looking at Nick's father's rigging set here, the leather's actually in a pretty poor state. It has had all those years of use at sea with the salt water, and salt on leather is not a great combination. And then years hanging up in the garage, just drying out, and that has a huge effect on the leather also. So the first thing I really need to do is start putting some feed into this leather. And by feed, I mean putting some oils and greases back in. And I don't want to handle it too much at this stage of the game because it is really quite fragile. Once I've got it into a condition that I like, then I can start with the repair work.
At his bench, David has almost finished restoring the pump organ that was brought over to England from Jamaica during the Windrush years.
That's fantastic. Now we've got all of the casing repolished and back together. The next stage is to attach the pedals to the bellows. It's quite crucial that I work out the length so that the pedal will bottom out first before it pulls the bellow too wide open. So I think that's just about a nice distance. If I just push the pedal, you can see that the bellow actually moves out as it's supposed to do. So I'm just going to stand it upright. So we've actually got sound out of it, and I'm really pleased with that. It's come up really nicely, and I can't wait for Angie and Carmen to see it and hear it.
When it arrived at the barn, this 1950s organ had suffered damage inside and out, and it hadn't been played in over 40 years. Sisters Angie and Carmen hope their late mum's prized possession has been restored to how it was when they gathered around it as children to sing.
We're really excited and a little bit apprehensive as well.
Very apprehensive. The organ was so important to our mum. The memories it'll bring back, that's the apprehensive bit of it.
Hello.
Hello.
See, now, when I get a smile like that, I've got to give you a hug. How you
Oh, hello.
You all right?
Oh,
Likewise.
thank you, Jerry. Yes. Oh, can't wait.
We are really excited to see what you think about this. You ready to sit?
We're ready.
There you go.
Oh, God, my goodness. Look at this. Oh, my word. Oh, God. That is beautiful. Oh, thank you so much, Kate.
Get me going.
Why did you do this?
Okay, did we do good?
That is amazing. It's amazing. It's the whole look of it. It's just because that's how Mum would have seen it first, isn't it? That's how she would have seen it.
It's all there as she left it, you know.
Amazing. It's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
No, you're more than welcome.
I'm just speechless. I'm blown away by it. I really am, honestly.
That's a good sign.
That's wonderful, yeah.
Gorgeous.
When you open these things up, you never know what you're going to find, and sometimes you find treasures, but it's... Now, I'm assuming this came from a doll's tea set. And that is a little bubblegum card.
Yes, I would have posted those. Those would have been...
It's not
It's
really
just stuffed in there for no good reason.
Look at that guilty face, look at that. Oh, bless you.
Just me being naughty as usual.
I know the feeling. So the next thing really is to hear it play.
Over to you.
Okay. Go on, Eva.
Oh, it's lovely. Beautiful, isn't it? Okay.
It's all yours. You all right?
I am, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. That's about as much as I can get.
No, that's good. That's perfect. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Can't believe I remembered how to pedal it. It was lovely to be sitting at the organ again and playing it and bringing back all those lovely memories. Thank you, guys. It sounds lovely. It sounds beautiful. Hearing that wonderful music coming out of it was amazing. Wonderful music, thank you. It was wonderful music. Well, I couldn't do it. That is how Mum would have seen it and how it would have looked when she first played it. It was a pride and joy. If she was here, she'd still be in there playing it now.
Will's ready to begin crafting new parts for the wooden crib that was homemade out of salvaged bomb debris in the First World War.
So I've got 2 missing spindles I need to replace. I've got these little pine blank blocks. I'll put that into the lathe. I'm using a pencil here to mark out reference points where I need to turn. It's really easy to take off too much wood, so you have to really plan out what needs to be taken out and where those bits of detailing are, because you can really quickly remove too much and I have to start again. I'm pretty pleased with that. It's almost a shame that it's only missing 2 of these pieces because I really love turning on the lathe. You can almost get lost in doing it. I kind of get more pleasure than sort of work out of it. The last piece of woodwork that needs to be replaced is this top bar. This is the original. The other side had been replaced with a piece of wood. So I'm going to try to recreate this now so we've got a nice perfect match. So I'm using my fingers and the pencil to sort of mark out where the line is that needs to be copied. And I sort of keep my hands in the same place, move it over here, and I can kind of use that to mark out a perfect template. I'm going to use my carving gouge to start hollowing that out.
While Will continues to preserve the crib, Susie and Brenton are on a joint rescue mission to save the naval rigging kit.
That's good. The stitching is neat and tidy on both front and the back. You want kind of like a seamless thickness running through the belt. More importantly is that the leather is held together. It hasn't cracked. Still not out of the woods yet, but so far so good.
So Jay's asked me to clean these tools up. So it's a fine wet and dry and lots of rubbing, and that gets rid of the surface rust. So I'm using a microcrystalline wax polish, and this wax won't damage the surface, and it will also protect it from moisture and hopefully stop it rusting again. I can use it on the metal and the wood. It gives the wood a nice lustre.
Not so straightforward will be restoring the riveted edge of the mouse-eaten pouch.
What I've done is I've come up with the idea of creating this collar around the complete top of the pouch here, both front and back, running it over the edges that will hold everything tightly together. It does mean that you're going to see that it's a repair, but at this stage, I don't see any other way of consolidating this very fragile and old leather. I just need to let that sit and fully cure, and it'll be ready to be riveted together.
Hi, Susie. Jay brought me some tools, which
Oh, wow.
they've still got their patina, but they're a bit shiny now.
Amazing. I think Nick's going to be really chuffed with that.
I hope so. I hope so.
Brilliant. Cheers, Brenton.
Okay.
Now I'm going to put the rivets in. I'm really happy with that. The marlin spike goes in perfectly. It's held in place, but it's not stressing the leather.
Now Susie has to address just one more problem.
This is the pouch that Nick's father used to keep his knife in, like so. Through all these years of the knife going in and out, the tip has worn through the leather here. What I want to do is go in and start filling this with leather paste. So I'm going to just gently push this down into the crevice here and just get that nicely packed down. So it's really important that I managed to save this for Nick. Having recently lost his father, I remember myself clearing out my dad's workshop and coming across his music cases. And it was one of those moments where it just stopped me in my track. He was, you know, a very good musician. And whilst I have no use for music cases, I wasn't going to get rid of them, and they're on my list of things to preserve myself. I just need to let that sit and dry, so get that fully hardened before I start with the second layer.
Across the barn, with all the replacement parts now created,
This is the exciting bit.
the next challenge for Will is to make this make, do and mend baby crib stable again.
All of these pieces are, you know, from a bombed out church. Nothing has been originally made and cut to be a crib. So there are lots of imperfections, lots of wobbly joints, and screws alone won't keep this in one piece. So I'm going to glue this together now. It's an expanding glue because there's so many gaps between different pieces of wood here. Once that glue's dried, it's been nice and firm. Then I'll put in the screws to give it that extra strength that it needs. The clamps are off, all the woodwork's done. This is one stable crib. All I need to do now is get the paint on there. I cannot wait to get some new fresh white paint onto this crib and having it look like something that is fit for a baby.
On her bench, Susie's almost on the home straight with the naval rigging set.
The leather filler is dry, where all that damage was in the pouch here. But you can see that it's very evident that there's leather filler in there. What I want to do now is to try and disguise the repair as much as possible. So I'm using a leather stain, really penetrates the leather nicely and should tone everything down. I'm really happy with this. It's coming up really beautifully. I can't wait to see Nick's face when he gets to see the whole rigging set put back together.
For Nick, his late father is personified by the boat mending kit. Years at sea, before being forgotten in a garage, had left it almost beyond repair.
Hello, Nick. How lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you again.
How are you doing?
I'm not bad. How are you?
Very well, thank
Good.
you. So, what sort of condition was the rigging set in?
In need of a bit of TLC. I'm hoping that you've managed to do something magical.
Let's see if I've been able to produce the magic.
Please. Oh, wow. Oh, my. That is awesome. Can I touch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that feels... it feels much better than it was. Oh, wow, look at that as well. It's been burnished up nicely. I can't see the join.
What are you thinking?
I think Dad would be, he'd be impressed. It's how he would have known it to be as well. I'm overwhelmed. Sorry. I shall treasure this. I shall treasure this. This is it's just something that I can touch and hold and look at. Remind me of Dad. Times that I used to go and see him.
What are you going to do with it now?
I'll take it home carefully and I shall get a shelf up and put it on the shelf and I shall put a picture of Dad up so that I've just got that to look at and just remind me of him.
Good. Thank you so much for bringing it in.
Thank you very much for
Nick.
doing it, Susie. Thank you.
And you can now take it home.
Thank you. I was blown away with what she'd done. It's a nice way to remember and honour Dad. It's a memento, obviously, that I've now got and to look after. But yeah, I think it's really nice that we managed to do something for Dad, to remember Dad by.
Will has also nearly completed his project, the homemade wartime crib. a custom-made mattress will make it fit for a 21st century baby.
Should fit perfectly. Look at that. Perfect. As a cherry on the top, these two sweet little blankets. I hope that Wendy and Susan are going to be happy with my bed-making skills.
The sisters are back at the barn, hoping the crib, created by their grandfather out of wartime destruction, can be passed down many more generations to come.
The crib's so important to us because it's gone through all of the family from 1914 right up to 2019.
The crib wasn't in very good condition when we brought it in. I've often thought, oh, I would love to get it repaired just for Mum's memory and Grandad's sake, for all the hard work he put into it and the love that he put into making it for his only daughter at the time.
Hi there.
Hello.
Nice to have you back.
Thank you.
See you. Nice
It's
to see
lovely
you.
to be back.
Do you remember the state
I do.
of the crib when it came
We
in?
certainly do,
Yes. And it was a mess.
Has it still got the blue paint?
Oh, we'll have to see. Should we have a look?
Yes,
You ready?
please.
Oh, please. Oh,
Oh, no. Oh, that is beautiful.
Oh, that is just how Bam had it.
Exactly the same. Still rocks.
It still rocks, yeah. I love it that it's still got the little nicks in the wood and...
Yeah, you can see it, can't you?
Yeah.
Where it's been used.
It's been used and that's what it was meant for, wasn't it?
Exactly.
To be used.
Exactly.
Definitely.
And to be cherished. And the piece of wood that Dad stuck on Scott.
Yeah, it's absolutely marvellous.
Thank you so much. It means such a lot and we're going to take it home and we're going to lay our mum's namesake in it, which will be our great-great-granddaughter.
Great-great-granddaughter.
Yeah.
Gosh. Well, I hope that it's going to stay in the family for many, many, many more years to come.
I'm sure it will.
It will.
Well, it's over to you now.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Careful.
Oh, I will be. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, I'm absolutely amazed about the crib.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely terrific.
Brings back memories, definitely. Definitely.
Many happy memories of Mum. I'm sure she's looking down on us now.
Definitely.
I'm sure she'll be very pleased with what we've done.
Giving us a clap.
In the repair shop today, a battered music box promises adventure for Steve Kember.
I like taking these old things apart. They don't quite feel like Indiana Jones, but if I had a better imagination, perhaps I would be.
While Matt gets to play Poirot.
There's something quite nice about being a detective.
With some smashed stained glass.
When you find a piece that matches, that's pretty good.
But first to arrive at the barn is Liz Cottis from Essex. She's hoping art conservator Lucia Scalisi can revive a painting with a touching history.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jay.
I'm Liz.
All right, Liz.
Hello, Liz. I'm Lucia. Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Let's have a look at this. What you got for us?
Well, this is Alice, my mother, when she was 19.
Okay.
It was painted in Italy just at the end of the war. My father was on the minesweepers, making safe the mines in the sea.
So after the Second World War, he was clearing all the bombs?
Yeah, just at the end of the Second World War, 1945, he was out there and they were sort of keeping in contact with letters.
Yeah.
My mother sent him a photograph of herself.
Okay.
and he exchanged a bar of chocolate,
Right.
part of his rations,
Okay.
for this painting to be done.
So who painted this? Who did he exchange the bar of chocolate with then?
He found an artist, and being as it was wartime and they didn't have chocolate and things like that, he thought it was quite a good exchange.
Right, yeah.
Whoever painted it was quite a competent painter. This is really quite...
So it was worth a little bit more than a bar of chocolate.
I think he got a bargain there.
He got married to Mum in 1946. They celebrated up to their 69th wedding anniversary. And then, unfortunately, my dad died in 2015.
Okay.
I am quite emotional about it because Mum died about a month ago, quite suddenly at home. Yeah. She was 93. We'd just been out for coffee and she died that afternoon, which is why I found this painting of her when I was clearing out.
It's a beautiful picture.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite special, especially because I found it after she died. But I think she'd be really pleased.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you like me to do, Liz?
Well, I'd love it if her face was cleaned up, because the markings on the face I notice more than anything.
Obviously quite damaged. Is this the original frame?
Yes. I would quite like to hang it on the wall if it was in good condition. I think it'd be like a lasting tribute to both Mum and Dad.
And of their love for each other, really.
It's a fantastic memento. You definitely brought it to the right place.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And take care now. Bye-bye.
The portrait's not in very good condition at all. It's quite speckled and marked at the moment. Painting means a lot to me because I suppose really you could call it a love story wrapped up in a painting.
I've been wanting to do this. I want to see it the right way up.
I know.
And that's a beautiful love story, that is.
I know.
Yeah?
It's really sweet, isn't it? Really sweet. I mean, structurally, I've got to get it quite stable, so it means taking these tacks out.
Right.
And so I can see where it's been rolled, so we've got to get it nice and flat. Clean it.
OK, all this freckles. It looks like it's freckles, but it's not, is it?
No, it's old. Yeah, something like almost rusty damage in the varnish.
And then retouching where the losses are, particularly where the nails are going to come out.
If you need anything, just let me know, OK?
Yeah,
no
thanks,
problem.
Jay. Thank you. The first thing I really want to do is actually get it off these bits of wood that are falling apart so that it's nice and flat, and that actually might relax the edges a bit because it's quite sort of buckled. It's traditional that paintings are attached to stretchers. When it is particularly a cotton or a linen canvas, you know, they're quite floppy, so an artist needs a tension surface to work on. And for me to be able to do justice to this painting, I need it to be quite stable and under a certain amount of tension. These objects release emotions and hidden stories. Who wouldn't be thrilled to have their portrait painted? These memories that then get handed down through the family, I mean, they're absolutely irreplaceable. You know, this is more than a portrait of a woman. It tells a really lovely story, pure and simple.
Arriving at the barn next, Maria Bennett from Liverpool, with a guilty conscience as well as an item to fix. She's hoping stained glass expert Matt Nichols can put things right.
Hello.
Hiya. I'm Dom. Right.
Hello, Dom. Maria.
Nice to meet you. Hi there, I'm Matt.
Maria.
I'm intrigued to see what you've got in this box. We heard there was a window coming in, and that's quite a small kind of package, isn't it?
Yeah. How does a big window? Is it not?
Yeah. There's only one way, no?
Yeah, broken.
Can we have a look? Yep.
Yes, yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh, OK.
Oh, dear.
So I can see remnants of the window. OK.
Nice jigsaw puzzle for you.
It certainly is, yeah. You're going to have to explain what happened.
Paul and Lisa, my son and daughter-in-law.
OK.
They bought the first house, and this window was in the porch door. It was one of the reasons we bought the house, because when the sun shone in,
Oh, I bet it looked beautiful.
it looked beautiful.
Yeah. So it's one of those original features that
One of the
really kind
original-
of drew them to the house.
Yeah.
How did it get into this state?
We were having a family get-together in the garden, and the back door was open, so I had to go out the front door, and the wind blew the door shut, and the whole thing just came in on me.
So the door slammed.
The door slammed. When it broke,
Yeah.
they were devastated.
Is it just a hole in the door, or?
No, they've put plain glass in it. Every time I go in, I look at it and I think, oh.
So when did this happen?
It happened about 10 years ago.
And you've still got all the pieces?
She still kept all the pieces,
Wow.
yes. Hoping that one day we would get it fixed.
Goodness, it's in a
It
state.
is in a state,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's difficult to know where to start, really.
Yeah, I bet.
It is a real jigsaw puzzle,
Yeah,
this one.
yeah. I would be really grateful if you could...
It needs to be a window again.
It needs to be
Yeah.
a window, yeah. And it needs to be back where it belongs.
Well, I think leave it with us, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
do my best.
I'm interested to see how you're going to tackle this one. But yeah, well, thank you very much for bringing it in. It's really lovely to meet you.
Oh, and lovely to meet you as
Thank
well.
you.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you very much,
All right.
thank you. Good
See
luck.
you later. Good luck.
Thank you, bye. I'm feeling very happy about leaving the stained glass window behind, because I know that it's going to be repaired and I won't feel guilty anymore.
Where on earth do you start with something like this? It's just a bag of bits, literally.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the first thing to do really is try and piece it back together, to try and work out what goes where and see what's broken.
Do you not think we need to do something to secure it in place a bit better?
Victorians used to put steel bars running across them, which were tied onto the window, and they would support it.
Oh, so outside of the window, like an actual bar across?
Yeah. So, I mean, would you be able to do that for me? That would be really good.
No problem. Yeah, that should be fun. I've got some bars, that's fine. Yeah.
So with this particular window, I can see there's quite a lot of work involved. A lot of the glass doesn't really need to be recut. There's a couple of broken bits, but there's going to be a lot of lead work that needs to be done. I've got to try and work out exactly where everything goes. I've been working with stained glass for quite a long time now. My father still works with stained glass. Projects like this, quite often we'd get together and we'd try and work out where things would go. I think everyone used to have a jigsaw, probably when they were a kid, and I don't remember being particularly good at it, but there's something quite nice about just trying to figure things out and problem solving. One of the things that I've noticed as I'm putting this back together, there's pieces like this that they look like they're going to be symmetrical. However, when you hold them together, you can really see that actually there's quite a few mil either side that are off. Even though it's a few mil, if you get these the wrong way round, your whole panel's going to be out a little bit. Although it's a bit taxing and you really have to use your brain, there's something quite nice about being a detective in this. And then when you find a piece that matches, that's pretty good.
Inside the barn, Lucia's getting the canvas of the wartime portrait in a fit state to put on a stretcher. Dom's helping out by adapting the picture frame.
I've got Lucia's frame here in pieces now. I need to modify it just to make this little rebate a little bit bigger, just so the painting will fit inside it properly. So I'm going to use the router to run along, use this nice straight edge of wood as a guide. Just remove probably like 2 or 3 mil just off of each face, so overall it will make the aperture a little bit bigger.
I've prepared some polyester sailcloth material, and this is the material I'm going to attach to the edges so that when I put it on its stretcher, this is the material that's going to be bent around it to support the painting. What I'm going to do is to actually put the adhesive strip on the edge of the painting. My heated spatula is on. I want the polyester to cover the adhesive. Once heat is applied to it, we get a really good bond. And I can see straight away, just the change in the colour, I can see that the adhesive is flowing. I have to fit this now onto its new stretcher, and getting that first pin in to hold it is always the most difficult thing because it slides. One there. Yeah, that's good. So it's squared up. She's all nice and stable on here. She's ready to start cleaning.
That is so much better. All glued up, pinned in the corners. Just put a quick oil over the whole thing. That's soaked in really nicely. It feels so much more stable now, much more sturdy. So that's it. I think it's ready to give back to Lucia. Hey, Lucia.
Hi,
you
Dom.
okay?
Yeah.
Here it is, a little bit more sturdy now.
Fantastic.
Glued and clamped it all up, pinned the corners, and given it a quick oil. Most importantly, hopefully this painting fits now.
Yeah, let's have a try. That's good. Look at that. That is fantastic.
Oh, it really suits that painting.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
That's really
I look forward
lovely.
to seeing what you do with that painting.
Thanks. What I'm going to do now is actually test clean with saliva just to see what's happening on the surface. I can see that this brown is going to lift off. You know, maybe the artist put a brush coat of some kind of water-soluble finish on this painting. What I'm going to do now is actually use a solvent just to see if it's going to pick up anything that's not water-soluble. Now, this is interesting. There's definitely a varnish. It's very thin, but for the portrait, that's really good news because it means that all the dust and dirt that it's sort of gathered over the years is sitting on top of a varnish layer, so that actually protects the paint layer. And what I'm seeing now is she's got actually rosy cheeks that were really quite lost under that dirt. It's great. They're nice little details that are probably lost under all the dirt and this discoloured varnish. The thing that you can see probably most dramatically is her lovely dark red lipstick. Getting this with a bar of chocolate was amazing. Mind you, there's not much I wouldn't do for a bar of chocolate.
Sue Pritchards and her son Richard are next to arrive at the barn with an item that's been in the family for 4 generations. They need music box specialist Steve Kember and woodwork expert Will Kirk to give it some overdue TLC.
Hiya. I'm Will.
Hi, Will. I'm Sue.
Nice to meet you,
I'm
Sue.
Steve. Hi.
Richard.
Sue.
Richard, hi, I'm Will.
Hi, Richard.
Richard, nice to meet you. So what have we got here?
This is my grandfather's musical box. It's a very loved item in our family. And,
Okay.
It has about 20 of these discs that you place inside it. And sadly, probably due to wear and tear, maybe possibly...
That's a pointed look,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
to wear and tear.
Yeah.
I might be partly responsible.
Over the years of grandchildren playing with it, it's not in the best state now and it doesn't play properly.
So how long has it been in your family?
My grandfather purchased it, I would think, in the early 1900s.
Yes.
When my grandparents died, it came to my dad.
Yeah.
I used to spend a lot of time with Richard and my daughter Annika at my mum's house, where this used to sit in pride of place in the lounge. And my mum she regularly used to dance around to it and make us all very embarrassed. But she loved
They do that, mums, don't
No, she was wonderful.
Yeah.
She loved to dance. If we would play this, she would start doing her sugar plum fairy dance around the room.
Looks quite sad.
Yes, it is a bit.
It's very sad.
Well, I do feel it is probably all my fault from sitting on it, pulling it out at my grandma's house and
Putting toys
probably
in
not
it.
treating it with the respect it deserved.
I know that when I was little, it used to have it wasn't an elephant, but it was like a curly motif of something white.
Yeah, yeah. Got a nice split there for Will to do that, to keep him up late for night.
It is very beautiful, and even when it plays badly, it's quite a magical sound.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a polyphone.
Yes.
Do you want to show us how it...
I can try.
You awkwardly have to try and place the disc in,
Yeah.
and then this has to click.
Yeah.
Bit of a crank. Sometimes. It's always been stop-start, you know, very jittery. It will go off at random times, even if you haven't touched it for days and days and days.
Really?
Yeah,
In the
middle
night?
of the night.
That's a bit creepy, isn't it?
Yeah, so you have to make sure the disc is not inside when you leave it, because it will just suddenly go.
Stop playing.
When I hear this play, I have memories of all the discs out on the floor and my mum dancing and pointing her toes and telling us how she used to do ballet and it... Sorry.
It's okay.
I really would like to be able to play it to my grandchildren and just to talk about Nana Katie because she died in 2013. And yeah, so I'm hoping you can perhaps make it work.
So am I.
And fulfil that dream. That would be wonderful.
Well, you've left it in the best hands.
We have. Thank you so much. And
No pressure, then.
Thank you so
Thanks for having me
much.
down.
I'll do my
luck.
best.
I believe you will, definitely.
Thanks, then. Bye-bye. Bye. Well,
Feels strange leaving it, really, because I always think of Mum in the same context as the musical box, so it's a bit like leaving Nana here.
But we know it's in safe hands here.
Yeah, definitely.
Polyphon was a brand of music box invented in Germany in 1886. The sweet sound of metal plucking metal was popular until the early 20th century, when its technology could no longer compete with the gramophone. The mechanics of this example, dating back nearly 120 years, need a total overhaul from Steve.
I'm going to take the mechanism from the case, strip it down, clean all the parts, locate the defects, correct them, and put it back together again, and then it will sing beautifully. It's easier to say that than actually do it, because there's a few little problems to cure on the way. Now I can start dismantling them and looking for trouble. I like taking these old things apart because it's a little piece of history. I'm doing it for the first time. It's sort of an untouched machine. You don't know what you're going to find, and that's the sort of beauty and the curse of the job. I don't quite feel like Indiana Jones, but if I had a better imagination, perhaps I would be. Now, I've got Sue's music box in pieces. We can get the motor and the governor in an ultrasonic tank of clock cleaning fluid, and I'm going to let the liquid do its work slowly and gently so we can remove all that 100 years of grime that is accumulated, which is degrading the performance, and it's going to come out beautifully clean.
Having cracked the jigsaw puzzle of the broken stained glass window and drawn a template as a guide, Matt's also identified how much glass cutting is needed.
There's two pieces that are broken, and then there's one piece that has a little notch in it. I'm going to have to replace these. And also, I'm very concerned that this notch here, because it's in a window and there's going to be quite a lot of movement, this is going to turn into a crack. So I'm actually going to replace this one as well.
Pieces with all straight edges are easy for a professional like Matt, but some shapes are more of a test of skill.
I've got a curved line, but you score it in the same way. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to do this in one fluid motion, because if you stop halfway through, then you've got the risk of causing a little notch in it, so you want to be as fluid as possible. It doesn't break in exactly the same way as when you do a straight line, but you can tap the bottom And by the time I get to the end, hopefully, it's just going to fall apart. So that sound is incredibly satisfying, particularly when you've got a nice clean cut. It's just, there's nothing quite like it.
Dom's getting to work on the steel bars, which will strengthen the glass panel by securing it directly to the door.
It's quite a simple job. I just need to take a little notch out of each side and drill a hole so it fits flush inside the door frame and screws in place. OK, that's it, roughly cut into shape. Next thing, to drill a hole through there and then give it some final shaping and a quick polish.
So this is one of the parts that is very exciting because the window's going to start to take shape. It's been flat on the drawing so far, but now the pattern is going to really come alive. It's going to be framed by the lead. Great. If you've got a good foundation like that, chances are the rest of the window's going to be really good. I've got to a curved bit now, and I'm wrapping the lead around the glass. I'm trying to get it as tight as possible. That's a surefire way of making sure the window, hopefully, isn't going to break. The final piece has gone in. Really happy that it's still matching the drawing. So now it's onto the soldering. And that's when the window is going to become really, really solid, and I'm going to be able to move it around a bit. I'm just tinning it now, just make sure that the solder runs nice and smoothly over the joins. Right, let's start. If it gets too hot, then it is actually really easy to burn through the lead. If you could just put some pressure on, go straight through. If it's not hot enough, then the solder doesn't melt properly, it doesn't flow, and you don't get a nice droplet. If you meet a fellow stained glass professional, quite often they'll look at your solder joints, and then they'll be able to tell whether you're good or not. So this is one of the really fun parts. This is the cementing of the window. You pour this big gloopy mess where the glass meets the lead, and you make sure that it fits underneath all of the lead leaves. When it sets, it's really, really solid, so it just adds strength to the window. Maria really is going to struggle to break this window again.
Inside the barn, Lucia's starting to restore the paint on the portrait created in return for a wartime chocolate ration.
So once I get to the stage of retouching, I know I'm sort of on the home straight. I'm going to be using a straightforward synthetic resin to touch out some of this sort of colour disfiguration on the surface of the portrait. So I've got my phthalocyanine blue, and I've mixed that with a bit of ivory black and a little bit of raw umber. I think more people should have portraits painted. I think if you could get a portrait of your mum for a bar of chocolate, my word, that's something quite magical.
For owner Liz, the portrait of her mother, commissioned by her father, was a priceless but faded memento of their love. She's hoping it's now worthy of them again.
The painting is really special to me. I've just been thinking about how nice it'll be to have it hung on the wall just to remember the two of them. Hi, welcome. I'm really excited. Oh, are you? Good. I'm just quite excited to see if you've managed to clean it and what it looks like.
So you ready to see it?
Yes.
Oh, it's amazing. Thank you, it's lovely. I can't believe how shimmery it is. She's got red lips. I think she would have loved it. Thank you.
And she's got sort of a bit of pink in her cheeks now.
Could you see the colours coming up when you were actually doing it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with it.
Oh, good.
It's absolutely beautiful, thank you.
It's my pleasure. It is beautiful, and it's always really special to have a portrait of any of your family, but I think for your mum, she was so pretty.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to hang it in my hall so everybody can see it.
Such a story.
Yeah. Yeah, not only of Mum, but of Dad as well, really.
It's yours to take away.
It's beautiful, thank you.
Great memory. It's been a pleasure.
Can I give you
Yeah.
Thank you.
My pleasure, Liz. Enjoy it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm feeling a little bit emotional, being reunited with the portrait, having Mum staring back at me. It's absolutely amazing. I think Mum would be really thrilled if she could see it. It's almost glittering. Definitely a lovely tribute to my mum and my dad, and I think they'd both be really thrilled with it.
In the outdoor workshop, Steve's retrieving components of the faulty music box from the cleaning fluid.
All the congealed oil and the old paint has gone, and we've got these star wheels here. You can still see the odd piece of oily fluff in there. So I just pick out the bits of debris, so we should get a good clean sound. I do have a small concern about the strength of these governor springs here, because it don't quite look right, but I won't be able to sort of test that until it's back together again and we can do some timing and listening to the music.
The music box holds happy memories of a much-missed mother. It needs Will's woodwork expertise to make it look good as well as sound good.
Here I Will.
Hey, Steve.
Yep. Bit of work for you.
Have you taken all the innards out?
The innards are removed.
Lovely.
Some materials to help with the inlaid decoration.
That doesn't go in there, does it?
It does. It goes in there
Oh,
perfect.
look at that.
Yes, good, eh?
Beautiful.
Exact copy of similar machines previously worked on. And this material's for the stringing.
Oh, so I can cut a strip off the side of there and replace the bits that are missing?
Absolutely.
You've done half the work for me.
I haven't really.
No, I was joking. There's so much to do.
I'll let you get on.
Cheers.
All right, cheers then, Will. Bye.
Thanks, Steve. It's missing quite a lot of inlay on the top, so I want to make sure that this is nice and flat. I've got a strip of card here. So I'm just cutting by eye and see if it fits. But it's actually a perfect fit the first time round. Already that's made a massive difference. Before I can glue those in, I just want to make sure that this new piece fits perfectly in the centre. Might be a few little pieces of wood that are blocking it from being completely flat. I'm going to pick those out now, and once I'm satisfied that everything fits perfectly, I can glue it all in, and I can move on to the filling and the polishing.
So we're going to assemble the clockwork mechanism. Off we go. I like music boxes because they're a constant stream of puzzles to solve. We're nearly there. Let's see if this works. I'm suspicious of the governor springs here. I think they're too strong. When the motor rotates, the governor vanes fly out like this. If the springs are too tight, the governor vanes won't expand. There'll be no air resistance, and the thing will just sort of go like the clappers. So I'm going to time 1 revolution of the disc and see how long it takes. So off we go. 1 revolution of the disc is in the order of 40-something seconds. If it's less than that, obviously the music sounds ever so fast. If it's slow, it sounds lethargic and not too great. So we need to be very precise with the song. And so there we are. We've got 32 seconds. It is too fast. So I'm just going to detach one of the governor springs and see how far the original spring stretches by hanging some weights on it. So I'm just going to put these little weights on here, and we put a little mark here. This is my new spring. If the spring is weaker, it will drop further, and that's what we want. So that's quite nice. We have the solution to the problem, put a different set of springs so that we approach our 40-second rotation time.
It seems that everything is dried properly, which is great. The stringing is a nice snug fit. Already looks like a different box. This new piece in the middle has some areas around the outside of it that need to be filled, along with that split on the top of the box. I'm going to fill those now, and once they've dried, I can then start cleaning the box back. I want to make sure that the fillet gets into all those grooves. It's easier to colour match and it's easier to blend.
I've replaced the governor springs. Now I've got to do a little test, bit of tension on the spring, start music box and start the clock and see what we got. There, 41 seconds. So now I've got the timing hopefully right. I've got to make sure that the music sounds good, and it's got to be a nice, clean sound. We'll only know that when we actually sort of test the machine. Let's see what we got. I can hear that the treble end seems good and the bass end seems good, so there's sort of mischief going on in the middle. I'm going to concentrate on a little bit of maintenance on the discs so that we get a good, clean sound.
While Steve has some way to go with the music box, in the outdoor workshop, Matt is adding copper ties to the stained glass window to help secure Dom's reinforcing bars.
So I want to put the window into the frame.
Fine. I'm a bit terrified to hold this.
Yeah.
You guide me, I don't want to...
Just support it underneath, really.
Yeah,
as best
okay.
you can. That's great. If you just want to let it go down. That's it, and then let go. Let go, let go.
Yeah.
That's it. Everyone's a bit nervous around it.
Terrified of things like that. Yeah, that's fine. That looks fantastic.
It's really nice, isn't it?
And
really
I see
happy with
these
that.
are your little ties, are they, for the bars?
Yes.
Conveniently, they're ready.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that. Great. Yeah. Don't joke about that.
No.
Great.
When the window panel arrived at the barn, it was just a jumble of glass and twisted lead. Now Maria, who broke it, has brought her daughter-in-law Lisa back with her to find out if it's fit to grace Lisa's house once more.
Poor Marie was mortified when the accident happened, and I'm not going to lie, I was gutted, but I didn't tell her. And every now and again, we'd rip her a little bit and we'd tease her.
I'm hoping that the window's put back to its natural state it was in, because I know Lisa loved it.
It's probably been about 10 years since this happened, so to see it back in its original place would be really special.
Hi there, Maria. Nice to see you again. You must be Lisa.
I'm Lisa, yeah. Lisa,
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's your house?
It's my house.
Oh, your window.
My window, yes.
Right, OK. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling really excited, and I just hope it's as lovely as I remember. I'm sure it will be, but I haven't seen it as a whole for a long time.
Oh, come on, should we show them?
Yeah? You guys ready for it? Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, isn't it lovely?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm shaking. Oh, no. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I'm really chuffed. It's just like I remember it. Oh, I'm so pleased.
It's beautiful.
It is. It's lovely. Definitely better than I remember it. I've never seen it looking so clean.
Another job for you now.
I know, yeah.
You've got to look after it.
Yeah, it is. I'm made of. Absolutely chuffed to bits. Can't thank you enough. Really can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous. Can't wait to see it back in the door again after so long. It's going to be great.
You just got to promise you're going to keep that back door shut now. You're
Oh,
going through the hallway.
Yes, I'll be keeping over the door every time she comes. Yeah.
Well, we've put some support bars on the back now.
So it's Maria proof.
It's Maria proof. No, can't thank you enough. Really chuffed.
Glad we've removed 10 years of guilt for you. Took a weight off your shoulder a little bit.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I can't wait to see it back in the hall with the sun shining through it. To actually see all the colours coming through. It's going to be really lovely to see it like that again. So I can't wait. Yeah.
It is a weight lift off my shoulders because every time I went into the house, I thought, it doesn't look the same without that window. They'll give me some peace now.
It's a lovely thing that she's done for us, so I'm really pleased.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Steve and Will have been doing a big overhaul on the musical mechanisms and woodwork of a century-old polyphone music box. Will's final task is French polishing.
You can see that lovely colour and lovely grain in the walnut coming through. It's already injecting new life into the polyphone. I really hope that this is going to look exactly like it did when Sue first saw it. Hey, Steve.
Oh!
Look at that.
Cool, you clever old thing. Look at that.
Can't wait to hear this working, Steve.
I know, hope it's as good as your case. Lovely, thank you very much.
No worries, pal.
Cheers then, bye now.
The battered music box came into the barn playing erratically, a far from fitting reminder of owner Sue's beloved mum. Now she and her son Richard are back, hoping to hear it in fine fettle once more.
It'll be exciting to just hear it work, and it evokes so many memories. I'll be glad to see it restored.
I've never actually seen it in, perfect working order and looking pristine.
And to have it back in our family again would be lovely.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. How lovely to meet you.
Likewise.
And
Nice to see you again.
Lovely.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Hiya.
Hi, Steve.
Hiya, nice to see you.
Look at that smile.
I know.
How you feeling, Sue?
I'm really excited. If it looks better than it arrived, then that will be lovely. Anything's going to be a positive. Yeah.
Right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that is beautiful. That is absolutely wonderful.
It's incredible.
I wouldn't recognise it.
That was Will. Isn't he clever?
Well, he's very clever. Thank you
Will.
so much, Will.
Amazing
Really, really appreciate it. It's wonderful. Beautiful.
Pressure's
really.
off me then.
No, it isn't. It's on.
It's on, isn't it?
I had every faith in you. Oh, look. It's all ready to play.
It is.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my mum would be here now. She would, wouldn't she? Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you. How clever you are. That is absolutely amazing. It's amazing. I remember hearing it like that, and I can tell you now that my grandchildren will hear the story behind it, and that will include this experience too. Yeah, I mean that.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, you can take this home now.
Can we?
Rich, I'll let you do the honours.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try not to drop it.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, God, yes.
The first thing I thought about when I saw that box again was my mum. And when I heard the music playing, I could see her right there dancing, and it really made me feel such happiness.
It's never sounded like that before. The sound was so crisp.
Yeah, it's great.
It was incredible
Wonderful.
to hear.
It means such a lot to have it back.
repair shop today. An old music stool's a peach of a job for Susie.
All the history is in this leather. So many bottoms have sat on this seat.
And Dom finds there's no easy route to reviving a toy bus.
I have no choice but to sand this right back. And I hate to lose all of that history, but I need to preserve this bus.
The first arrival at the barn is Eloise McKenna from Kent. She's bringing what could be the trickiest restoration yet.
Oh, golly.
You got your hands full, haven't you?
Just a little bit.
For ceramics expert Kirsten Ramsey.
Hi. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Kirsten.
So, what have we got here then?
It's a pendant light shade. So this hangs the other way around.
Like that?
From the ceiling. And within this ring sat an alabaster bowl.
Can we have a look?
This
Let's have a
is
look. Let's get this out.
yeah.
Oh, my
There
word.
you go. It was outside through winter, I'm afraid, out in the weather.
Oh, okay. All right. It's kind of obvious it's broken. How did it get broken? Like,
Well, we were all at my sister's house, and it was the World Cup, and England scored. So we all leapt up, and my son was sitting on the arm of a chair, and we just hit him on his head, and it just smashed. So it just went everywhere.
Whoa.
It was like somebody had pressed a pause button. We were just
stopped.
Yeah, and we all looked at my sister, and she just burst into tears. Yeah, it was a gift from my mum, a wedding present. It was something that my sister had always admired.
How long had they had this then?
My mum had had it for years and years.
Right.
But my sister, they got married in '91, so 28 years.
Whoa.
We were mortified, obviously, absolutely mortified. And I'm so close to my sister. She's almost been like a second mum in a way to me. And we're really, really close. And she's one of the nicest people. And she's so selfless. And I just think she deserves something nice to happen to her.
So have you tried to get this repaired before?
I've emailed various people all over the country. People just don't seem to respond.
It's funny, that.
Don't know why.
Yeah, that is quite funny.
Yeah. I have to say, I mean, it is really daunting, but having said that, I find it quite exciting as well.
Yeah.
I'm kind of itching
That's what I like
just
to win.
sort of like piece those pieces together.
Well, I'll tell you what, leave it with us
Okay.
and we'll be back in
Thank
contact
you.
soon.
Yeah.
All right?
Good luck.
Oh,
Best of luck. Thank you very much. I don't envy you. so
Take care
much.
now. Bye-bye.
My sister just always loved the light shade. It was always hanging in my mum's lounge. With my mum not being around anymore, to have it fixed would be amazing. I wouldn't be surprised if it was impossible, but fingers crossed, Kirsten can work some magic.
So, alabaster, is it really that delicate then?
With this being out in the garden is an absolute nightmare. It's water soluble, so all of these sort of chalky areas are staining and possibly where the actual surface of the alabaster has started to break down. I think this is probably the worst damage that I've ever had to work on with a piece of alabaster.
What have you got to do then? What's going to happen to this? I know you're going to put it back together.
I am going to see how many pieces, check that there's nothing missing.
Right.
If the joins aren't translucent, it's just going to look awful. Particularly as it's a light, it's going to hang from the ceiling.
So you'll see it straight away, and
So-
it'll be a focal point.
So it is going to be quite a challenge.
Okay.
All right, cheers, Jay. Yeah, thank you.
Alabaster is a type of gypsum rock, long prized for its translucent properties, with an early example of an alabaster lamp found in the tomb of King Tutankhamun. Kirsten now has a giant puzzle on her hands, and art conservator Lucia Scalisi is happy to help.
It's a little bit like doing a jigsaw. There's something kind of triangular that fits in there. Is there anything that shaped that we've got in our pile of bits?
There's a pointy bit. It might not be just one
No,
piece. See?
that's
No?
true. It might well be several.
Well, look.
Actually, that goes there.
There can't be many places that this goes.
Nope.
There. Great.
Does it?
Yeah.
You sure? No, I've just sacked you from the conservation restoration department. Nice try, Lucia. Look at this. It just suddenly all sort of becomes apparent, really, doesn't it? We've got that. No.
And there's one little tiny piece.
Oh, amazing. That's the edge.
I think it is.
Perfect. Teamwork.
The barn's next arrival has brought an item for leather expert Susie Fletcher. It's Emma Collins from East Sussex.
Hello. Susie.
Hi, Susie. I'm Emma.
Nice to meet you, Emma.
Hi, Emma. Welcome.
Hi, Will.
Emma owns a piece of furniture that's been handed down within her family for 100 years and now desperately needs reviving.
So what do we have here?
So this was my great-grand's piano stool. My great-grand was a violinist. Her name was Ethel Richmond.
Ethel.
And she used to use it to play the violin on. Great-grand won a scholarship when she was very young, only 14, to the Royal Academy of Arts in Manchester.
Oh, my word.
Gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
14?
Yes, she became this kind of internationally renowned violinist, and it would be in her music room, and she played the violin on it. And then it went to my grandma, and my grandma used it when she was very little for learning the piano. And then my mum used it for playing, she played the clarinet. So it's kind of gone through our family as this kind of object for everyone learning their instruments on.
What instrument do you play?
Yeah. I played the clarinet and the bassoon.
Bassoon?
Because somebody has to play the bassoon. And I've got a twin sister and she played the double bass. We all kind of had a bit of a thing.
So what is your first memory of this chair?
We would go and stay with my grandma every summer. And what I remember really vividly is being able to go into her study where this was, and you'd kind of climb up onto the stool and sitting at the piano and just having that kind of real peace. It was a real sort of sanctuary and a really precious space growing up. So it's got a lot of sentimental value for me.
Well, I know that it's been used by pretty much everyone in the family.
Yes.
But it's in a bit of a bad state.
Yeah, my mum had inherited this when my great-grand died, and she had been keeping it in the woodshed. So it wasn't in a brilliant state.
Woodshed?
And in the woodshed, my husband and I said, we'll rescue it, we'll take it home because we can look after it better. Clearly that has not been the case. And actually my youngest, it turned out to be just the right height for him eating his cereal on. So he used it every day to have breakfast on, but he's just started playing the piano as well. So it would actually be amazing for him to be able to use it for what everyone else in our family has used it for the last 3-4 generations.
So what would you like me to do with it?
Everything's a little bit bashed and worn, but I mean, I do quite like that because it just, you know,
Okay.
that's the sort of signature of generations of relatives. But I just would like it to be usable. I think that's the real big thing for us.
Right. I've seen you working on some really tricky things. I wouldn't even know where to start with this.
And I've worked on piano stools, but I've never worked on a stool like this before, so that will be fun.
Good luck.
Thank
I think
you.
this is good.
Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye-bye.
It's so much more than just a chair. It represents so much about my childhood and the peace and the sanctuary of my grandma's house. To bring it back to the lovely, shiny, lustrous, chestnutty thing that I remember it from nearly 40 years ago would be incredible.
Now that I've got Emma's piano stool on my bench, just looking at the overall condition of this leather, and it's really been through the wars. All the history is in this leather. So many bottoms have sat on this seat. What I need to do is think of some way of preserving this to present back to Emma, but I am going to have to replace this leather to make it usable so it can be used for another 100 years. The first thing I need to do is strip everything back. I've got leather, I've got padding, I've got calico, all needs to come off. I can then clean up the woodwork and then start replacing all those layers. The key will be finding a leather that's a close match to this. These tacks are still very strong and in there, but I won't be able to use them again because they're rusty.
They're just so well made. 100-year-old tacks. That's when you could get really good quality ironwork. Sad that you can't find them so much today. So now I've got all those tacks off. I really want to keep all the pieces how they were originally laid on the piano stool. It's a bit like picking up an octopus. Okay, there we go.
Susie is not the only one with her hands full. Although Kirsten and Lucia worked out where each fragment of the alabaster light shade belongs, every single one now needs to have its translucency restored.
The fact that this bowl was left outside in the rain, in the snow, it's caused this surface to degrade and get this kind of white bloom effect. What I'm going to do is actually just roll over the surface using some methylated spirits. And because it evaporates very quickly, it won't leave a stain or a residue. And you can see that the surface loses that sort of powdery texture. If I don't get these pretty much 100% clean with the light behind it, all you're going to see is just like dirty cracks. It's quite nice to actually hold it up to the light. It helps me see how the actual cleaning of the edge is coming along. That's one piece that's actually come up quite nicely. I've just got about another 30-odd pieces to do.
With the fragments cleaned, Kirsten's ready to embark on bonding them together, a process demanding all her expertise.
Made the decision actually to try and stick a few of the larger pieces back together just by themselves, and then I'm going to try and sort of introduce the other bits onto them. You've got literally no wriggle room. If something needs just realigning, you can't do that once you've got one area actually already bonded. That's the polyester resin mixed up. You can see as this adhesive goes on, it's the same colour as the alabaster, and that's exactly what I want because it needs to allow the light to actually come through. Quite nerve-wracking, actually. Well, these are just the final few pieces going in now. So I'm just hoping that I've got it right.
The barn's next arrival is Barbara Walker from Moray in Scotland. She's brought along a precious childhood toy she hopes Dominic Chenier can restore to full working order.
Hello.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Jay.
Hello, Jay. I'm Barbara.
Barbara, hi, I'm Dom.
Hi, Dom.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay.
Let's have a look at this.
This looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's a bus.
A Glasgow Corporation double-decker bus, which were back in the late 1950s.
Okay. Is this your toy?
My parents bought this bus for my elder brother Alistair in 1961 when he was 2 years old. They bought it as an aid for Alistair as he was born with cerebral palsy.
Okay.
Which affected his grand motor skills. So they were hoping that this would encourage Alistair to stand and to walk.
And did it work?
It did indeed, yes. So he just
Good.
loved the bus. So
Yeah?
he's covered many miles, yeah.
Miles.
Alistair is now 61, but he did love this bus. My younger brother, Colin, and myself have also played with the bus and had great fun with it.
So how come you own it now?
Mum and Dad passed on, we had to clear the house, you know, and we didn't want to throw it out because it had too many memories. But
Okay.
it's been sitting parked in the garage, I'm afraid, on a shelf.
So what would you like Dom to do to this then?
Mum and Dad didn't have much money, but the fact that they bought the bus, you know, for Alistair. Symbolises how much love and support they wanted to give him. It would be so special just to see it, you know, given a little bit of care. If you could take some of the rust off. It's missing a bit here, the grill.
Right.
And underneath there's a bell.
It's a bell.
There's actually a bell. Yeah,
That's really
if you
cool.
ping it, it's as it trundles along.
So a proper MOT then, isn't
It's
it?
a full service.
It's a full service we need to do.
We'd like to pass it on to younger generations. So my grandson's just at the age where he's walking and pushing.
Brilliant.
So
Right.
it is to be played with. You know, it's not going to sit on a shelf.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you say that. Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll take better care of it. I'll promise. Promise.
I can't wait to get started. I just want to take it now. Let me. Brilliant.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
The bus is very important to us as a family. It's been with us all through the years. It would be marvellous just to see it brought back to life. And I see my grandson playing with it.
Barbara's bus, where to start? This is such a beautiful looking toy. I've never actually seen anything quite like it. It does have some issues though. You can sort of peer through the windows now and have a look. It looks actually worse inside than it does outside. I don't know if water sat in there or what's happened, but I'm going to have to take the body apart. It all seems to be held together with tabs and bits like that, so it should, fingers crossed, come apart okay. Once I've got the body off, I'll be able to have a proper look at what's inside. This would have been mass-produced in a factory. I bet when they made this in the factory in the 60s, they didn't expect me to be here now, all this time later, trying to get the thing apart again. Look at that. There's the chassis off of the lower deck. The underside is in really good condition. The paint is fine. The bottom bit, you can see the rust is really bad. Paint is just crumbling away. So I'm definitely going to have to repaint the black interior. Oh, there we go. Right, I'm going to have to take all of the seats out, all the wheels off, before I tackle the bodywork and the exterior.
Back inside the barn, Susie stripped the century-old music stool back to its bare bones, allowing her to move on to a subtle sprucing up of the wooden frame.
So I'm really happy with how the woodwork's come up with the polishing. So the next stage is to actually start working on the seat itself.
The first step is creating a replacement inner pad for the seat. Susie's using a traditional mixed fibre and cotton felt.
So now this is ready to be covered with the calico. It never ceases to amaze me that in the upholstery world, we can still get hold of the original materials, as is in this case. This is exactly the same padding that the stall had when it was first made. So we can keep the repair incredibly authentic to the original maker.
With the original leather way beyond repair, Susie now needs to select a perfect match.
This one is really interesting, quite a lightweight leather, very antique-y in its appearance. It's got a little bit of a red tone to it, so I think that this one's going to match. That's fantastic.
The next step in recreating the lattice design of the old stool is cutting multiple identical strips from the leather.
I'm going to use my head knife, which is a tool I use when I'm making saddles. So nice and sharp, pin the leather in place, and then I've got a little bit of tension that goes against the blade. So just follow that line, nice and steady. So if I put too much stress on the hide, I could also distort it. So it is important to just use the weight of my arm going over the blade there. The only time I'm really needing to do this sort of lattice work is in handbags. And there's multiple pieces of leather that have to be woven and sewn into place, and that sort of is quite taxing on the old brain box. But this hopefully will be a lot more straightforward. And there is that lovely strip ready to be mounted onto the stall. It's a case of laying one across and then flipping this over, and then this one goes underneath like this. Okay, I think I've found a rhythm. Cracked it. What I need to do now is start pulling up each strand and getting the tension right, but not too tight. I want to make sure that I don't distort the width at all. Use my hand to push the leather as well as pulling it with my fingers. Again, this is just gorgeous. You can see it beginning to take shape. It is almost like a piece of art. Now we're getting this close to the finishing look. Once I have all of these in place, we'll be one step closer to getting it ready for Emma to come and collect. So exciting.
At Kirsten's workbench, things are also going well. The inherited alabaster lightshade, smashed in a moment of World Cup euphoria, has come together better than she dared hope.
And there it is. That's really the first time I've had an opportunity to see the outside of the lamp. And I'm actually quite pleased with the way it's looking. It feels quite smooth. I think the joints aren't too bad. I can start to relax a little bit and really enjoy the filling. I'm using the same adhesive that I used for bonding, adding some synthetic onyx powder. It sort of retains the translucency, and I'm also going to be adding just a few sort of pigments to try and sort of recreate this mottled effect. Just look at these, they are literally just disappearing before my eyes. It's very exciting. Really then just sanding, which is going to be the finishing touch.
How you doing, Kiss?
Yeah, good. Oh, brilliant.
Tape.
And
a foam.
Fantastic,
Yeah?
thank you very much.
And what are you going to do with it?
So the plan is to put this back into the brass ring that holds it, suspends it up in the ceiling. There's a few sharp screws that are sticking out. So many hands make light work.
Yes. You enjoyed doing this one, have you?
I've absolutely loved doing this one, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. Right, this is the moment I've been kind of looking forward to, but also dreading. So if you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got it.
You got it? Okay, well, let's just drop it down and see. Well, not
Or
drop
place it down.
Place it down. So lower it in. Yeah. It's all right.
Is it?
It's okay.
I can breathe.
Look, I can't tell you how relieved I am.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
No, this is all right, though.
Yeah,
Look.
it's going to be fine.
Although it was daunting, Kirsten's transformed the pile of water-damaged smithereens brought to the barn.
I am feeling a bit nervous about this one.
Are you?
Yeah.
Hoping to atone for the accidental breakage of the heirloom, Eloise has returned with her sister, Fran.
Hopefully there'll be a restored alabaster lightshade. We'll be able to reunite Fran with it in one piece again.
And I wouldn't expect it to be perfect, just something to be there to remind me every day of my mum. I'd be absolutely delighted.
Hello.
Hello.
And you are?
Fran.
All right, Fran.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
You all right, yeah?
Yeah.
So, Fran, you are the lady that owns the lampshade. Is that right?
I am indeed, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
OK.
So that's very exciting to see something hanging up there.
So how do you remember it then?
In a million pieces all over the floor.
Right. Keep seeing your eyes go up to
I know!
You ready to sit?
Yeah.
That's incredible. I cannot believe that.
I can't believe that. Wow, you know, even things like, I remember this little crack here and things like that. So it's, well, it's perfect because it's not perfect. It's not like you've taken away the character of it. It's just, it's exactly as I remember it.
I can't believe all this.
So clever, really clever. I mean, I couldn't even believe that there would be enough of it to be able to put it back together. So, thank you.
I just don't know how you could have done that. I was expecting you to give us a box back.
That's not going to happen. No, not here. No.
I literally can't put into words how grateful.
You don't have to say.
Thank you so much.
Well, you deserved it. You really do.
Well, what we're going to do is get it down and wrap it up really safely, and then we'll bring it out to your car. Is that all right?
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirsten. You're
Absolute
fantastic.
pleasure. Oh,
I'm so happy.
See you in a minute. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I cannot believe what she's done. It's incredible.
I never thought I would see it in one piece again. When you have such an emotional investment in an item, to then see it back to where it belongs was just amazing.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom's been removing the rust from the 1960s bus that once helped a little boy learn to walk.
The inside has gone as planned, perfect. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for the roof. The rust is so far into the metal, I have no choice but to sand this right back. Then I'll have to repaint the whole roof. It does really sadden me to have to do it because I've got so many marks on here where little Alistair was learning to walk with this bus. And I hate to lose all of that history, but at the same time, I need to preserve this bus because Barbara wants to be able to use it again. Got my little airbrush, which gives a much finer spray pattern than my big spray gun. So I can just sort of concentrate this just in the areas that I want it to go in to leave as much of the original paint untouched as possible. I quite often use this technique on full-size cars just to sort of repair tiny bits of paint. It looks fantastic already. All that old damage is just disappearing. I've got a lot more to do. Or every surface, inside, outside.
Including the tiny seats, staircase and other fixings, Dom needs to future-proof around 50 individual parts with rust-proof undercoat and black gloss, as well as the main body with the cream, green and orange livery used on the full-sized buses of 1960s Glasgow.
God, that's nice. How's it going?
I know it looks like it's in pieces, but it's actually very nearly there. I have one problem.
Okay.
I've got no grille surround. It's completely missing.
Okay.
This is the cast part that's going to sit in the middle there. But look, I've got this picture.
Okay. So I've got that shape there, and it hangs off the bottom of the bus, I guess, from that picture.
It's quite a good reference.
Yeah,
picture,
that goes below the bus.
And then that just comes in from behind.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That's really helpful.
Okay.
Thanks, mate. Everything's been painted, cleaned, touched up, repaired. So now it's a case of reassembly.
Mate.
Hey, Brenton, you okay?
Got your grill surround.
That is perfect. Look at that.
That looks fabulous, doesn't it? That is so
Transforms
good.
it. That is so good. So I just need to paint that black now.
Be great.
Thank you very much.
No problems.
Amazing.
But the front grille panel isn't the only part missing from this toy. The next will require some miniature mechanics.
Hey, Steve. Sorry to trouble you. I've rebuilt the bus.
Yeah, looks great.
Thank you. It's coming along.
Yeah.
It's very nearly there. But look, underneath, that's a bell, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
It does ring.
Which makes sense, being a bus.
Or it had
Ding, ding.
some sort of mechanism.
Something, it must have had something. There's this hole at the front that's got that little grommet through it, so which makes me think there was something like a string or a wire or something through there. But I've got no clue as to how to make that ring.
Yeah. Leave it with me. I'll put my thinking cap on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I've made a scaled sketch of the bottom of the bus so that I can actually scribble around on it and try and work out the best way of doing this. But I've just got to get enough springiness into everything.
Steve uses his know-how from decades of clockmaking to improvise a prototype mechanism.
I'm just going to make that, that's where the screw's going to hold it.
Transforming a metal rod into an intricate coiled contraption he hopes will ding the bell once it's pulled via a piece of string.
So basically, this is fixed at this end. The string will be attached to this little hoop here, so that when the string is pulled, the hammer should hit the bell and then come off. I don't think that's going to work. This is going to go all over the place. I'm just going to have to sit down and scratch a bit more hair off, I think. Have another think.
While Steve goes back to the drawing board, Susie's work on the 100-year-old music stool is coming along nicely. With the woven seat replaced, the last step is a decorative leather trim to replicate the original design.
Nice. It's very exciting to get to the point where you're nearly ready to show the owner what you've been able to do. You always hope for a positive response as well.
After 4 generations serving the same family of music makers, the stool was in a bad way. But for owner Emma, it held treasured memories of time with her grandparents.
It felt really weird not having the stool at home with us. Since I was last here, my grandpa's had a stroke. So actually, the meaning's kind of changed a bit, and I wanted to bring my grandma with me today, and she can't leave him because he can't walk or speak at the moment. So it's like a really significant thing to kind of have them want back. Hello.
Hello, Emma. How you doing? I'm Jay.
Nice to meet you.
Hey Emma, good to see you again. You all right?
Yeah, so much more nervous than I thought it was going to be.
You okay, yeah?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So what are you hoping to see then?
It can only be an improvement.
Because it wasn't in a good condition, was it?
No, it had been loved to death.
Susie?
Yeah?
Do you want to show her?
Yeah. Okay. Ready?
Go on.
Okay. Oh my God! Oh my God! That's like a 4 years old, like, pew! Oh my, thank you so much. That's extraordinary.
You're so welcome.
Oh my God, I'm totally going to cry. Since I left it with you, my grandpa's had a stroke.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
This is part of that kind of childhood of growing up with them. So, and having not had it with us, has, since this has all happened in the last few weeks, has been really extraordinary. That was like a real jerk back to being tiny, being in their house, and like a real kind of emotional straight back to when they were younger and sort of healthy and fit. And oh, sorry, that was a little bit of a
It's okay.
emotional outburst there. Wow.
Yeah, just enjoy it. It's yours.
You had to take that all apart, didn't you, and totally rebuild it? Wow. Oh, I really wanted to bring my grandma with me, but she won't leave Grandpa.
So what are you going to do with it now, then? Are you going to take it back to her, let her see it?
I think she would really like to see it. And I think it'd be nice for both of them to have something nice.
One other thing.
OK.
I thought the leather was too important to throw away, so you ought to have this.
My God. You've even cleaned that up and made that really beautiful too.
Bless you.
Susie, thank you so much. What's really special about that is that's my grandma's whole life. I can take that home.
You take it all home.
Wow.
Well, we'll give you a hand with this one.
Yeah, we will. We'll give you a hand.
OK. Thanks very much.
Let me hold that.
Yeah, I got to give you
a hug. I didn't want to come and steal another one. It felt greedy. Oh. Wow, what a special thing you do. Thank you.
Well done. Okay.
You can take that.
I'm going to take that and I'm going to cuddle it.
You're going to take that? OK.
Yeah. Let's give you a hand.
I'll get the door.
That was how it looked 40 years ago, which is extraordinary. I can't believe Susie made me a picture with all the beautiful old leather. It's really overwhelming and really sentimental and emotional and so special. I thought, oh, a stool's a stool, it's going to look lovely when it's finished. I wasn't expecting that real transportation back to being tiny. And I'm so thrilled that it's going to be able to carry on its life, and my children can have that as well. It's really special.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom is now down to the last few details of his restoration of the 1960s Glasgow toy bus. While inside, Steve thinks he's solved the puzzle of the missing bell mechanism.
Right, I'm pretty sure that this one's going to work okay. It's far simpler than my original designs. Let's just put a piece of string on and let's see if it works. Yeah. Dom's going to be so happy. There you go, Dom. All done.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, it took me blooming ages.
Can I?
Yeah.
Well, just tug it.
Yeah. Sounds like a bus bell, doesn't
it? That's brilliant sound, yeah. Amazing. Thank you, Steve. I've just got one last finishing touch to do. Let's attach the missing Glasgow transfer. I hope Barbara's going to love this. Can't wait to see her face.
Barbara has returned to the barn, hoping her family's much-loved toy has many more miles in it.
The bus is very important to us because my parents bought it for my elder brother Alistair to help him walk and balance because he's got cerebral palsy. Fingers crossed, Dom was managed to do something with it. Hello.
Hello again.
Hi.
You okay?
Yes, hi. Nice to see you again.
Lovely to see you again. How are you feeling?
Very excited.
Are you?
Very excited.
I'm really excited to show you this. It's been great fun working on this.
I wondered how you'd get on with it because it was quite a challenge.
Yes.
It was quite a challenge,
yeah. You ready?
Yes, indeed. Oh, oh wow. Oh, that looks amazing, doesn't it? Oh, gosh. We've done so well. Oh, wow. Oh, in the front. Oh, that is wonderful. That is really, really wonderful. Oh, it looks fantastic. Oh, I love it. All the scratches have gone.
It's not brand new though. We've tried really hard to keep the history in there, so it's your bus.
It's our bus.
Yeah.
Yes, it's our bus. And you've got rope.
Yes. Go on, give it a tug.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, that is just brilliant. It's absolutely magic.
You're looking forward to showing your brother?
He's going to be so chuffed. He's just. I can just imagine his smile is just going to be like, just great, you know. Oh, our wee ones are going to have such fun with this. They really are, you know. Our grandson, he had his eyes on it.
Oh, really?
So when he comes up to visit, he can play with the bus as well. Oh, well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, it's all yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Enjoy
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye. Bye. The bus looks absolutely amazing, and it's got its ting-ting back. Naturally, it takes us right back to when we were kids. We had such fun with the bus, and my grandson's going to have such fun playing with it. So he's going to be so chuffed. He's going to be so, so pleased.
In the repair shop today, Brenton's all hot and bothered.
Tell me if I accidentally touch you with this.
You'll know if you've touched me with it, mate, I tell you.
Over a cross that's been through the wars.
Got it?
And Steve and Sarah are in pieces. Getting an old kite airborne again.
I thought you said you'd made box kites before.
Yeah, well, they weren't collapsible ones.
First to arrive at the barn are sisters Christine Hopkins and Pauline Samways from Kidderminster, with a tiny but treasured memento that needs Dominic Chenea's expertise in metalwork.
Hello.
Lovely to see you. I'm Don.
And I'm Christine.
Nice to meet you, Don.
All right, so what you got in the bag then?
Would you be surprised if I said it was a bike?
No way. In there?
In there?
Oh, it's like a little kid's bike, is it?
No, it's not a little kid's bike.
Look at that. You're kidding.
It really is a bike. What's the name on that? Is that a name?
Tab.
Our granddad made it and rode it.
Your granddad made this bike?
Yeah, he had the cycle shop in the horse fair in Kidderminster.
Okay.
And he made a small bike to advertise from his window.
Because that is like a proper bike. I just saw it.
Yeah, you can tell it's so nicely made.
Yeah.
And a man called Harry Walker bet him that he couldn't ride it.
Don't tell me you rode that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Up until he was 86. He just
sat on it.
put his heels on
He sat on here?
Yeah.
Pedal away, smiling his head
Heels on the pedals.
Okay.
And his toes up. He was a smashing man. He was fun to be around, and he's so well known. He's known as a character of Kidderminster.
All because of this bike?
Yes. Yeah. When the shop closed, Grandad just carried on doing shows and things like that.
Yeah. Doing shows
for
with this
charity.
bike?
Yeah. He'd always dress up.
He had a shirt with a sequin waistcoat and a top hat.
Yeah, that's what we're missing, see?
It's always known as the competition bike.
The challenge is anyone that could ride the bike, Grandad would give them £5.
No one ever got the fiver.
No one ever did.
Really?
No. Grandad's actually in the Guinness Book of Records as having the world's smallest cycle.
How tall was Grandad then?
6'2".
Size feet?
10.
What size are you? I'm size 11.
10. Yeah.
No way can
There's no way.
He wouldn't have boots on like that.
Well, how did he ride this then?
We practised a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you can ride it as well?
Yeah.
Used to.
On the stage.
So what, this is a family thing?
It
You
is
guys
a
can all
family,
ride this little bike?
We could.
We did.
Years ago.
They good old days.
It's incredible.
Grandad died in 1976.
Okay.
And we never rode her.
No, we haven't. Neither of us have ridden.
rode it.
Without Grandad.
It wasn't the same, was it?
No.
It's not the same. So what would you like us to do to it then?
Just make it look elegant again.
Just basically in bad condition.
I wouldn't dare try and ride it like this.
No,
Let's
the saddle's
try and
all
fix
gone,
it first.
and
Yeah.
you know it's all.
So if Dom's able to get this working again,
Yeah.
could you teach us how to ride it?
I'll bring a fiver.
Oh,
Yeah.
wager.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Take care now. All right. Bye-bye.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to get a fiver.
No, you're going to get... I can't like that.
Really, the bicycles are almost as old as us.
That's true. We're hoping that Dom will be able to make the bicycle look as we remember it as children, nice and clean and sparkly and able to be ridden again if anyone can ever do it.
It's a cute little bike, isn't it?
I think it's absolutely brilliant. It's complete, which is good, but I don't know what's happening inside. I need to take it completely apart.
OK, all right. This is a leather seat, so I'm sure we can get Susie on the saddle and probably grips
That would
as
be
well.
really good if that's OK. Yeah.
First things first is getting it to your bench,
Get it apart.
take it apart. But listen, don't ride it until you fixed it.
No,
all right?
I'll try my best not
Save
to.
yourself. All right, let's get this over to your bench.
Thank you.
Mate. OK.
When Alf first made this, it was in the shop window to lure people into his bike shop. I'm sure there's going to be a few interesting little quirks somewhere along the line because it must have been a few bespoke bits that he's had to make. OK, handlebars next, see if these come out. It does take me back to being a kid and playing with my BMX, so I'm quite familiar with the ins and outs of a bike. But saying that, nothing ever this small, so... As I'm removing parts from this bike frame, it's revealing little areas here and there of this beautiful chrome. It's desperate to try and be uncovered, so I'm going to try and uncover that. The downside of that is I'm going to lose this beautiful sticker, which is Christine and Pauline's family name. I'm going to trace this out and get a sticker made so I can reapply that onto the chrome.
Next to the barn, Margaret Coyle from Nottinghamshire, hoping silversmith Brenton West...
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jay.
I am Margaret.
Hi, I'm Brenton.
...can save an item that played an extraordinary role in her father's life.
I have a cross.
Wow.
It belonged to my father. He was born in Romania.
OK.
When he was 16, Germans invaded Romania in the Second World War. He fled and he made his way to Russia, where he joined the Russian army.
Wow, at 16?
Yes.
Wow.
He got shot twice. The first bullet actually entered his mouth and came out his cheek.
Ooh.
And then the other one hit this.
What, the cross?
Yes. It was in his tunic pocket. This saved his life.
Really?
Yes.
So the bullet hit this and it didn't go through to him then?
No.
That's incredible.
That's the damage that the bullet caused.
Oh, where that gap is there?
Where that, yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Yeah. After the war, all the people that was displaced from their countries were all put into these holding centres, and that's where he met my mum.
All right.
She was from Yugoslavia.
So what happened to them then? If they had nowhere to go, like the war had ended?
They chose to come here. Dad ended up working in the mines. They settled eventually in Newthorpe. That's where we were brought up. Now they've both passed away, Mum and Dad. It holds a lot of sentimental value.
What do you actually want me to do to this?
It was at one stage together like that, yeah. But over the years, it's deteriorated. It isn't repaired or stabilised in some way. It's going to deteriorate
Bits
even
will break
further.
off of it.
Yeah.
And the bit that's there where the actual bullet hit,
Yes.
do you want that filled in or do you want it left as it is?
I would love to see it complete.
OK.
OK.
You know, but if that's not possible, if you could just make it into a cross again, it would be brilliant. It is a massive part of our family history. Without that, there wouldn't be a family.
Well, thank you for leaving it with us and trusting us with your family history.
And we will do our very best to make this beautiful and stable for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You take care.
The cross is very, very important to me. I need to be able to pass this on to the next generation so that they can carry on with the stories. Anything they can do would be a blessing.
Her father's life was saved by this cross. I just am amazed by it. This is quite an elaborate design. It's made of a brass surround, some pieces of twisted wire, and then the micro mosaic. And I guess that's what's stopped the bullet, because the brass on its own wouldn't be strong enough. It's going to be quite a tricky one. We'll make a new side part that's missing from this side, and this twisted rope part that's missing from this middle bit. Once that's done, I can give it to Kirsten.
But before any of the intricate repairs can be done, the broken cross must be put back together for the first time in decades.
Someone's had a go at repairing it before. I can see this plate that's on the back here has got soft solder on it. I'm going to use that plate to repair it again myself in a similar sort of way. I'm a bit concerned about putting a flame on this. I've seen Steve with a massive soldering iron that he uses, and I'm not that au fait with soldering irons. I'm more of a flame person myself. Steve, could you bring your soldering iron over?
Yeah, of course.
So I've got this Romanian cross, and it's been repaired before, so I think we can do it again with that big soldering iron.
OK, so where have I got to dab it? Just
on the middle of that square thing.
OK. These are really, really good. It was my grandfather's.
Oh,
right. OK, that's just about hot enough now. OK, you ready?
I'm ready.
OK.
My word, that's hot, isn't it? Wow.
Tell me if I accidentally touch you with it.
You will know if you've touched me with it, mate, I tell you. You will know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's on there, isn't it?
Yeah, good.
It's on there. OK, I think that'll probably do, won't it?
Excellent. Sometimes you can't beat old tools.
No, that's a really good way of doing it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom's dismantled the miniature bike that's seen better days, and there's a lot to be done.
How you doing, Dom?
Hey, Jay, you OK?
Yeah. How you getting on with Christine and Pauline's bike?
Good. It's come a long way since I think you last saw it.
What?
Yeah.
Look at that.
So I'm basically just going through bit by bit,
OK.
if it's savable, if it needs repairing, basically. Here's my pile of sad bits.
Why are these sad? What's
They
wrong
need
with
a bit
them?
of help. This would have been chrome, where it is, but see there, it's too far gone.
You want this re-chromed then?
Please.
OK.
That, and that.
OK, cool.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
no
Jay.
problem.
With the wheels, pedals and headset off to be chrome-plated, Dom has slightly less to tackle. Thanks to Susie Fletcher's leatherwork skills, he can also take handlebar grips and a saddle off his to-do list.
I've got this saddle to make for this tiny little bike, and it's very useful that I happen to have an old riding saddle. I'm going to use this bottom section, which is quite worn, and I think it's really going to blend in well with the age of this bike. If I just pop this leather into some lukewarm water and let it soak, and as the water penetrates through all the fibres of the leather, I should be able to mould it around all these curves and get it really down tight. Now the leather has been soaking, it has done an amazing job of making this so supple and pliable. And I'm just going to bind it into place, and that will help it to mould in that position. My title is Master Saddle Maker. I make a lot of saddles for riding, but it's fun to tackle all different types of saddles and do a nice job, which is ultimately to make somebody comfortable. So This is the beauty of leather. You can do so many things with it. It's good.
While Dom awaits the return of the chrome and leather parts, he gets to work on the company badge that marked out the tidy two-wheeler as a bespoke Alf Tab bike.
It was really hard to have to sand that off, but I did, however, before rubbing it off, take a little tracing of it. I've scanned this in and transferred it onto my computer. I also colour matched the green whilst it was still on there with my Pantone book. Using all of that information, hopefully we'll come out with an accurate reproduction of what it used to look like. That's it, that's me done. That can now be printed onto water slide transfer paper, which will give me the sticker that I need just to finish off the bike.
Hey, Dom.
Hey, Susie, you okay?
Yeah, I got a present for you.
Oh, go on, okay.
Right,
It's
ready for
not
this?
even my birthday.
Ta-da!
Oh, man, perfect.
Is that what you
Perfect.
wanted?
Thank you.
Aw,
Thank you very
You're
much.
very welcome. Then I have
How was
the
that?
saddle.
Oh, look. Nice. Oh, that looks beautiful.
It's got the lovely lines and everything.
Absolutely brilliant.
That does look good.
The terrifying thing is now we have to drill loads of holes in it. But
Well, I'm not doing that.
here we go. Nice. I think Christine and Pauline are going to absolutely love it.
Loving it.
Yes. That's it? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Thank you.
Oh,
Good job.
That's wonderful.
Thank you
Yeah.
very, very much.
I think it looks great.
Absolutely. I can't wait to put it on the bike now. That's
Okay.
absolutely brilliant.
Next to arrive at the barn, Mary Mulroy and grandson Sam from Chesterfield. They're hoping Steve Fletcher's vast mechanical know-how can put the wind back in the sails of a precious keepsake.
Hello, I'm Steve.
I'm Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Pleased to meet you.
Sam. Hi, Sam. What have we got here?
It's an old kite which my husband Brian brought back from the army in 1960. So
A kite?
it's, yes, a box kite.
Yeah.
And it was his prized possession. He flew it with his young sisters, he flew it with all our family. It was just part of him.
Shall we have a look at it?
Let's have a look. There we go.
What's wrong with this kite?
Well, you can see as we're opening it that there's lots of tears and...
Oh, gosh, right.
Yes, it's a bit delicate. Yeah, it needs some help. It's only my husband that could do it just perfectly
Just two
all the time.
squares,
We have to just pop each one onto the other. Do these. These are the ones that keep coming undone.
Right.
There it is.
It all looks very, very rickety.
It is, yes. It sometimes collapses when we're flying it, if we can get it up.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it's getting very worn.
Tell me about why you want this repaired.
Well, because it was part of Brian, really, all those years. He flew it with all our children.
Right.
And we want to fly it on his birthday in memoriam, because he died 18 months ago.
Right, okay.
We actually flew it on his birthday this year, but it kept coming down and folding up, and we said, we've got to get something done. I didn't know who to trust to do it and who could do it, and we just want to keep Brian alive in his kite.
I can remember him telling us about how he got in trouble, how he's flown it into a field of cows, or how he nearly knocked someone off a bicycle with it. And he just loved it, and that's the kind of stuff you remember about the kite and Grandad. So.
I love kites. I fly kites.
Good.
And I haven't flown a box kite since I was about sort of 8, 9.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really look
Lovely.
forward to seeing if
So
I can
you
get
know
this up
why
again.
we're attached to it then.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
What exactly would you like me to do?
I'd like it to be restored to maybe what it was and it would work properly. I don't want it to be a new kite, I want it to be Brian's kite still.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to be Brian's
Yes,
kite.
yes.
And I'm very excited about working on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank
really
you.
pleased. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's extremely important that we can continue to fly the kite in memory of Brian.
It's tradition now to fly it on Grandad's birthday. So, yeah, it's really important we can get it back up there and looking like it used to.
I'm really looking forward to doing this. My dad used to make them, and we used to go out flying them all the time. So doing this is like going back to my childhood. I'm not surprised that this kite wasn't flying because there are so many holes in it. It would have just let a lot of the air through. And also the frame, you couldn't assemble it properly so that it'd be nice and rigid. I just need to take off the fabric and then I can get on with repairing and stabilising the frame. Just being very, very careful that I don't do any damage to the fabric. That was a bit easier than I thought it was going to be. I'll just take these over to Sarah.
Embroidery specialist Sarah Dennis will need all her needlework skills to make invisible but strong repairs to 6 decades of wear and tear.
Hi, Sarah.
Oh, hello.
I've got some kite fabric.
Right.
They come off an amazing box kite. There's lots and lots of holes.
Oh, wow.
I
Yes.
think that's where all the air came out.
Yes. I can patch them up.
Will you have to put new material on?
I'd rather patch it because there's all sorts of writing on there, and, we'll
absolutely.
lose that
Yeah,
if
no,
we.
absolutely.
So the actual panels are pretty good nick.
OK, good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll leave it
Yeah.
with you.
OK, thank you.
At his bench, Brenton is starting repairs to the Romanian cross that once saved the life of a young soldier and is now cherished by his daughter.
Unfortunately, on this side, the little piece is missing. So I've got to replicate a little brass strip with some little dimples on it. I've got a piece of brass here, which is the same thickness. I'm drilling some holes in it, and I'm going to hope to solder some little pins in so that it looks like that. Got a pendant drill here. This is really fiddly. They're tiny little things. They seem to have a life of their own. You drop one and you never find it again. Now for the moment of truth, let's have a little look at this. The 3 little dimples look the same as the dimples on the side of here. So I've got another 5 to solder on there, and then I can place this piece into the cross. So the next thing I have to do is to make the twisted rope part. So I just put 2 bits of wire together and I just twist until it's the same pattern as I've got there. That's come out really, really well. I'm really pleased with that. All I've got to do now is to glue the little piece of wire in.
With the wire twist replaced, the restoration can be handed over to ceramics expert Kirsten Ramsey.
Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, Brenton. Oh, wow.
A lady called Margaret gave me this cross. Her father was shot while he had the cross on in the war, and it saved his life.
Really? How
So,
extraordinary.
I've done the metalwork and stuck it back together, and now I believe this is your expertise, the micro mosaic.
Gosh, it's absolutely tiny as well.
I know, that's... Yeah, you need some good glasses or magnifying glass or whatever to do that.
OK. It is going to be a challenge.
I look forward to seeing it. Great. OK.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
This is actually in remarkably good condition, especially considering it's like been hit by bullets. What you've got here is very, very tiny little tesserae, which are very small mosaic tiles. And in this one, you've got a whole sort of multitude of different shapes and sizes, incredibly fine work. Really, the sort of first step here is to actually build up this section behind the wire work that Brenton's put on with an epoxy resin and a bulking agent. so that when I recreate the little tesserae, I'm not going to have to make them really deep. I'm just going to place them on top of my fill.
While the fill dries, Kirsten can turn her attention to creating the miniature replacement tiles.
It's actually quite daunting because I think it's the smallest thing that I've ever had to try and recreate. For this, I'm going to add some pigment into this paste and try and make up little turquoise tiles and not try and recreate the pattern. That way, when you look at this piece, it looks whole, but that's just a sort of reference to the piece's history. I think that's quite important. I absolutely love micromosaic. The skill involved in making them is extraordinary. Some of these are minuscule.
Minuscule is the order of the day in the outdoor workshop too. The parts from the tiny bike have been re-chromed, ready for dawn.
This is a really fun part of the restoration. I can start on the final assembly, which should, now everything's repaired, should be quite straightforward. Famous last words. When Christine and Pauline's granddad made this bike, there's so many bespoke bits, so I've got to be really careful now, make sure they all go back in the right place. That feels so much better. It's the fiddliest job. Everything's so small, which has been sort of nature of the beast working on this. So that's the wheels built, tyres on. It's almost time for that first ride. Last little bit to go on now is the original logo, tab cycle. It's perfect. Got the family name back on the bike where it belongs, as it should be.
Sisters Christine and Pauline have returned for the bike that evokes happy memories of the granddad who made it, and to make a wager that's a family tradition.
Very exciting waiting to see.
Wait. We'd like to see sparkling chrome, which it didn't have before. It was all rusty and mouldy, and we're hoping now it will be just beautiful. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello there.
Nice to see you again.
Likewise, how you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Lovely to see you.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Good to see you.
Okay.
Oh, don't pull that off just yet. No, not yet. You excited?
Yeah. Oh, come on. Let's
To each other.
Yeah, go on.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go on, Jay.
Oh, God, that's brilliant.
Oh, my goodness.
New saddle, that will be good for your bottom when you're trying to win the fiver.
Listen, hold on, we'll get to that.
It's just fantastic, that is.
You did that, did you, Dom?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
No, you're so welcome.
Oh, Grandad would be so chuffed, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's looking down on us.
He would be so chuffed.
Well done, you.
When you think it's 60 years old.
Exactly.
Oh, that's lovely. You made a great job of that.
Yeah. We've decided, well, I have seen that.
What?
We've got about another 6 at home. Would you like to work on that?
That's a nice try. It's a nice try.
Do I bring the bet out now?
Go on, then. What have you got for me? What have you got?
Oh, this is brilliant.
If you can ride that bicycle, I'll give you £5.
I've got a feeling you're about to lose this, Jay.
You did say, actually, you'd have a go as well.
Oh, no, don't.
Thank you. See, I remember.
You ready?
All right, go on, then, go on.
Was it feet
Bless
first
you.
or bum? Sit down.
Sit down.
Oh,
You've got to stay on the...
Trying to sit.
Dom,
Hold me up.
you on there?
Yeah, I'm on. Go on.
There you are. There you are. Whoa! Well done.
You got there with help.
Will,
Oh,
look at him. I know he wants to have a go. See, the young ones can do it all.
come on, Will.
So I'll hold you up like Dom, but you've got to go by yourself. Is that all right? Okay. Ready?
You can't hold him.
He did it. He done one pedal.
No, that's cheating.
Oh, bless you. Well, look, take your phone.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah?
Yeah, we didn't win it.
We didn't win it.
I think that's made with your...
It does, isn't it?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's lovely, it really is.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for
Thank
bringing
you,
it.
Jay. Thanks very much indeed.
You take care,
Thanks,
yeah.
Bye-bye.
I thought they were going to ride it out.
I thought they was going to ride it out as well.
We just can't thank Tom enough. The bicycle just shines and glows, which it certainly didn't do before.
Grandad would be so pleased that after all these years we've had it, well, made back gorgeous. Because it really does look gorgeous now.
It's good to see people falling off the bicycle, because it always happens. And I'm going home with my £5 note.
Sarah's working on a plan for the box kite, packed with memories of a loving family man. The challenge is making it airworthy without losing its character.
I'm just seeing how bad the tears are, and I'm hoping most of them are slits rather than loss of fabric. This is the worst tear here, and if I can get this to sit together, I can put a really small slither of fabric. Obviously it's a kite, and the less weight we add to it, the better. I've sourced some cotton lawn, which I'm going to put underneath here, so I think it's quite a good colour match once it goes under. There's not a lot of fabric missing, so you won't see much at all. It's very much a foundation for my repairs. And I'm just trying to get this fabric quite taut without pulling the slit any further than I have to, because I don't want to do any more damage than there is already.
At his bench, Steve's preparing to fix the frame of the kite, and he knows the work needs to be spot on.
I'm pretty sure if I don't make it nice and square, when we go to put the kite up, it won't go up nicely. Originally, the hinges were soldered to the main bars, so I've got to make sure that each one of these hinge pieces are in the correct place. So I've made up these aluminium clips, so when I'm soldering, they don't slide down and then I'll be soldering in the wrong place. This is far more sophisticated than the kites that I used to fly as a child, made of bamboo canes. And if they broke, we just put a new bamboo cane in. Right, that's one down. Another 7 to go.
My patch is behind here. I'm just about to start sewing on. All I'm going to do is tiny running stitches back and forwards across the rip, and then back again, back and forwards, that way across the rip. So that will make a nice firm foundation. I've got a few hundred rows to go, so I'll get stitching.
Good, that's the last bit done. I've got a bent bar here. That's actually twisted this a bit as well, so let's straighten this one out. I'm going to use these pliers. They have a nylon insert for bending. It's not going to damage this in any way. It's just going to help straighten it up. Good. So it's all ready now for putting the material on. Hopefully, it's all going to fly nicely. just need some wind.
Kirsten's reached the trickiest part of retouching the paint on the tiles of the Romanian cross.
This is incredibly fine work. I need just the thinnest of brushes and a really, really steady hand. So, yeah, not too much coffee, not much breathing either. And breathe. That is the cross finished. I'm absolutely thrilled with this piece, and I cannot wait to return it to Margaret. Fingers crossed that she's going to be happy.
Margaret has come to collect the cross that saved her father's life by stopping a bullet.
Without the cross, my father would be lying dead on a battlefield somewhere, and we wouldn't exist. So, for me to see it in one piece again would be brilliant.
Hi, Margaret.
Hello, how are you?
This is Kirsten, who's been helping
Hello,
me.
Kirsten.
Nice to meet you.
So how are you?
Nervous, excited, just can't wait to see what you've done.
I'll show you, shall I?
Please, yeah. Ooh. I don't know what to say. Really don't. It's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you both. I didn't pick it up. Oh, that's amazing. It really is. You've done such a fantastic job, both of you, because I can see some of the metalwork's been redone as well, hasn't it?
Yes.
Looks absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. I didn't think you could do it.
That's
I
wonderful.
must admit, I didn't think it could ever be repaired.
So what would Dad think?
I'm hoping he's sitting up there with thumbs up.
I'm sure he will
saying
be.
Thank you very much. You know, it saved me Dad's life, and now you've saved his life.
Oh, that's nice.
Really. Thank you. Thank you ever so much.
Oh.
Eventually, I hope to pass it on
Yeah.
to the next generation and hopefully keep that story alive, because if it hadn't have been for that, I won't be here.
No.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Thank you so much for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you so
Pleasure.
much.
Take care.
Well done, mate. Good job. Well done.
Overwhelmed with emotions. I'm the first person after Dad to have it in one piece. It means so much. I can't stop touching it. I keep... just absolutely amazing what they've done.
Sarah's finished her delicate repairs to the fabric of the box kite, and with the frame resoldered by Steve,
I've patched the kite.
Fantastic.
it's simply a case of reuniting frame and fabric.
We'll slip it over onto this.
Is it? Yeah, that one. Yeah, right, so I'm in.
So if I bring this up now... Oops, that one's come out as well. Right.
I'm doing a good job this side, Steve.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. I'm in. Oh, I'm out again. This was such an easy job.
It's supposed to be.
I thought you said you'd made box kites before, Steve.
Yeah, well, they weren't collapsible ones. Plan B. Right, upside down. Right. There we go.
Yay!
It's got it all together.
It's pretty good, actually.
I can't wait to see it flying hundreds of feet up in the air.
The kite's owner, Mary, has returned to the barn with her daughter Janet and grandson Sam, and high hopes of seeing the kite fly again in memory of her late husband, Brian.
I feel I'm going to get a part of him back again. I really do. And I'm sure he'll be looking down on us now thinking, go for it, girl, go for it.
It is a big part of my childhood, and we do miss him.
Hello.
Hello. I'm very nervous.
Oh, bless you. Hello,
Sarah.
I'm Steve.
Hello.
Remind me why the kite is so important to you.
Because Brian was the love of my life, and this was the love of his life.
We were worried it wouldn't last another year, and we want to keep it in our family for generations, really. It's a memory of my dad, so it means a lot to us.
Yeah. OK, let's take
have
the
a look?
cover off, shall we?
Oh, my word. Oh, wow, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
The fabric. How have you done that? How on earth have
Looks
you
like the
managed
original
that?
material, doesn't it?
Everything's original, apart from some patches that Sarah has put in.
She's worked miracles. Thank you, Sarah.
That's my pleasure,
Thank you
absolute
so
pleasure.
much.
Oh, well done. That's
Well done
amazing. I
indeed.
didn't think that was possible.
Well,
Well.
I think we ought to go and fly it, if that's all right.
Yeah?
Here?
Yes, yeah. Shall we have a go?
Oh, brilliant. It's amazing.
This is a great spot. It's nice and windy here.
Beautiful. Yeah. I'm so thrilled.
Right.
This is just a bonus.
Who wants to do the honours?
I think Mum should. I think you
I don't
should.
know,
Right.
I don't take it till it's up.
I know, I think...
Ready?
Yeah.
It's a special day to see it flying again. Very happy. And I just thought Dad would have loved to have seen it.
Oh, it's going, Janet.
I know. Go, Dad, go.
Oh, it's brilliant. Oh, I can feel it going. Yeah. Oh. Are you watching, Brian?
I'm
Are you
sure he
watching?
is.
It was like it had come back to life. It was just the kite as I remember first seeing it.
Yay!
That's great. I've enjoyed that so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, bless you.
That's my pleasure, my pleasure.
Oh, so pleased that it flew.
Oh, we are. We're
Amazing.
Over the moon.
It flew so well.
Well, there you go. It's all yours.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
so
You're very, very welcome.
Really appreciate
Right.
it. Thank you.
In the repair shop today, immense responsibility for Don as he undertakes the restoration of a wedding gift with a poignant legacy.
The fix is really not the issue of this. It is the amount of emotion that is wrapped up inside of this.
Whilst woodworker Will uncovers the hidden history on some heavenly artefacts.
I'm going to try it on the hands, a tiny bit. Oh my word. Okay, so there's gold on the hands as well.
But first, Suzanne Richaud from London has brought a once beautiful trinket belonging to a once world-famous relative. A task for expert Steve Fletcher.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jay.
Hi, Jay. I'm Suzanne.
Suzanne.
Hi, I'm Steve.
Hi, Steve.
What have we got in the box then?
It's something that belonged to my mum. It's a bird cage.
A bird cage?
Yes.
OK, let's have a look at that.
So it's got two little birds in there, and
The idea is that you wind it up and the little birds...
Oh, they're moving as well?
They move, so they move from side to side and their little beaks open and close. Problem is that they don't sing anymore. This one's even sort of struggling to move now.
Yeah. So, when did your mum get this then? When did she buy it?
Well, she got it in the 1960s.
What's your mum's name?
My mum's name is Ingalisa.
Ingalisa.
Yes.
Okay.
She's from the north of England, West
Right.
Hartlepool. But she was very much an international lady because she was a circus artist.
A circus artist?
Yes.
Wow.
So
what did she do?
She was a trapeze artist.
Oh, was she?
Yes. So she used to do things like hang by 1 foot on the trapeze, upside down, just 1 foot like that, and then swinging from side to side. She became really, really very good at it. And then she went on to be basically the world's best trapeze artist.
Wow.
And that's the kind of mum you want to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool, blimey.
And she loved animals, and she loved travelling, but she didn't really hold on to things. And this is one of the few things that she bought and she loved.
Okay. Right.
And so I hardly have anything really to remember her by, and this is it. I just want to be able to pass on something tangible to my daughter from my mother.
So what's your earliest memories of this birdcage then?
And usually at night, before we were going to go to bed, we'd say, can we hear the birdcage? And then she'd wind it up and it would do da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. I can't do it. That's kind of what it does, yeah.
Right. So how long haven't they sang?
Oh, gosh, 20 years?
20 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just makes my heart so sad to see it not working.
What exactly do you want me to do to it?
I'd like it to look slightly less tatty than it does.
Okay.
It would be really nice if the birds still had their feathers. You can see that most of the feathers actually have come off.
Yeah, they have.
And my hope is that I would one day hear them sing again.
Okay.
So what will it mean to you if I can get them singing the way you remember?
No words, really.
Right.
No words. Yeah.
Suzanne, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all for the stories, and then for bringing the birdcage in. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This birdcage means a huge amount to me because it symbolises my mother's life, really. Something very beautiful, and it would be lovely just to bring it back to life and so that it could sing again, and just to be able to hear it as I did when I was a child.
I'm going to just undo these. I'm sure this is how it all comes apart. So, ooh. Take that off there. So when I wind it up, this mechanism here is supposed to be pumping air into the part of the mechanism that actually makes the whistling sound of the birds, and the bellows or whatever it is. It's completely deteriorated. They have completely lost their tweet. I need to get the bellows over to David so that he can start restoring them, because I think it's quite a big job. I'm just looking at the mechanism now, and I can actually see that the beak should be opening and shutting more than that, so for some reason it's not. I think once I get the bird off, I'll be able to find out exactly why the mechanism isn't working correctly.
As Steve gets to grips with his feathered friends, outside 2 more visitors have arrived. Tony and his wife Jenny have brought along a much cherished keepsake, which they're hoping Dominic Chenier will be able to restore.
Hi there. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take this off you.
I'm Dom.
And Jenny.
Jenny, hi.
Tony.
Tony, lovely to meet you both. You okay?
Yes, fine.
Very good. This is amazing. Can you just tell me what this is?
It's a Georgian Irish peat bucket. And it was
a peat bucket?
A peat bucket.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in Ireland they would be digging peat.
Yeah, like mud almost.
Keep the house warm.
You cut your peat, put your peat in the bucket, carry it into the house, put it by the fireplace.
To burn, for the heating.
Yeah.
I see. OK, cool. It's a very elaborate bucket, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But I think this is a particularly fine one.
So how did this come into your possession then?
It was a wedding present from a dear cousin of mine.
OK.
40 years ago. That gave us the thirst for adding more antiques, so we saved up. But this was the very first one.
First thing that you had in the house?
Yes, yes.
So I can see there's a few bits of sticky tape at the bottom here is that holding it together?
It is, it's holding the base in actually. There's a brass band at the bottom which is broken.
This one here?
And that band was to pressurize these wooden slats, which in turn will hold the base. And if that band is broken, the bottom just drops out.
So that is
no use as a bucket whatsoever.
No.
So I'm sorry to say in our early days, we carried the logs in it. It's not designed to carry them. When we came to move house in June, the moving man picked it up and the bottom fell out. But he didn't break it. We've been
loading it with heavy logs.
Yeah.
And breaking it without realising.
Oh no! Until that removal man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Saying this has potentially been broken for quite some time next to your fireplace. Why now? What made you bring it in now?
Well, we moved house earlier on in June.
OK.
Tony was diagnosed with motor neurone disease in the middle of June. We knew Tony had balance issues, but we didn't know it was motor neurone disease, which obviously is more serious.
Yeah. So what does that mean for you?
Oh, well, it means I'm progressively getting more weak and getting more reliant upon other people to help me.
OK.
I do have a lot of support from Jenny, who is a medical person as well.
So you help each other?
Yes.
It's a fatal disease with no cure.
But I'm in excellent hands. I couldn't be in a better position.
So this means a lot. This is a lot more than just a bucket, isn't it?
Yes. Because of my reduced mobility, I was not able to get out and about to get this done as a surprise for Jenny. Because what I wanted to do was, if we get it repaired in time, for it to be a memento for Jenny after I pass on, having had it repaired and all. And so that's my purpose for the whole thing.
Okay.
That's why I'm so grateful to you for kindly doing something to do it. Our first and last antique together.
Thank you both so much for bringing this in, and I promise you I'll look after it.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's lovely to meet you both. It really is.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. I'm not sure that many people will say a log bucket is representative of all our happy memories together, but it is certainly an important one for us.
Once it's repaired, we'll come to our new house, so we get a continuation of an item we treasure and will be in our new house even when he isn't.
The fix is really not the issue of this. It is the amount of emotion that is wrapped up inside of this, and I just want to be so careful that I leave this as he wants. Just with a little bit of a clean, this will shine up and look absolutely beautiful, keeping all the stories that they've both got wrapped up inside of this. The structure of this bucket is made very similar to like a barrel, with the staves that run down and then the bands, these brass bands holding it all together. The problem with that kind of structure is when one thing goes wrong, like this band breaking, the whole thing starts to fall apart. As soon as I start taking things off, there's a real big risk that everything's going to start tumbling around. So the first thing I'm going to have to do is remove this brass band and get it into Brenton and make sure that he can solder that back together. Hey Brenton, you okay?
Right, yeah.
This is the bottom hoop from Tony and Jenny's peat bucket.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's no longer a hoop.
Right. Ah, that's broken.
Yeah. This is the bottom one as well, so it's quite integral to the actual
Holds it all
strength of the
together.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Well,
do you
this would have been silver soldered.
You think silver, not just normal lead solder?
No. I'm quite confident if I silver solder that back together, that'll be strong enough.
Perfect, brilliant.
Okay.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, no worries.
Also hoping to build strength in the musical birdcage mechanism, Steve is calling upon the talents of David Burville, whose experience in renovating organs will hopefully translate in miniature to the bellows of the birdsong.
Right, I've got these bellows out of the bird box.
Oh, wow.
They are in awful condition.
Yes, they've seen better days, haven't they?
They have.
God, dear.
What do you reckon?
I've never actually come across a plastic set before.
Oh, really?
Normally,
Oh, right.
they're always with natural leather.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's been replaced at some point. I think what I'm going to do with that, I'm going to go old school and I'm going to actually leather them. I think then we can get the birds chirping as they should be.
Yes.
And then we're guaranteed that it's going to last and it's going to work.
I mean, this is at the point where I don't know anything about the leathering or anything. I say, get on with it, and I wish you all the best.
All right, we'll get straight on it. I'm just going to remove this covering from the bellows. You can see this has just gone so brittle. I'm using a very special leather, and it looks like tissue paper, but it's very, very strong. That will fit snugly onto the paddle part, and then that should allow that to pump. And then hopefully we'll be ready for some gluing.
Meanwhile, Steve's mission is to discover why the yellow bird isn't animating quite as it should.
So the mechanism inside the bird is just operated by this pin that goes up. It's supposed to do that. So the actual mechanism is working all right. So that's good news. So there's nothing wrong with it. It just is very, very dirty and gummed up. Just years and years of old dirt that's just solidified and that sort of acts almost like a glue. So I just need to get this cleaned now. Loads and loads of bits of fluff. Some of it's red, which makes me think that actually this could be feathers.
Hi, Steve. There's the bellows back for you.
Oh, fantastic. Let's fit it on and see if it works, shall we?
Yeah, fantastic.
Do you want to give us a hand?
Yeah.
Right, so this goes over there like that. Let's give it a whirl, shall we? I'm on tenterhooks.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's sounding really good.
Yeah.
And the bellows are working so well.
At least he's got some puff now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oops, doesn't want to stop.
Well, I suppose he's not worked for so long. He's testing his lungs
Getting
out.
all excited. Now, these birds are looking in a sorry state, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yeah, yeah. I've never done anything like this before.
Nor have I.
And feathers are weird things.
They are very strange things,
Yeah.
but they're beautifully engineered things,
Absolutely, incredible. I think we're just going to have to wing this one, aren't we?
Yeah. Shall we get cracking on it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Next, 4 more winged creatures, carefully carried to the repair shop by church wardens Brian Tidswell and David Dickinson from Gosbert & Clough in Lincolnshire.
Hello.
Hello. They're hoping wood restorer Will Kirk can work a miracle.
Jay.
I'm David.
Hello, David.
I'm Will.
Brian. Is it all right to unwrap these, yeah?
Yes, of course. Yeah, fine.
Absolutely. Feels a bit like Christmas. So what have we got here, then?
Well, these are 4 wooden carved angels that come out of our church, and they were carved by Belgian refugees in the First World War.
That's really impressive. That all of these were hand-carved?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So why were the refugees at the church, then?
In the beginning of the First World War,
Yeah.
there were quite a lot of Belgians that were getting displaced, and there were lots and lots of them that came over to the UK.
But there was 250,000, and that is the biggest ever amount that has ever come across.
250,000 Belgian refugees?
Yes, 250,000.
About 164 came into Spalding, and they were put up all around the presbytery and in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Amongst the party were some of the carvers, and they did carving locally for churches, and they were presented to our church, we believe, somewhere about 1915.
Right.
Well, I can say that the wood carvers have done a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Lots of skill has gone into carving these.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're still in one piece pretty much today is a testament to their craftsmanship.
Yeah. So where do these sit in the church, then? Where do you have them?
Originally, they were on 4 pedestals for the altar, and then in the 60s, these were taken down, and it was all changed around.
So where do they live now, then?
2 live on a shelf behind the altar.
Okay.
And then the font is straight at the back of the church, directly behind.
Yes.
And 2 sit on a shelf behind there. I mean, they're precious to us. These will have been in every service we've had in the church.
Since they were given to you?
Since they were given to us, they've been in every one.
So these 4 angels have seen quite a lot.
They've seen more than we have. They've seen everything.
But they're suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, as you can see. With
This one, where the nose got singed when there was a candle.
Okay. So they used to hold candles.
Yep. This one, we've lost a hand.
Yeah.
I would guess when they were on top of the poles, I can just see someone going, ooh, and it dropping.
So what would you like Will to do to these, then?
We'd like the woodwork repaired so that they look proper, would be lovely.
Okay. The strange thing is, under some of this paintwork, you can actually see gold leaf. I don't know if you can see that, Jay.
Yeah.
So it's as if
it could
they
well
look
be
completely different at one point and someone's gone over and
Could
painted
well
over
be,
them.
yes.
Yeah. It looks as though they have been, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could get back to the paintwork as it was.
As it was before
Yeah.
it had been repainted.
Yeah.
We wouldn't know what it is.
And we don't know what that would have looked like.
No.
No.
Okay. All right.
Right.
That's a hard one, isn't it?
It's a hard one.
Almost at your discretion, I think, really, if that's possible.
Okay.
Being church wardens, we would like them to keep going for as long as we can, because they're a big part of what we have there.
The angels are really, to us, quite beautiful, and they're in a beautiful little church. It really is.
No, well, you've got the right person. Will definitely.
Well, thanks very much, Will.
I'm on the job.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you for bringing them in.
Thanks a lot, Jay.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
We're hoping that Will put the angels back like they were when the Belgian woodcarvers donated them to us in 1915. The previous congregations would have been absolutely delighted that we have brought them down here to get them fixed. They were always welcoming. When anybody new comes to the church, everybody's welcomed with a smile. These are part of it.
The arrival of 250,000 Belgians was the largest influx of refugees in British history, and they were welcomed with open arms. As British men were sent abroad to fight, skilled tradesmen filled the void, and it's now up to Will to decide whether to honour the original Belgian craftsman's vision or try to restore the angels to their more recent painted incarnation.
It's really lovely to see that gold coming through on the cuff there. There's a high chance that this angel could have been entirely gilded originally, and then it should have been painted over. I quite like to remove all the paint on all 4 angels, hoping they're all going to still be gold underneath, and sort of, you know, fingers crossed that none of them are too badly damaged underneath that paintwork. I'm going to do a couple of test patches with acetone on the face to make sure that there is definitely going to be some gold leaf underneath there. That's gold for sure. That looks absolutely lovely. Okay, so there's gold on the head, gold on the face. I'm going to try it on the hands. A tiny bit. Oh my word. Okay, so there's gold on the hands as well. In theory, everything should be gold underneath this paintwork. This is going to take me absolutely ages to remove, but I think it's worth a go. That gold is too beautiful to stay covered up.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom is facing a huge cleaning job, carefully removing 2 centuries of ash and grime from the ancient peat bucket.
There's always a bit of a middle ground between leaving things well alone and not doing anything, or completely restoring it. I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to give this a clean, re-wax it, keep the character and the dings and the dents, but most importantly, seal it, protect it, and get it looking its best. One of the main features of this peat bucket is this beautiful ribbed texture. Problem is with that, it's a bit of a trap for layers of dirt. So I'm just working my way through with my little pick. This isn't sharp, so it's not going to actually jab into the wood, and it's removing an awful lot of dirt.
Inside the barn, Brendan is preparing to solder the brass ring tightly back together, but it's a challenging task.
So I've got to get these 2 parts to join each other, and they've got to absolutely line up perfectly. When I heat this ring, it will expand in a different amount, and it will open up and close up and move about. So I'm going to wire it with some binding wire. Hopefully that will hold it all together. Right. Now I've got to put some flux on. The flux helps the solder to flow and stops the brass from oxidising.
Hot soapy water and a soft brush. It's not causing any damage to anything that was on there. Just literally trying to remove dirt. It's very straightforward. I think it's only right that I be careful with what I do.
Right, that's flowed right down the joint. I've just got a tiny bit of solder to file off the inside, clean this up a bit and take it back to Dom, and let's hope it fits on the bucket.
Now, a final wax. It's actually looking really nice. Brenton, how did it go?
It went well, but should we try it on there and see what happens?
Yeah, well, I've cleaned up all the joints now, so this is actually, hopefully, a lot of the gaps will have reduced, so fingers crossed.
Right, so we need to get that base in, that'll stretch that out.
Push that out, OK. I'll try and push that up from the bottom.
Okay. Push the top out a bit.
Oh, yeah, that's really tight there now.
Oh, that's great.
That's really good.
I can't see any light round there. Look at that.
Yeah.
I think you just need to put the screws in there and that'll be...
That's fantastic. That feels so much more secure, doesn't it?
And it looks great, doesn't it?
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Brendan.
No problem at all.
That's awesome.
OK.
Thanks a lot.
OK.
They may be a watchmaker and an organ restorer, but Steve and David have switched their nimble fingers to refeathering a pair of ornamental birds that entertained a high-flying heroine of the 60s.
Well, mine's all done.
Yeah, mine is too.
OK, shall we see if they work?
Yeah, it'd be great.
I hope they do afterwards.
Yeah, me too. Fingers crossed.
I'll just push that there. Right. It's fantastic. Do you know what? Suzanne's going to be so pleased.
Oh, yeah. I think she's going to be over the moon with that.
Yeah.
After decades in the travelling circus with her world-famous owner, The 1960s mechanical birdcage had serious wear and tear, and the once singing birds were threadbare and silent. Now owner Suzanne has returned with daughter Natalie to collect the cherished memento of her trapeze artist mum.
I brought my daughter along, and she has never heard the birds sing. And I've been thinking about how important it is in terms of our family story. I'm really, really hoping that it will sing. That's my greatest hope, is to hear them today.
Hello. How are you?
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
I'm Natalie.
Hi, Natalie. Nice
Hi.
to see you. Suzanne, tell me about the importance to you of the birdcage.
Oh gosh, desperately important, really. Just, it's one of the very few things that my mother left that belonged to her that I can pass on to Natalie and say, this is from your grandmother.
She was an extraordinary lady, wasn't
She's
she?
an extraordinary lady. To invest all of that history into this one object seems crazy. But yeah, that's all we've got, really.
So David and I have had a lot of fun with this, and I hope you like it.
Oh, it's like, it's got colour again.
My gosh, got colour, haven't they? It looks just completely transformed. It's very, very special. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to cope with this anyway. Yeah. These little birds.
No.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. It was a real joy to do. When you hear them singing now, where does that take you back to?
Oh, gosh. We didn't really do bedtime stories. I think my mother was probably rushing off to go and hang by her toes in the circus tent. Just before going to bed, she would wind it up and start to play it. Cute. Can we hear them again?
Of course you can. I'll just wind it up again.
Okay. They're singing again. That's the most important thing. That's what I really, really wanted. And however hard I tried, I couldn't think how on earth I would ever get them to sing again, and now they do, which is really, really lovely.
It was nice to hear the birds sing because I haven't heard that before. It means a lot to my mum because it brings up so many memories.
I think my mum would be thrilled to know the time able to pass the birdcage on to Natalie. It'll be something that she can treasure.
It's been hours of toil, but Will has finally removed the layers of paint from the 100-year-old carved church angels.
There we are.
Revealing the beautiful lustre of gold leaf.
It's taken me so long to strip these four angels back. There's so much thick, glossy paint on them, but it's just completely worthwhile. They look beautiful. I filled out this little nose here, but this angel here is missing some hands, and those hands would have originally held a candle. I need to replace the missing hands, so I've got a piece of lime wood here. Lime wood is really nice to carve into, it's really soft. This angel here has hands still intact. I'm going to use those as a guide. I'm going to use some calipers to measure each hand and slowly map them out on a new piece of wood. And once I'm happy with things, I'm going to start carving. Don't actually get much of a chance to do any carving, but when I do, I love to get stuck into it. So unlike painting, where you're adding layers, with carving, you're taking layers away. and it's really tricky because if you take off too much, it's sort of impossible just to add it back on. I've got to be really careful with my approach here. Even though I'm drawing it in 2D, I've got to be thinking 3D all the time. What I need to do now is start chopping away all that waste wood that I don't need, and then slowly but surely these should start resembling hands. So the hands are now glued in place. They're ready to be gilded. I've been itching to get onto the gilding. I love a bit of gilding. There are areas where the gold has worn through and you can sort of see tiny bits of dark red there. I really like it. I think it gives the piece a bit of character. In the pot, I have some gesso, and that is a mixture of white chalk, glue, and some red pigment. I'm going to put that onto the wood, and when you gild on the top of that, in areas that the gold starts to wear through, it sort of brings out a nice richness and a vibrancy to the gold leaf. Now I'm applying some glue onto the surface. This adhesive is especially for sticking thin metal, like gold or silver, onto surfaces. The idea is that you brush it on and you leave it to start to go tacky, and once it's almost completely dry and has a slight bit of tackiness, that's when you put on the gold leaf. If you put it on too soon, then the gold leaf will act as a barrier and prevent it from actually sort of ever really properly drying. So you need to catch it at just the right time. So even as I'm brushing this on, I'm already starting to sort of put a little countdown clock in the back of my mind. Well, that feels just tacky enough to take that gold leaf, so I'm going to start sticking.
Gilding with gold leaf, widely used in religious art, dates back to ancient Egypt. In early Christian art, gold represented the light of God and adorned paintings, frescoes, and statues like these.
Glue has taken the gold really, really well. I've really enjoyed working on these angels. It's been a real challenge. There's such a massive transformation. So with the gold leaf, then I can tone down the new gold to match the surrounding area.
Also going for gold, Dom. The Georgian peat bucket is once again as sturdy as it was when presented as a wedding gift 40 years ago.
So there we go. Tony and Jenny's peat bucket is back in one piece again. That's going to look fantastic in their new house.
Back to collect a beloved piece are Tony and his wife Jenny. Tony wanted the bucket to be restored as a bequest and continuing reminder of their time together.
We're really excited about collecting the bucket because it will be our reminder of our 40 years.
It's all rather poignant because I have this condition, and obviously there's going to be an end point sometime soon, in the next few months. So that's why it's such a lovely thing to come back today and have this done, and we've achieved the memento that I wanted for Jenny. Ah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello again.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Jay, how nice to meet you. Hello, Dom.
Lovely to see you
nice
again.
Nice to see you.
You okay?
Yes, yes, sir, absolutely fine, thank you. Yes, oh, this is an exciting moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, balance this poor.
Yes.
You okay?
Yeah. That's it there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You comfy?
You
yes.
Good?
So how you both feeling?
Oh,
I can say I'm very excited.
Pretty excited. I hope you're not going to let us down.
I'm really interested to see how it's come out. 40 years seems a long time, but good. I'm sure you've done a fantastic job.
I hope you like it.
Yeah.
I really
we
do.
hope you do like it.
Sure we will.
Because it's really important, this bucket is to you guys.
It is.
Okay?
Yes.
Come on, should we show them?
Yeah. You did yours.
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow.
Fantastic. Really good job. Thank you so much.
So grateful to you.
Oh, thank you. I'm really glad.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm really glad you like it.
It's the original band as well, isn't it?
It is,
You've managed to fix that. It's so good.
This was Brenton's handiwork.
You would never know.
It's
beautiful.
Yeah, he's done a great job and
is
put the grooves back in.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Look, it's
Yes.
Thanks. Really good.
You're so welcome.
it is all
Excellent.
solid.
Good.
Excellent. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
that's just great. Just great. Yes. Yes. It's
Good on you.
It couldn't be better.
yeah. It's a very happy note to see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been an honour to have this in here.
Thank you very much.
It's lovely working
That's
on
wonderful of you to say that. Thank you.
It's a nice thing to do, to mark your marriage together.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Timing has been all really for this.
Yes. Yeah. I'm glad we could help you.
yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Give you a hand getting this outside too.
That's right.
Dan,
Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
get the door for you.
Okay.
Right. Now the whole thing is it's a complete entity back to where it should have been 40 years ago. Yes. I'm absolutely over the moon that we've got it fixed as a memento for our time together, remaining time together. Yes.
Will is on the home straight of his repair, the century-old angels carved by Belgian refugees during the First World War.
How you doing, Will?
Not bad.
Oh, good. These look amazing now. But hold on, one of these had a hand that you've replaced.
Hands replaced. I once had a nose job as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, if I'm unable to tell, I don't think Brian and David will know neither. You've done a brilliant job. They look amazing. And the way they're supposed to look as well, isn't it?
They're gold once more.
Are they all ready to go then?
They are ready to fly away, yeah.
All right, well, we can get these packed up and off to the church then. Yeah?
Wonderful.
Come on.
When the angels were brought to the repair shop, their celestial beauty was hidden beneath layers of paint, and they'd suffered several broken features. At St Gilbert and St Hugh's Church in Gosberton Clough, Lincolnshire, home to the angels for over 100 years, a welcoming committee has gathered, eager to see how they've been restored.
I'm sure the people who are here today are more excited than what we are, to be honest, and we're excited enough.
Looking forward to this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I would like to think that they've changed into something quite beautiful. Fingers crossed.
Ready?
Yes.
And away we go.
Oh, you were.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
They're unrecognisable.
Yeah.
I've gone cold. Look. They're like shivers.
Oh, they're lovely. I know.
Wow.
Can we touch them?
Come and have a look.
Beautiful.
The angels are absolutely fantastic. They're far better than anything I imagined they could be.
But they've turned out so beautifully in this glorious gold colour. Perfect. Absolutely spot on.
Oh, they are
beautiful,
amazing.
elegant. These angels have been here a long time and are very special to the local people. It's wonderful to see them restored to how they were originally intended to be. I think the Belgian hand carvers would be delighted to see them as they are now.
It completes our church, it makes it perfect, and we're very proud church wardens, to be honest.
Thank you, Will. Thank you.
In the repair shop today, a doll that was lost for 63 years.
We're really going to see her coming back to life. I'm so excited. As soon as I get the chance, I start to imagine what she's going to look like.
Is reunited.
Off with her head.
And rebuilt.
That sounded good.
While Susie attends to a handmade grooming kit.
One of the nicest articles I've ever seen.
That kept the lovelorn soldier company on the front line.
I bet it meant the absolute world to him. This is also his future wife. She's poured all of her love into this, knowing that every time he handles it and opens it, he's going to think of her.
But first into the repair shop, Sue Nunn from Chichester. She's hoping wood restorer Will Kirk can bring one man's pride and joy back to its former glory.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Will.
I'm Sue.
Nice to meet you, Sue. I presume this is yours?
Well, technically yes, but it did belong to my husband.
What is it?
It's a fishing box. My husband, Alan, sadly passed away 5 years ago, and he was passionate about his fishing. Every spare moment he'd fish, and he did that from about the age of 11.
Seems like fishing was a really big part of his life.
It really was, yeah. He'd really made it as a fisherman when he'd got his box. I can remember him coming home with it, and he had the biggest smile on his face. He'd got his fishing box, and it just went everywhere with him. He'd either be sitting on it, on the lake with his rod, or he'd have it at the side of him with his drawers pulled out and all his floats and maggots and everything else that goes with it.
I have seen a box like this before. My grandfather had one.
Oh, really?
But I was never allowed to touch it, so I don't know how it works. Would you be able to show me how this opens up?
Well, I'm probably a bit like you. I never wanted to touch it because I'm quite squeamish, I'm afraid. And
Maggots.
I knew that there were probably maggots in here.
Maggots, I remember maggots.
Yeah. My son did tell me, actually, that my husband had stuck this in there. And I don't mind if that's just kept in there or whatever you think, but...
Oh, I see.
Yeah?
Does that come up?
It comes up and...
Oh, right, it lifts up
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, I think, yeah.
This is brand new.
This was brand new.
God.
This was brand new.
So why do you want to have this repaired now?
It doesn't just mean a lot to me, it means a lot to all of my family. My son, Ian, he fished all the time with my husband. Yeah. His dad taught him how to fish. Unfortunately, my son hasn't really been fishing since my husband passed away. He was so devastated because that was his, not only his dad, but his best friend as well.
Yeah.
So I think this would mean a lot to all of us, yeah.
This is going to be an absolute pleasure to restore for you and for your family. I'll let you know when you can come pick it back up.
Lovely, thank you, Will.
Bye-bye.
Looking at the box makes me feel quite sad, really. I think it looks very neglected. It looks unloved, uncared for, and that's really not the truth because it really is loved and cherished by our family, and I want it to look like that again.
Well, this fishing tackle box has been used. Even though this was bought brand new, you kind of expect it to be in this condition. The fact that Alan had spent so many hours sitting on this, and then when you finally catch a fish, I'm sure water gets absolutely everywhere. So, you know, I'm not surprised that all the paint is flaking off and dry. When I was younger, I used to spend a lot of time with my grandparents camping, and I go fishing with my grandfather. And if I can get this looking lovely again, maybe Ian might be able to go back out fishing and carry on that lovely tradition. It'd be really nice to sand back these flaky painted drawers, get some fresh paint on there, maybe clean up the base. I think that's metal. I won't repaint that, but I'd give that a good old scrub anyway. And finally, looking to fixing this vinyl here. I don't know if that can be patched or if everything's going to be replaced. I might see if Hannah can do something with that. So I'm going to take this off now and get it over to her.
Next, the tale of an incredible reunion spanning over 60 years. Margaret Dyson from West Sussex, accompanied by her daughter Hilary, has brought a treasured childhood possession
Hello. Hello.
for the attention of Julie Tatchell and Amanda Middleditch.
So what's in the case?
My doll, Alice, has been badly damaged.
Oh my goodness. Wow, look at her. How on earth did she end up looking like this? Bless her.
In 1945, near the end of the Second World War, I was just coming up to 11. A plane came down on our house. So that was when she was damaged, and that was when my mother was killed. Gosh. So it was not a good end to the war for my family.
How did you find out this news? How were you told?
Before then, I was sent up to Scotland to school in Dunblane. My brother was at school in Kingston, so he still lived at home. My dad came all the way up to Dunblane to tell me.
Yeah.
And that was the worst thing of all. When he had finished telling me, he had to leave to go back again because of my brother and everything. All I remember is just watching him walk down this path, and it was just like the end of the world. I've never cried like it. But, I mean, you know, it was something he had to do, which he did very bravely.
You didn't take Alice with you?
No.
How do you have her now, then?
The niece of the lady next door, who was Edith Barrett, found her. She had her for 63 years.
63? Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness. She kept her for that long?
Yes, because she couldn't find out where we'd gone. And the son of Edith, he found the story.
Wow. Yeah, he was just looking at local history and connected it with his mum living around the area.
Incredible. And he said to his mother, That's where you used to live. That's the doll you've got upstairs in the suitcase.
Wow.
And 63 years later, I had the pleasure of meeting her.
Wow. Snap. In unison, yeah. How did you feel when you first saw Alice?
I didn't know that she'd look like this. I thought I wouldn't be at all upset, but actually I did then think that Mum was killed the minute that she was damaged. Do you know, I realised that it was such a big thing in my life, losing Mum. I must say it was hard.
Yeah.
To see her like this is really horrible. It's the eyes that bother me, and her poor little legs all falling off, and
she's in a bad way.
She's missing her arm, and no arm.
Can you try and describe to us what she used to look like?
She was a very handsome little girl doll, definitely a brunette. I would just like her to look less frightening in a way.
Less scary, I think.
You know, I just feel it's such a huge job, but I would like to see her improved.
We will look after her and we will do our best for you. It's been a joy meeting you both.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. When I was reunited with Alice, I was glad she was back in the family. But I feel sad seeing her current condition. I hope she is going to be a lot prettier when I come back.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. We've got to make her beautiful. She will be. We can get her some beautiful eyes, some beautiful brown eyes. She will look lovely. She's going to need a pate, which will hold her wig.
Yeah.
The arms, I feel we may just have to try and get a replacement pair.
Yeah. I will replace the body and make her some lovely new clothes.
I'm looking forward to cleaning her first of all, which obviously is going to be easier once we've dismantled her. So, off with her head.
Absolutely.
Gently prise it away.
It's amazing this is still hanging on in there.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, that was sounding good. It's going.
Oh, yes. Look at this. This is just beautiful. Look at it. I do hope the rest of her comes apart a bit easier than this.
Yeah.
Also dismantling his assignment, Will's preparing to tackle decades of rain and saltwater damage to the fisherman's friend.
So I'm just taking off the top part of the fishing tackle box. It's made it a lot easier for me to sand this part and then not risk damaging any of the paintwork on the bottom half. All the paintwork, it's really flaky and it really needs to be stripped back and I need to start again. It once was all black. The drawers on the front would have been a really nice red colour. So I'm going to take off all the metalwork and then I can give everything a really good sand back.
Meanwhile, Will's passed the vintage vinyl seat to the very capable hands of upholsterer Hannah Weston Smith.
There are actually 4 main reasons why vinyl degrades. They are heat, light, moisture and age. Now, bearing in mind this is a fishing tackle box, it's probably had all of those. It's really, really hard to kind of conserve it in any way. So I think the best thing is for me to replace this. I can keep this interesting strip down the middle. Oh my gosh, wow. There you go, that's a bit of history. That's lots and lots of mud and sand, I think. I don't often find mud. I found onions in one seat that had been left in a barn. That was a bit minging. Mainly I found kind of peanuts and pens and things down the back. Not a lot of mud. It's really nice when it peels off. So, what we've got here is some old foam. I'm going to replace this with new as well. So first thing I need to do is find a centre mark on the new vinyl. So I'm just going to line that up there and mark where it's been stitched before, which is there and there. Brilliant. So that's the last one in. Next thing to do is to hand this over to Will so that he can put it back onto the fishing tackle box. Hi, Will.
Hey.
Done it.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how it's turned out, actually.
That looks like exactly the same fabric that was on there before.
Yeah, it was really similar. I managed to find one that was really similar, so I'm pleased about that. And no holes in it, though.
Okay.
All gone. New foam inside there as well.
Fantastic.
OK.
Great job.
There you go.
Thanks very much.
No worries. Good luck.
Now what I need to do is sand off all that nasty, flaky paint, make sure that's a really nice surface to repaint again. But to make sure that I don't sand off this lovely label here, I need to keep as much of the original labels and everything else as I can. Well, everything's been sanded back. The surface is now prepared for painting. So the two colours I'm going to be using are black for the main body and red for the front of the drawers. And it's waterproof, so just in case Ian wanted to go back out fishing again like his dad, he can do so without fear of anything else getting ruined in the future. Well, the wood has taken the first coat of paint really well. I probably only need to do about 2 coats of paint, and that should be enough there to give it the protection that it needs.
Next, another eager visitor, Ian Ogilvie from Liverpool, is hoping leather expert Susie Fletcher
Hello.
can restore a handmade love token of yesteryear.
So what have you brought in for us
Well,
today?
it's a grooming kit. It belonged to my father. It was made by my mother.
Goodness, your mother made this?
Yes, it's been about 1943 or 1944 perhaps. They had just met and, you know, she was looking after him as he was preparing to go to war.
How did your parents meet?
Well, my father came to Hamilton in Scotland for training. Apparently in those days they would have a dance for the Durham Light Infantry. So that's where the romance blossomed, on the dance floor.
And were they married when he was sent overseas?
No, they get married when he came back.
Ah.
And thankfully he came back. Came back limping, but he came back.
Did he? Wow. So did she make this not only for his comfort, but also as a bit of a reminder? Of...
Yeah, I think possibly there'd be something in there, yeah.
Romantic.
Yeah.
That is
Nice.
romantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, really is.
Oh, what was his name?
John Ogilvie.
Did your mum put that
Yeah,
on?
she put that down, yeah.
I mean, looking at her stitch work, was your mother, was she a professional seamstress or something?
No, but her mother was, and she taught her everything she knew.
Really?
When we were kids, she made all our clothes. And to a very high standard, so.
Wow. Yeah, no, you can see that's really precise work.
What is this?
This would be like a goat or a sheep hide. It looks very Moroccan in its colour. She sandwiched the leather between a piece of cardboard to give it that,
Give it a bit of
that
rigidity.
shape.
Yeah, something very dear to his heart,
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, I would think so. Because he always liked to keep himself smart. He was famous for his Brill cream and, you know,
Yeah.
smart appearance. He carried this with him all through the Normandy conflict.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not sure if he would be allowed to take it, but he took it anyway.
Good for him.
Yeah.
You know, this has been smashed. Do you know how that happened?
He was in a village in Millingen and a shell just happened to pop over and land on his Jeep and it blew the Jeep up.
Oh, my
So
word.
it ended up with this shrapnel piece in his leg. I've always wondered if this damage was due to the shell hit. Yeah. I don't know. It may have been or it may not.
Wow, you're very lucky.
In our house, there was a box where everything went from the war, including this. I used to enjoy getting it out and just rooting through it. I just found it fascinating and interesting. There's one thing in particular that I liked because I liked the smell. And it just, I don't know, it just reminds me of my dad, reminds me of the past, I think. I think it's a shaving salt. It just meant something to me. It was part of my dad, you know. I was 13 when he died. My brother was 2, so it's the only thing really tangible I've got left that belonged to my father.
So why now are you wanting this work taken care of?
I'm going with my son and follow the route through from the Gold Coast right through to the 3 major battles he was involved in.
Fantastic.
So that's going to be the point where this is going to be handed over in May. So
really?
Yeah. I'm hoping it'll become a bit of an heirloom. You know.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful item and a powerful story. What would you like me to do to it?
Well, I think it's bringing it back to life again. The mirror needs sorting out.
Yes.
Its mountain needs sorting. This is something extra. This is Durham Light Infantry camp badge. And I thought it would be interesting if that could somehow be put on.
Oh, that's a great idea. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I am just so excited to get going on this.
Thank you
Pleasure
very
to
much.
meet you.
Thank you. Cheers.
We'll be in touch.
Lovely.
You take care.
I feel a bit apprehensive about leaving my father's rooming kit, but I know it's in good hands. It's a very, very special object. It is something that was meaningful to both my mother and my father. And it's the only thing we have in the family that you can say that about.
I just think it's an amazing thing.
Yeah, I love it.
I need to repair where it's torn here and basically clean everything up. I'd love to get a replacement mirror.
Yeah.
You know what I really want to do? I want to find brushes to fit in here.
Oh, that'd be nice.
You know, like the wooden back brushes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start looking at gentlemen's vanity cases and see what they used to have.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to see this when it's finished.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Brilliant. OK.
It's one of the nicest articles I've ever seen. I think his mum must have been incredible as a designer. The fact that she's cut the flap in narrower here so when it folds over, it's not bulky on that edge. So imagine he's at war. It's so simple, but I bet it meant the absolute world to him. And then, this is also his future wife. She's poured all of her love into this, knowing that every time he handles it and opens it, he's going to think of her. But it is beautiful. The first thing I need to do is give it a really good clean with a very mild leather detergent. I think this is going to take me quite a while to do the whole thing, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Having dismantled Alice, the doll that was damaged when an RAF plane demolished her owner's home, toy restorers Amanda and Julie can now begin careful repairs. While Amanda deals with the disintegrating fabric torso, Julie's taking on the restoration of the head.
So I'm now going to make a start on removing the surface dust from Alice's face. I'm sure at this point that it's just dirt that's come with age, possibly some soot. We need to take our time when we're doing these sort of jobs. The temptation is to just get a great big piece of cotton wool and give her a really good scrubbing, but actually the longer I take, the more I get to know her and where any of the damage might be. I'm just using water to clean her with, but I'm quite pleased to see that already this is lifting. I'm so excited. As soon as I get the chance, I start to imagine what she's going to look like. And then what Margaret's going to think when she sees that, and I think it's what drives me on. I think it's what drives us both on.
Yeah. These are the original parts of Alice's body, and you can see they are so thin. It's starting to tear in places, and it's been through that awful incident, so I'm not surprised it's in this condition. If we tried to put this back together, it would just fall apart within time. So the best solution is to make a new body.
I'm finished with the cleaning now, and I'm quite pleased with her. She's a little more damaged than I had first anticipated. There's a bit on her cheek here where something had obviously struck her, and a few more scarry, sort of injury-looking bits. So now I can start painting. And I'm really excited about this bit because we're really going to see her coming back to life. We don't want Margaret to be scared of her anymore. We want Margaret to see her as beautiful. I can't imagine how horrified she must have been when she actually saw into that case and saw the doll and all those memories coming back. I just can't imagine it. And if Amanda and I can just make her beautiful and happy and warm and friendly looking, then I think we will have done our job. Those eyes, they've just warmed up her face and brought it back to life. I think Margaret will be pleased. Come on then, let's get that stuffing in her.
With all of the doll's components now restored, Julie and Amanda can join forces and start putting her back together.
This is always a relief for me because I know I've got my sizings right on the body to fit your pieces.
Yeah.
Does that feel right? Ready?
Yeah.
That's the one. Okay, there's one on.
Fabulous. I'm thinking, should we save the paint and the wig until she's all back together again?
Yes. Yeah, then we can sit her up like she's having her hair done.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, other one.
Across the barn, Will is cleaning the metal base of the fishing tackle box that accompanied a father and son on weekly fishing trips.
Well, the soapy water's taken off all that nasty dirt, and before I put this all back together, I'm using a scratch-removing compound to take out some of those finer scratches. Well, that's everything repainted, re-upholstered. Now it's time for reassembly. I've really enjoyed doing this. I think it looks so much better now that it's been repainted, that lovely red coming back through, and those brassy knobs there. I really hope that once I have reassembled this, Ian's going to be really happy with the outcome.
Back to collect her late husband's prized possession, Sue, and with her his son Ian, who bonded with his dad on fishing trips from the age of 3.
I can remember the fishing tackle box when he first bought it, and every weekend ever since we used to go fishing until we died, you know. It's just a big part of my life, that was, and I haven't been fishing since he died, so been something nice to have back again.
I think we just wanted to do my husband justice, really. That's one thing he treasured, and as well as doing it for us, we're also doing it for him as well, because he'd be really chuffed.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, Sue?
Hey, Joe.
You all right?
Hiya.
See you again.
How you doing?
Yes.
Good on you.
Hiya.
Ian, nice to meet you, Ian.
So how you feeling?
Got a few butterflies in the stomach.
Oh,
let's
bless
say
you.
that.
Do you remember what it looked like then?
It was in a real bad state, Something that's been left in the garage unloved for 3 years,
Yeah.
You know, it's to be expected, I suppose.
Well, yeah, that is to be expected. And it must have been Dad's kind of pride and joy,
Oh,
really.
absolutely.
Yeah?
If you could frame it and hang it on a wall, we would have done.
Really?
I tell you. Yeah, it's his pride and joy, shall we say.
I think we should have a look.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You are a master.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is... I wonder if they kept... He kept it in there as well. Wow. He kept his little bodge in there.
Yeah.
Wow. You must have worked so hard on this, it's beyond belief. I remember him buying it.
Yeah?
I remember, yeah.
Was he happy?
Yeah, first thing we did, he got it on the Friday, first thing we did, up at 6 o'clock Saturday morning, went fishing. Straight away.
He would just be so chuffed. He'd be so chuffed that his loving box is still here, and it's the one thing to me that just sticks out and symbolises him.
I haven't been fishing since he died, but now it makes me want to go fishing again now.
He'd be like by your side then, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If it can inspire you to go back to where your dad fished and where you spent lots of time with your dad, then I'm pleased that we could help.
It's lovely. Really lovely.
It's now officially over to you, mate.
Yeah.
You can put it on your shoulder like
carry
your
it
dad.
the way Dad.
Thank you so
the way
much.
Dad used to.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, bless him. They're made up, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed.
The thing that went through my mind was total joy of seeing it lovingly restored to how they've done it. It was just, I just couldn't imagine that they'd do something that good. It took me back to when I was a little kid again, and all the memories of going fishing with my dad. It just brought back so many memories. It's hard to explain.
It's just lovely to have it back. Just back where it belongs now with Alan's family.
Going fishing now with my dad's tackle box is almost like, it would be like bringing a bit of him with me again, you know?
Leather devotee Susie needs some assistance with her assignment, the wartime grooming kit.
Hey, Brendan.
Hi.
How are you?
Very well. What do you want?
Time on your hands.
A little bit.
Ian brought in his father's shaving kit, and inside there is all of the bottles and the soap dish. And he would like all of this to be cleaned up.
Okay.
This item is very precious because when you open it, it smells of his father. So I'm not opening it.
You don't want the inside cleaned on that. Okay.
So I have one more favour as well.
Okay.
Can you make a mirror?
I can make a mirror, yes.
Diameter needs to be 90 mil.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it.
That's a yes in my book.
That is a
Brilliant.
yes.
Okay. Cheers, Brendan.
No problem.
While Brenton buffs,
That is going to look smashing when I've done it all.
Susie carefully extracts the last of the broken mirror, ready to repair the leather case.
Now I can move on to sewing the tab that's missing here. With older leather that has very fine stitching, that can increase its likelihood of tearing. I'm just going to run some glue in there. The glue just gives it that extra integrity and strength that will give me confidence that it's going to hold for a very long time. I'm just going to put some glue on here.
After gluing, Susie can hand-stitch the tab firmly into place.
So I've got my needle and thread and quite a fine awl here to help guide the stitches. Let the fun begin.
Normally, I'd be wearing gloves for glass cutting, but this, I need the dexterity of just my skin against the glass. Like that. That broke a bit quicker than I expected it to. There we go. A perfect circle first time. So I've just got to put this with the items that I've polished and I can take them back to Susie. Hi, Susie.
Here.
Oh, is this the case for
Yes.
the...
Yes.
I haven't seen this. Lovely. Well, I've done these bits for it.
Beautiful.
And you've got a 90mm mirror, which you ordered. Can't wait to see what it looks like when it's all done.
Superstar.
Okay.
Cheers.
Bye.
So much work's gone into this. Ian's mum, Margaret, made it with such loving care and attention. The more I've worked on it, the more I've just thought, she was such a skilled lady. But for now, I'm just admiring this piece of handiwork of hers.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Julie and Amanda are almost finished their loving restoration of Alice, the wartime doll.
Breathe.
But before they can set about giving her a stylish head of hair, they must perform one last piece of surgery on her scalp.
Once the paint goes on, there's no going back. So this will be it. Are you ready with that glue gun, girl?
I am. Just tell me where you would like
Right,
it.
can we start off around the front?
Yep. Okay. Do you need any more glue?
No, I think we've got it there.
Brilliant.
Yep.
So if we can get this wig in place on this line here, kind of right in front of the pate there. Okay. And
same again.
Yep.
There we
Got
go.
it?
Yeah, that should do it.
Teamwork. Absolutely stunning.
This is very exciting. So when you've done her hair, if we get her dressed, she'll be ready to go back to Margaret.
Fantastic.
Oh, I hope she's going to be pleased.
So do I.
Margaret's mother was killed in the same accident that damaged Alice the doll when in 1945 an RAF plane crashed into her Surrey home. But a sensitive restoration by Amanda and Julie has restored the doll to the condition she was in before the plane crash. Margaret is now back with daughter Hilary to be reunited for the second time with her beloved childhood toy.
I would love to see her in a condition that she didn't frighten people. She's been like that for so long, poor thing. After all these years, they're going to repair her, which is amazing.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back. So, how do you feel?
I don't know.
Oh, has it been difficult?
Very difficult
Having to
because
wait.
suddenly she's going to be different. And I just don't know how I'm going to be when I see her.
Okay. How about you, Hilary?
I'm excited, nervous, because obviously the way my mum feels
Yes.
makes me feel. But I'm excited.
Okay.
I can't believe she's in there.
Are you ready then?
Are you ready?
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh, Mum.
Look, she's got to be.
She's absolutely beautiful.
Oh. Oh dear, I don't know what to say except my goodness.
Oh, that is
You are
amazing.
beautiful. Oh, look at her eyes, they're lovely. And the hair colour is just right.
Mum, that's amazing.
Inside her tummy, we've put a little pouch in there, and all the parts that we took off of her are all inside her tummy. So her little body that we couldn't use, her sock, some of her stuffing,
the original stuffing.
it's all inside her tummy, so she's all complete.
Oh, Mum, that's
I
so
can't
nice.
believe it.
Everything about her is just
Perfect.
good.
And thank you, dear.
You're welcome. You're
Yes.
really, really welcome. Let's
Well,
pass Alice up to Hilary so that
If you drop her, there'll be big
Don't worry, I
trouble.
won't.
Look.
Thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome. Bye-bye.
Take
Bye.
care.
Take
Safe
care.
journey.
She was so ugly before that I found it difficult to have any feelings other than the connection with my mother being killed. Holding her now is just so special. I feel so delighted and happy.
Bright and early, leather expert Susie is adding the final touches to her assignment. The leather grooming kit made by a soldier's sweetheart.
The last part of the repair is to mount Ian's father's medal permanently on the front of the case. I think somewhere around about here would be perfect. Cut across using my scalpel. Let's just see if that will slide in there. Wow. I think that looks all right, actually. This is the bit that I've so been looking forward to, putting all the shaving accessories in this bag. And I'm hoping that Ian is just going to be bowled over when he sees it.
Ian's mother handmade this for his father when he went off to war, and it's one of the few possessions that he has of his dad's. Now resplendent with his father's regimental cap badge, it's ready to be collected.
The kit bag is the one thing that's left that links my mum and my dad. It'd be nice to see it back in a condition that it was in when my mother made it.
Hello, Ian.
How are you doing?
Great
Nice to see you
you.
again.
How are you?
I'm doing really well, thanks.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Oh, good. I'm excited too. Shall I show you what I've been able to do?
Please. Oh, wow, look at that. And you've got the badge on it too. Looks like, can I open it?
Of course.
Oh, look. How did you do it? Ah, the mirror, the mirror. Oh, that is absolutely fabulous. Oh, and look. And that's exactly like his old razor. That's great. How did you get this shine back in these?
Well, that was Brenton's
Goodness me.
handiwork.
I thought these would be finished, to be honest. You know, with
Really?
and most importantly, get the DLI badge on.
Yeah. I think that was a great idea.
Yeah. So it just brings the two of them back together again, really. And it's going to be a meaningful part of the family for the next decades.
Yes. Ian,
thank you very, very,
so
very much.
No, you're really welcome. Take care.
Bye-bye. Such a blessing for me to see a kit bag the way he would have seen it in 1943. It's part of keeping his memories and his service alive. And it's not just a kit bag, it's the story that goes along with it.
In the repair shop today, Susie and a leather wallet
Off we go.
that helped save a World War II aircrew marooned at sea.
It's always good practice to be challenged to do really fine hand sewing. And to think of the challenges that Andrew's father faced, having been ditched in the sea and 3 days in a boat, I think I'd rather be hand sewing this wallet back together.
And it's Brenton to the rescue.
Keep my fingers crossed for a minute and hope that the front panel stays on.
As he attends to a little fire engine with a big history.
It's a tense moment.
But first to arrive is a renovation project for metalwork expert Dominic Chenier.
Hello there. Hey, I'm Dom.
Hi, Jackie. Nice
Jackie, lovely to meet you. You okay?
Yes.
What have you got in the boot?
I have a really
Let's
exciting
have a look.
item. Let's take a look.
Oh, goodness. Shall I take the big bit?
Yeah, it's heavy, just be careful.
Wow, this is brilliant.
Thank you.
Jackie Clark has brought an item that used to turn heads on the high streets of Kent over 100 years ago.
This is such an intriguing
Thank
item.
you.
I'm so curious. What on earth have we got here? Is this a wheelbarrow?
This is a banana barrow. So it was used
Okay.
by my grandfather and my father in their fruit and vegetable shops. It's really to promote bananas, if you see the banana sign up
Yes,
there.
yeah.
So my granddad was one of the first people to really wholesale bananas when they came into the country.
Really?
Because it was a real luxury item, so I suppose he was trying to make more money, as they did in those
Saw a
days.
little gap in the market. There was, you know what, they're going to be a big thing.
Absolutely.
So how long ago was that?
So my grandfather would have been using this barrow in the late 1910s, because bananas didn't come over to this country until 1911, 1912. So I'm thinking it would have been after that period of time.
So he was one of the first?
Yep, my granddad had the nickname of Banana King.
Oh, no, really?
He did indeed, in Chatham High Street. So he was famous for that because he was known for selling bananas. And I think this barrow was that iconic image that was used and associated with my granddad.
Okay.
I used to sleep in a banana box. They're quite big, sturdy boxes. You
used to sleep in one?
Yeah. So when we went to work in the shop, we would be put into the box so that we couldn't
No.
fall out. Yeah. So we
Like a little
always...
cot?
Like a little cot. Great memories.
Yeah.
Really, really fond memories of it, yeah. And unfortunately, my father passed away this summer, so I want to plant it up and use it as a memorial to him in my new garden.
Oh, lovely.
So, yeah.
That's really nice. So what are you hoping that I can do to this?
Well, I'd really like a wheel.
Get it back on its wheels again.
A wheel so I can have it standing upright.
Yeah.
That's the real priority for me. There are some couple of cracks on this one as well, just to make it look so it's functional. And
So it's mainly structurally?
Structurally.
What about the paint?
It's a bit tatty in some places. I mean, I'll leave that to you.
I love the colour scheme. It's brilliant. It's so fun. How does it feel seeing it in this state now?
Yeah, I wish I'd done it when my dad was alive. I think, you know, to have seen it and used it, it would have been better. So now I feel like it's the right time. It needs to be done. I need to do this to his legacy, really.
Well, I will do the best I can.
Thank you.
It's such a fascinating thing. Thank you so much for bringing it in. Lovely to meet you.
And you. Thank
you
you.
so
Bye.
much. See ya.
I'm really excited about the banana barrow. It's got great history. It means a lot to the family, and I can't wait to see it hopefully restored. Quite emotional about it because I do really want to see it on two wheels and back belonging how it should be.
This is such a curious item. I've honestly never worked on one of these before. This has done some miles, being sort of pushed up and down the cobbled streets. I can completely understand why the thing that's suffered the most are the wheels. Getting a new wheel like this made is a really specialist job, so I think I'm going to need some help with that. First things first, I need to get this apart. Right, I think I'd best take all of this to Greg and see what he thinks of these. I don't think he's going to be that impressed.
Having peeled both rotten wheels from the bruised banana barrow, Dom enlists master wheelwright Greg Rowland to make a brand new pair.
Greg, how's it going?
Yeah, good, Dom.
About to ruin your day, I think, I'm afraid.
Don't you think? What a thing.
Yeah, Jackie's family have had it for years and years, selling bananas out of it.
That's quite a spectacular little barrow, isn't it?
The problem is, I do need a couple of wheels. What do you think? That's the good one.
Well, you say good. It looks like it's had a hard life.
Yes, I think it's definitely done some miles. Look at this one.
Not quite as hard as that one.
You've got some remains there, though. Is that enough for you to work from?
Yeah, we can make two new ones from that. They are a little bit different, so we'll make them as a pair.
Perfect. And once you've made them, I'll paint them back to match these original ones, and it should smarten the whole thing up.
Brilliant. I'll let you know when I've done them.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew Gorey from Lancashire is next to arrive, hoping leatherwork expert Susie Fletcher can save a fragile memento with an extraordinary history.
Hello.
Hello. How are we doing?
Very well indeed, thank you.
I'm Jay.
I'm Andrew.
Oh, Andrew.
Andrew, I'm
Hello.
Susie. Nice
Hi,
to meet
Susie.
you.
So, what have you got for us?
A wallet.
A wallet?
A brown leather wallet.
OK. There must be more to it than this.
It's not held together by much,
OK.
as you can see.
It's not held together at all.
It spent 3 days being used as a paddle.
As a paddle?
As a paddle.
In the water?
In the water. Dad had it in his pocket when he was shot down in the North Atlantic, 1941.
So your father was in the war then, obviously?
Yes.
Second World War, this was?
Yes. He was in 817 Squadron and they'd taken off to raid Petsamo in northern Finland.
So they crash-landed in the sea then?
Yeah, they were only half a mile offshore. They'd done the bombing raid, torpedoing, and they'd turned round to go back to the aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
And they were attacked by a squadron of Messerschmitt 109. When they crash-landed, they got into the life raft and they found no paddles. The wind and current were taking them out. For 2 days, it took them away from shore. Dad had this in his pocket and he got it out and started using it as a paddle.
No way. Really?
And that's why it's fallen apart. He shouldn't have had it with him. They weren't allowed to take anything with them that could identify them, except the dog tags.
Did they get to shore?
On the 3rd day.
OK, and what happened then?
The wind changed and the current changed, and it took them round a headland, and they actually landed in Russia.
Russia?
Yeah, off Murmansk. Well, the Russians were on our side, and so...
Treated them all right?
Oh, they treated them fabulous.
So how come you've got this then?
Right. When I was 20 or 21, Dad was tidying out his desk, and he had the wallet in his hand.
Yeah.
And I said, what are you doing with that? He said, I'm going to throw it away. I said, well, how has it got in that condition?
Yeah.
And that's how I learnt the story. And I said, well, if you're going to throw it away, throw it at me. Ever since I've had it, I've tried to get it mended. I took it to a saddler, and they said the smallest needle I've got is 3 millimetres.
Right.
Well, you can see the stitching holes on there are down sight less than 3 millimetres.
I can't see the holes. I'm just thinking salt water and leather. That's not a very good combination.
Yeah, it's not.
I'd like to be out in this suit one day and get that wallet out and pay for me round the bar. And if I can do that, I'll be a happy man.
Yeah.
I've only ever had one hero in my life.
Yeah.
That's that man. That's my father.
Yeah.
Lovely man. It really was.
That is a beautiful story and a beautiful paddle. That's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
If you can sort of make it look more like a wallet than it does at the moment, I'd be a happy bunny.
I can't wait to get started, actually. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
Susie.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Jay.
Brilliant.
Cheers.
You take care now.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The wallet represents my father. I have nothing else of his. Just that. Just a wallet. So it does mean a great deal to me.
I think it's time to have a look and see how scary this is going to be. See how tiny those stitches are? Really, really tiny stitches.
But those are done by machine, though, aren't they?
Yes, originally that was all done by machine,
Okay.
but I'm going to have to sew it back together by hand.
Really?
Yeah, really. And,
Whoa.
yeah, I need to make sure that I hit the original holes
Okay.
so that I don't perforate the leather anymore and it'll be able to hold back together. I've got to get this all put back together so that Andrew can...
He wants to use it.
I think you should use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Cheers then. It really is in quite a sorry state. So I'm just going to start by removing what remains of the stitches. I've got this array of scalpels and little scissors here, and I feel like I'm performing some sort of surgery. As I'm taking part, I'm seeing more and more how fragile all of this leather is. It's very much like tissue paper in areas, and I'm really beginning to start to worry about the ability to be able to sew it back together once I've got all the old thread out. And what I need to do now is apply this lightweight leather conditioner to get this into a condition where hopefully I'm going to be able to save it. And it's just drinking it in. This is going to take a few coats of this before I can assess whether it's going to be strong enough for me to use it.
The restoration of one of the first banana barrows in Britain is up and rolling in the capable hands of Greg Rowland. Hailing from a long line of wheelwrights, Greg is the current royal warrant holder of his family's business, taking on a craft that dates back to prehistoric times.
The wheel's made of 4 parts. You have the hub, the spokes, the ring of wood around the outside, and then the tyre on the outside of the wheel. Now, that should be steel, and shrink it all together. The word tyre comes from tying a wheel together. So I'm guessing at some point somebody's remade these, and they're not quite right for the barrow, because they have a rubber tyre nailed onto them, and that means everything can move.
But before Greg can tackle the tyre, he needs to create a template to make the wheel's individual components.
I'm going to set my very ancient dividers to the radius, and we're going to scribe that line. This was my dad's wheelwritings in my family back to 1331, so they're not that old, but they're probably 17th century. Now, in England, traditional timbers for a wooden wheel are an elm hub, oak spokes, and an ash felly, ash ring of fellies around the outside. They all have their different properties. Ash is around the outside because it gives a little bit of spring. So I've got some air-dried English ash here, which I'm going to make the fellies from.
Along with the fellies, the curved wheel rim into which the spokes are set, Greg marks up the spokes and hubs to add to the chopping list.
All the prep work's done, ready to start using the bandsaw, so we can start getting the fellies cut, and we'll crack on with that.
The fellies are cut and the hubs turned out, which just leaves the spokes to shape, all 16 of them.
Now, traditionally, a spoke would be a teardrop shape. These aren't, these are round, so we're going to replicate that. Basically, a wood-turning lathe revolves things around 2 centres. So it spins, and then when you introduce a chisel or a tool to it, it will make it round. So I'm just sanding the spoke, now it's turned, using sandpaper. That just takes any turning marks out of it that you need to, makes it nice and smooth. And then we take a handful of the sawdust, and we do this every time we turn something because it draws the natural oils that are in the wood and it sort of polishes the timber. Obviously, don't hold it too tight because you burn your hand. Proper shiny. So we're onto the good bit now. This is where it starts to look like a wheel. We've got the hub turned, the spokes made, and the fellies made, and now we start putting it all together, and then we start seeing a wheel being born. The next stage is called fellying up, or getting the ring of wood around the outside fixed to them. So I'm going to drill those and fit them. To get those to fit, I've got to draw those 2 spokes together. So quite often we'd use a spoke dog to pull these in, but these are so small that I'm using a bit of brute force and ignorance. This wheel's coming along nicely. I've got 2 more fellies left to put on it. And then we're ready for sanding it down and getting it ready for putting the iron tyre on outside at the forge.
How you doing, Craig? Got that
Yeah,
water?
good, Jay. You've timed it just right. So this is the tyre. This one is made a bit smaller than the outside of the wheel.
So how are you going to get it on there?
So that's why we've got the forge. We heat it up a bit.
Okay.
That expands it. So that will make it now bigger than the wheel. We're going to put it on there. I'm going to leave it over. You'll tap it down. And then we want the water.
Let me get some gloves. All right. Come on then. So when do we know that this is ready then?
So I look for like a gunmetal grey colour.
Okay.
So that's hot enough. So you ready to go for it?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. So I'm going to drop it there.
Okay.
And give me a tap just that side.
This side here?
Yeah. And then come round between my two dogs now.
There?
Yeah. Big whack. There we go. So we got it now. It's a bit of a game with these. Make sure we don't hit the wood. I'll get you to sand it if we do. So get the water on it now, Jay, and that shrinks everything together, and we should see all these joints close up and disappear.
So just pour it on the wheel?
On the plate, up against here, so we cool that. That's it. Like that.
Oh, that's it. It's cooled down now, and it must be.
That'll do.
I'll tell you what, Greg, you are really good.
Well, I don't know about that.
I've never done anything like that before. Making a wheel. That is just impressive. I think Jackie's going to love that.
Well, I hope so.
Next to arrive at the barn, a miniature symbol of a big family tradition. John McCall from Glasgow is here to see Brenton West.
Hello. Hi, gents. What have you got for us? I brought along a nice little model of a fire engine. This fire engine is 112 years old.
112 years old?
Unfortunately, it's been in the wars a little bit.
Looks like it needs a good old MOT, really.
It does. And it was presented to my great-grandfather,
OK.
who was a fire master in Glasgow Fire Brigade in 1907.
Right.
He commissioned a company in Sheffield to build a real fire engine.
OK.
And then, having built the real fire engine, the company made this model and presented it to him in recognition of Glasgow Fire Brigade having the first turntable ladder in the city.
It must have been a big deal then, really.
Big deal, because most of the ladders then were just carry ladders. This was the first of the, what they would call a ladder escape, because it's long enough to go up and to
a building.
To a building to allow people to.
And this is very stable as well, isn't it?
And it's very stable.
And this would be towed by a horse, I suppose.
It would be, yes. In the 1910s and 20s, motorised fire engines come in.
You can see it's missing a wheel here. What else is wrong with it?
The steering wheel is missing from the front here.
OK, right.
And attached, there's a barrier just to protect the fireman's legs.
So what does this represent to you?
It represents the history of my family in the Glasgow Fire Service.
Yeah.
My great-grandfather,
OK.
my grandfather,
right,
and my father, all called John McCall.
No way. All right.
We're all in the fire service from way back in the late 19th century.
Yeah.
Up until my dad. And unfortunately, he died in 1968. And that was really the end of the family in the fire service. A turntable ladder, a modern one, acted as the hearse, and this was driven under escort as a fitting tribute to the end of my family's service to the Glasgow Fire Service. It fell heavy on our hearts at the time. That's why this is
important.
It's very important to me, and to the family.
Well, we're going to do your family proud.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Bringing it in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care now.
My dad would be absolutely chuffed that I have kept the model even 50 years after he has passed, and the fact that I am now trying to have the model restored would just warm my heart and warm his heart as well.
It is beautifully engineered by the company that actually made the turntable ladder back in the day. So I've got to get this little nut and bolt that holds this ladder on here, and it's been on there for over 100 years. So I've got a tiny little spanner on here. It seems to be turning. Right, now that ladder's off, I haven't got the weight of it, I can now concentrate on putting a new axle on here for the wheel. OK, that's the old broken axle. I've got some brass here. This is one of the many tools I made at college, and this is just a handy one I use for making hinges. So I shall glue that in there, and I'm now going to put the wheel on. Just tap that in, and that wheel's back on. Perfect.
The wheels are back in the fire truck, but Susie's repair is all at sea. The wallet that a downed wartime airman used to paddle to safety is currently too fragile to restitch.
How's it going, Sus?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm very good. I was
Good.
just wondering how you're going to do this repair.
This is amazing. This is very, very thin leather, and it is perfect for this job. Though it's like tracing paper, and I can just stick it on these edges to reinforce every edge that's been sewed.
Really? That's leather?
Yeah, it's leather. Yeah, yeah. Pull that. See how strong it is. It's incredibly strong.
So this replaces the pigskin that you normally do to strengthen?
Yeah, well, I couldn't use that on this job. It would make it too bulky, and I've got to reinforce all the sides and then sew it back together.
I'm with you. And this thin leather is the only thing really you could use?
Oh, I tell you what, this is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
OK,
cool.
Thank you.
So now this lining leather is glued into place, I'm able to put the tacking glue on it. This glue actually allows me to reposition things should I get it in the wrong place. It's also just going to add a little bit of extra strength to these edges. I want it to set quite quickly so I can get on with the fun part, which is sewing it all together. It's time for me to start sewing everything back together. The original wallet was sewn on a sewing machine, and as these holes are so small and close together, my fear is if I put them on a sewing machine, I'd create extra perforations and it would just shred the whole side, which leaves me only one option, and that is to hand sew it all back together. It's always good practice to be challenged to do really fine hand sewing. And to think of the challenges that Andrew's father faced, having been ditched in the sea and 3 days in a boat, I think I'd rather be hand sewing this wallet back together. And off we go. Get there in the end. Once you start sewing something as fine as this, you find that your eye starts to focus better. I'm very much looking forward to the end result when it's all sewn together, because I know it's going to be really strong, and look forward to seeing Andrew's face, being able to use it once more.
The Banana King's barrow has a new set of wheels thanks to a royal warrant holder wheelwright, and now they are back with Dom for their final fix.
Greg has done a fantastic job of making these two new wheels. They just feel so solid and so strong compared to what's left of the original ones. I've now got the task of trying to recreate these colours, these patterns and all this beautiful lining work so they match and blend in with the rest of the banana barrow. I need to basically mix a few colours together to try and get as close as I can to this original yellow. A bit of red there. A bit more red. That's nice. OK, time to paint the wheel. Paint is going on so nicely. It's going to look beautiful, this wheel. So here we go. The yellow is now a perfect match to the original colour, which is fantastic. It's now time to put on the red detail. This is the fun bit. I've actually been looking forward to this bit. This is actually a lot harder than doing something much bigger. It's such a funny angle. I'm having to do it all a little bit cack-handed because they're so small. That is looking awesome. Okay, so that's one wheel finished. I've just got to do all of that again on the other wheel.
With 2 new wheels and a lick of oil on the cart, it's up to Dom to get the barrel ready to roll.
Right, that's it. Let's put it together. Just got one last thing to put on, the all-important shelf that holds the bananas. That should hopefully, if everything's lined up nicely. Yeah, perfect. There we go. I really hope that Jackie likes this. I think it looks brilliant.
This unique historical barrel was used to sell some of England's first ever bananas when the exotic fruit was imported into the country in the early 1900s. And it holds fond memories for owner Jackie, who's keen to see the fruit of Dom and Greg's labour.
Hello. Hello. Lovely
Hello,
to
Jack.
meet you, Jane.
Hey, Jack, good to see you again.
Dom. Hi.
You okay?
Yes, fine, thank you. Really excited.
You're really excited?
I am.
How do you remember it?
Yeah.
Like this. Lopsided. Lopsided.
Okay.
It's been lopsided for a very long time.
She's just looking straight.
I am.
She's like,
I'm really excited. Yeah.
ready?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my God, and you've got bananas in it as well. Oh my God, it looks amazing. Oh, it looks fantastic. It just looks so different. I can't believe it. Brilliant.
Good?
Good. My mum is going to be thrilled. She's going to be so thrilled to see this. It's been a tough year, so it's been fantastic for her. Memories of Dad. Be really good. Thank you so much, honestly.
It's this young man here.
It wasn't just me. We had Greg did an amazing job. You've got 2 brand new wheels.
Has.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So, would Benny the Banana King, your grandfather, would he be proud of us?
I think he would be absolutely amazed that we have kept this as a family item. So I think, yeah, he'd be absolutely amazed.
I'm so glad you're happy.
Oh, I'm really happy, really happy. I feel like I've done my last promise to him, really. I feel fulfilled it now, knowing I've done my wishes for him, really.
Yeah.
Thanks to you guys, really.
No.
Thank you so much.
glad
Thank you,
you're happy.
Don.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Okay. You take care now.
That's cool, isn't
Yeah,
it?
done a good job there.
I was so pleased when I saw the barrow. I was so pleased. I couldn't believe how shiny it looked. And it just looked like a tiny little barrow that I remember as a child. All those memories came flooding back. I think my mum will be ecstatic. I think she'll be very emotional. And I think she will just love to sit in my garden and just enjoy her time with the memories of my dad, sitting there and seeing him. It'd be great.
Things are heating up for Brenton as he prepares to mend the tiny moving parts on the miniature replica fire engine.
So this is quite amazing, thinking that just over 100 years ago, people went up ladders like this, and they were drawn to the fire site by horses. So they must have been amazing horses, and this is, for us, old-fashioned technology, but for them it was cutting edge. It was the first time they'd had a turntable ladder on a trailer. I'm cleaning up all of the places that I'm going to solder. This has got lots of paint on it, and that will stop the solder actually working. The steering wheel, that's going to go, it's got a little pin it sits on there. I'm hoping there's enough solder on there that it will drop back into place.
With the fire engine now heading in the right direction, Brenton's attention turns to restoring the missing front section.
There would have been a front plate on here which stopped the fire officers falling off the front, sort of kept them safe from the back legs of the horses. So I'm going to make a curved plate that sits on the front of this. So I'm using a piece of brass, just marking where I'm going to be cutting with my piercing saw. Quite often, if there's a part missing, for me, that is a really exciting part of the job because I get to put a bit of my creativity into one of these old items. So that's the plate made. I will have to bend the corners in a minute. Now I'm just going to make a stanchion to hold that plate onto the fire trolley. I've got some brass tube. Bend this to 90 degrees, and then I can file this down, and hopefully it'll fit into that slot. And then that will be soldered on there like that, which will stop the fireman getting covered in horse poo or whatever it is that's on the road. So I'm just going to put a little bit of damp rag on the steering wheel because I don't want that to overheat and fall off, which is a danger. Right, I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed for a minute until that cools down, and then I'm going to lift it up and hope that the front panel stays on. It's a tense moment. That's staying on there, which is very pleasing. When that's painted, it's going to look fabulous.
Using her finest needle and most meticulous handiwork, Susie has almost finished the wallet that once paddled a wartime airman's life raft.
Just coming to the final couple of stitches of Andrew's wallet here. So I know that all the edges are strengthened, they're all sewn together now, and I think what's really nice for me to see at this stage is now it clearly is the wallet that Andrew's father would have used. All that's left for me to do is to give it a nice buff up and it'll be ready to give back to Andrew.
For Andrew, the wallet is a symbol of the father he loved and admired.
I'm hoping that Susie has managed to sew the wallet back together to such an extent that I can actually use it. Once will be enough, just so that I can take it out of my pocket, get some money out and pay for a round at the bar, anything. Just use it, just like my father would have done.
Hello, Andrew. How
Hello,
lovely
Susie.
to see you again.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nervous.
Why are you nervous?
I don't know what's under there.
You know, I'm so excited. I just have to show you what's...
Please do.
You ready?
Yeah.
OK.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Oh, Dad. I've got his wallet back. I can't tell you what he meant to me. It's just too much. Sorry, folks. Sorry about this.
OK.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. I'll be using that tonight.
Are you really?
Yes. Transfer my pennies into it and go and buy my wife a meal.
Well, talking of pennies, there's something, if I may. Let's see if you can find something in there. Oh. I've always been brought up, you never give a wallet or a purse without any money in.
My wife's exactly the same. Thank you. My word, in 1941. My father was shot down on the 30th of July, 1941, So it's extremely pertinent to the whole story, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Beyond my dreams, love.
Oh,
You've done really, really fabulous there.
Ooh. Well, promise me you'll use it and you'll look after it.
I will, I promise. You're a star.
Well, I'm glad I've made you happy.
You've made me ecstatic.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. For her to get it back into the state it's in, I'm overjoyed. Getting the wallet out to pay a bill for the first time, it'll be just like having my father with me. It'll be absolutely marvellous.
Family connection is also at the forefront of Brenton's mind as he continues his rescue mission on the replica fire engine presented to the owner's great-grandfather over 100 years ago.
That's looking really nice now. So I'm now going to refit this ladder back into its slot and put a new rope on it because the old one is looking really, really tired. So there's a little hook on this drum and I'm going to put the new string onto the hook and wind some new string onto here. So it goes down under there, over there. Now I can put the other ladder back in. There'll be firemen all over the country shouting at me going, "What goes on there, silly?" Okay. So I've just got to knock that off now and then the ladder's done. I've now done all the repairs that I need to do and I now need to paint the parts that I've made. And yes, it does help having my tongue coming out when I'm painting. So that's all done now. All I've got to do is put the ladder back on and it's ready to give back to John.
This replica fire engine celebrates the technological advancement of firefighting equipment and the contribution of its recipient, John McCall, in 1907. But it bore the battle scars of its 100-year history. Now, thanks to Brenton, it's ready for service again, and his great-grandson, John, has returned to collect it.
My family, they've got 90 years service in the brigade between the 3 generations, and we've been thinking a lot about what they would think of the fire engine being restored.
How are we doing?
Good to see you again.
What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see a fire engine, and hopefully it's not the same state it was when I left it with you.
OK.
This gentleman here has worked his magic.
Fingers crossed.
Do you want to show?
Well, shall I put my specs on so I can
Yes,
see
please.
it clearly? There we go. Wonderful. That just looks absolutely tremendous. What a set of skills you've got, Brenton.
Thank you.
That's just, I've got a bit of the goosies. I've got a bit of the goosies, just, it looks like a real fire engine now.
It does, doesn't it?
The wheels on, and the wheels, they rotate, yes. And you've put the frontage on. Wonderful. It looks quite magnificent.
So what do you think Dad would make of this, then?
My dad would think this is wonderful. The fact that it's been restored, to have it just complete like this is quite something.
So we've done your family proud, then?
You have indeed.
Yeah?
Yes, wonderful.
It's been a pleasure doing it.
Thank you very much, Brenton.
And be
It's been
very
wonderful.
careful of it.
I will.
There you go.
Thank you very much, gents.
Take care now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
The fire engine just looks absolutely wonderful. The memories it brought back to me were of my 3 generations of family. After 112 years, this piece of brass had been restored to its full glory.
How we doing?
Morning.
Morning.
In the repair shop today, Pinball Jeff's hit the jackpot.
Nothing like a bit of oil.
With a vintage arcade machine rescued from a travelling fair.
There's something very reassuring about oil getting everywhere and everything moving properly.
While Dom powers up some interesting kit.
I'm going to submerge them in my little homemade electrolysis tank.
To remove the rust on some antique lumberjack tools.
Important note that this is all turned off whilst my hands are in here at the moment, otherwise my hair will all be standing on end.
The first arrival of the day, Widow Eve Robinson from King's Lynn in Norfolk.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Jay.
And I'm Eve. Hello, Jay.
Hello, Eve. Richard.
Hello, Richard.
She's hoping goldsmith Richard Talman can restore a cherished keepsake that bears the hallmark of an everlasting love story.
So what have you brought us then?
Well, I've brought you my beloved late husband Keith's wedding ring, which has been badly destroyed.
So, tell us the history.
I met Keith in 1987.
Yeah.
He was a widower of 56, and I was a divorcee of 48. And we met through one of the original dating agencies, I suppose. We had lots of lovely outings, theatre, concerts. He turned out to be just absolutely right.
Just what you were waiting for.
And then we dated all that year, and we married in December '88. He was an incredibly gifted engineer.
Right.
And he thought it would be nice if he designed my engagement ring. And so here it is. His birthstone is diamonds, and mine is pearl.
Right.
So that's me in his arms.
Oh,
how beautiful.
And then I followed suit with his ring, which is damaged.
So why is it damaged then?
He was diagnosed in 2011 with cerebral atrophy.
Right.
So it progressed from atrophy into Alzheimer's.
Wow.
And I had him at home with me for 6 years.
Yeah.
But for the last 18 months of his life, I had to give him up to a care home.
Right.
What he had done, he'd taken the wedding ring off his ring finger and put it on his index finger, and it had swollen. They panicked and sent him to hospital in an ambulance. By the time he got there, his finger was so engorged that they said the only way it could be removed was like that.
So the hospital cut the ring off?
No, the paramedic. He'd been into hospital 5 times in a year, and he'd always recovered. But the last time, it was just one time too many. And he never recovered. And that's why that ring is so special to me.
I really, really, really hope that we are able to preserve the memory that you have of such a wonderful man,
Richard,
Eve.
I have every confidence in you. I really do. I really do.
Eve, thank you for sharing the story with us.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Goodbye, Eve.
Bye-bye. The ring symbolises the love and the bond and the total happiness that Keith and I had together. I always tell my friends I was middle-aged before I met the man of my dreams, and that's actually true. And I'm just so looking forward to those wonderful memories being restored.
Well,
that is broken.
It is.
I've never seen a ring broken like that before. And the bottom bit there feels quite fragile. Like, if you open it up, it's going to snap in the bottom as well.
That's where they've prized it apart, and it's bent at the weakest point. What I'm going to have to do is replace a small part of it.
Okay.
Also, one of the diamonds has been shattered, where they've got in with the cutters, and another one has just been lost. So we're going to need to replace 2 of the diamonds.
Can't wait to see Eve smiling again once you've got that repaired.
It's certainly going to be a moment, and I hope I'm going to be able to achieve it.
I've got every confidence in you.
Well, thanks very much for the encouragement, Jay. I'm going to need it.
No problem.
see this quite commonly where people have had to have a ring cut off their finger, but this is probably one of the first times that I've ever seen a ring be cut in the point where the diamonds, or indeed any other stone, is, and it's most certainly going to be the hardest part to repair. The very first thing I'm going to need to do to this ring is I'm going to need to heat it up. It's going to soften the molecules in the metal to make it soft enough for me to bring it back to its original shape. So now I'm going to bend the ring back into a round position. So first of all, we're going to just go in very carefully. This is the most nerve-wracking part of it. Okay, so that's almost there. I just need to tap down the jagged parts. Just going to tap that down. Okay, but now I'm looking at it, I'm probably going to need to replace around about 7 to 10 millimetres worth of the curve. So I've got no choice really than to take another piece of gold, cut it and solder it in. And that's before I go to any of the attempt of setting the diamonds back in.
Fabulous day.
Yeah, it's
like
nice, isn't it?
Nice blue sky.
It's quite nice, actually.
Oh, hi, here they come. Hey. Hello there.
Hi.
How you doing? I'm Jay.
Hi, Jay. I'm Sally. Hi.
Hello, Sally. I'm Jeff.
Hello,
or
Jeff.
Pinball Jeff, as everyone calls me.
Hiya.
Lovely to meet you.
You
It's
too.
Fantastic.
Sally Kershaw from Somerset has brought a family heirloom that's down on its luck.
Oh.
All right, let's get this inside.
It's quite heavy.
She's hoping Pinball Jeff's wizardry will be able to turn its fortunes around.
Fabulous.
So, Sally, what have we got here then?
Well, it's an old fairground game that my dad rescued from the local fair.
Rescue?
He rescued it, yes.
Yeah, tell us more about that.
Well, my dad was a fruit and vegetable merchant,
Right.
and his yard was right next to some waste ground where the fairground used to come over winter.
Okay.
And one year there was a fire over at the fairground, and my dad was very concerned and went over to see what was happening.
Yeah.
And he saw that they were smashing up all the arcade games and burning them. Because in 1971 it was the year of decimalisation.
Yes, late 60s, early 70s, they all changed. They put some on 2p's. Thousands were burnt and thrown off piers, off Brighton Pier. They threw hundreds off and stuff. Yeah, it's really sad.
They didn't
actually.
save them then?
I think they were just seen as obsolete and old rather than something that would be of intrinsic value in the future, sadly, because they're lovely things. Wow, gosh.
So your dad saw this? And
Yeah, so he went to say, oh, you know, what are you doing? They said, well, we don't need them anymore, we can't use them. And my dad loved gadgets, and so I think he just couldn't bear to see these thrown away.
Yeah.
So he brought it home, and obviously it wasn't in this condition when he brought it home.
Right.
And me and my sister, I was about 7 at the time, and she was about 4. We just thought this was the best thing ever.
yeah.
And all our friends used to come round, and the best thing was we never lost the money, because we got the key.
Oh, yeah.
But it was
Fabulous.
great fun.
So, Jeff, how does one of these work?
Well, you placed your hard-earned penny in the slot there, which
Okay.
released the ball that came out to here. And then, using this spring-loaded little lever, you let it go, the ball went yee-haw all the way around here.
Right.
Hopefully into a winning cup, which it usually did. And if it did,
Okay.
after a little whoop of joy, you could turn this and it would automatically pay out and the pennies would drop into there.
It was just great fun to be able to have your own arcade machine.
In your house. That's
Absolutely.
quality. So you said your dad was into gadgets then?
Yes, he was always the first to adopt things.
Right.
Yeah, he bought one of the first microwaves. He was very excited to buy a microwave oven.
Okay.
He also collected vintage buses. At one
Vintage
po-
buses?
Yeah.
Real ones? Big?
Real ones.
Wow. Double-deckers,
yes.
yeah?
He had one double-decker and the rest were single-deckers. We had 13 at one point. And a vintage fire engine.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
So this was quite a small This is scale. small.
It was,
Well,
yes.
that's it.
And you could fit it in a normal garage, whereas the buses you couldn't.
Yeah. Gosh.
Your dad's a character.
He certainly was, yes. Sadly, my dad passed away about 25 years ago now. We've been helping my mum to clear out.
Right.
And we came across this, and it just took me back to being a child and playing on these games. My sister and I had so much fun. And one of the things I'm just so excited about is to get this up and working. And when my sister visits from America, we'll be able to play it all over again. And I've got twins who are 22, and I thought it would be really nice to hand it on to them.
Yeah, no, it would be. So what's wrong with it?
Well, it doesn't work.
Okay.
And it's got some bits that are broken. It's probably been in a barn for about 40 years.
Let's have a look. Normally they'd be screwed to the wall.
There's
won't there?
holes in the
wall
back,
machines,
yes.
Bit of glass broken there. The actual back flash bit is fine though, because often they go. That's in amazingly good nick, as is the back face of the actual playing surface, which is remarkably good. Needs a door. I imagine the mechanism, it needs a bit of love and attention, I would think, if it's been sitting around.
So. We've lost the ball bearing, so we don't know if it works. And I know that the payout dial doesn't work.
Right, sure.
So if Jeff's able to get this working, what's it going to mean to you?
Well, it just makes me remember my dad and all the fun that we had, and the fact that, you know, we really miss him.
I shall do my best job in his memory then.
Thank you, I'm so excited.
Sally, thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Lovely to meet you, Sally.
You too.
Cheers.
You take care now.
Bye-bye.
I'm feeling very excited about leaving the game behind. I'm hoping that Jeff's going to be able to work his magic, and I think my dad would be really pleased if we got it up and working again.
OK, if you just lie head down. Lovely. Can I have a hand? I need to try and get this mechanism out. Just these look very stiff. If I lift this up...
Lift the door off, yeah?
Yeah, it should. Just doesn't want to move, does it? I'm going to have to unscrew it, I think. If you hold it, will that be all right?
Yeah. No problem.
OK. Right.
Oh. What's that?
It sounds like a ball. Right. Well, at least it's there, because they didn't think they even had the ball in the machine, so that is good news.
So he's there somewhere. This mechanism's going to be quite heavy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Is that why you've got the screwdriver and I've got the door?
I'm older than you, so...
OK. Wow, that is heavy, isn't it? Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll send you a postcard. OK, yeah. Will you still be at the same address?
I will be, actually, yeah.
Good, yeah. Right. Have you got that? You got that? Great. What a lovely team effort. And
there is a free ball.
There is a free ball. Fantastic. Smashing.
No problem,
Thanks
Jeff.
very much, Jay.
Right.
Catch you later. Cheers.
Yes.
Well, this mechanism has been sitting in a barn for quite a time since it escaped the Great Fire, apparently. So a little bit of work needs doing, a few things loose, everything a bit seized up, things aren't turning, but we'll have a look. First things first, before I work on the mechanism, I want to get the cabinet to will. And the first thing to do on that score is get the back off this machine so we can work out how the glass fits in. That's that. Let's have a look. The plastics are in surprisingly good condition, actually. And I think it's because they've been out of the sunlight. They get a little bit brittle, but these aren't bad at all, actually. But it's now seeing what's inside here and how this is joined on. Will, have you got a moment? Can I show you this lovely thing?
Look at this.
There's a bit of a split here, and I think it's warped quite badly. It's been in a barn for a very long time. It's a bit like me, it rocks. Yes,
I can
it
see
does,
that.
yeah. It'd be nice if it was just a little bit tarted up. I think Sally would like it so it looks nice in a house, but doesn't expect it to look like it walked out the factory. So I think keep some of its character and its history, and we're missing a door.
I'll see what I can do.
I would appreciate that. Thank you, Will. Thanks very much.
No worries.
At his bench, goldsmith Richard has a plan for the wedding ring that was cut from its wearer.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be possible to repair all the part where they've gone into the cut. So the next step is to cut away around about 7mm worth of the curvature in the top of this ring and take another piece of 18-karat gold sheet, which I'm going to form into the exact curvature and the size, and I'm going to solder that piece in. So I've got a piece of 18-karat gold here. I just need to now bend it up with exactly the same curvature that the ring has. The curves match, So I just need to cut this piece of metal, and then that'll drop right in. And that now fits perfectly into the gap in the ring. Now it's time to just solder that together, and that ring will be complete again. Placing a piece of solder on the top. Really happy with how that's turned out. And now time to just start cleaning it up. And to do that, we place it in some acid. Won't do any damage to the gold whatsoever.
Gleaming once again.
That's come out beautifully now.
The ring can be filed and shaped before the delicate business of resetting the two missing diamonds.
Gold has a very, very useful property when setting diamonds, in that it's very, very soft. You push it over the diamonds, and then it forms the bond to hold them in. And even though that sounds really intricate, I really am going to be using the most basic of tools to be doing this. The first one is I take a stick of beeswax to pick up the diamond, and it really, really is the best tool for the job. It allows me just to stick straight to the top of it and hover it down. The next tool I use is a pusher. And the pusher allows me to take just along the edge of the metal where the diamond is, and then I rock it, applying even pressure, and it shifts the metal down over the diamond, forming a rim around the stone. And once I've gone all the way around slowly, it's pushed an edge which holds around the circumference, and then finally I take this tool, which is an old gramophone needle that's gone very, very shiny, and I rub that around the circumference, and it burnishes a little bevel edge which holds the diamonds in, and then keep going round and round and round until all the metal is spread evenly. It's desperately important at this stage to make sure that I take my time, make sure that I do the job perfectly, because the setting of the diamond really will make or break this ring. Here's to concentration.
Now, an intriguing piece of horticultural history, courtesy of Clive Freeman from Dudley. He's hoping Dream Team Susie Fletcher and Dominic Chenier can work their magic on his very unique heirloom.
Hello there.
Good day to you, sir.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
I'm Dom.
Don,
Lovely to meet you.
Hello, Susie.
Hello, Susie.
And your name is?
Clive.
I'm dying to see what's in this bag.
Right.
Let's have a look.
Right.
Goodness.
We're looking at each other here like, you're going to have to help us out. Please tell us what they are.
Those are climbing irons that you strap on your legs, and you can then climb up a tree.
With this?
With that, yes.
How?
If you
Oh,
put
you
it,
stand in that bit?
That's it, yes.
And then strap that to my leg?
That's right. Lift the one leg up, ram it in as hard as you can into the tree trunk, and literally walk up the tree.
Oh, wow. So are these yours? Did you
No,
used to go climb
these
the
were
tree?
my father's.
Was this his profession?
Yes, it was. When he was 13, he started working for a timber felling company, and then when he was in the war, he had to clear land for airfields for the English planes.
Chopping the trees down?
Yes.
To make runways?
He did it until 1949, and that was when he had to stop being a lumberjack because he had to stay at home to look after Mother, who was not very well. Then at weekends, he and I would do timber felling still. It meant that I could spend time with Father, which I'd never had the opportunity to do before, and these were part of that.
Yeah.
This brings back so many memories. He had lots of ways of winding you up. Father would be on one side, I would be on the other side of an 8-foot double-handed saw for 2 people.
Like as long as this bench, almost.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you're doing this
Yeah.
to cut in. But father, being father, he would just very, very slowly speed up and keep going faster and faster.
Come on, keep up, yeah.
Until I'm absolutely, completely exhausted and I had to stop.
Oh, excellent.
Sounds like you had some fun times.
Oh, yes.
So what are you hoping we can do to them?
I would love them to be nice and clean. and I don't know whether we can do anything with this leather or whether we can replace it.
If I can't save it, what would you like me to do?
I would like you to replace it where it could be used.
Are you planning to start climbing trees again?
Oh, no.
You got that little twinkle in your eye. I think you're up to mischief here.
Oh, no, no.
I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be really good fun. So thank you so much for bringing
Thank
it
you.
in.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Lovely
yeah.
to meet you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Brilliant.
All right, you
Lovely
take
to meet
care
you.
now.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Aren't these incredible?
They are lovely.
Climbing all the way up a tree just with that stabbed in the side of the bark.
You must be so strong to be able to dig those in.
Some good core strength there, holding you.
Yeah, his father must have been built like an ox.
Yeah.
This leather has really gone beyond saving, I'm afraid.
Really?
I mean, it's just cracking and just left to dry out. I think they have to have new straps, and then what do you think you can do for them?
For me, it's a clean. Show them off for what they are, really.
Okay,
And you know what? We need to display them, don't we?
Oh, definitely.
Do you not think they deserve to be, hanging on a... We need to do something.
We need to do something.
To be able to do that, I need the leather out of the way.
Yes.
Should we see if they come off?
Yeah.
There you go, that's off.
And you can have all of that.
Perfect.
I'm going to
Thank you.
take all of this.
Yeah.
See you in a while.
Good luck.
I've actually never made straps to go on tree spurs before. This is a first, which is always intriguing and enjoyable. What I'm going to use is this lovely bridle leather. I've got the length that I want. It's a nice thickness. It'll look really, really smart once these straps are made up. What I'm using to cut these strips is a tool that is known as a plough gauge. It really does do a wonderful job. So that's one strap. I have 3 others to do, and we'll be halfway there.
As our determined duo start work on the tree spurs, another repair pair are about to team up in an effort to restore a penny arcade machine rescued from a travelling fair over 40 years ago.
Well, now that Will's got his hands on the actual cabinet, I've got my hands on the mechanism, and it's a bit seized up. It's all there, and it's a simple and well-made mechanism, just needs love and attention. Nothing like a bit of oil. There's something very reassuring about oil getting everywhere and everything moving properly. Oh, that's great now. That's working beautifully. That was so seized up, and now that's much better. Make sure those are done up. Nice.
Whilst Jeff is on a winning streak with the mechanism, Will is trying his luck with the warped cabinet.
Right, first things first, I'm going to see if I can close that gap. Well, the mallet hasn't worked. I think if I can get a clamp on there, it might be able to close that gap up. Well, that seems to have worked. It shows that the wood hasn't actually warped or twisted, which is brilliant, because I would have had to replace that. I'm going to take the clamp off, get some glue in there, clamp it back up again, and once that's dried, I can tackle this nasty varnish on the outside.
That's a mechanism now, I think pretty much working. We'll know when we have a game. It's getting the payout working next, because all this seems a bit weird and wonderful. I'm putting this screw in because this was just moving all over the place. It wouldn't work properly. It's meant to slide like this. So that screw will keep it in place. It hooks in there. Nice, that should pay out. Almost there. The next thing is the metal work on the front of the cabinet, which isn't looking that clever. And I think we'll have a lovely machine, hopefully, at the end of that.
All the polishing is done now, everything's been waxed and buffed, so that's all the woodwork done. Apart from a missing panel from the front. I think that's where the money collects into. I found a piece of oak. I'm going to cut that down to size. Jeff has also given me this lock, which I'll put in afterwards. But in the meantime, I'm just drawing out a little shape for the replacement panel, which I'll cut out on the bandsaw. That is a really snug fit. All I need to do now is cut a hole for the new lock and stain it to match the rest of the box, and I can get it over to Jeff.
In an effort to make a very precious wedding ring whole again, goldsmith Richard has been drawing upon his quarter of a century of experience.
So I've got all the diamonds now securely set in. The next stage is to give it a polish. But before I do so, I just need to go over with some very, very fine sandpaper and a little bit of water just to get the outer surface of the ring as smooth as possible, which is to be presented back to Eve.
This ring represents the 30 magical years Eve spent with her late husband, Keith.
At the moment, I've got butterflies in my stomach, but they're nice butterflies. I trust Richard. I'm sure he's done a wonderful job, but I won't know until I've seen it. That's why I've got butterflies.
Hello.
Jay? Hello, Richard.
Hello.
Lovely to see you both again.
Likewise. So how are you feeling?
Apprehensive.
Okay.
Yes.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. You ready, Eve?
Yes, I'm ready. Oh, my God. Oh, gosh, it's so bright and beautiful. Richard, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'm going to wear that for the rest of my life. And that's me and Keith together again. It's just something so very special. I just can't thank you enough.
Well done.
You're a true artist, a
He is,
true
isn't he?
artist.
Thank you very much, Eve.
It just looks marvellous.
Yeah.
Incredible, wonderful, any superlative I can think of. I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy.
I'll take that as a compliment indeed.
Well,
Thank you both so much. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, Richard.
It's an absolute pleasure, Eve.
And that's yours.
Thanks, Jay.
Let me lead you to the door.
Bye. Thank you. Bye. I'm just amazed at the skill and the work that Richard has done to restore this ring. Just absolutely mind blown, really. I never expected it to look so beautiful. And it's going to stay on my finger. Always, always. I shall never part with it.
In the talented hands of leather expert Susie and metal man Dom, the century-old tree spikes are branching out again.
These tree spurs are perfectly solid. They're covered in rust. Basically, there are various different ways of removing rust. The first option usually is sandblasting or sanding them down, which is all abrasive, which will potentially remove some really nice blacksmith work that I don't want to damage. For that reason, I'm going to submerge them in my little homemade electrolysis tank, and it's just going to remove the rust and not damage the metal. So by adding this sodium carbonate into the water, that is actually increasing it, making it a much better conductor for the electrical current to pass from one terminal to the other. Important note that this is all turned off whilst my hands are in here at the moment, otherwise my hair will all be standing on end. That is all bubbling away nicely. I just need to leave that in there now for a good few hours. Basically, the electrical current passing between my positive and negative terminals and hopefully forcing out the way all of the rust.
Susie, meanwhile, is handcrafting bespoke leather leg straps.
What I'm going to do is use a church end punch, and it's called a church end because it's kind of like that lovely arch that you get in the windows of churches. And what this does, it puts a lovely end to the tip of the strap. And I'm going to put what we call a crew punch in. What this crew punch does is create a rectangle so that when the buckle goes onto the strap, that tongue just sits nicely in that groove like that. And that pulls down and around, and it allows the tongue to move freely. So that's one strap. I have 3 others to do, and then I'll be prepping the edges and staining them.
OK, this looks like it's had long enough. Time to see. I'm going to make sure I turn it off before I put my hands anywhere near it. Oh, look at that. I do love this process. I'm going to give them a little brush with a wire brush just to take off this black residue that's now all over my hands. But once they've been cleaned up, I mean, look at that. Brilliant, back to shiny metal as they should be. Oh, these are going to look so good.
After the straps are cut, you just do this edging of the leather, and what it does is it takes off that sharp edge that you get when you've cut leather. I'm sure when you wear these, because they're wrapped around your legs, you make sure that there's no sharp edges, certainly as you're having to climb up trees and put all that weight on one leg at a time. And I think how incredibly fit Chloe's father must have been. And it's one of those things I wouldn't mind having a go at myself. Now I've got the stain on, now it's a case of just rubbing up this edge, and it helps to smooth all those cut fibres down and create this really shiny, glossy edge. Right, that's all the sewing done. That's the last of the buckles sewn into the straps. All I have to do now is punch some holes in the straps, and they'll be ready to be reunited with the spurs.
It's been a team effort as Jeff and Will have restored the fortunes of an old arcade machine, and now their respective endeavours can be united.
Oh gosh, hello Will.
Hey Jeff. A present for you, look at that.
That looks fantastic. It's so much better than it was. Also, it's kept a sort of a feeling of its history and past.
Yeah.
That's really going to show off the game. It's a bit like a frame around a good picture, isn't it? And that door looks as if it was always part of the machine. You've done a phenomenal job on that.
Well, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Will. Brilliant. Beautiful. Fabulous. Looks lovely.
True to its name, this Lucky 12 pinball machine was once rescued from a fire, but after 40 years of neglect, had fallen into disrepair. Owner Sally has returned to the repair shop, along with her sister Emma, hoping to be reunited with the machine that both they and their late father loved.
The Lucky 12 machine certainly is a link back to our father. To this day, we miss him so much, and this is something that we just had so much fun with him.
I think to be able to have a go on it again would just be amazing.
It will be incredible.
Who gets to go first?
Me.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Sally.
Hi,
How are
Jay.
you?
I'm good, thank you.
Who have you got?
Hi,
And
yeah,
you are?
Emma.
All right, Emma. Emma's your...
Sister. My sister.
Oh, your sister?
Yes.
OK,
Yeah.
cool. I thought your sister lives in America, didn't you say?
She does, yes.
I came especially.
Wow. Oh, really?
Really? No pressure then.
No pressure, yeah.
So what are you hoping to see underneath the blanket?
Well, I'm just hoping it all looks like we remembered it when we were
Yes.
children,
Okay.
and then it's all working properly, and then we can play on it again.
I can still remember every noise from the machine, putting the money in, flicking the ball, when it went round, if you won, if you didn't. I can still remember the noises that the machine made.
Wow.
So I'm hoping it's going to be the same.
Fabulous.
It's about 40 years since we last played with it. So it's a long time coming. I'm so excited to see this.
Ready to show them?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Take a deep breath. Yeah, you do the honours.
OK.
Wow, that looks amazing.
Oh my gosh.
And it's got the drawer along at back at the bottom. Oh, I can't wait to have a go.
So I think you'd better penny in and see if those noises come back to you.
Oh,
my
you go
gosh.
first.
I get to go first.
Okay, I remember that. Oh my goodness me.
It's exactly. Oh my god.
Oh, you lost.
So near and yet so far.
Okay, your turn.
Oh, isn't it fun? Right.
Oh my god,
I'll be off
that's
then.
amazing. It's exactly how it was.
It's the sound, isn't it?
It's the sound.
Yeah. That's even better than I could have hoped.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm so pleased.
Yeah.
Oh my You've done a great job.
Well, I have to
Thank
thank
you.
Will, who did an amazing job on the woodwork.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Will. Thank you so much.
He's very modest. He
Brilliant.
did a lovely job, because that looks like it should, you know, as
It
it would be
does.
in a nice condition in a fairground
Yes.
before it sort of fell into disrepair. But
But you've got to knock your work, because it's the sound that's really important.
It's
isn't it?
the sound.
yeah, I was actually miming it from behind. Yeah.
Fabulous. It's exactly the same as it was.
I'm so pleased that it brought back all these memories and it sort of looks and feels as you remember it, which is really
It
important.
really
yeah.
does. It's just
great.
Perfect.
Oh,
Let's let you get this home then.
you're right with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. You want to get the door? Nice one.
It's very emotional. Just incredibly happy to see it and to be able to play on it again.
I think it actually looks better than when we first got it.
I think our dad would say that we're both a chip off the old block because he kept everything, loved to restore things, and I would say that we are keeping it in the family.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom's continuing work on the tree spurs that provide a link between a son and his much-missed father.
How you doing, Dom?
Hey, Jay, how's it going?
Very good.
What have you got there?
I was down at the timber yard, and I knew that you wanted to display these for Clive, yeah?
Yes. Oh, brilliant.
What do you think, on there?
Do you know what? Oh, Jay, that's perfect. Look, we can lay these on there, nail them in place on there. That's going to be perfect.
Is that all right? Do I need a big... No, that is...
No, that'll be fine. We'll trim it down, so it doesn't need to be this long.
Right.
They're going to look beautiful on there.
You happy?
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
If you're happy,
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Brilliant.
All right, mate.
Jay has done a fantastic job finding this beautiful piece of elm. It's not going to be easy. They're not easy things to figure out how to mount because with the leather straps and the actual shape of them, they're quite an unusual shape. But this is the perfect background for them. So Clive can hang them on his wall. They are going to look beautiful. It's perfect.
The tree spurs arrived coated in rust and with leather straps beyond repair. Now Clive is back, hoping to collect the items that mean so much to him and to his dearly loved father.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Nice to see you
Great
again.
to see you again, Clive.
And you.
Good to see you. Take a seat. Excited?
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Anxious to see them back the way they probably were when Father wore them.
Should we have a look?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, that's fabulous. That really is. Oh, my goodness, yes. That's exactly what they look like.
We got it right.
Yes.
Thank goodness for that.
Oh, you've mounted them beautifully. You really have.
I think we both felt, after hearing the stories you were telling us about you and your father and all of the amazing fun that you had with him,
oh, yes.
we felt that they deserved to be sort of mounted and presented, just to do them a bit of justice, really.
Yeah. It's a lovely piece of wood.
It
Father
is.
would love that.
Yeah?
Yes.
Good. Well, I'm so glad that you're happy with them. I'll give you a hand out if you want.
Oh, yes, please.
No problem
Thank
at all.
you very much.
Good. It's lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you again.
Lovely to see you again.
After you.
They're exactly the way he had them. They had all the feel and the look of the kit that he would use. It means much to me because this was the one period in our life that we were working together. It was something that it'll stick in my mind forever, and back Father will come.
Morning.
In the repair shop today,
Wow. So that's the sound it's made.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is awful.
a little Spanish music maker in need of a good tune-up.
That sound.
That was like all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order.
And Susie calls upon her surfeit of expertise
This is taking me back to my early days of training.
to rejuvenate the workmanship on a treasured leather bag.
If you work as a village saddler, you'll get people coming in with all sorts of things, and you just learn to pick up skills along the way.
First into the repair shop today, Peter Mason from Herefordshire. He's brought a kitchen curiosity from a bygone age to whet the appetite of craftsman Dominic Chenier.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? I'm Jay.
You Jay? Hi, I'm Don. Don, I'm Pete.
All right, Pete.
Pete, hi, good to see you.
Hi.
Oh, what we got?
Well, an old-fashioned ice cream maker.
Wow.
Used to belong to my grandmother.
All right, tell us about this, making
Okay.
ice cream.
So what you do, you undo that clip, you pull that off.
Okay.
You get your mixture, you put it in the tin.
Oh, look at that.
Well, you put your ice cream in there?
Ice cream mixture in there, yeah. The tin spins around, so it's agitating the mixture.
What? And that just makes ice cream?
And makes ice cream. And you put ice down the outside, and that cools the mixture down.
Okay.
Right.
My grandmother and I used to spend each summer making ice cream in this thing, and she used to say, Peter, do you want ice cream? And I'd say, yes, please, Granny. And she used to go in the kitchen, make up the mix. She used to come in with it in the tin, and stick the ice in there, and we used to sit in the front room, and I would turn this for about 20 minutes, half an hour. Oh, bless. The top would come off, and there would be the ice cream, and it was always vanilla.
Oh, man. So tell us about your grandmother.
So her name was Ethel, and she worked in the big house somewhere.
At the big house?
Yes, and when she left the big house...
Hold on, what's the big house?
You know,
What's
one of these grand houses where upstairs, downstairs.
Oh,
one of those jobs.
the big, the big house.
Don't ask me where it was or what it was, I don't know.
Okay, right.
But she decided to go somewhere else. They presented her with this, and she treasured it all her life.
Oh, nice. You said you packed ice in there,
Yes.
so this have to be, like, waterproof?
Yes, otherwise it's going to leak everywhere.
I think these elastic bands aren't filling me with confidence.
No. But see this, where is it? There it is, there's two dents, one there. One of these panels would have been opposite that one, and there would have been a bucket handle coming over there.
Oh, no, so this has been in pieces then?
Yes.
They're in the wrong order?
I've never seen the bucket handle on there since day one.
I think we've got our work cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bucket that makes ice cream. Imagine that.
Isn't it?
A bucket of ice cream. That sounds even better, doesn't it?
I'll tell you what, Peter, you have definitely made my day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You take care now.
Bye now. The ice cream maker, it's the one thing I have to remind me of my grandmother and that wonderful legacy she left us. It was love. We were very close. When I look at the ice cream maker now, I see it less than it was, and I feel that she and the ice cream maker deserved more than that.
Although versions of ice cream can be traced to China as far back as 200 BC, ice cream as we know it really gained popularity during Victorian times. They had their own ice cream queen, Agnes Marshall, whose patented appliance used ice collected from rivers and ponds and flavours like cucumber to impress one's guests.
So, what you got to do?
Oh, well, at the moment, I wouldn't want to eat anything that's come out of there. So cleanliness, food hygiene is something we're going to have to definitely address. But getting the wooden part, watertight.
OK. So you're going to deal with the whole mechanism?
Yep, the nuts and bolts of that. We'll make it clean.
I want to taste this ice cream, so the sooner we can get this food ready and food safe and get that watertight, I'm happy.
Go on, let's go.
All right.
Thanks. OK, so where to start with Peter's ice cream maker? This is a brilliant project. I can't wait to get this thing working, really, and actually see if it does actually make ice cream. The metalwork structurally is all OK. It does all need replating, though, so that all of the metal parts will separate off and they'll be tin plated. My other concern is this. That needs to be watertight, and at the moment, that is very far from holding water. There should be 3 bands that hold this together. These are absolutely integral to the strength and holding the whole thing together. I think the elastic bands are actually doing more than they're doing at the moment. I'm going to have a little bit of a jiggle around with the wooden pieces, because these two should be opposite each other to make the handle. OK. Well, I think I'm going to have to just bite the bullet with this, I think, and take it completely apart. Probably the best thing to do, but it's just a bit nerve-wracking. Oh, God. OK. Sorry, Peter. At least I can give this all a really good clean now and then think about trying to reassemble it in the right order this time.
As Dom begins to rebuild the ice cream maker, the next visitor is also hoping to have childhood memories revived. Carolina Urica from Eastleigh, Hampshire, is here for the musical mastery of David Burville, who's been restoring organs for over 20 years.
Hello. Hi.
I'm Jay.
Carolina. Hi.
I'm David. Pleased to
Nice
meet
to
you.
meet you.
So, this is obviously yours.
Yes. So I'm from the south of Spain. This is an organillo.
It's a what?
Organillo. It's like a little organ.
Yeah. Oh, OK, cool. What does it do, actually? What?
You want to say?
OK.
Yeah. So.
Wow. So that's the sound it's made?
Yes,
Okay.
which is awful. And it used to be played on the streets on something called verbenas, and it's just almost like street parties where everyone will just pour on the streets, and someone will have this, and you will give them a coin, they will play, so people could dance.
Have you ever heard anything like that before?
Yes, I have.
Oh, you
yes,
have?
yes, yeah,
that's all
yeah.
right. The sound that they would play normally would not be that sound, would it?
No, no, no. You should be able to hear what tune it plays. Yeah.
In my ears, it never played a real song.
Okay.
No.
I don't know if this cylinder actually is going to perform better. This may be pristine. I don't know.
Okay. So there's a cylinder in there, and then there's a cylinder. Oh yeah, and there's one in there.
Yeah.
So this was in Spain first and foremost.
Yes, this was in my house since I can remember. It was my grandma, and she had it, and it was always there.
So what type of person was your grandmother then?
Oh, she was a force of nature. She was very, very funny, but extremely caring, extremely. She was amazing. She was amazing, really, and.
This is a reminder of her as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every time I would play it, she would laugh. You could hear her laughing, and then someone else would be like, "Stop that noise!" And she would ha 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 from the back. So every time it plays, it's almost like I can hear her laughing in the back.
Oh, good family memories.
It is, and it needs to carry on being that.
So, how did it end up in this condition then?
I know, it's sad, isn't it? So it went to my mum.
Yeah.
And probably she just saw it like an everyday item in the house. So there was a plant pot on the top because it was on a hallway once. And then it's heavy enough to hold a door. It's been a place where to leave your keys when you arrive home.
Yeah.
It's been anything.
So what would you like us to do to it?
Ideally, I want him to look as he once did.
And probably play a better sound than what he's playing now.
If that is possible, I'll add it to the wish list.
It's going to be a fascinating thing to work on.
Well, thank you for
Thank
bringing
you.
this in.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Wonderful.
luck.
Absolutely wonderful. Yeah,
Good
yeah,
luck.
we'll do our best.
Take care now.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye.
The organillo for me represents my grandma, and it's part of my childhood. It's my link to my family back in Spain. So it'll be lovely to see the organillo back to its former glory and looking beautiful and vibrant like he always did.
That sound, that's not the sound, is it?
No,
That's
that was
noise.
That was like all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order.
Okay, cool. So what are you going to do?
Well, basically, I mean, it wants a really good cosmetic clean-up. It's horribly out of tune, and so I'm gonna have to tune it. But this is my biggest fear, because this is, I mean, that should be a cylinder.
Okay.
And basically, it's flat packed.
Okay.
So
first thing is get this over to your area.
Yeah.
Oh, he's heavy, isn't he?
It is heavy, yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Lovely. Cheers. It's a fascinating little machine. They really are miniature barrel pianos. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the barrel out. Fortunately, it's actually on a little carriage, so that holds the barrel and allows you to remove it and put it down without damaging the teeth. You can see here we've got the main gear wheel, and actually that's looking in good condition, and that means that I can concentrate on the spare barrel, which is in terrible, terrible condition. So I'm pleased with that.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom is battling with a miniature barrel of his own, the Victorian ice cream maker. But it's not just the wooden cask that needs attention. The churning mechanism also needs whipping into shape.
Whilst you're cranking it round, it should be a really nice spinning movement, because you need to be doing it for 20 minutes or so. And it kept sort of locking and binding up. I'm almost certain that's going to be due to this movement here. You can see that play. The least invasive solution to that is to make a little brass bushing that would basically take up the slack. I think I'm going to have to speak to Steve for that, because he's got just the tool we need to make that inside. Hey, Steve, you OK?
Yeah.
I've got a proposition for you. Do you like ice cream?
Love ice cream.
Really?
Yeah.
Convenient. This is Peter's ice cream, or part of Peter's ice cream making machine.
Yeah.
I need a couple of bushings made.
You know where to come, don't you, for bushes?
I'm trying to lure you in with ice cream.
Yeah.
It's basically, this is the main pivot, the main shaft. It's really warm.
Oh, it really is, isn't it?
Yeah, those two pivot points.
OK.
Just need little bushings in there. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, cheers.
So although this does look like a bit of a jumbled mess of just bits of wood, it's quite daunting still, but I do have some clues as to how this goes back together. These holes, for example, are where the original handle would have been, so they would obviously have to be opposite each other. So I'll start there.
Good, that's one done. Just got to get another one done. I can get them back to Dom.
The bucket is actually starting to take shape now. It's starting to look like a bucket again, which is really good. All right, this is the last piece of the puzzle. Really hope that this is going to hold the ice long enough and keep it watertight. Right. Cool, even though they're all in, you know what? That doesn't look too bad at all. What needs to hold this together is definitely not an elastic band. It's these metal hoops. One of them is missing, but these two are they're past it. They're really, really rusty. So I'm going to be remaking 3 steel hoops. So for that, I'm going to be using this piece of steel, the same diameter as the old, and go to the roller. That's good. That should work well. Whoa, perfect. All right, there we go, 1 hoop. Really, really strong, that is, so there's no way that's going to break. All right, so hopefully that should now... I want it to be really tight. Yeah, perfect. All right, I'll be able to persuade that down. It only needs to go another 10 mil more. That'd be perfect.
So, Dom, how much are your ice creams going to be?
Oh, they're not cheap. They're not cheap.
They're going to cost 2 bushes?
Perfect.
The only problem I thought is because they're brass-coloured, they'll show up.
And the rest is steel. No, that's absolutely fine. Once they're in, everything's going to be tin-plated.
Oh,
so
right,
they will all be the same colour.
Yeah.
Be perfect.
OK.
They look ideal. Thank you so much for doing that.
No problems.
I'm so pleased to have the bucket part of the ice cream maker back in one piece. I mean, honestly, compared to how this was not too long ago, it was in pieces and the most fragile thing ever. Now, it's absolutely fine. It's so solid. So I'm full of confidence that this is not going to leak. Next thing to tackle is the handle. So as with anything that I'm making from scratch with no reference or nowhere to start, I always start either, a piece of paper, a piece of wood. So in this case, it's a piece of thin wire to give me a nice little guide that I can work from. So this now becomes a very valuable piece of wire because that is exactly what I need to make out of the proper material. This straight section is where I can now put on the wooden handle part. That's going to slide on there. And then basically all I need to do is exactly the same in reverse on the other side, bend this side down and round, and then I've got a handle. That's brilliant.
Next, an item that has been treasured for 65 years by Malcolm Jordan from Chippenham. And meeting him is the ever so clever with leather,
Hello there.
Hello.
Susie Fletcher.
I'm Susie.
I'm Malcolm.
Malcolm, nice to meet you. Take a seat.
Thank you.
So,
Yes.
Malcolm, what have you brought in for me?
I brought you a document case,
OK.
a bit battered around the edges. It belonged to my brother, and he obtained it during the war.
OK. What sort of case is it?
It's just a straight document case. I've just kept my key documents. All those certificates you only use every 5 years. Other people brought back guns,
Yeah.
or occasionally wives.
Yeah.
But he brought this.
So what was your brother's name?
John.
John.
Yes.
OK.
He was 9 years older than me. He was the kindest, most gentle man you've ever met.
Oh.
We were brought up together in Peckham in South London.
OK.
And then, before the war started, he and I were evacuated together when I was just under 5.
He's very young.
Yes. Well, my brother looked after me all the time.
Oh.
I was a bit of a pain because he was looking at girls and I was in the way. And it was just great being together in Swanage.
Mm.
You know, it's a nice seaside place.
Yeah.
And if there was an air battle going on overhead, we could pick up all the shells, still hot.
Wow, really?
See how many we could collect. Yes,
Goodness.
that was our hobby.
And then in 1942, John got called up.
What sort of age were you when your brother was
I was about
called?
7, I think, when he was called up.
7?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
So that was pretty devastating. He went to camp with the tank corps. It was very worrying, you know.
Oh, it must have been awful.
Yes, yes.
So there was like a big part of you was missing.
Yes, absolutely, yes,
Mm.
yes. But then one day there was news of an unconditional surrender, the end of the war.
What was it like the day that he came home?
Oh, that was magic, because as everyone did, we put a big sign out, "Welcome home, John."
Okay.
And I was at school. I came cycling back with my friends, say, "Look what we've done." And John had got there first and turned it round, and it said, "Welcome home, Malcolm."
Oh, bless him.
And I just ran in and cuddled him.
Oh, the relief must have been enormous.
Yes, it was, yes. And then he got in to be a teacher and taught the rest of his life.
Right.
Yes. My brother died in 1984 very suddenly, so we didn't have much time
Oh,
to
dear.
say goodbye. So this would be a great memento for him. It just brings all the memories of my brother back. That means a lot to me, yes.
Well, thank you very much for bringing it in. I'll see what I'm able to do, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
The folder's been in my desk drawer, but I knew it was there. It's always been a comfort to me. It reminds me of my brother. It would be lovely to have it brought back, as beautiful it was when I was given it 65 years ago.
Hiya.
How you doing, Suze? Got that lever you needed?
Oh, brilliant, just in time.
Wow.
Yeah, it is a bit wow, isn't it?
It's really nice.
The problem is you can feel like it's all floppy.
Okay.
So I need to strengthen and stiffen this up so that it can hold files, because that's what it is, it's a document.
You're going to
case.
strengthen all the lever up?
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do with all this? Because this is, stitching has kind of gone away as well,
Yeah,
isn't it?
so this is called lacing rather than stitching, because it's like a continuous piece of leather that goes around the edges and holds everything together.
Right.
All of this has got to be replaced, because you can see it's all rotten and flaking away.
Yeah, that's coming away.
But the biggest problem with this is you can see it's got card in it. So it's like a fibre board, and that's what makes the structure.
Right.
And that's all snapped away. This edge is completely gone away.
Sounds like you've got a lot of work to do, but it's going to be worth it because Malcolm's going to be made up with
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Susie.
All right, cheers. The first thing I need to do is completely dismantle the case and put in new board to give it that strength back because it's so weak here. I think for Malcolm, it means so much that anything that I can do to keep his brother's memory alive, I'll be really pleased to help him with.
Also hoping to resurrect fond memories, David. He's dismantled the organillo, the small barrel organ that in its heyday entertained crowds at Spanish street parties.
This is one of the earliest forms and most simplest forms of mechanised music. It's literally just a pin that comes round, hits the reading pin that's on the hammer lever, which then strikes the string. So now I've got the hammer levers out, and I can see that they're pretty gummy. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to use a small wire brush, just clean the pin itself up. So those hammers seem to be going in quite nicely, and they're certainly freed up nicely now. Pleased with the way that's gone. So I've got the spare barrel for the organillo, and it's terrible condition. It's all got to get put together and strapped together, made sure that it's right in one go. We only get one chance at this. So here we go. I'm going to start by gluing all the way round on the two end pieces first. So I've got to make sure that this end is level with the end of the boards. I'm using a standard PVA wood glue, so hopefully I can just assemble the parts and then we can start to strap it up in position. I've got some little bits of copper wire here, and I'm going to use these to tie the barrel together. So the wire will actually go between the pins and not cause any damage to them.
With the interior elements on track, David can turn his attention to the exterior of the instrument, damaged through years of household use.
So this is a shellac-based finish and stain combined. It's actually a form of ink which gives the shellac this red colour. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to enhance the black lines. I've just got some Indian ink mixed with a little bit of shellac and methylated spirits. The length of the bristles allow you to keep a reasonable amount of paint on the brush, so you can do a long line in more or less one continuous go. So I've just got a few more lines to do, and then that's done. I can leave that to dry then and give it a final coat of shellac, and then that is ready to put the mechanism back inside. So yeah, pleased with that.
He may have faced a myriad of issues with the vintage ice cream machine, but Dom's got it licked.
It's so nice to see all of the components for the ice cream maker back from being tin plated. They're now nice and clean, super shiny, and most importantly, hygienic. It's going to look amazing once it's all together. Peter had such passion when he was speaking to me, explaining to me and Jay about how he made the ice cream. In his face, you could see that he absolutely loved it. And he was back there with his nan, and that was it. I bet she really treasured this. Right, here we go, the moment of truth. This is where it doesn't all line up. So that goes there, that should. Oh, that's perfect. That mesh is in there, nice. Then that. Ah. Right, is it going to work? Yes. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Gonna go get it ready for Peter. That's it.
For Pete, this little ice cream churn produced the taste of his childhood, a precious link to his granny Ethel. Now he's back to see if Dom has managed to resurrect the antique appliance.
The last time I saw the ice cream maker working was, oh, must have been about 4 or 5, so quite a few years ago now. It evokes a lot of memories, having an ice cream maker and using it with my grandmother. That's why it's important to me, because it brings her back alive to me. I'm there beside the fire with my grandmother. That's why it's important.
Peter.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are we doing?
How are you?
Good to see you again.
Dom,
how are you? Yeah, good.
Good, good. So excited, I can't tell you.
I'm excited as well.
Oh, I've waited for this moment.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Oh, totally.
Come on then.
Come on then.
And you put the handle on. Oh, it's beautiful. I said I wasn't going to cry. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm shaking.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, I can't tell you what this means to me. It is just beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Oh,
what's it feel like turning it?
Oh, it brings it all back. Can I take the top off?
Yeah, go on,
Can I have a
yourself.
look?
Yeah, it's yours, yeah.
Oh, man. Ah. Is it real ice cream? Yeah. Is it really ice cream? Yeah. Is it vanilla? Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's vanilla.
Did you have a spoon?
Of course we do. Here you go.
Oh. I can't tell you what this means to me. Oh, it's just the best.
But where's it take you back to, the memories?
I'm back with my grandmother. I'm
Yeah.
sat in front of her fire. It's just so special.
No, it is. Is it all right to share some with the guys?
Totally, yeah.
Yeah?
Never going to ask.
All right, got spoons here.
Very, very, very happy. More than happy. When the top came off, I could see the ice cream inside, and I could see how they'd tinned all the tin, and it was all food-proof again. And the fact that they actually made ice cream in it, what a thrill! It did make me feel like a little child again. Totally, yeah. I was back there in that moment with my grandmother.
Leather expert Susie has been carefully dismantling the document case brought back from Europe during the Second World War.
Now I've got this all apart, the next part is going to be getting this strengthened and back into a good usable condition. So this spine is obviously had a lot of wear opening back and forth. The fibres are beginning to break down, and what I want to do is put a leather strip along there that's going to hold all of that section together and start the strengthening process. This is taking me back to my early days of training. As a master saddler, I wanted to go straight into just doing saddles, but I was too young, so I learned how to do leather goods and footwear, which actually has turned out to be really useful, because if you work as a village saddler, you'll get people coming in with all sorts of things. They will bring you suitcases and golf clubs and footwear, and you just learn to get on and do it, and you pick up skills along the way. Right, so now I've got the spine strengthened, it's time to strengthen the back of the file. So what I'm going to do is just glue down these corners onto this backing piece just to try and hold it in place a little bit. But it's going to help stabilise everything while I'm putting all these layers together. I always get apprehensive when I'm gluing things together, because if you get it wrong, it can cause a huge problem. Now I've got this back strengthened, what I've got to do now is just glue this piece of leather here, and that will allow the two pieces of the blotting paper to be open and closed multiple times. It's strengthened on the back, it'll be strengthened on this side. The idea here is to get it as smooth as possible, and when you're gluing leather on paper, you really only do have one shot. There is no going back again, so. Looks great. Okay, so now I've got this done, I need to let the glue cure, and then I can move on and do exactly the same to the other side. All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm wrapping the edges of the leather with this very fine kip leather, very thin but strong leather. I find it really, really useful. All that edge had cracked away. So in order to hold everything together, I have to bind these edges, and then I can go ahead and start lacing them back together and really getting this into a usable condition again, which is so exciting.
David is putting the finishing touches to the organillo, the little hand-cranked barrel organ that was a beloved fixture of one Spanish household for generations.
So I've just put in the replacement string, and it had one that was broken. So I've just done that, and I've just tuned it up. And so the next thing is to put all of the mechanism back in. Hopefully we'll get some music out of it. Right, so that's the organillo all back together, and can't wait for Carolina to hear it. Really pleased with that.
The Spanish barrel organ was a much-loved mainstay in Carolina's life since she was a baby. And now she's back to see if David's managed to restore its voice.
The organillo really reminds me of my grandma. It was in such a state, and it didn't play a song since I can even remember, so I'm very excited to see.
Hello, Caroline.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, very excited. Really excited.
So what are you hoping?
That it looks good.
Okay.
So without all that damage and all that problem. And if I can wish for more, that it doesn't sound like someone is killing a cat.
Yeah, it sounded really bad.
Really bad.
But that's the sound that you remember it playing, though?
All my life.
Let's see.
You reckon?
Yes, definitely. You ready?
Mm-hmm. Oh my God! Look at the face. Oh my God! Wow. Can I?
Of course you can.
It's oh wow! Oh wow! This is unbelievable! Oh my God! I'm shaking. This is unbelievable. Oh, wow! You're a magician. You are amazing. This is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Can she?
Go. Oh, wow! Look at that! Oh, this is amazing. Oh.
Well done, you. Well done.
Yes, that's impressive, impressive.
So what do you think your grandmother would make of it now?
She will be delighted that he get to live another life with another generation.
Yeah. We're going to get this packed up safely and sent home to you. Is that all right? Mm-hmm. OK. You won't be without it for too long. Don't worry. Thank you.
So much.
You're very welcome.
Wait. Another one.
God bless.
Thank you.
Good on
And you too.
Oh, is it? Oh, bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank
take
you.
care.
Thank you.
OK? Not long. I'll have it home soon, OK?
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Overall, I can say I am ecstatic about the work they've done and David done. I mean, magician. Nothing short of a magician. When I got to first wind it and hear the music and realize that it was a real song, at the beginning I was just incredibly amazed about it and excited. And then suddenly it dropped on me that that was the music that my grandma heard and my grandma danced to, and it just suddenly connected me to her, even though she's long past. I'm hearing the same music that she heard, and it wasn't there before. It's a very special thing, really special.
Leather expert Susie is also on the home straight of her repair. The leather document case brought home from war.
So I'm just getting the last few stitches put in place, and it feels 100% better. It's got some substance and strength to it. all of which it was lacking when it came in. And just putting the lace through the laces that have gone over the edge, and this is what's going to tie it in and make it all secure. And I can just cut this off, because you don't want to tie a knot in it, because that'd be too bulky. That's it. Got all the lacing holding this lovely file together. It's back in a usable condition. I'm hoping Malcolm is very pleased with what I've been able to do. All that's left for me to do now is give it a final clean and a buff up, ready to present back to him.
When the document case arrived at the repair shop, it was falling to pieces. But Malcolm is hoping Susie's years of experience have been able to save the case and the connection to his hero.
My case is important to me because it's a memorial to my brother who brought it back from the war.
Hi, Malcolm.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Very nice to see you again.
How you been?
Busy, but wondering what you've been up to.
Have you? OK, well, I'll let you see what I've been able to do.
OK. Oh, oh, God. That is amazing. You've replaced all the edges, as well as the stitching. That's absolutely amazing. Yes, thank you very much indeed.
Very
That is wonderful. Can I look inside?
Please.
Oh, look at that. Wow. That's all complete. And look at that. Perfect. I can't thank you enough. Not only for your skills, but for the fact you've restored something that's really valuable to me.
It's been a pleasure, and thank you for bringing it in.
So thank you for all your craftsmanship.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I shall take it home with love.
OK,
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care
you.
now.
I'm feeling absolutely thrilled picking up my document case, restored to beauty. It's a wonderful thing. It took me right back to 65 years ago when my brother gave it to me. I think the case is now a very fitting tribute, and I shall have pleasure in handing it down through the generations to come. That would be wonderful.
In the repair shop today, it's not all fun and games.
This table has definitely seen better days.
As Will painstakingly repairs the peeling veneer on a handmade card table.
Oh, look at that.
While Steve picks his way into a complex case.
The only way I can get to that lock is going to be to drill out these rivets.
As he swaps clocks for locks.
I'm going to use this old key and I'm going to file some slots.
But first, a musical instrument that's never been played. Robin Griffiths from Swansea is hoping Julian Wallace can get a family heirloom making sweet music for the very first time.
Hello.
Hey.
You right?
How you doing?
I'm Jay.
Robin, pleased to meet you.
Robin, I'm Jules. How you
Jules,
doing?
pleasure.
Great to meet you.
What's inside the blanket?
Well, as you can probably tell from the shape, it is a guitar.
Oh,
lovely.
Yeah.
Broken, though?
Well, just a bit, yeah. This was my grandfather's guitar. He bought it in 1960. He had a pretty insatiable love for music, but particularly jazz.
So he played this then?
Well, weirdly, that's the thing. No, it was always his intention. He thought, I'm going to book lessons, and according to my grandmother, he did. He had the lessons, but shortly after, they had their first of 3 children, and everything was pushed aside then to, you know, be there for the family, and so it was consigned to the attic.
What was your grandfather's name?
Douglas Griffiths. Even though the memories I have are amazing, they're too few, basically. I was only 5 when he died. I didn't have the longest of time with him, but the time that we did spend, I just remember him making me laugh, playing it on the floor in the living room. Yeah, he was an amazing guy. Like I said, he loved music.
So your grandfather never learnt how to play this?
No, despite him never playing them, my father took up the mantle, was a musician. I can only imagine how it must have felt for him when my father then picked up a guitar and...
Wow. Yeah, it came out through your dad, eh?
Yeah. My father was in a band when he met my mother.
Yeah.
They were in the in the music scene of Swansea.
So have you got a love for music as well, then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've done shows, and that's always in the back of my mind. I wish he could have seen that.
So what happened to it? How's it got this damage?
A mixture of things. I think a lot of it was negligence over time. In the 90s, my father did attempt to get some restorations done.
OK.
But they're pretty terrible. And that's kind of where the story ended with it. You know, it's a guitar, OK, you know, I love guitars, but this particular one has possibly done more for certainly my relationship with my grandmother. It sparked a conversation, and I already know more about my grandfather.
So we got her blessing?
Oh, 110%, yeah. Absolutely, no pressure.
Great. No, that's fine.
This is an important guitar to the family then, really?
Yeah. To see it standing tall would be one thing.
Right.
To be able to get a sound out of it would mean the world to us. It really
I
would.
bet, mate. Well, I'll do my utmost.
Well, listen, it's at the right place.
Jay,
OK?
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thanks.
Carry yourself.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye, mate.
Having not had that long-term relationship with my grandfather as I would have liked, it's really sort of given a piece of him back to me, to be able to hold something that he held. It's that connection that I don't feel I would have had otherwise, so it's really, really quite special.
What I would love to hear is this playing again.
So would I.
What have you got to do to it?
Well, I can see that the frets have been refretted and they're a bit short, so I'd like to replace them, which is killing two birds with one stone, because this inlay is missing, and to flush that, it's pretty hard with the frets in the way, so that's a great thing. I think what we're also going to have to do is to sort this binding out.
OK, then it should be playing again, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I can't wait to hear this one.
Fantastic, neither can I, mate. I've got Robin's guitar here, and the first thing I have to do is to remove the binding. The binding's job, as well as looking nice, is to protect the wood from moisture and humidity.
The heat from this hairdryer may melt any glue. There we go. No scalpel required.
That was too easy. It's not always like that. Jolly good. Happy with that? Now that's all done, I can put on the new binding.
As Julian begins to revive the vintage guitar, outside, another visitor. Christine Clay from Doncaster is hoping wood restoration expert Will Kirk can restore a special item very dear to her heart.
Hello.
Hi, Will. I'm Chris.
Hi, Chris. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
This is a serious table.
Yeah. This is a card table my dad made for us.
He made this?
He made this, yeah. I don't quite know what bits of wood he wanted. No, my dad probably odd just bits of junky stuff, but yeah, he did this. He turned the legs himself. He used to have his own little lathe in his garage. It was just more of a hobby. I mean, it was sort of a white-collar worker, really.
It must have taken quite a long time to make this table.
I'm sure it did, but he was often just disappeared on an evening and he could turn his hand to anything.
So were you quite impressed when he came out with this table?
Really, yeah. Very impressed, especially the detail on it.
And it looks like it's been...
Well used.
Used.
Yeah. Friday nights was cards night.
Really?
Yeah. Quick down at the pub first, but then we drinks back at my mum and dad's house. He loved it. He enjoyed having his family round. Dad's very competitive at cards, and I
Really?
took after him. He could tell you what you had in your hand. He was very good at counting the cards.
So where has this been kept?
For the last 20 years in the conservatory. which has probably, unfortunately, caused some of the damage with the heat and the cold.
Yeah. Why have you decided to have this restored now?
Well, Dad was diagnosed with cancer 9 months ago and died a few months ago, which makes it even more special, really. It's special to me, towards the family, that the table is put back as to how Dad made it all those years ago.
Because at the moment you can't really play too much in here, can
No.
you? There's a lot of veneer lifting off.
Lots. Every time I try to dust it, polish it, another little bit comes off.
Comes off.
And I don't want any more to come off.
I see there's a leg on the side there.
There is a leg. I do believe there's one that's a little bit wobbly as well.
Okay, so a nice, sturdy and smooth top.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, it looks like a really tricky job.
Sure it is.
But I'm sure I can do something with this.
Thank you. That
Thank
would
you
be
for coming
really
down,
special.
and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Will. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Using the table for games, cards, it was really important to us all. It was just a very nice social family event. Since Dad passed away, it's even more special that the table be restored and made, maybe not quite as he made it, but as good as Will can hopefully do it. It has been neglected, and it is such a shame.
This table has definitely seen better days. All the veneer has started to peel off of the surface. The varnish is sort of flaking away underneath my fingernail. I'll have to try to patch anything that's missing, sand everything back nice and smooth, and then give this top a nice polish. I'm just trying to work out my sort of best approach, really. I want to keep as much of the original veneer as possible. My whole sort of thought process is there's so much damage to the banding around the outside. I'm actually going to take off the damaged border and reuse that to patch up the damaged areas on the inside. That means that I'm not mixing it with another piece of veneer, and it's not going to look too odd when it's all finished. So that you have a nice, flawless match there. And once I've done that, I can put a fresh new piece of veneer round the outside. Right, in order to take the veneer off, I'm going to use an iron. It's not really, really, really hot. It's that sort of a medium heat. I'm going to sort of put that on the surface here. And the idea is that's going to start loosening up and softening up the glue that's underneath the veneer. And this is actually all coming off in one entire piece, which is great because the more veneer that I have intact as whole pieces, the more wood that I've got to work with when I come to patching the rest of the tabletop. Oh, look at that. Lovely. There we have one complete reusable piece of veneer. Now that's off, I'm going to repeat the same process to the rest of the tabletop.
As Will settles down to hours of meticulous veneer work, luthier Julian is working on some inlay of his own, the decorative features on the 1960s jazz guitar.
So there's some missing mother-of-pearl bits in the fingerboard. And to get access, to get them flush, I'm going to have to take the frets out. They are placed in the exact placement on the fingerboard where each note we need lives. It's helping you out and making sure you're going to play in tune. This is mother of pearl. Because it's a natural organic material, they vary in colour. And if you look at the originals, there's a good sort of colour match there. So I'm going to cut these down to a rough size, and then I'm going to sand them by hand to fit.
With the mother-of-pearl inlay sitting flush, jewels can now fit the new threads.
This little gauge will tell me if the slots are wide enough. And they're not. Not only are they not wide enough, they're not deep enough. So what I have to do here is remove this binding on both sides and put my saw through to widen the slots, put the binding back on, do a refret. Even though I can do this no problem, it's just really annoying because it really sets me back. But these things happen. Ta-da! Great, so I'm happy that came off so easily. That's a real moment. So, my saw here, the actual thickness of the saw is the correct gauge. So I'm just going to look at my gauge, and hopefully on this 15 to 20 line, we're going to see these two lines disappear. Hey, that's fantastic. So it's time to start fretting this guitar. So, just going to tap both ends. Doesn't matter if they're not seated correctly. And then this tool will consistently clamp the fret in. That lovely clicking sound is the sound I want to hear. And there's no movement at all, so these slots are perfect. These frets should go in relatively straightforward, and I'll be one happy bunny.
Next into the repair shop, Terry Poole from Berkshire. He's hoping siblings, horologist Steve and leather expert Susie,
hello,
will join forces on a very unusual item that's seen better days.
What have we got in the bag?
This is my late father's tic-tac bag.
Oh, that looks interesting.
What is a tic-tac bag?
My father was a bookmaker.
Right.
In his spare time. He also worked on the railways back in the 40s, 50s.
Right.
And in order to earn extra money, he would send out a runner. This is a chap who would go around the pubs and clubs.
Right.
And asking anybody if they want to bet on the 4 o'clock race.
OK.
They'd write it on a bit of card.
Yeah.
And then when they've put all the money in the bag,
yeah,
they close it. And when he closes and pulls this, it stops the clock.
Right.
So when it goes back to my father, he's the only one with the key. He'd open it up, make sure the clock has stopped.
Right, yeah,
And he could retrieve all the bets, and that's what a tic-tac bag is.
So it proves that it was closed before the race?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was this quite a big business for your father?
Well, it's certainly profitable.
Yeah.
I'm one of 9 children. We're a big family. Now,
Yes.
working on the railway doesn't pay for all of that. He needed to earn extra cash to support 9 children. So this is what he came up with to do.
Yeah.
And I can remember that although we lived in this little council house, we were the only ones on the estate who had a television because he needed to see the race. Don't you love him? Yeah.
What sort of person was your father?
He was great. He was a big man. He was taller than me. He was 6'3½", always wearing his trilby.
What was your dad's name?
Arthur. Or Arthur, as we like to call him.
Did he ever send you out with the pouch?
No. We never knew anything about it.
All right.
Didn't really know what it was for until I was in my teens, I guess.
Yeah.
Only time we would see it would be at Christmas. There'd be a race on, and he would have the paper and get us to choose 1 or even 2 if we wished.
Yeah.
You'd pick them out, put your name on it, and it'd go in the bag.
Did you win anything?
I won an apple. Now, it seemed laughable, but it was the middle of the war, and an apple and an orange and some nuts is what we had for Christmas.
Yeah.
Simple things in life.
Yeah. So why have you got this and none of your brothers and sisters got this?
When my father passed away, I was asked what I would like if it was available. And I said, well, what about that tic-tac bag? And they said, yeah, we've got that. So?
All right, OK.
It means more than I can express here, let me tell you that. Emotional now, I'm getting. But that's, you know, just got to touch it again.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. What's wrong with it?
Firstly, the clock face is broken.
OK.
But also the lock, which the pieces are in the bag,
right,
hopefully can be put back together, and there is no key.
Well, I'll have a good go at repairing it. I've never seen one before. I've never repaired one before.
No.
I think the leather could do with a bit of work as well.
Yeah. It would be good, but the main thing is that it's got a key and that it works.
Thank you so much for bringing this in. I hope I can get it all working.
Very
Right,
kind of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Very nice to meet you both.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you again.
Bye for now.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm very proud of what my father did for myself and my siblings. My father was a very hard-working man, able to keep a family going, 9 children in a small little house. The Tic Tac pouch means everything to me because it's so much of my father.
Before betting was regulated in the 1960s, these bookmakers' clock bags were a common sight on street corners and pubs throughout Britain. But getting it back to winning form is going to test the skills of both the Fletchers.
Wow, this is lovely, isn't it?
It is amazing. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Nope, never. So can you make this bag a bit more supple, because it's gone a bit sort of hard, hasn't it?
Yeah, just needs a really good cleaning condition.
Yeah.
I think you've got the lion's share of the work here.
Well, I'll see what I can do. I've got to work it all out. The watch is ticking away nicely, but the key is going to be the biggest issue because it's a very, very complex lock. So, yeah, that's going to be a big job, but I'll give it a whirl.
OK.
I've got most of the parts of the lock here, I think. There's no key. All these levers fit inside, one on top of the other. They're all different shapes, so that's what makes it difficult to pick. I've got to get a key, and all the little slots in the actual key that are called wards, and those wards have to be cut just at the right amount, just to lift the levers to unlock the lock. This lock has actually been riveted onto this plate here. So the only way I can get to that lock is going to be to drill out these rivets. Good. That makes my life a lot easier. I just need to put all the levers in and actually cut a key to fit all the levers.
Steve may be winning with the bookmaker's pouch, but across the barn, Will's been dealt a tricky hand with his repair of the card table. Having spent hours removing loose veneer from the edges, he's now tackling the checkerboard centerpiece.
There's a lot of lifting veneer here, and it's so easy to sort of catch the fabric on your jumper on some of the pieces and cause more damage. So we're trying to get these bits stuck back down. I've got some metal here, which is nice and cold. So the idea is I'll start heating the glue. And once I can feel it soften, I put the metal on the top. That keeps everything nice and flat. That sets. And by the time I take that off, you've got a nice, flat, even surface. Well, I'm at the stage now where I'm just piecing in the empty areas of veneer on the inside of the table. I cut the bits of veneer that I salvaged from the outside into smaller pieces, and they should fit into these holes like jigsaw pieces, hopefully. I'm pleased that I repurposed that veneer that I removed from the outside, because it means that I've had a really nice match. The line is almost invisible, and hopefully once this is polished up, you won't see there was ever any damage at all.
But using the edge pieces to patch the centre of the table means Will needs to find a replacement for the outside.
So I've got loads of veneer here. I think I can find something in here which will be perfect. That, I think, looks like bird's eye maple stained black. It might be a bit too dark, and I think it's a bit small for what I need. Maybe a bit too colourful. That looks like teak to me. That's quite long, actually, so let me see if I... Excellent, so that is long enough to actually cover those long edges. Lovely, well, I'm going to start cutting up my strips.
The art of veneering dates back over 4,000 years. Early forms of fine ornamental woodwork were discovered in the tombs of ancient Egypt. As the craft of slicing paper-thin pieces of wood evolved, by the 19th century, it became a popular form of furniture decoration.
So now I've cut these to size, I can start sticking them down with some hot pearl glue. Now that I've finished gluing down the new bits of veneer, I have used some filler to fill out any little cracks. Now it's time for sanding. We get this nice and smooth and get it prepared for polishing. I'm going to apply some polish now, and as soon as this goes on, you'll really see that lovely colour in the veneer pop out. Right, well, that's just one thin coat of polish on there, and already there's a massive difference. Now you can see that beautiful colour in the wood coming back through. It's a slow process polishing, so I'm going to leave that first coat to dry now. Once it's dried enough, I can get the next coat, and then the next coat.
Across the workshop, Jules has rebuilt the restored sections of the 1960s guitar in the hope that it can finally be heard, having been broken for decades.
Great, so the frets are all in, really happy with them. Together with the new tuners and the new bridge, all I've got to do is put the strings on and then set her up, make her playable.
I do like that sound. That sounds like it's finished.
Yeah, it's nice, hey?
So Robin's going to be made up when he hears this.
Oh, man, I hope so.
So we finished tuning?
Yeah, we're all done, mate. Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, it's all good.
Come on, he's here in a minute then. Let's go.
Nice one.
When musician Robin brought this battered guitar to the repair shop, he was desperate to play the instrument that his grandfather was never able to. Now he's returned, and he's brought his grandmother, Margaret, hoping the guitar will bring back fond memories.
The last time I saw the guitar must have been, well, about 30 years ago, I think. It had been kept in a case most of the time. But it would be lovely to see it, yes.
The guitar is so important to me in particular because I've only got a few memories of him, and it just seems like a real tangible link to me. If I'm able to get a note out of it, then that would just be something else entirely.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jay. And you are?
Margaret.
Hello, Margaret.
Hey, Jay.
How you doing? You all right, Robin?
Really good.
Hey, Margaret, I'm Jules. Lovely to see you. Robin, great to see you back.
This is my wonderful grandmother, Margaret, the woman behind the man, behind the guitar.
Oh, well.
She's the only one that obviously would be able to attest to no pressure.
What it looked like, originally.
What it looked like, yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Wow.
Should we show them?
I think we should do.
I think we should.
Are you ready?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Go on.
My goodness me. Exactly right, exactly as it was.
It's unbelievable, Jules.
Oh, thank you.
Can I hug you across there?
Thank you so much.
You're more than
It's
welcome.
beautiful.
It's great.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable.
How did you do it? Oh, dear. Oh,
Well, I think it'd be remiss if I didn't.
Yeah, I think we should hear you play it, Robin.
Come here. It's...
Always got groove. It's good, isn't it?
Oh, bless you. It's so nice. It's so I didn't expect. Oh, you.
It seems like you're lost for words, Robin.
It's just the guitar's always been there for me and my family and my, you know, and it sounds. But it's his guitar, isn't it? And
yes.
Thank you. I honestly, I can't thank you enough.
More than welcome.
It's all yours.
There she
wow.
is.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
All good.
Take care.
See you now.
Bye-bye.
I have never seen the guitar anywhere near as beautiful as it is now. Looking at that guitar for the first time, it did what I hoped and more, if that makes sense. It was just, it's unbelievable, unbelievable.
it was perfect. Doug would have been very, very happy. He didn't want ever to be the centre of attention. He wasn't that sort of person, but he would have liked the attention to his guitar.
No.
Across the workshop, it's time for brother and sister double act, Steve and Susie Fletcher, to give the battered bookies bag a run for its money.
So I'm repairing the lock at the moment.
Okay.
And I thought, while I'm doing that, if you could rejuvenate the pouch, that would be great.
Absolutely, yeah, it needs a bit of help, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is there anything that I have to be careful of?
Don't break that anymore. It's quite robust, actually.
Okay. There is quite a lot of dirt on this Tic Tac pouch. And you imagine it's been rolled up against metal, and metal on leather tends to always leave a residue. I'm just going to go over it with saddle soap to start the cleaning process. And what this will do is not only loosen the dirt, but it will start to supple up the leather. You can see the amount of dirt that's coming off of this leather already. You can see it really does look a lot healthier, that leather.
While Susie works her magic on the leather, Steve's got to conjure up a working key from his stash of spares.
I'm going to use this old key and I'm going to file some slots so that they're the right height for each lever. The key is supposed to move that bolt all the way across, which it doesn't at the moment. It's supposed to come all the way across there. It's just worn away, this part here, and therefore it's just not working anymore. I think the first thing I'm going to do is just solder a piece of brass onto this worn part of the slot. So I've got this piece of brass here that I'm just going to make sure that it actually fits into place now. Good. It'll all fill up nicely with solder, actually. I've left a tail on the brass because actually I'm going to snip that off. It just helps to hold it in place while I'm soldering it. Good. Let's see if it actually works. That's perfect. Right, I've just got to get on now and shape up the key to work all the levers correctly now. But that's great. Good, happy with that.
It's taken many coats of polish and lots of elbow grease, but Will's played an ace on his restoration of the homemade card table.
Done it again, ain't you?
Don't touch. No, take it. You can touch.
Oh,
What do you think?
I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah?
Now, see this work that you've done?
Yeah.
I think the best thing to do would be to protect it. And we could put a lovely bit of glass on top of that. What do you think?
Great minds think alike. I've actually got a template already for some glass.
Have you?
Yeah. So, if you can get a new piece of glass cut, I know that this is going to fit absolutely perfectly. Harden the glass would be good.
Then they can actually put glasses and stuff like that on there. Yeah?
Exactly.
All right. Nice one. But that is good. I do like it.
Cheers, Jay. The last thing I need to do is get these legs back in. There was one leg that was off, and there's another one that was quite wobbly, so I'm going to glue them both up now.
This one-of-a-kind games table was lovingly crafted by Christine's father, but since his recent death, she's been desperate to have it restored as a tribute to him and his talents.
I'm nervously excited. It would just be lovely to have the table back as my dad made it, and so we can use it again and as a family, which is something Dad really treasured.
Hello.
Hiya. Hello.
Hello, Christine. How you
Hi,
doing?
Jay.
You all right?
I'm good.
Nice to see you again.
I will. How are you done?
I don't know.
I'm sure you've done amazingly.
So what are you hoping then to have?
A usable table, just have a smooth surface and bits of veneer and not going to fall off when I touch it.
Okay.
And we can just use it
Yeah.
as a family.
You okay?
Nervous. It's just special.
It's special. Oh, bless you.
We lost my dad a few months ago, and he put his heart and soul into this, so it's important.
Well,
I think we should take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Hopefully we've done your dad proud.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I was thinking so much. Oh, wow. Better than ever. Oh, wow, that is beautiful.
Well done.
Oh,
I basically just revealed all the amazing work that your dad had done in the beginning.
oh, you've done an amazing job.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm so grateful.
You pleased?
Oh, you've just brought it back to life. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
My dad was a very emotional person. He would be in buckets right now. He would be so pleased with that.
So what are you going to do with it now, then?
I'm going to take it home and play cards. Thank you so much for your time and effort. We really, really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Joe.
We'll get it shipped up and sent off to you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Well done, man. It's nice.
I was absolutely delighted to see the table as it was beyond my wildest dreams as to what Will's done to it. It brings back amazing memories. I think we will raise a few glasses to Dad and play lots of card games in his memory.
Over on his bench, Steve's on the final furlong in the repair of the bookie's pouch.
I managed to find a glass out of an old watch, so it's second-hand glass, and I'm hoping it's going to fit into the bezel. That actually fits quite snugly. Just going to pop it onto here. It just goes on friction tight, so it should just click on. There we go. Excellent. So, this opens up. The watch just pops into here like this. And now the pouch closes firmly. Just lock that. That lever will be pulled like that, and that's locked now. There we are. All ready to go back to Terry. Good.
The winnings from this bookie's bag kept food on the table for Terry's family during the lean post-war years. And now he's returning to the barn, keen to find out if his dad's old money spinner is first past the post once again.
Tic-Tac bag's so important to me because it was so important to my father. And if he could see it in very good condition, he'd be thinking, you've done me proud. Somebody's still got the bag and it's still going. Hopefully, everything's going to be put back into place, which will be amazing.
Hello, Terry.
Hello.
Nice to meet you again.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you, Jay.
Likewise.
Steve.
Right.
You ready for this?
Yeah, certainly. Certainly.
Yeah.
Right. Let's have a look then, shall we?
Oh, wait a minute, let me take a deep breath. Just got to take it easy, yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Is there a key for it? I knew you wouldn't let me down. Come on, Dad. I'm shaking here. Yes, fantastic. Fantastic. Look at that. How many times has he got hold of that? I bet he couldn't wait to get that key in, by the way.
Get him one, yeah.
I hope there's not a winner in there. Can you imagine? Can you imagine all that going on? Yeah, wonderful. I get emotional, I don't know what. Yeah. It's incredible. I mean, I don't know what to say. Look, I'm shaking. I don't do that. I'm
That's good.
nervous.
That's good.
It's,
That's all right. So what do you think Dad will make of it now, then?
He'd just be very proud of it, mate. Be very proud.
Thank you so much for bringing this in. That was
Pleasure.
good fun.
And thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you again.
Right, bye-bye now.
You take care.
My dad would be so proud of me now, looking down on me saying, you've done it. You've got it there going, son. That's it, keep it now. Show everybody what it does, where I went, what we did. I know, and I will. It's wonderful. There it is, Dad. Bless you. That's my dad. That's my dad there, right there.
In the repair shop today, Dom has his feathers ruffled.
This gives me some problems and also some anxiety.
As he is tested by the oldest item he's ever worked on.
this second spike, I've just snapped the end off of it. I've barely touched it.
And Susie is reeled in.
Look at all these names in it.
As she tackles some vintage fly fishing gear.
So what's that? Harry's favourite, Butcher, Black Spider. And I'll tell you what, there's a space there. You might name one after you. There's Susie. Because you're a good catch, ain't you? Hey?
But first, a fairy tale of lost and found against all odds. Haley and David have travelled from Wiltshire, seeking the help of goldsmith Richard Talman with an assignment that could prove to be his toughest yet.
Okay. Hey. That's nice.
Hello. I'm Haley.
I'm Jay.
This is my husband, David.
Hey,
Jay.
Richard.
Nice to meet you.
So how long have you guys been married?
We've been married almost 20 years.
What have you brought into us?
I've brought in something very special here.
Okay.
Now, in there, that was a ring.
Oh, that's a ring.
Well, it was a ring.
Very poorly looking ring.
So these two stones belong in this ring?
Yes.
Yeah. OK. So tell us about the ring, then.
Well, it belonged to my great-grandmother.
Yeah.
My grandmother looked after it, my mother, who wore it.
Yeah.
And then when my mother died in 1996, she gave it to me, I think in the hope that I would find somebody to give it to.
OK.
But sadly, she never met the lady who I gave it to.
Oh, OK. So how did David propose to you, then? Was it a romantic one?
I didn't do it very well.
Tell us the story, please.
On my birthday in the summer, he produced a little parcel that was wrapped in last year's Christmas paper. When I opened it, there was a whole lot of cotton wool inside the box. But I couldn't see anything, so I was scrambling underneath the cotton wool. So eventually, in a corner, I found this beautiful ring, and wasn't really sure what that was all about.
Bit slow, I think. You wasn't down on one knee, was he?
No. So eventually he said, "Do you know what it means?" I said, "No," and he said, "Would you like to marry me?" I just burst into tears and said yes immediately.
I assume it didn't look like this when David gave it to you.
No, it didn't look anything like that at all. But I lost the ring.
Well, how did you lose it?
It was quite a big ring.
Right.
I've got tiny fingers and had to have it made smaller. So they put tiny little gold balls inside to hold it on place.
Yes.
And then one day, the ring wasn't there.
Whoa.
We checked everywhere, the bedroom, the drawers, moved all the furniture around. Nothing. It was just gone. I was so upset because this is not just a ring that he had gone out and bought. It was a ring that had a story, a history in the family. And I felt I'd been letting everybody down by not looking after it properly.
So how did you find it in the end, then?
It had been lost for over a year. Our son brought home his girlfriend.
Right.
And the dogs came rushing out to greet her. She bent down to pat them and saw something shining in the gravel.
No way.
And it was unbelievable. I mean, it was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
It must have been run over.
Hundreds of times.
Literally hundreds of times.
The fact that it was broken and the stones were missing was sad, but we were just so incredibly happy to get the ring back.
You found the ring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The day after, I went out and had a dig.
OK.
And I thought this is going to take a long time, but actually, within 10 minutes, I've found the diamond.
You was digging for 10 minutes and you found a diamond.
I know.
It's tiny, isn't it?
It's really tiny.
But I also thought that's shining, so finding the sapphire, which is dark and doesn't shine so much, is going to be impossible. And 10 minutes later, it was there.
Found the sapphire.
I had this feeling that the ring wanted to come back to us. It was almost like it had to be found. We're going to be all... Yeah.
But you found it?
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly up there in the top 2 of mangled rings I've ever looked at.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
And we will do our very best for you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I'm going to need it.
He's going to need it.
Thank you.
Take care. See you soon.
Oh, bless.
The ring symbolizes love, and not just for us two, but also for David's great-grandmother, who was the one who was the first owner of this engagement ring. So there's that long story that goes with it. That's enchanting and amazing.
I can't wait to see it back on her finger. It's just going to be incredible. Sorry.
In order to start to get this ring back into its shape, I've got to solder on this point here. Then I've got to remove the pips at the back, and then I'm going to use this tool here, which is called a triblet, and I'm going to offer it over and slowly start pulling the ring back down the taper of the triblet to try and get some shape back into it. So here goes. The band's made out of 18 karat yellow gold, so therefore it's necessary to use exactly the same solder. This is going to make sure that there's no colour difference and the join is going to be as strong as it can be. And that join is done. Now it's going to allow me to spend some time cutting the pips out.
Next, hoping for some divine intervention, is Father Leslie Drake. He's hoping Dominic Chenia's mastery over metal can get a community focal point back to its celestial best.
Good afternoon.
You okay?
I'm Father Leslie.
Father Leslie, I'm Don. Lovely
Don?
to see you.
Hello, Father Leslie. Lucia.
Lucia, right. And you have before you our wonderful weather vane from St. Mary's, South Benfleet.
Okay.
And it's a local landmark for over 200 years, since 1785.
So how old is the church then?
1077 is roughly the oldest wall there.
Yes.
So this is a local landmark. You can see it from the train. You can see it from all around.
Oh.
You know, a local craftsman made it. We don't know exactly who, but you might notice that there's an NB kind of cut out of it. And I think that's probably the chap who made it.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
okay.
So
This has been spinning around on your roof
Yes.
for a good over 200 years. Why is he down here now? What happened?
we had some bad weather a few months ago, and it blew down.
Oh,
You can
no.
see where
Where
it fell off. Yes, I don't know how you're going to renovate it, but we're looking forward to it.
Thank you for trusting us with it. Really.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, thank you for taking it on, because it would mean a lot to me. And of course, the Benfleet community, the whole place would be complete again.
Yes.
That'd be good.
Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you so much for bringing it in.
Right,
Lovely
my
to see
pleasure.
you.
Thank you,
Right,
Father.
nice to
Great
meet
to
you.
meet
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been an important part of the symbol of the church for a long time, and we really look forward to getting it back into Benfleet. I'm near my retirement, and to have this as the final effort in getting the renovation of the entire building done would mean a great deal to me.
I'm actually quite anxious about this one, probably more than anything else. It's definitely the oldest thing I've ever worked on. Coming from a Grade 1 listed church, the history that's involved in this is, honestly, it's quite daunting for me. First things first, the post is snapped and broken. I've got various bits of welding to do to fix the strapping there and getting that to all fit. But my main task is going to be dealing with this guy. He has definitely been through the wars. My main goal is to make this structurally sound, and this tail is just beyond that. That's kind of been condemned. His comb on the top, where he toppled over and hit his head, it's all bent over and damaged. And then the actual tube, unfortunately, that runs through his body, that has suffered as well. This is going to be a job. I'm going to put the cockerel to one side for now, work out the best plan of attack to get him apart. I'm going to pick an easy target first, cut these bands off and get this wooden part and separate this main post. These two little bands are all that hold the main post onto the actual wooden parts. These are the two originals that have come off, and they're both absolutely rotten. I'm gonna have to remake these. These need to fit really tight, keeping it all in position. That leaves me now with this, and luckily, this is the bit that would be tricky to remake. That's actually okay. Basically, I need to give this a really good clean.
Goldsmith Richard is also trying to save his original metalwork. A lot of very gentle hammering has coaxed the flattened engagement ring back into a roughly symmetrical loop, but the top section presents a fresh challenge.
The holdings, the part that holds the stones, is like a cone shape. Where it had been run over, it squashed it down into an almost flat shape. So what I've got to try and do is ease it back out again. The downside is it's highly likely that these points are going to break, so the tortoise will certainly win the race on this exercise.
Richard's tortoise approach to prizing open the holdings pays off, but he's not over the finish line yet.
Where there's a lot of damage on the back part of the ring here where it was twisted, by the time I remove all the dents and the scratches and the twists, it's going to make this part really, really thin. So I think it's going to be a really, really wise move just to replace the back part with nice new thick gold. In order to bend it up into the shape that I need it, I need to do a process called annealing, and this is heating the piece of metal up to a cherry red. At that point, the molecules relax, and it allows me to manipulate the metal correctly. What I now need to do is just take a pair of pliers and just bend it round. Well, now if we look at the size, that's going to be the correct curvature to add into the back of the ring. Just going to take a pair of copper snips. It looks quite barbaric, but I'm afraid it's part of the process. So I've tacked the new piece of metal onto the back of the ring, and that's now ready for me to solder. This is probably the riskiest point. Reason being is the heat is going to transfer round to where the sapphire and diamonds are. Now, unlike metal, if metal melted or cracked, I can always repair that. Now, when you're heating stones, if the same thing happens, they're beyond repair. These are particularly beautiful sapphires of Helly's, and I'm really, really keen to return them to her in one piece. So it's going to be a bit of a nervous and tense moment. I can't have any sort of sudden breezes, and I've got to allow it to cool down as slowly as possible. In addition to that, when I am heating the sapphires, they can actually turn black, which is pretty scary until they cool down and they regain their blue colour. This is definitely the nervous point. Diamonds are fine with heat. You can heat them all day long. Sapphires, you're just going to be a little bit more cautious. And there you go. The solder's run. Sapphire's turned a little bit black. And now it's critical at this point that that doesn't cool down any quicker. If If a drop of water was to, say, land on that right now, the sapphire would split cleanly in two.
Next, a tale of boyhood hobbies and heroes. Paul Flynn is hoping leather expert Susie Fletcher can restore a cherished family heirloom.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Susie.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hey,
how do you do?
I'm Dom.
Paul. Hello.
Nice to meet you. What have you brought in for us today then, Paul?
Well, what I have for you is my leather trout fly wallet.
Trout fly wallet.
Yes, yes. When I was a kid, I used to fish for trout with worms and bits of bread.
Right.
But the more grown-up art is fly fishing, which are bits of feathers and silk attached to hooks.
Okay.
And the wallet is so you can take your trout flies with you when you go fishing. They have quite exotic names like a cockabundy and a bloody butcher and a devil and all these sort of things. It belonged to my uncle, my oldest uncle. My father's family are Irish, and he was one of 7, and this belonged to his elder brother, my Uncle Bob, who taught me to fish. He was given it by his uncle, a guy called Davy O'Connor, and we believe it belonged to his uncle before that.
Oh, for goodness sakes, wow. How old is this then? I mean...
Well, it's comfortably more than 100 years old.
So this has been in your family for 4 generations?
Yes, and if I can hand it on, then, you know, that's 5 generations, so that would be very important to me.
So was your Uncle Bob a good fisherman?
Yeah, he was well known for being able to charm the fish out of the water, and he would come home with a bag full every time.
Okay.
And we would then drive back home via various relatives and friends, hanging a pair of fish on the front door for people, you know. He would give them away because he couldn't...
He's got so many.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened for him to give it to you?
We'd been fishing one day where I must have been about 17, 18, and he just handed it to me. He said, you might have some use for this.
I guess after so many years of fishing, he could see the passion, your passion for it.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. He was very encouraging of people to follow whatever they wanted to do. It connects me with him and his time on the riverbank. It's 100 years worth of fishing expeditions. You can see the stitching has gone and it looks as though it's been dropped in the river a few times.
It does, it really does. I think it's beautifully made, beautifully designed, and obviously means a great deal to you. And I will do my very best.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Lovely to meet you.
OK, we'll be in touch.
Bye for now.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
I'm hoping that Susie can stop the wallet becoming any more fragile than it already is, and with a bit of luck, get it to a state that I could take it out fishing with me again.
I've never seen such a thing as this. It is a work of art. Unfortunately, throughout the years, the stitching's rotted and I got a flap missing. And then I've got this wonderful centerpiece, which is made up of all these pockets. It has the writing of what the fly is on here. And this one in particular I like. It says black spider. Oh, like that. But the first thing I need to do is to start cleaning this using some glycerin saddle soap. It's got very, very dry over the years. And if I was just to go ahead and start working this as it is, there's a good chance it'll start breaking apart. So I will need to take some time and bring that leather back to life.
In the metal workshop, Dom is working on the weather vane, felled from a church roof by a biblical storm.
It's time to get the base for the weather vane back together. These are so tight, I'm going to have to hammer them in place, which is a really good thing, because I want these to hold this all nice and secure. OK, I'm happy there. They're both nice and level and in good spots. They're so secure now. I'm really, really pleased. That's worked out so well. And then get some black paint on it. This glossy black paint is going on so nicely. It's going to take 2 coats because this is going outside, it's going to be exposed to the elements. But once this is all on, I'll leave this to dry, and then it'll be time to actually get on with the cockerel. Trying to get this tail off the cockerel, and it's proving a bit more difficult than I'd first hoped. It's had so many previous repairs. I keep finding like a bit of metal riveted to another bit of metal with another rivet hidden in between. I think there's a little bit of solder now holding that on at the end. I'm going to just cut through that, and hopefully I'll be able to get this off. Oh, it's like pulling a tooth. There we go. So now I can use that to template to make a new one. I'm going to basically copy that and transfer all of that onto a nice, fresh, new sheet of steel. I'll then have a really accurate replica of the existing one. What I'm transferring across, I want to make sure is as accurate as possible. OK, here we go. I'm going to be using a plasma cutter for this. It uses compressed air and electrical current to force its way and cut through this sheet steel. It's amazing how it works. OK, right, that's number 7 cut out, looking perfect. I'm so happy with that. It needs a little bit of a clean up with some files and just to dress it around, just to tidy it up a little bit, but it's got the perfect handmade look that I'm after. Brilliant. Just got the other letters to cut out now.
Back inside the barn, some rather more delicate metalwork is going on, as Richard's moved on to reinserting the precious gems that had fallen out of the holdings on the once crushed engagement ring.
So I've got the sapphire in and level, which is highly important. Now I need to push the 2 large claws over and then secure the rest of the grains to make it tight. OK, so that's all the stones in. Now what's left to do is file the back part of the band, and then after that it's just a matter of polishing it to a high shine, and I'm really looking forward to getting this back on Helly's finger.
This ring has prevailed through 3 generations of marriages, being embedded in a gravelled drive for over a year, then miraculously returned to owners Helly and David, albeit rather the worse for wear.
I'm very, very excited to see what Richard's managed to do with it, because it was so badly damaged. But I can't wait to see it, because it's such a special part of the family. I'm really looking forward to it.
Hello again.
Hi, hello again.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
You all right?
Yes,
How are you doing?
Welcome back.
Hi, very well.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to take that off.
Okay. So how are you feeling?
I've been a little bit nervous,
Okay,
but it's just such an important thing that's happening, so...
I'm just so curious.
Yeah.
I'm so excited, actually, to see it, because whatever Richard's managed to do to it is obviously going to be better, and hopefully be able to get on a finger somehow.
A finger, yeah, it should be able to. You guys ready to see it?
Yes.
That's it, hold his hand.
Heavens.
Oh, my God.
That really is phenomenal.
It's exactly like it was. Oh, my goodness, I can't believe it.
Can we try and put it on? So this might be about 20 years too late, but... Let me try. This is as a token of our love for each other. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, look at that. Isn't that fantastic?
Thank you,
Can you hold me
darling.
up again now?
It is absolutely stunning. I just can't believe it.
I don't remember it being that beautiful.
No, I don't remember it being that beautiful. Can I just say that I was really, really pleased to get this ring the first time, but I am absolutely chuffed to get it.
Well, guys,
it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. It's been fantastic. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. You look after it.
I will look after it. I just want to hop. I'm so happy. I just couldn't be happier.
I honestly did not believe that you could get back to this, which is, honestly, is more beautiful than I remember it.
I was very surprised, him going down on one knee. But it was lovely, and it sort of made everything come full circle, really, which was really lovely.
Outside, Dom's assignment is proving a little more troublesome. Every element of the ancient church weather vane needs his attention.
Now the tail's out of the way, hopefully I can peer inside the cockerel and see what is holding this main shaft on, because that is my next target, really. This piece of tube sticking out is absolutely integral. That actually slots over the main post and is the main spinning point. I need to try and get that main tube out so I can replace that with a stronger one, so it's not all wobbling around like that. I think that has released all of the solder. Now, hopefully, it's just like Mary Poppins' bag. How long is this tube? Brilliant. This original pivot mechanism worked fine, did its job for the last 200 and odd years, but now we're going to make a better one. Right, this is it, moment of truth. See if it actually fits back on the cockerel. So let's screw in. And then that's it. Yeah, that feels fine. He's got his new spinning post. When the cockerel fell off the roof of Father Drake's church, he unfortunately landed on his head. His comb has turned into more of a comb over. I need to straighten these up. They should be nice and upright. This part is made of lead. This gives me some problems and also some anxiety because lead is a really tricky material to work with, especially old lead like this. Over time, it goes hard and brittle, so I need to be really, really careful here. This second spike, I've just snapped the end off of it. I've barely touched it. I think this stuff is so brittle. It's so old. I am resorting to plan B. I'm going to be cutting off the top of his comb, remaking a whole new one in one piece that then I can solder on in place. That'll be the strongest, best way, and it will look just like it did when it was original. OK. That is looking good. Fingers crossed. Oh, that's great. That is ready for paint.
Back inside the barn, Susie has landed herself a big task, restoring a century-old fly fishing bait wallet.
OK.
She's raiding her stash of leather scraps in search of the perfect piece.
I need to make a replacement flap for this fly fishing wallet. So I'm hoping that there's going to be something that's going to be close to what I'm looking for. It has to be thin enough, but still really strong. And I'm looking for a certain feel as well. So here we go. This is what I'm looking for. It's got a really nice, smooth finish on top here. Very, very similar to the case. It's certainly much thicker than I need. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to work with this, and I'm going to try and thin it down using my splitting machine. So just going to wiggle it. It's a really good workout for the old core muscles here. There we go. So now I've got this down to the thickness that I want. I just need to make a pattern for the flap. Let's see what we got here. Actually, that's not bad. OK, what I want to do is reinforce this main body. It has a lot of weak parts to it, and the edges are cracked off. So in lining it, I'm just going to strengthen it. This is my lining leather. It's nice and thin, so it won't bulk out too much. I'm going to hang the lining leather over the end of the bench, sort of creates that arch, because then I can marry the arch of the outer casing of the fly fishing wallet to it without stressing it, trying to make it straight. So now I've got to flip this onto the bench, and then I can lay the leather along. That's good. And now just smoothing down all the lining leather. So you've got a really tight bond, and every centimetre has been properly glued together. That looks great. What I need to do now is just let this sit and dry so that it's completely bonded. And then I can trim off the excess leather, and I can start reassembling. Nice. This is one of my favourite times. You start seeing all of that preparation work come into its own. This was originally sewn on a sewing machine, and the stitches are very, very tiny. So I've got some very fine thread and some very small needles.
How you doing, Susan?
How are you doing?
Very good. You know what?
What?
You've got the patience of a fly fisher. Because your stitching is really like, it takes its time, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. No.
And this is going back in there as well?
That will be going back in there.
Okay, and this is the booklet that holds all the flies.
Yeah.
Look at all these names in there.
I know, it's amazing.
So what's that? Harry's Favourite, Butcher, Black Spider.
Yeah.
So these are all the flies then? I think it'd be nice if we got some trout fishing flies for him in there.
That is an amazing idea.
And I'll tell you what, there's a space there. He might name one after you. There's Susan. Because you're a good catch, aren't you? Hey? All right, I'll get searching some.
Brilliant.
See you in a bit.
It's been a huge challenge fixing the various rotted and rusted parts of the church weather vane, but Dom can finally begin the decorative stage.
Now I've got the new pieces of the cockerel body finished, installed and primed. I've got now a perfect sealed, nice base that I can start working over the top. The layers of old paint and old repairs and repaints have built up this beautiful, beautiful texture, and I just think it looks awesome. I need to blend these new pieces in to this old paint effect. I'm trying to think how it would have weathered originally to try and sort of just tell the same story so it looks as realistic as possible.
All right, let's see if this will go.
Here we go. Where do you want to put it?
About here would do. Oh. There we go.
Does that look straight, Jake?
Yeah, that is straight.
OK, hold it there.
Yeah. Should let you do the honours, actually.
No, this is all you. Go on.
You sure?
Go on, I'll step back and look. Go on.
All right.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh, perfect.
You worked hard on this
Yeah,
one.
that's been a big job.
Oh, well done, mate. Father Drake's really going to love this, isn't he?
I hope so. I hope so.
The weather vane provided a focal point for the community of Benfleet in Essex for over 200 years, before being damaged in a storm. Now, it's back home to roost at St Mary's Church.
The weather vane, I think of it as the cherry on top of the cake, and then the whole place is done and ready to serve this community for years to come. Well, as you all know, about 9 months ago, the cockerel fell down from the spiralette. But now it has been renovated, and we are very grateful. That's right, we are very grateful. But without further ado, I'll pick this up. See? Isn't that lovely? Yes.
Fantastic.
Whoops.
This is what we were hoping for. We wanted the old one, as it were, revived. And look at it. It's perfectly revived, so it's very, very good. And I'm sure everyone appreciates it.
Back at the repair shop, leather expert Susie is in the final stages of her project, the fly fishing wallet that had been handed down through generations of anglers for over a century.
Hello.
Susie.
Yeah, what you got?
Some trout fishing flies. Look what I've got.
Bobs.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
I think Paul will really appreciate this.
I'll try and find some empty compartments in this.
OK.
And it'll be ready to give back to him.
Thank you. Well, I'll let them know they can come pick it up.
OK,
All right?
cheers.
No problem.
When this fisherman's friend landed in the repair shop, it was showing its age, with tattered edges and parched leather, too delicate to face the rigours of the riverbank. Now Paul is back to see if Susie's managed to revive his treasured possession.
Although it's been a relic that I've looked after and been very pleased to have, I'm really looking forward to see if we can now use it again for what it was intended. Hello again.
How you doing?
I'm very
Hey,
well.
Paul, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again. Yeah.
So, the wallet.
Yes.
Quite important then?
It's really important, yeah. It's the only thing I've got of my uncle, and lots of happy memories.
You ready to let
Yeah,
us in?
absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm flabbergasted. Can I...
It's yours, you can do what you like.
Blimey O'Reilly. Oh, look at that. That's wonderful. It's exactly how I remember it. And the way it feels like it's come back to life, you know, it's so subtle compared to what it was.
She is clever, isn't she? Oh, Susie.
No.
Well done, you.
That's amazing. And you've been organising.
Well, Jay thought it'd be a really nice idea to add a few extra flies.
Yeah.
He got some appropriately named flies.
That's wonderful. Bob's bits. So you've been researching trout flies?
Just a wee bit.
Fabulous. That's so kind.
What do you think Uncle Bob would think of this?
He would be really chuffed with this. So when I go fishing, I shall be able to take him with me. The trout are in trouble, yes.
They're in trouble.
Way beyond my expectations. It's wonderful. Thanks.
Cheers.
Good on you.
Thank you. You don't want to kiss.
No, I don't want to kiss.
Absolutely delighted. I'm glad it's all back in one piece, but the fact that it's usable is fantastic. I can see Bob by the riverside weaving his magic, which is wonderful. It's a fabulous thing.
In the repair shop today, it's a family affair as Steve and Susie team up to restore a century-old watch.
I don't think I've ever seen you look worried when it comes to a watch.
I've got to take it apart and have a look at it. If it is completely solid with rust, it will have destroyed parts.
And Pinball Jeff's on winning form.
Yeah, this will last forever.
Overhauling an antique arcade machine.
After the apocalypse, this will be one of the few things left standing, I would think.
First, an epic challenge for metal maestro Dominic Chenier. Liz Draper from Dorset is hoping his cast iron skills can save a monumental piece of family history from being lost forever.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Jay.
I'm Liz.
Oh, hi, Liz.
Liz, hi, I'm Dom.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
So this has to be your gate.
Oh, yes.
We've never had a gate in before. have
No, this is a first.
we? Yeah. This is really impressive. Isn't it?
It's it's beautifully made.
Really interested to hear about it.
Well, my husband, Ken, and I moved into the house I live in now
Okay.
32 years ago. We had two young Great Danes who were quite lively, a very fragile gate. My brother had a forge, so we phoned up and said, can you make us a gate? Yeah, have it for Christmas.
That was handy.
He designed it.
Clever man, that's fantastic. Very creative, yeah.
It was pretty good. Yes. Yeah. When we got it, it was beautiful. I mean, it really was lovely. Ken was absolutely over the moon. I'd never seen Ken so sort of taken aback when he saw it. Wow, it was exactly what he wanted.
Yeah,
because it's a representation of my husband's regimental badge.
It looks like the Prince of Wales.
Yes, it's the
3 feathers.
It's the 12th Royal Lancers, Prince of Wales feathers, cross lances. This is special.
And this is what your husband was part of then?
Yes, he was called up for national service in 1947 and stayed 20-something years.
Okay.
Loved every minute of it.
Right.
He was a Lancer to his dying day. He was great fun, loved a party. He was kind, he was generous.
Yeah.
And most amazing stepfather to my 2 children.
Bless.
He was very special. Ken died January 2017. And the gate's in a mess.
So how old is this then?
30 years.
And where's it been living?
In the garden, but...
Okay.
Must be by the coast, I'm guessing, by the state of this.
The house is called Sea View.
OK, yeah, that makes
bedroom
sense.
roof, you get a very good view.
That's sea air, the salty air.
Yeah.
So what would you like Dom to do to it?
Well, there's quite a lot missing down the bottom.
Yeah.
I've got to move house because I can't do the garden anymore.
No.
It's going to be a huge wrench.
Yeah.
I can make a new garden, and I want this to be part of the new garden, so that I've got Ken with me.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing
Thank
it.
you.
It's lovely to meet you.
And
Thank you for bringing it in.
Bye.
We'll look after it.
Take care.
I'm hoping to see it as it was when we first had it. It's very important to get the gate fixed. It's
part of me and Ken. So I'll still have Ken with me.
Now that is a bit tired, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it? Yeah. I was hoping it wasn't that bad. I was kind of like, oh, maybe it's just the paint, maybe it's not too bad, but...
It's just falling apart.
I know,
yeah.
it's barely hanging on. But we need to save it.
So the first thing is send this to the blasters, isn't it?
You know what? It does need to go to be completely stripped off. Yes, that will remove everything, but I think it will actually remove too much. So before we send it, can we just very quickly just trace, so then we've got like a blueprint almost of all of this information, because a lot of it's going to be gone.
Drop it. Oh, that'll do, innit?
It's crumbling away before we're...
Push.
Bit there. I think that's it.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah?
Sound blasters?
Let's do it.
OK. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God, look at it. Half of it's still on the bench.
Next, an extraordinary tale of lost and found. Nancy Dyer and her daughter Liz Spivey are hoping Steve and Susie Fletcher can join forces to restore the fortunes of a precious memento.
I'm Liz.
Hi,
This
Liz.
is my mum, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Hello,
Nancy
Steve.
and Susie.
Hello, Susie.
Right, what have we got?
Well, we have a watch which belonged to my father. It's 100 years old and it was stolen in 2011 and found a month ago under a bush by a dog.
Sorry, it was...
By a dog.
It was stolen how long ago?
2011.
Right.
We had a break-in. I lost everything. I lost my engagement ring, everything.
Right, yeah.
And the watch, which belonged to my father.
But the worst thing they could have taken for us was the watch. He went all the way through the war and he got the military medal at the Battle of Passchendaele.
OK, yeah.
So, and he was presented with that watch for gallantry on his return. So to us, he's our hero.
So I see on the back the inscription, "The Great War, presented to Sergeant W. Oram, MM." That was his name.
But no one ever bothered with that. Everybody called him Jack.
How did you feel when you realised that that'd been stolen?
I couldn't go back in the house. I sat outside in the car and I cried. Why did they have to take his watch? It was quite emotional.
I can imagine. Yeah, huge.
It was found under a bush. Where was this bush?
On the outskirts of the small town near where we live. It was a lady out walking her dog and he went to go in under a bush and she was trying to pull it out, and then when it came out, it had that in its mouth.
It'd been
So it's
discarded.
been out there for
well, we
8
think
years.
so.
Yes.
We think so, yeah.
Wow.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And
It's
she
amazing.
just thought it's an old watch. And then she saw the inscription on the back.
So I was flicking through the local community pages and saw a post to say, does the name Sergeant W. Oram mean anything to anybody locally? So in that instant, I knew that that was my grandfather's watch.
So what sort of person was Jack?
He was pretty amazing. And he went all the way through World War I, so he was our hero.
Of course.
But he was a happy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I think of him laughing and having a joke and, you know, that kind of thing.
I can see it's very, very rusty. Do you know if it was working before it was sold?
When I had it, it was working, yeah.
See, I'm looking at the strap and it is in a bit of a sorry
I
state.
know, yeah.
If I can get the watch working and Susie can make a strap for it, what would the plans be?
The plans would be, when my youngest granddaughter gets married, I would like to wear it to her wedding.
Yeah,
because I wore it for
absolutely.
the other girls.
Yeah. So I hope I can get this done for you and for Jack. Thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you both.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye now.
To get the watch repaired would be quite amazing to me because it's my history, this watch. It puts me back in contact with my father and it's also my girl's history.
Clock restoration has been in Susie and Steve's family for over 100 years, with both their grandfather and father in the business. But this timepiece would challenge any seasoned horologist.
I don't think I've ever seen you look worried when it comes to a watch.
This has been in the open for 8 years. That's going to be red rust inside. I've got to take it apart and have a look at it. If it is completely solid with rust, it will have destroyed parts.
Okay.
And then I'm in trouble unless I can find some replacements somewhere. How are you going to get on with the strap?
I really like to hang on to leather as much as possible.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's in a very, very poor state.
Yeah.
And my brain is going, how do I make a strap and incorporate that?
Sure.
So I'm not entirely sure, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Well, I won't know much more until I open this up. I think Dad would have run a mile.
Oh. OK, that bad, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do.
OK.
I'm worried to death about taking this apart because something's going to ping off and then I won't be able to find it. I'm just going to take these straps off because that one just comes off easily enough. So this is the moment where I find out just how bad this is. It's incredibly dirty. Oh my goodness. There is a great deal of rust there that I can see straight away. The hands are incredibly rusty. The centres have actually welded together with the rust, and I can't get between them at all. So I'm going to try and remove them together. I'm just going to put a little bit of tack just to hold the hands in place. And hopefully... This is a special hand puller. Ooh. Right. So, they've come off. Yay. Fantastic. That is really, really good news. That's the minute hand and the hour hand. That means that I can start taking the rest of the watch apart now. Pretty sure that the winding mechanism is damaged beyond repair. The shaft that actually holds the minute hand, I think it's probably destroyed. You just can't go to a company and get new parts for them. They just don't exist. Hopefully I can find a donor watch for any of the parts that I need to replace. Then I can get it all back together again. I must get this watch strap over to Susie so she can hopefully make another one.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom is forging ahead with a game plan for the regimental garden gate.
Look what I got.
It's back. How is it?
It's looking all right, mate. Look at this.
Oh, I've been worried about this. So this has now been sandblasted?
Yeah, fully sandblasted, and there's loads still left on it. You happy?
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
All right, no problem.
I've got to be so careful when I'm working on this. It's quite fragile at the moment. So I'm just going to go around now with a pen and mark the rotten areas. I'll then cut out all of the rotten bits. Then I'll remake the new pieces, weld them all in. Then I'll have a nice solid gate again, and then I'll paint it in a nice shiny gloss black. OK, that's all the marking out done for now. I'm going to start the noisy bit and start cutting out these pieces. It's a fairly big job, this. The rust is quite bad in quite a few places. All these ends of these scrolls, unfortunately, have all completely rusted away. So I'm going to go see Nick. Hopefully, in the forge, we'll be able to make some new ones.
hang on.
Hey, Nick, you OK?
Yeah, not too bad. What have we got?
Help, please.
Yeah.
Quite a few of the scrolls, you see, they've just gone completely rotten. I want to just keep as much original as I can, but if I can just get new ends,
Yeah.
I can just weld in just the end section.
Brilliant.
Right, I'll get pumping.
Right, shall we give it a go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I'm just curving it over around the edge of the anvil, stroking it round. You don't need to hit it hard.
Okay.
You could use this piece to just curl the end round. That looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's perfect. Just
Brilliant.
need 8 more.
OK.
Here we go. These are the ingredients that I needed. I know this doesn't look like much now, just a bent piece of metal, but that is just the right shaped piece of metal that I need to finish this gate. Look at that, perfect. Now Liz's gate is actually really starting to take shape. Anything that I can keep of the original gate is quite precious to me now. These sort of waved curved parts that run through the pattern, I've actually managed to cut out all of the rotten pieces and keep these bits. Now all I need to do is weld that in place.
Next to arrive with their precious cargo are Ruth Banks and her Auntie Rose from Sheffield.
Hi, I'm Jay.
I'm Ruth.
All right, Ruth.
They're hoping arcade ace Jeff Harvey can help bring a smile to a loved one's face.
Very nice.
Ross and Ruth, meet Jeff.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Good to meet you. Cheers.
Hello, Ross.
Pleased to meet
I'm
you.
Jeff. This is a lovely thing, if I may say.
Is this a pinball?
Well, no, it's what they call an all-win. Yeah.
OK. Why have you got this then? Why have you got an all-win?
Well, my dad was the park keeper at a place called Glenhow Park at Warncliffe Side.
Right.
And a friend of his came to the Glen and said this would be a good thing to have in the tea room. Because whilst they're having the cups of tea and this and that and the other, they could come and play on it. So
was it quite a big place?
it's a park, yeah, it's Glenhow Park. It's still there now.
Right.
Stephen and myself were born at the Glen.
So Stephen is your brother?
Yeah.
And your dad worked at the park?
Yeah, my dad was park keeper.
OK.
We lived there.
And you lived in a house?
It was a house, actually.
What
It
was
was
it?
a tower with
Really?
turrets upon it. Yeah.
Serious?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. My dad was park keeper from 1939 until he retired.
74.
74.
Oh, really?
He loved his work. Couldn't wait to get up, couldn't wait to go
Lived
out
for
into the
it.
garden, had to be dragged in at night,
Gosh.
always in wellies, overalls, truly cat,
Yeah.
and would work because he just loved it. So he made lots of bridges in the Glen because there's a stream that runs through down to the Don. He built a waterfall, believe it or not.
Really?
Dad did, yeah.
Wow.
People used to come and have their lunch in the tea room.
Yeah.
And they would play on this. My brother, Stephen, who this belongs to,
OK.
he reckons when he was a kid that he could do this, and every time he won.
Yeah, he did.
So just
yeah.
tweak it. I don't want him winning. That would upset me greatly.
I think-
I'd not be a happy bunny.
No, if
I
he
would
won.
come back and haunt you.
Oh dear, I don't want that.
All
Crikey.
right,
We've
okay.
never had a request like that
Yeah,
before.
well, that's...
I've never been threatened with the haunting before, to be honest.
So you said this is your brother's then? Who?
It's not mine.
My dad.
Yeah.
OK.
He said he used to sit in the tea room with the pennies when everybody had gone home, just flicking and playing his set, like you said. He always used to win it.
And where's your dad now then? How come he's not here?
He's not been very well just of late, so unfortunately he's unable to make it, particularly now. You know, he sort of reminisces on a lot of things, and the Glen's sort of always there at the forefront of his memories as a child. That was his childhood. You know, we go back to when he was little. You know, that was his entertainment.
he's always talked about getting it repaired, never quite known how to go about it.
The background to it. Was that original? Was it?
My mum did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
She used to dabble in a bit of upholstery, so.
Yeah.
But it was,
But it was
originally
like
like a snooker table.
Yeah,
you know
that
what I
green
mean?
baize,
Yes,
yeah, absolutely.
So, what would you like us to do with this then?
I think they'd like the fabric to
I think
be
they'd like,
back to
Stephen
the
would like
original.
to remember it as it was when he was a child.
As it was when it was made, yeah.
It would just mean the world to him. It just would give him a big boost, wouldn't it, to get
It'd
it?
be over the moon, absolutely.
Yeah, it would.
Over the moon.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, and also it's got such an interesting history,
Story.
and obviously meant a
Yeah.
lot.
Thank you for bringing it.
Pleasure, thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks very much. I
No problem.
appreciate it.
Fabulous to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
Really
Thank
enjoyed
you
your
very
stories.
much.
We'll be in
Bye.
contact soon.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Can't wait to see what they're going to do with it. Just can't imagine it's in such a state now.
Stephen's really excited. He can't wait to see the end product. He was over the moon that it was going to be mended, and yeah, he'll be tittle pink.
So
you've got to take this apart now, haven't you?
I do indeed. My thoughts are mechanism, make sure it's all there and can work.
Yeah.
And the cabinet needs quite a bit of work, which hopefully the wonderful will be able to do something with. It needs quite a bit doing to it, but yeah, it'd be fabulous.
Yeah. All right, let's get it over to your bench then.
Lovely.
Okay.
So I've got Ruth's flickball machine here. When the penny drops, this little lever lifts up, which would release the ball. If you get a winning combination, this pays out the money. So I'm going to try and get the mechanism out. Well, the first thing I see is some very hungry woodworm. We'll have to check over the mechanics, see what needs doing. First step, though, is to get this cabinet over to Will. Mr. Will.
Hey, Jeff.
I have yet another amusement machine case for you to take a look at.
Okay. What would you like me to do?
Bit of woodworm, I'm afraid. But I noticed it's been a bit chewed there as well. I don't even think it's a woodworm. I think it's some strange alien creature.
Just looking around the side here, it looks quite dark, and I'm wondering, do I go with that colour there?
My memory is that was that sort of classic look in the 20s, yeah,
Okay.
when I believe this was made. That'd be fabulous if you don't mind.
No problem.
Thank you very much
Cool.
indeed.
The barn is a hive of activity, and one worker in particular is busy problem solving. Susie's been passed the baton on the century-old watch that honoured a brave soldier, and she's got her work cut out.
So I'm looking at the watch strap, or the remains of the watch strap of Nancy's father's watch. I can't reuse this as it is, but I want to somehow incorporate it in a new watch strap. But the first thing I need to do is get it nice and supple, and then I can tackle the overall design for the new strap. So it's just a strong covering of this saddle soap, because at the moment it's really very dry and very fragile. It's coming along quite beautifully now. I'm just going to wrap it up in this sheet so that it'll dry completely flat. Now I can just leave that there to dry.
With the strap safely in the hands of Susie, Steve can begin work on the scores of minute moving parts that form the timepiece's mechanism.
I have been able to, through my network of friends, and one particular friend, Jim, who's saved the day and found a mechanism that's very, very similar to this one. And I've been able to take some of the parts from it and put it into this watch. There are a lot of parts that I've cleaned the rust off, and they will work all right. So now it's the moment of truth. I'm just going to pop the crown and the stem into the mechanism and just give it a wind. I'm just going to pop the balance in place now. The balance is the part of the mechanism that actually regulates the speed that the watch actually goes. I think it's absolutely amazing that, considering that this watch had been lost and been thrown under a bush for years and years, that it would work now. It's fantastic. Very, very pleased.
Having saved the fragile original leather, Susie must find a way to form it into a functioning strap.
I've come up with this template design, and in that I've cut out this elongated diamond, and that's the window that you're going to be able to see the original strap underneath. That's the plan anyway. I'm just putting some marks here so that I've got something to line up against. What I need to do is glue all the pieces together. Just going to line that like that. So I'm really happy with that. It's looking great. You can see the original watch strap poking through there. What I need to do now is prick mark it, ready for me to start sewing.
As work on the Lost and Found Military Award watch continues apace, the renovation of another soldier's tribute is coming to an end.
So after all of that work, finally the gate is actually finished and it looks brilliant. I honestly couldn't be happier. The thing that makes this gate unique is the crest in the middle. I just want to do a little bit more than just paint it black. I think by just picking out the white feathers and the gold crown, just to enhance it really and make it pop out from the rest of the gate, and it's going to look beautiful.
This gate had been ravaged by sea air and the sands of time, but for owner Liz, it provided a connection to her late husband Ken, as well as symbolising his loyal commitment to his army regiment.
I'm very excited. It was in a dreadful state when I brought it, and I know it's going to look wonderful. Looking forward to it.
Hello, Liz. Hi, Liz. Lovely to see you again.
Good to see you.
How are you feeling about seeing this?
Very, very excited.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
We just got to show you,
Come
haven't
on,
we?
let's do
Right?
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow, it's got gilding on it as well. You are a star. I'd forgotten how good it was.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's,
Well done, well done.
it's wonderful. Whew.
What do you think Ken would make of it?
He would be over the moon.
Yeah?
Really would. With this and the gilding. It's fantastic.
Yeah. It just felt like it deserved
It
a bit.
really is perfect.
It has been an absolute pleasure working on this and actually really good fun. Really enjoyed working on it.
It is wonderful. From me and Ken, thank you.
Wow. What is that?
It's a lapel badge for the 9th, 12th Lancers, old comrades, and Ken used to wear it. So it's for you.
Are you
From
sure?
both of, I'm certain it's from both of us.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you.
That's really special.
I will treasure that. Thank you. I should have been wearing my leather jacket. I would have put it straight on. Oh, that's special.
Well done, sir. Les, we're glad we could do this for you.
Well, thank you.
We'll get it shipped up for you,
I'm
okay?
thrilled to bits with it, and thank you very much.
No, thank
I'm
you.
so glad.
Thanks.
Lovely
Tom.
to meet you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That is special, man.
How cool is that?
What Dom has done is magnificent. The Prince of Wales feathers being highlighted and the gilt underneath was better than it's ever been. I was just thrilled to bits with it. It's wonderful. Just made it into something really, really special. It's going to remind me of the happy times, the good times we had, the fun. So it's for Ken.
With the restored gate dispatched from the workshop, it's game on as Jeff overhauls the interior workings of the 1920s arcade machine.
Here, we have the mechanism, a very nicely made mechanism, if I may say so. So the next step is to remove the whole playfield. The playfield is where the ball actually rolls around. Here are these lovely little win cups. Someone has done some sort of homemade little stickers, but in fact there should be a star or with win, often in silver. So I think we'll have to find something that's more in keeping. Great. Ooh. Oh. Hello, Will.
Hey, Jeff.
Hello. Well, that's looking very nice.
Thank you.
Can I add to your troubles?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know.
Jeff, what have you done?
I know, I was hungry. I had a quick nibble. Those woodworm have been so active. I mean, look at that.
No.
That's the playfield. So what I'd like you to do, pretty please, is make another playfield. Is that...
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah.
I'll never speak to you again, I promise. I promise. Cheers.
There's a good thing that the woodworm hasn't actually chewed up the whole of this playing field and only started on the top there, because it's been a real pain and a real puzzle to try to work out exactly what I was missing and where it goes. Lovely, that's all marked out now. I just need to cut these pieces out on the bandsaw.
While Will's hopefully getting on with some of the woodwork for this machine, I'm just getting all the metal work looking nice and shiny. It's coming up very nicely. It's so well made. It's really, really, really solid. Yeah, this will last forever. After the apocalypse, this will be one of the few things left standing, I would think.
Everything has been sanded back. All the damage to the wood has been patched. Up here was really chewed up, and I pieced in some new oak, smoothed it down with some sandpaper, and it matches in with the rest of the moulding. Structurally, it's sound, and I'm about to get some stain on here now. I'll leave that stain to dry and to soak in, and once it has, I can start polishing.
OK, I'm going to remove the bits that need a little bit of adjusting, lubricating and stuff. Great. So here we go, that's the coin payout. Pennies drop into here, in through there, out through there. Great.
Hello, Jeff.
Oh, my gosh.
That is you.
That is fantastic. Oh, my. That looks absolutely unrecognisable.
I hope that that playing field is up to scratch. I used your old one as a template, so it should all line up really, really well.
That's perfect. No, that's absolutely amazing. We'll start getting everything back together now. Thank
Lovely.
you very much indeed.
No worries.
Brilliant. Lovely. Well, the first job is to cut this cloth to shape, and then we can start putting all our lovely little bits for the actual game in place and all the little nails and stuff. I always wanted to be a brain surgeon.
Time Lord Steve Fletcher is reassembling the First World War watch that went AWOL 8 years ago, before being miraculously rediscovered. The hands are reattached.
Good.
And a replacement glass is slotted into place.
Until that's... Right, I've got to get it all into the case now. And then it should just clip together. Absolutely fantastic. So pleased with this. I better get it over to Susie so that she can fit the strap to it.
Hiya.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It's lovely, isn't it?
I really like that face. You can actually see the numbers. This age, it's important.
You're getting on really well with the strap.
Yeah, thanks. I've actually almost got it ready, so this is perfect timing. I can put the little buckle on and then sew it onto the watch.
Yeah, don't go dropping it.
No, I won't.
Nancy and her daughter Liz are back at the repair shop to be reunited with their watch for a second time.
The watch is extremely important to me because it's my history and it was my father's history, and I should be extremely excited to see it, to hold it and have it.
Hello.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, Susie.
Hi.
Okay. You know it was in a dreadful condition.
I do.
It's been a wonderful thing to get it done for you because I know what it means to you. Let me show you.
Oh, gosh. Oh, that's just incredible. Can I pick it up?
You can.
Oh, my God. That's lovely. And it goes. Oh, and it goes. Oh, thank you as well, because the strap is so lovely.
I couldn't use the original strap, but that is the original strap
Oh,
inside
wow.
the strap.
That's amazing.
Oh, that's so lovely.
It's our family history returned. And to have it back, it's amazing. Yeah, wonderful, thank you. Wow, look at that.
Well, thank you both.
Very welcome.
Thank you so much for bringing it in.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care then.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Oh, thank you. Nice one. Dad would be proud.
I think it's incredible.
It's incredible.
I just think it's
incredible
Yeah.
what they've done.
Yeah.
We've got part of our history back in the family that we can pass on. My grandfather was our war hero, and we're proud.
Also nearing the end of his assignment, Jeff. The payout mechanism of the vintage arcade machine is running smoothly, and the exterior is in winning form once more.
Oh, hello, Jake.
Nice.
That looks a lot better.
That is a lot
These
better.
fit in like that, like so,
Okay.
in there. And these cups, which are the winning cups, fit so the ball can go through like that.
In that one there?
Yep. But what we need is the
Stickers?
Yeah.
The winning stickers?
Perfect.
Now it's going to look proper classy.
Lovely.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Jay. Thanks for organising.
This vintage arcade machine once entertained visitors at the Sheffield Park Tea Room, but needed Jeff's expert knowledge to bring it back to life. It can now be returned to owner Stephen, and his sister Roz, daughter Ruth, and granddaughter Daisy are also here to share the experience.
Very excited to see what Jeff's done with the Allwyn. My dad, just looking forward to seeing what we've been up to, I think. Yeah.
I've had it for over 40 years, and with all good intentions, I was going to repair it myself. As a child, I absolutely loved this machine and played on it for endless hours. Hello.
Hello, Stephen. Lovely to see you again. Nice to see you. So...
Can't wait.
Are you ready to see what it looks like?
Yep.
Oh, more than ready.
Are you all ready?
Yep. Oh, gosh, here we go. Oh, giddy hand.
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh, that's amazing.
Fantastic. Is that how you remember it?
It was never as good as that.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't know.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear that.
Brilliant.
It looks far better than it's ever looked before, I think. It's wonderful. I can't thank you enough. I really can't. It's just, words fail me. Mind you, the words often fail me.
It's brilliant. You've done a fantastic job.
It's brilliant.
Thank you very much.
It was a team effort. Daisy, would you do the honours, please, and put the penny in?
Was that?
Yes, please.
Wow.
Go on, go on. Oh, dear. Oh,
Needs
dear.
a bit more practice, don't it? Oh! I turned that.
Oh.
Hey! Got a free go now.
Stephen, absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Tremendous. I mean, I know that machine so well that I know the sequence of the sounds that occur from the sliding down of the coin to the ball being delivered to it rolling down those things. It brought back so many, many memories. It really did. It's wonderful, wonderful.
I think I'm probably going to beat you, Stephen. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
In the repair shop today, a rusty toy boat.
Whoa, I think that's actually had it.
Takes Steve on a cruise down memory lane.
Working on things like this, it makes me feel like a child again.
Whilst Hannah shows tough love,
It's going to look a bit brutal, but I'm just going to remove this.
transforming an antique Italian chair.
The sooner we get this off and put some new fabric on, the better.
But first, a poignant story of a very precious keepsake. Rose Werner and her sister Linda have travelled from Essex.
How we doing?
In the hope that Susie Fletcher can turn her expertise to an item they hold dear to their hearts.
I'm Jay.
How to do?
And you
I'm
are?
Rose.
All right, Rose.
Linda.
All right, Linda. So, is it all right to get this out of the bag?
Yes, please.
OK, right. Oh, that's beautiful.
It is stunning, absolutely stunning.
Please tell us about this. It looks like it's got a bit of a story to it.
It's Jim's box. Jim was my husband.
OK.
He passed away 10 years ago, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry to hear
But this was his box. He kept all his, what he called his treasures and things that came from the family.
Right. So tell us about Jim then.
He came on the first Kinder transport out of Hamburg. That was a refugee transport from Nazi Germany for Jewish children. It was sponsored by the Quakers here in England.
Right.
He arrived in Harwich on the 2nd of December 1938.
So how old was Jim when he came over then?
He was 13.
13.
Yeah. He thought he was going on holiday and he couldn't understand why his parents were so upset when they put him on the train. not realising what was going on.
What happened with his parents then after? Did they get reunited or...?
No. He has a sister and she was not well at the time, so she had to stay behind with her parents, and unfortunately it wasn't long after that when they were taken to a concentration camp, and they were then lost in the gas chambers in Poland. So it was quite a sad story, really.
And to have had such a traumatic thing happen to him as a child, it's really powerful.
Yeah.
So what type of man was Jim?
Very well liked. I think I can say that with all honesty.
He was just a lovely brother-in-law.
Yeah.
We loved him, don't we?
Yeah. And he loved farming work.
He loved farming?
Well, that's really how I come to meet him, because he came to work on a farm near our home, and so boys used to congregate outside the pub, and us girls used to go and see what we could find.
See what the boys were like.
See that cheeky smile?
One way of putting it.
So that's how you met Jim?
Yeah, I was 17, he was 19, and we got married in 1947.
So how and when did this come into play then?
Well, he got the box just after we got married. He was told by his elderly aunt that it had been in the family, and she said, I'd like you to have this box. He did treasure it because it was the only tangible thing that he had that his parents had touched, had in their possession. They confiscated everything, the Nazis. That's all that was left of his home. It's got to be
at least
approaching, if not 100 years old, because it's been in our keeping for 70 years.
Right. So this looks like it's wood, but this is leather, isn't it?
Yeah, it is leather, yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful tooling work. I mean, it's probably the best tooling work I've ever seen. It's
Really?
really stunning.
And then the inside. Oh, wow. And who's this in here then?
That is Jim. That's what he arrived in England with.
So his original name wasn't Jim then?
No.
That was one of the farmers, wasn't it? Yeah, he asked him what his name was, and he said Helmut. So he said, oh, hello, Jim.
Jim.
It always stuck.
What would you like us to do to this box then?
Really and truly, all I want it to do is to be made safe.
Okay.
So that it can be opened without the lid falling off.
Right.
And these things could be safe inside it.
Yeah. So this would have meant a lot to him, you guys bringing this in to get
It would.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would.
Trying to save his box.
To remember him.
Yeah.
This is just an amazing story. So I'm really, really keen to get started.
So thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Let me get the door for you guys.
Jim, he always wanted it to be made safe again. Whoever opens that box in the future will know Jim, because his love story's in that box. I'm really excited about what they're going to do with it. I really am. I can't imagine what it's going to look like.
What a story.
Well, amazing story.
So, what are you going to do to this?
The leather is split along here, and that needs to be stabilised.
Okay.
And then inside, the lining all needs to be replaced.
It's watermark silk.
Okay.
It's basically used on walls normally, but I can get some of this.
And then what I need to do is get this beautiful carving cleaned up to really bring it back to life.
Yeah.
Because this is such incredible work.
So it's worth highlighting.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Yeah.
So I'll get the silk, and you'll be all right taking this to your bench, won't you?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Just taking a look at this amazing box. Whoever did this really knew what they were doing. It's certainly of age, and the top is beginning to come loose. So the first thing I need to do is start gluing this back down, and I'm going to use a contact solution for this. So now the leather's glued down, I need to let that cure so it sets really solidly.
Whilst Susie presses on with her meticulous repair, outside, the next visitor is arriving. Peter Coxon is hoping the teamwork of Steve Fletcher and Dominic Chenier can provide a speedy recovery to a treasured childhood toy.
Hello there, you okay?
Hi, I'm very well.
I'm Steve.
I'm Peter.
Hello, Peter.
Nice
Peter,
to
I'm
meet
Dom.
you. Dom, nice to meet you.
Lovely
too.
to meet you.
What have you brought us?
Well, I have brought you this little baby.
Oh, wow.
60 years old, I reckon.
That is great.
Beautiful.
There's only 2 toys from my early childhood that I got, and this is the prize one.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's the Bluebird, which is Donald Campbell's iconic boat which held the world speed records.
And this is a model of that?
So it's a model, and it was a working model, originally a clockwork.
Oh, right,
working
okay.
model.
Oh, cool.
So we launched it when I was probably 6 on the town pond.
Yeah.
And it got halfway and it stopped.
Oh, no.
So
who went in to
shoes and
get it?
socks off and weighed in to,
Yeah,
to bring
yeah,
it back.
Yeah.
This was from my godfather, Uncle Lionel, who gave it to me. Uncle Lionel was a kind of larger-than-life character, I remember. He had a big handlebar moustache.
Yeah.
But he was clearly a talented man. Being an engineer, he actually replaced the clockwork with a battery-operated electric motor.
right,
So your
yes.
godfather did
Yes.
that? Wow.
So it would then operate all the way across the pond.
So how come you've kept it all this time?
Well, I was clearly very fond of it, and it meant something to me. And it felt like the launch of my kind of passionate life on the water, boating, sailing. We go to the beach, it seems like all the time. And then we bought our own first little 12-foot sailing boat, and we'd all go out as a family picnicking. And now I spend a few months every summer sailing around somewhere warm in the world, really.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's all sparked?
That's how it all started when I was 6 years old.
So what is wrong with it?
Well, mechanically, everything.
Oh, can we see inside?
Well, yes.
Oh.
And there it looks a bit more like a wreck.
Look at that.
Pretty,
Yes.
pretty corroded.
Goodness.
And it's lost the propeller, because that was always going to be a vulnerable part.
If we can get it working, what are your plans with it?
Well, what I'd love to do is be able to float it and see it actually just manoeuvring along at the bottom of the garden in the little creek, and have my grandkids with me. They come and stay quite often, so that's always a treat to have them.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to show too much childish excitement here.
You can. I think I am. It's kind of, yeah.
Peter, thank you so much for bringing this in. We are both going to really enjoy this,
Yes.
aren't we?
You are, exactly.
We're, we're like 2 little kids.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to come back and see what you've managed.
All right.
Bye for now.
Lovely to meet you.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
The Bluebird brings back those kind of halcyon childhood summer memories. To actually see her able to just cruise across the creek with my grandkids, that would be fantastic.
I would have loved this as a child. I'd love it now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So, I think I've got to change the motor,
Okay.
put a new propeller on, and you've got to work your magic on the paintwork.
Once you've done all your work, the last thing I think to do will just be to tidy up, remove all the rust, keep the character. I like all of this, all the little
Yeah.
chips and the dings.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it looks brilliant, but we just need to preserve it.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. OK, well, once I've got all my work done, I'll bring it over to you.
Bring it over. Very good. Look forward to it.
OK.
Thanks, Steve.
Cheers. I think I'll just check out the motor, see if that's working. I don't intend to put another clockwork mechanism back into here. I think it's too vulnerable being next to water. Whoa. I think that's actually had it. That's completely rusted up. I'm going to have to get another motor for that and work out a way of fitting it in as well.
As Steve sets about dislodging the damaged parts on the boat, across the barn, Susie is taking a lighter touch with the delicate pattern work on the decorative leather box.
The carving here has collected dirt and dust over the years, and it's gone all down into the little nooks and crannies. So what I want to start by doing is with a very, very soft toothbrush, I'm going to go in here and just start to lift the dirt and the dust up. It is certainly one of those cleaning jobs that has to be done with a huge amount of care, because I don't want to do anything that could diminish that beautiful depth that we've got in all this tooling work. So I'm really happy with how this is beginning to come alive. It's just going to take me a little while to do, but it's going to be so worthwhile. It's going to look fantastic.
While Susie has been painstakingly cleaning the intricate surface, Jay has been busy sourcing a replacement for the box's distressed lining.
Is that all right?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
All right, so if there's anything else you need, just let me know.
OK, brilliant.
All right?
Thank you.
No problem.
In order for me to replace this lining, I need to remove the card that the original lining is glued to. I've got that removed. I think I just want to put a little bit more wadding on this, just to give it a bit of extra lift. So there we have that positioned. So this is me just sort of kissing the fabric. OK, so now I can fold this over, start getting that all glued down into position. All right, so that went rather nicely. So I'll see what we've got on the other side here. So there we have the lid done. And then we can start reassembling all the lining.
Along with relining the box's interior, Susie makes a pair of matching stays using the same material.
The lid is now ready to be remounted onto the box here. So what I need to do now is just run some wood glue along the edge here. Slot that down into place. Like so. And hopefully no one will notice that it was ever broken.
Next into the repair shop is Chantal Taylor from Stockton-on-Tees. She's hoping upholsterer Hannah Weston Smith can restore an item that holds huge emotional importance for her.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jay.
I'm Chantal.
I'm Hannah.
Nice to meet you.
Chantal, this lovely chair must be yours then.
It is.
Tell us about it, please.
So it's an antique Italian chair. My mum's side of the family are all Italian. My mum's from Pisa, my dad's from Middlesbrough. In the late 80s, my parents came back over to England after living in Italy for 10 years to have me.
OK.
And this chair came over from Italy with them.
It came to England and then
Yes.
it stayed in your parents' house, is that right?
Yes, it was in my parents' room with the ornate dressing table and the ornate dressing table mirror.
Oh, that must have been nice.
Yeah, and it was all very glamorous, with all the glamorous makeup.
So, how come you've got the chair now, then?
So, last year, both my parents died.
Oh, sorry to hear that. To lose one parent is bad enough, but to lose two,
Yeah,
it must have been a big shock to you.
yeah. So I had to sell the house, and this was one of the only items that I took from the house because it had so much special meaning to me.
Yeah, yeah. And you're the only sibling, there's no
Yeah,
brothers?
there's only me, there's no other family in the UK.
So you had to deal with all that stuff
Yeah.
by yourself?
Wow. Tricky on your own.
Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, it would be. So this chair must mean a lot to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your earliest memories of this chair, then?
It's always been in my life, basically.
Mm.
I would always do dance shows and dance competitions.
Right.
And at this chair is where my mum would sit, and she did her makeup. That's where she'd get ready for all my dance shows. But I love sitting at it, playing with my mum's lipstick.
Oh.
Which probably put all over my face, which she wasn't very pleased about. But I loved pretending I was my mum and getting glamorous.
I just think it's beautiful. The carving's lovely on it, and the fact it's got this lovely giltwood frame.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
So what would you like us to do to it then?
I just wanted to make it as glam as all my memories of it are.
Okay.
I don't know where all these rips came from. Because it's so old, it's probably just general wear and tear on the wood as well.
And do you want to keep it all gold as well, as it is now?
I'd like to keep it gold and glamorous, but I do like bold patterns,
Okay.
floral.
I like the sound of that. So to keep the frame as it is, but then
Reupholster.
get a bit jazzy on the
Yeah.
fabric. Okay, okay.
I had a bad time after my mother died, so anything that can bring back the good memories for me. And I just want to be able to make the memories with my family that I made with my mum when I was young.
We're going to do everything for you. Thank you for bringing this chair in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I feel a bit sad about the chair in its current state. I obviously have a lot of memories with it, but the way it's currently, it's not very nice, and I just want it to be magical again.
Losing both parents, that's a bit much.
Devastating, like, yeah, so sad.
So what you got to do?
Well, we need to look at the upholstery, get rid of this, see what we can do to make it still comfortable, but, you know, make it look nice and new.
And she did mention bold floral
Right,
fabric.
yeah,
And I love,
boudoir.
I love going fabric shopping, so I'll get on the look for some of that.
Great. We need to look at the frame.
Yeah.
I don't want to completely redo it. I just
Right.
touch up the areas where it's most worn.
Yeah,
Because we want to keep hold of that history.
All right, so let's get this over to Yara so you can get on with that and I can go shopping.
Brilliant.
Okay.
I am just starting to take the top fabric off. It's very, very weak and it's just coming apart. So the sooner we get this off and put some new fabric on, the better. Actually, this upholstery is coming off quite easily, so it's going to look a bit brutal, but I'm just going to remove this because we're not keeping it. Right, so I've just got to keep going, taking off all these covers, and once I've got that off, have a look at that seat, add some extra padding to it, and then have a look at that frame before I go onto the upholstery.
As Hannah embarks on her long list of tasks, on his bench, Steve is making headway with an essential modification to the model boat.
I've designed and drawn up some clips that I'm going to use to hold the top of the boat on. And hopefully these clips are going to make it watertight. Right, I need to cut this out now. Right, I just need to bend these into the right shape. That's one done. Just got to make another one, and hopefully they're going to work. I'm making really good progress. The clips, I think they're going to work well. And basically, one of the clips fits in here and the other clip fits the other side like that. But also, there's going to be a waterproof foam insert and that'll create a water seal as well. Right, now what I need to do is fit this into here, but before that I'm going to have to fill it with a silicone. Right, now we're all ready. Just need to pop it into place. pushes into there like that. Those two claws go in there, and then that piece just goes there, and that fits nice and snugly. And it should be waterproof as well, so that's worked so well. Good. Right, Dom.
Steve, hey, you okay?
Yeah, I've got it all ready for the paintwork now.
Okay, how'd you get on?
Really well. I've actually made these special clips so that it actually clips on and it makes a watertight fit. And I've made a unit to hold a new motor.
So we're well on the way for the 300 mile an hour. Big motor.
I tell you, I can't wait. I really can't wait.
Yeah. Well, leave it with us. I'll give it an awesome paint job. It would be far too easy to just get a paintbrush with some blue paint and touch it back in. It would work, but it just wouldn't last. So preparation is absolute key. This is now all sanded down and I'm left with nice, clean, shiny metal. That is now ready to prime all of the bare metal parts in preparation for the blue.
As Dom takes his time with the primer, Steve is speeding along, engineering the Bluebird's missing parts.
I've decided I'd make a 3-bladed propeller. It's the first boat propeller I've ever made. So I'm just going to mark that out. As a child, I was always making aeroplanes and boats. So I love working on things like this. It makes me feel like a child again.
Once Steve cuts out the propeller shape, he secures it onto a new shaft with solder, before working out in which direction to angle each blade.
I've got to make sure that I shape it right because I want it to push the boat along, not to pull the boat backwards. So I'm just going to go in pliers first and bend it. Looks very propeller-like, so hopefully it'll go the right way. Yeah, for the first propeller, that's all right. Quite happy.
Steve's not the only one feeling buoyant. Across the barn, Susie's sympathetic repair to the century-old leather keepsake box is nearing completion.
Well, I'm really happy with how the inside of the box looks now. Final thing is to give the leather on the exterior a nice conditioning to prevent it from cracking anymore. So this is a conditioner that's been around for many, many years. You can smell the tallow in it, and tallow is a grease that they use in the tanning process. So it really feeds the leather beautifully. I'm just going to let that sink in, and then I'll give it a final buff and it'll be ready to give back to Rose and Linda.
This box is the only link between a Kindertransport refugee and his parents and sister who were killed in the Nazi concentration camps. Now his widow Rose has returned with the support of her sister to see if her late husband's box can live on, continuing to tell his remarkable story.
I've come to collect Jim's box today. I can't wait to see it. I can't imagine what you could have done with it. I haven't got words, really. I'm just so excited about it all. Let's get it.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello. Please take a seat. It's lovely to see you again. Linda, lovely to see you too. Well, I think I should let you see what I've been able to do.
Oh,
Yes,
please.
the ladies ready?
I can't wait to see this.
Here we go.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, it's so... Look at it.
Oh.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, it's lovely. Can we look inside?
Of course.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Lovely.
I don't believe it.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I've never seen it look like that. Oh, I can't thank you enough. And it's all fixed and the lid won't lift off.
It's lovely.
No.
And it's got the side... I've never seen them before.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It's Jim. Yes. While I've got that, I've always got Jim.
Well, I have to say, it was not only a privilege and a pleasure to do this, considering the immense story behind it, but also for me to work on such a beautiful piece was the icing on the cake. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're really
I
welcome.
really can't thank you enough.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Seeing your smile, that's everything.
I was just amazed. I couldn't believe it. It looks so different, so beautiful. It looked pristine, it looked new, lovely. And I know Jim, if he could see it now, he would be over the moon with it. He really would. I'm thrilled to bits.
Across the barn, upholsterer Hannah has stripped back the old Italian chair and is now tasked with making it as comfortable as can be.
I actually really like doing the stuffing because it's starting to form the chair's final shape with this carded horsehair. It's also really, really springy and soft. Once I've got this on, I'm going to put some calico over the top so it's nice and prepared, ready for the top fabric.
How we doing? Oh, you've done all right, haven't you?
Yeah, cracking on.
That is nice. Look what I got for you, though.
That is beautiful,
You
isn't
like it?
Yeah.
It's bold as well, isn't it?
And velvet. It's going to look amazing against the gold frame.
Yeah, Chantel's really going to love that.
Wow.
So what else you got left to do on that?
Gonna fill in a few of these bits where the gold's come off the frame. Then I can
Okay.
get that fabric on and get some, trim. We need a trim or a braid just to blend in with the frame because that's such a bold fabric. I don't think we need to have anything that kind of takes away from that.
Definitely. Leave it with
Yep.
me.
Fantastic. All right, cheers, Jay.
With the plump new padding now firmly in place, Hannah's next job is to rekindle the faded glamour of the gilt frame.
I'm now starting on the mammoth task of filling in where all the chips have come off the paintwork here. Chantal remembers it being bright and shiny, and I'd really like to get it back to that. So what I'm going to do is start with the base layer, a really fine coat. I'm using a base of a gouache, which is a watercolour paint. On top of that base layer, I'm going to put a mica powder just to start making it shine. And so it gives this shimmery effect, almost like gold. At the moment, it's a little bit too bright where it's worn down before, and I need to match it in as best I can with the original paintwork. So I'm going to use a process called scumble glazing.
The centuries-old decorative finish known as scumble glaze involves brushing on a semi-transparent layer of paint and then scumbling or rubbing it for an uneven finish.
I'm actually going to use a carrier bag to just try and manipulate and move the oil glaze around. Whilst it's taking up all the excess, it's also leaving kind of a random pattern on the surface, just so I can try and blend it with what's already there. That's perfect. I'm going to keep building up these layers, so hopefully we won't be able to tell that it's been redone, and then I can get on with the upholstery. So Jay got me this fantastic fabric. It's really bold and vibrant. I've measured it up so I know what I need, and I'll cut it out and I can start to put it onto the chair. So this layer's going on first. Try to place the fabric on the front in a more contemporary way, and I want to do that on the seat as well, rather than just having a central pattern, which would make it look quite formal. It's really useful having a magnetic hammer, because it means that I don't have to hold a tack and the hammer at the same time whilst trying to kind of manipulate the fabric. Oh, I'm just really pleased with this fabric. It just looks so good against that gold frame. I think Chantel's going to be really happy with it.
In the outdoor workshop, Dom has spent hours painstakingly renewing the paintwork of the toy boat, keeping the colour true to its bluebird name.
Steve, I finished the paintwork.
Oh, fantastic. I think that's absolutely bang on. I love that. Really.
It's not a brand new paint job.
No.
A lot of it is still the original paint.
That's perfect. That's the way it should be.
It's had a really good wax as well, so it's super slick, so we can, get the speed, the maximum top speed.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get it finished.
So I look forward to it. Thanks,
cheers.
Steve.
This 1950s tin model Bluebird sparked a lifelong love of water sports for owner Peter, who's returned today keen to find out whether his beloved childhood toy will sink or swim.
Well, I'm ridiculously excited to be here. I'm hoping it will look good, and if it were at all possible to float and not sink, I'll be in seventh heaven.
Hello, Pete.
Lovely to see you
Nice
again.
to see you again, too.
Fantastic.
How you doing?
Jay,
You okay?
very, very well, thank you.
So how you feeling about today?
Come on, I'm so excited. It's a bit silly, really. I feel slightly embarrassed about the excitement.
No, don't be silly. I feel exactly the same. And it's not even mine. So, Steve, do the honours.
OK.
It looks as I remember it, but it's still got that sense of its originality. It is my original Bluebird.
It is.
Fantastic. That is. Oh, it's brilliant. Thank you so much. Can I shake your hand?
Of course you can. Dom has done the paintwork, and he's been so careful not to take any of the character away.
Yes.
The
Oh, fantastic. So do you think it will be reasonably watertight?
I'm pretty sure. I've not tested it.
Well, all I can do is let you know.
No. We've got a lake here. We can test it in a lake if you're all right with that.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Should we do it?
Oh, absolutely. Come on. Right. Fantastic.
Come on. Dom.
Hello. So Steve's got the wellies. This is so Steve's going in.
That's right.
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
Watch yourself now. Watch yourself.
Okay, that's right. OK. There we go.
He's in.
Oh, he's in. Got it. OK.
Careful,
Here
Steve.
we go.
Hey,
yes,
yes,
quality.
doing it. Brilliant.
Oh!
Well done, Steve.
That's quality.
Well done,
That is
Steve.
good. Well done.
Diamond.
She's coming back.
Look at that.
When I first saw it, I was lost for words. Absolutely brought back that sense of this is my boat. And to see her then go off and curve round and come back. Now that brought back powerful memories. What fun.
Oh, that's
Well
awesome.
done, Steve, man. Well done. Well done, Dom.
Brilliant.
It's a brilliant job. Peter, you happy?
There we go.
I'm extraordinarily happy. It's so elegant again. I love it.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
yeah. Come there, you.
Back in the barn, Hannah has almost finished her reupholster of Chantal's precious Italian chair.
How we doing, Hannah?
Ah, really good,
This looks amazing.
doesn't it? What a good fabric.
All it needs is that trim you was after.
Brilliant,
that.
fantastic. Look at that.
I think it goes well with the gold, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely a good way, because we don't want to detract from that amazing fabric.
Yeah.
But we want to highlight that great frame.
You've
really
done
pleased.
an excellent job.
Fab. I'm going to put this on, and it's just to cover the staple line around the edge, so we have a nice crisp finish to the chair.
This old Italian dressing table chair belonged to Chantal's parents, both of whom died a year ago, just 8 months apart. It's one of only a few items she chose to keep, owing to the fond family memories it holds.
The chair was always in my life, and now I hope to bring it back into my life. I'm excited and apprehensive and I'm nervous, all three in one. I'm just super excited to see it.
Hello, Chantal.
Hello.
How you doing? You all right?
I'm good, are you? How
you doing? Very good.
I'm good, thank you.
So what are you hoping to see?
Something that's kept true to the Italian antique style, bold, floral fabrics, or...
Not a lot, then. She doesn't want a lot, does she? And the chair's quite important to you, though, isn't it?
Yes. I have so many memories of the chair, and I just want to make memories with my family now with it as well.
Well, Hannah's worked on it, and we are excited to see what you think of this.
Yeah. Can't wait. Yeah.
You ready?
Shall we?
Yes.
OK, you ready?
Oh, my God, it's beautiful. Oh, God, it's so pretty. Perfect. And all the stitching's perfect as well. I had visions of what I wanted it to be, but this is even more than I could think of. And so pretty and shiny. Oh, I love it.
We wanted something that represented kind of you and your mum,
Yeah.
and you said about her being bold and, you know, a vibrant character.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
so, yeah, we thought that we'd try and put that into this chair.
So what do you think Mum would make of it now, then?
She would love it, and she'd be amazed to see that it's being brought back to life.
Right.
So she'd be very, very happy to see it.
So what are you going to do with it now?
Put it back in front of my dressing room and just love it.
Oh.
Great.
Thank you
Thank you.
for bringing it in, Chantal, OK?
And thank you so much.
You are very welcome.
You're amazing.
Oh, bless you.
Thanks.
Take care now.
It's completely blown my mind. I just love the pattern. The chair's a really nice fitting tribute to my mother and my father, so I'll just think of both of them when I'm sat in a chair as well. I just love it.
In the repair shop today, art conservator Lucia uncovers a little piece of history.
This is the past being revealed before our very eyes. How fabulous.
And Hannah nails it as she reupholsters a bomb-damaged chair.
You really have to be careful when you're putting these tacks in your mouth. I have knocked my tooth in the past. My dentist loves me.
But first to arrive Tony Hazel from Sussex, who's brought along something very special. A well-travelled piece of Second World War history that she hopes hat restorer Ian Harding can take command of.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? You all right?
Yes, thank you.
I'm Jay.
I'm Tony.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, Tony. I'm Ian.
Hello, Ian.
Hello.
So what have you brought us? Lunch?
Right.
What's this?
No, I've bought you a hat.
Okay. Let's have a look.
So this is my father, Owen Scott's RAF hat. He was one of the last Lancaster bomber pilots.
Really?
He did 31 missions in this hat, and it fits me.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Right, there you are, Daddy. All right,
So how important is this to your family?
Oh, hugely important, because it was a major part of my dad. My mum was also in the force. She was a radar operator.
Right.
And little did she know that she was going to have the horrible task of having to plot my dad on some of his most dangerous missions to Dresden, and she knew what the target was.
Yeah.
And she knew whether he was coming back or not. And he used to try and fly very low over the house where he was. So she'd know that he was back safe.
Yeah.
I think he broke a few glass windows. But he was always very keen to tell people that 55,000 of his fellow flyers lost their lives during those raids. They gave such a lot for what we take today so much for granted, our freedom. So he always said he was the luckiest man alive to survive and have had that experience. Sadly, he died last year, and he had his final send-off with this hat. So it's got quite a lot of history.
What's actually wrong with the hat, then?
Well, if you turn it round, you see it's detached from the band.
Okay.
The peak's got a bit bashed. It's not looking as it should. I'm not sure that should flop quite like that, you know. It's got a very distinct kink, which we love because it's in all the photographs from the very beginning. So it's very daddy. So we don't want you to take my dad out of the hat.
Okay. That's really important.
So it is important.
Yes.
So
sure we'll be able to sort that out.
It's the smell of him, it's everything about him.
So if Ian's able to repair it, what's going to happen to the hat after?
Right, well, my father had a great rapport with his eldest grandson, Sam. So it's to Sam that he wanted the hat to go.
Right.
Yes.
No problem. Tony, thank you for bringing the hat in. Okay?
Pleasure.
It's been a pleasure meeting you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you for trusting me with your hat.
You take care now.
See you again.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
The hat is so much more than the hat. It's everything about my dad's life, all those things that it's been through.
Now, this hat has got a lot of history to it, hasn't it?
It does indeed.
So what are you going to do?
Well, a lot of this is past its best. I will rebuild the support of the crown to give the hat structure and shape again. The peak is beyond repair, so we'll make a new one. But I will have to distress it and age it to make it look like it belongs to the rest of the hat.
Okay.
I need to work on the badge quite a lot to rebuild that up.
All right. Let me show you over to your bench, yeah?
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to take the stitching out. It's pretty brutal. And to think that's been through the Second World War, and I'm about to just take it all out right now. As a hat maker, I work on so many different kinds of hats, and I'm really quite blessed because every day there's a new challenge. I do a lot of restoration work for museums and galleries and collectors, and there is something sentimental knowing that this is not for a collector. It's for somebody who's got attachment, and that makes it quite a serious job. Now I have the leather band out, we get to the bones of the matter. I'm just going to release a few of the tack stitches that are holding in the lining. Then I can start to take out the peak.
The next visitor to the barn is Alan Reid from Warwick. He's hoping upholstery expert Hannah Weston Smith can restore his piece of Second World War history.
Hello, I'm Alan.
I'm Jay.
Hello, Jay.
Hi, I'm Hannah.
Hello, Hannah.
Nice to meet you.
So this beautiful chair must be yours.
It is.
Tell us about it.
This one was bought by my grandparents, probably late 20s, early 30s. One of three.
One of three?
Yes.
Wow.
That one is the worst because of the story attached to it, yes.
And what is the story attached to it?
The story is, we're now in 1940.
Okay.
Yeah, beginning of the war. They were in their house in Lens, which is in northern France.
Okay.
Germans invade northern France. As is often the case, you know, an officer would come from house to look at things to take away. So they come into my grandparents' house and they look at the chair and they say, "Oh, schön, beautiful. My men will come tomorrow to fetch those chairs." When the officer left, my grandfather thought he's not having those chairs, you know, and he took those three chairs into the cellar and covered it with coal to hide them, right?
Very smart. Okay.
But next morning, the soldiers come for the chairs. My grandfather said, "Oh, they've gone already. Someone has come to fetch them already." And then they left. There was no aftermath.
So no one checked the
No,
cellar or anything
no,
like that?
No.
They just
So
left?
It was very, very lucky. And that's not the end of the story.
Okay.
Towards the end of the war, when it was reasonably safe to get the chairs back in the living room, there was a Allied air raid.
Right.
And explosions everywhere. And there was a blast which blew in the front window, and the glass shattered the top of this chair, especially this arm here. Yeah.
So this chair has definitely been through the wars then?
It has.
It's not doing too bad, I
No,
think.
no.
It's, this is quite nice.
Oh, the pattern is lovely, isn't it? I mean, it's part of its history.
Well, yes.
To get rid of that would kind of almost get rid of some of the story.
True.
So, Alan, what would you like Hannah to do to this chair?
To see this particular chair, which has the best history of the three, as best repaired as Hannah can, would be a great tribute to my grandparents and to my parents.
So what do you reckon, Hannah?
Well, it certainly has seen better days. You can see the springs have fallen out underneath it, and we'll have to have a look at the chair and see how much of it we can conserve so it is usable.
But it's not done badly, really, if it's 90 years old.
Oh, yes.
No. Alan, thank you for bringing this chair in.
Pleasure.
OK. We'll let you know when Hannah's
Thank
done
you,
something
Hannah,
to it.
and good luck, or I should say, bonne chance.
Bonne chance. OK.
Goodbye.
Take care now. Bye-bye.
I've got a fair amount of expectation about leaving the chair behind. They're more than a piece of furniture, really. They're part of the history of the family. So that's why they're so precious to me. I rarely use it now because of its condition, so I'm looking forward to be able to sit in it.
Now, this is a beautiful chair.
Isn't it lovely?
And you've got your work cut out on this one, I tell you.
I have, yes, yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Firstly, we need to sort the seat out.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to look at the springs. It's very much 90 years of wear and tear.
So, with regards to the leather then, on here?
You know, Alan said that he wants to keep that history and that patina, which is understandable.
OK, well, I know some. Susie?
Yep.
If you don't mind joining us, please. Come on.
I'm so happy you called me over. I'm looking at it going, oh, please call me over because I love this chair.
I knew you would. With your expertise of restoring, can it be done?
I tell you what, this is one of the toughest ones I've ever seen. It's got significant damage, and just now I'm closer, it's like, OK, this is really, really damaged.
Is it? Yeah.
But I can see what I can do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. If both of you can work together on this one, stripping it and all that kind of good stuff, something can be done.
We got to. We got it. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get it over to you, babe.
OK.
All right?
All right. You know, I'm waiting to see what the treasure is.
Shall we?
Do you think let's get a look?
Have you gone on the side? You ready?
Going on the other side. Yeah, is there a mouth? Is there a mouth?
Not this time.
Hey, well done. It's like shaving a sheep.
Again, not
Never
another
done
one. Not part of my skill set.
You've got to hang out with me, girl. OK. Lovely. Just pop it on this form. And that'll just help support it.
Oh, think I've got to the bottom of this now. It's going to come out. Drum roll. Probably 90 years old at least. So that's that. Just got to take out this front row of springs here, tidy it all up, and then I can look at just stabilising that arm, ready to hand it over to Susie so that she can work her magic on the leather.
Hat restorer Ian has got off to a flying start with the battered RAF pilot's cap.
Phew, peek out, easy.
Having carefully taken it apart, he can now strengthen the fabric support hidden inside the crown to make it stand proud again.
I'm not actually going to take out the original, I'm just going to support it with the new. So that will immediately stiffen the hat back up again. This hat needs to have the authentic material going back into it. So I'm pillaging my much prized resources. I've got some buckram, which is a coarse cotton with a very loose weft and warp. So I'll cut out 2 strips and then bind them together. So now we're ready to go to the sewing machine. I'm going to put some reinforcement with stitching in. It's just a trick I've learnt down the line. As you can see, that's already a solid circle right now. So I'm going to pin it into place and I'll steam it and I'll let it set. So that's all good now. This needs to go to one side and cool down so it keeps and remembers the form that it's been blocked on. The buckram support is back into the hat, so the crown is now being held in place as it should be. The sides can come down as the saddle, and we still have that very important kink in the front of the hat.
Ian can now turn to crafting a sturdy new peak from scratch to replace the badly disintegrating original.
This is a piece of cloth that would be consistent with the period. So now I'm just going to mark around the stencil what we're going to need to cut out. So I need to turn them inside out so that the seam will be on the inside. And now I'm ready to put the peak together.
Giving the replica peak the distinctive patina of its predecessor is essential for the sympathetic restoration.
I'm mixing up some watercolours. I'm going to create a sort of grimy colour, and I need to try and copy the discolouring of the years into the new cloth. I am getting to the point where I feel relatively happy with the colour. Here goes.
Ian has got one last unorthodox trick up his sleeve for a more uniform finish.
So now that I've had the peak painted, I want to add some pretty natural dust and dirt into it to make it look more authentically aged. So it seems quite extreme, but it is just a matter of rubbing good old soil into the ground. It just evens out the paint and it makes it look a little bit more like it's been worn.
Next, Headmistress Jill Davies from Cambridgeshire is hoping art conservator Lucia Scalisi can help preserve a much-loved piece of her school's history.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jay.
I'm Jill.
Hi, Jill.
Hi, Jill. I'm Lucia.
So this must be yours. What is it?
It's not mine personally. It belongs to Barrington Primary School.
Okay.
And it's a very old school. It's built in 1838, and the land for the school was given in trust for the village, for the poor of the village. So it says here that the education of the poor children.
Yes. Okay.
And this was the sign that was made to go with the deed documents.
So what's your connection to the school then?
I've been the head here for about 3 years, but I've worked here for much longer. So I went for a 2-week placement 17 years ago, and I've just not left.
So you've been there for 17 years in
I've
total?
been there quite a long time, but people don't tend to leave. It's got a very special atmosphere. It's very friendly. Right. It's very much part of the village community. It's just a lovely place to be.
It's a bit like here then, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really.
So what does the community think about you bringing this to us?
They are very, very keen to have this restored and where everyone can see it.
Yes.
And we have lots of children in school whose parents, grandparents came to our school. I have several members of staff who attended the school as children.
Really?
So it's one of those places that have real links to a family. So those people can remember seeing this when they were at school. And I think it would be lovely for them to have it repaired and put there as well.
Yeah. So what would you like Lucia to do to this then?
I would like it to still look old.
OK.
Because it is an old object, and it's such an amazing piece of the school's history that I really would like to keep it. So cleaned and maybe not looking quite so worn out.
OK.
Would be lovely.
So, see all of these bits here then? Tell us why those are like...
From the Second World War. So it was part of the defence mechanisms where they painted out all place names just in case there was an invasion. So all these things that are blacked are out in red.
Yeah.
The long ones are Barrington, so Barrington Church School, and the short ones are Ely, because we're in the Diocese of Ely.
Interesting. So, ethically, do you want that removed, or do you want to keep it as part of its history?
I know, it's part of its history, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. What would you do?
I don't know. I mean, it's a conundrum.
It is.
I would probably, with my conservation ethical hat on, leave it.
I wanted to keep its history, but it would be really lovely if we could see maybe 1 or 2 of them so that you can actually read it and work out what it says.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you.
Well,
up to you and the school.
I think I
it's
would...
entirely up to the young lady in the school. I have to keep reminding her.
OK.
There we are.
But at least you know what's under there.
Yes.
So, if Lucia is able to restore it, what are you going to do with it after?
It's currently tucked away by what used to be the old front door. At the moment, they're just building a last final extension for our school.
OK.
And I'd like to be able to move this and hang it in the new entrance so that people who come to visit our school can see that we have a history.
Yeah.
History is very important to our school.
Yeah.
I think it's a fantastic piece. No, a great piece of history for a school to have.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Jill, for bringing it in.
No,
OK?
thank you.
Jill, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We'll be in touch.
Bye.
I'm really hoping that Lucia will be able to restore it so that it still shows its age, but it preserves it for the future. Being able to hang the deed from the oldest part of the school in the modern, most newest part of the school, it will just link the old and the new together, and it'll help the children to remember the generosity from the past that enables us to have a school there in our village.
So, what are you going to do to this?
I'm going to do some cleaning tests first
OK.
and see what's happening on the surface, and then I'm going to take it out of its frame.
And then, with regards to these bits here that are blanked out, what I reckon we should do is leave all of these, but turn that one to Barrington.
Oh!
Because I know you would love to leave this as it is, but I think it does have to say
that's a nice
Barrington.
compromise.
Is that cool?
Yeah, I think that's
See, I'm
really
looking
cool.
after you.
Yeah, but you're looking after the object as well, aren't you, Dan?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a lift and we'll get you started.
Thank you. Yeah, great. So this sign, the school deeds, is on a metal panel, and I think it's meant to look like it's a plank of wood. The risk of handling a very thin panel when it becomes flexible, and the problem with that with a paint layer is that the paint layer will just crack and ping off. I'm going to approach the surface dirt with my wonderful spit clean, and I'm just going to work on an area that is black paint and then the red paint. Okay, let's... Weirdly, there's no loose surface dirt on there, which is a bit surprising. Absolutely no difference whatsoever. So the next thing I'm going to try, and this is a bit more radical, is water with a drop of ammonia in it. Something's coming off, that's good. There's definitely something yellow there, but I'm not convinced, even now, that there's a lot of dirt in there, but I'm not convinced it's just varnish. But, you know, that's part of the adventure, isn't it? Finding out as we go along. So initially, surface clean, reassess what we've got, and then deal with it structurally, take it out of the frame, get the frame sorted out, and the back. Fingers crossed. Okay.
The bomb-damaged chair, one family symbol of defying the Nazis, is ready for Hannah to rebuild its seat, while Susie stabilises the ripped leather from its arm.
So the first thing I really want to tackle before I do anything else is glue some strips of thin leather where I've got these significant tears. When this panel's off of the support of the chair, it is incredibly vulnerable to further damage, and it's why I want to get this part of the stabilising process done as quickly as possible. Bring this over like that. It's at times like this you have to find a way to get the job done, and a piece of kitchen roll can often come in handy.
When we put springs in, we always put the webbing across the bottom of the frame, and it gives it a nice deep space for the springs to go in. That's nice and firm on that side of the chair. So now what we need to do is bring the tension over and get this a nice firm base to start with. I've got this fierce tool. It's called a gooseneck stretcher. Now you really have to be careful when you're putting these tacks in your mouth, especially because you're bringing a hammer to it. I have knocked my tooth in the past. Thankfully not swallowed a tack. My dentist loves me.
The lining leather that I'm using here now I really like because it is a very thin leather, but it has an incredible strength to it. You think of an armchair and how much use it gets. I want to make sure that even though the outside shows all that wear and tear and the cracks, that it can still be robust enough to have many more years of life in it. So we've still got all of that damage on the top here. You've got this running crack here. It's kind of like battle scars. This was, after all, involved in a bombing. But the underneath is holding everything together now. I'm not worried about it being fragile anymore. Now I can really get on and start repairing this leather when it's on the chair.
I'm using a huge 14-inch mattress noodle, so it's sharp at both ends. I can go through and back up again without having to turn the needle round because it's quite hard to manipulate being so long. You have to really watch who's behind you when you're using one of these because you don't want to cause anyone any damage.
Hey, Hannah.
Oh, hiya.
Wow, look at that.
Right, I think Alan's going to be happy. He's going to be able to sit in his chair in comfort, hopefully.
Oh, that'd be lovely. I've got this stabilised. I wondered if we can just maybe slide it into place.
Yeah, so there's a gap there. If you can put your hand through, I don't know if from the back.
From the back.
You found me. Hello.
Oh, hello. Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet you, yeah.
While Hannah and Susie join forces to rebuild the chair, Ian's on a solo mission to salvage the RAF cap's embroidered badge.
Now I really want to start giving that badge some love and attention. I'm going to add an enamel to it to make it look fresher, and very finely tracing the lines of the gold thread work to bring them back up again. Having done all those missions across Europe and help keep our liberty, it's important that I make this look a little bit more regal and a little bit more majestic. So I'm really happy with the way the enamel is reacting and working with the gold work. It actually doesn't look like it's being painted. It looks fairly authentic. In keeping with the heritage of the hat, I'm going to connect all this back together again by hand. It's really cool. It's all coming together quite nicely. It's beginning to look like the hat it should look like. And the hat's ready to be dressed with the furniture. What we call the furniture are the badge and the buttons. So there we go. Other than that, I just need to shape the hat and then we can present it back to Tony.
Tony has returned with her nephew Sam, who was recently bequeathed the cap that belonged to her dad, Flight Lieutenant Owen Scott. Until his death last year, he was one of the last surviving RAF Lancaster bomber pilots.
Brought with me Sam, who is his eldest grandson. The hat was in a dreadful state, so we hope that Ian the Hatter would have brought it back to its proper position and kept Daddy in the hat.
Yeah, very excited to be here, aren't we?
We are.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good, thank you.
How you doing, Sam?
Nice to see you again. Hello.
And you are? Sam. Sam. How you doing, mate? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Sam.
Nice to meet you too.
So Sam is the person who's going to...
I'm the recipient.
Yes. Yes.
OK.
Yeah.
So-
Very exciting.
He's a good-looking chap, isn't he?
Not bad. He's a bit like his grandpa when he was that age.
There you go. So how are you feeling, Tony? How you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. Bit apprehensive, but
Full of
less so.
beans, isn't she? She's like this.
Bouncing.
Sorry.
Do you want to see it?
Of course.
Yeah.
OK.
Oh, Ian. Oh, that's...
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, no, look at that. The colour is rich, it's squared up, it's got Daddy's kink. Yes.
The characterful kink.
Oh.
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, brilliant. And the peak, you've done all that. Oh. Oh, that...
Not too bad, eh? Oh!
You're very, very, very welcome.
So much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, go on, Sam.
Isn't it stunning?
Will it fit?
I knew you were going to say that.
I just carry it over your eyebrows, really. And he wore it to an angle
To an
because he
angle,
was
he
a
did.
Of course he
rogue,
did.
yes.
'Cause
Yeah.
He was a
That's
cowboy.
why the hat got a kink in it.
He would be really chuffed, wouldn't he?
He would be.
He would.
really would. For me, it's an honour to have it and to hold it. But you know, really, I think it's just to carry the stories on. Great grandfathers, grandfathers, fathers went through just the most incredible things, and you know, and it just needs to be preserved. So the fact that you're able to do such a beautiful job and these things survive, I think it's so important. You have, yeah.
He would say, "Thank you."
Well done, you, for bringing it in.
And the story is just remarkable. Never had anything like it. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Real pleasure.
Very, very
Pleasure.
much.
You're welcome.
You guys take care now.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well done, sir.
Good job.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant.
Feeling fantastic, aren't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm really on a high
Yeah.
now. I think Grandpa would have been really chuffed by everything.
It's got him in it, hasn't it? It's got
definitely.
the character.
Yeah, chocks away, Grandpa.
Having finished a surface clean on the historic school deeds plaque, restorer Lucia can now begin her conservation work in earnest.
Dom.
Hey, you okay, Lucia?
Yeah, give me a hand if you would. I need to get this on the table and take it out of the frame.
Right.
But you're the very man I need to have a look at the panel with me, because this is metal.
Is it really?
It's painted to look like wood, but it's actually metal.
So we don't actually know what this is
No.
now too?
Not yet. This is just spinning. It's a bit worrying that this is loose. Oh, and not only is it loose,
There's spiders in there.
well, there's a dead spider. There's woodworm.
Oh, don't say that.
This is definitely woodworm. If
These
you look,
holes, no?
Yeah,
Is that-
the holes are the flight holes, so the
That's where
insects
they've
have
left.
gone then.
Yeah.
Yes, they've left. But if you look down there, you see this white stuff. That's recent. That's called frass. And that's what the larvae are eating all along it. We need to take it off and we'll make a new back for it.
Fine.
We just have to...
Okay.
Perfect. Oh, it's out. Let's lift that off.
This, I don't really feel that sad about losing, really.
No.
Okay, I'll take this out your way and
Thanks,
work on
Dom.
sorting something out with a replacement.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Teamwork. This is the title of the school. It says Barrington Church School, so this is the red paint. I'm going to see how soluble it is to take off. So I'm going to go in with a water-based solvent. And let's see what happens. Yeah, look at that. It's water-soluble paint. I don't know if you can see the letters coming through. We've got the T and the O, and here should be the N. This is the past being revealed before our very eyes. How fabulous. Every single time something like this is easy to clean, well, it's a blessing, to be honest. It's a blessing and a thrill. Look how nice that's going to look. And then the rest of the letters that are going to be covered up. But that's part of the history, and I think it will provide a really interesting talking point for now and for future generations as to what happened and why these things were blotted out. But what I need to do now is see what is under the surface dirt. Now I have to be quite careful with this because I've got the red lettering, I've got the black lettering, which might be different solubilities, and I've also got the background. So we'll just do a small swab. Yeah, the red's solvent sensitive. I don't know if you can see that, but it's coming off, so I need to be very careful with that. The black is different though. The black paint's less solvent sensitive, and as long as I'm careful around the red letters, basically everything else is going to clean really quite nicely, and we're going to get quite a nice contrast between the background and the lettering, which I'm really pleased about, because initially I thought, oh heavens, it's not going to really change that much, but in actual fact I think it is. All this gunk that's on the surface, it's varnish, it's dirt, it's layers of oil, and then more varnish, so lots and quite unevenly applied, so that makes cleaning difficult. This is the level of oil and dirt and grease that's still coming off the surface. That's how thick it is. I mean, this is surface dirt on an industrial scale.
While Lucia has hours of cleaning ahead of her, Susie and Hannah are on the home straight with the bomb-damaged chair, complete with the original reconditioned cushion case.
Just now a case of getting this lovely, squishy, comfy pad into the case, which is no mean feat. It's nearly there.
What I'm doing here is with a very fine sandpaper is to delicately take off some of that scar so it's not quite so prominent. I'm not going to be able to get it completely gone, but this is a very, very handy way to get rid of any lumps and bumps in the leather.
Is
this the cushion?
Yes. All ready to go on, all finished.
Hope it fits. Wow. That looks so comfortable. Fingers crossed that Alan likes it.
The leather armchair narrowly escaped being seized by the Nazis, then was a casualty of an air raid. But for owner Alan, It's a precious link back to his parents and his grandparents.
Hello there, I'm Susie.
I'm Alan.
Nice to meet you, Alan.
Good to meet you.
Hi, Alan.
Hello again, Hannah.
So, Alan, how are we feeling?
Quietly apprehensive, but also confident that I'm going to see a different chair.
Right. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
You've done an outstanding job on this. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, and thank you is not enough for what I would like to say, really. I marvel at the work done here.
It was very challenging.
I bet.
So, would you like to sit in that?
Oh, yes.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Big moment here, Alan.
So, yes, it is. Vastly different.
So, how does it feel to sit in the chair?
It's a bit emotional because, you know, this goes back for my grandparents, of course. They went through the war as well and had some nasty experiences. So that's a nice, positive way of remembering them. That's the way I want to remember it. You know, a tribute to all of them.
Absolutely.
And every time I sit in it, I think about you two.
Oh, that's nice. But you do have to get up because we can't move it like that.
No, I know.
Strong ladies. Thank you so much.
No. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you, Hannah, as well, for your work and your time.
Bye-bye. Well done, honey. Good job.
The thing that struck me when I first saw the chair, it more or less looks brand new. I've done this to remember the courage of my grandfather who managed to save the armchairs. That was a great act of courage. If my grandparents were here, and my parents, I think they'd be very grateful and probably think, well done, Alan, you know, you've done us proud.
After hours of meticulous cleaning, Lucia is filling in the lost areas of paint on the village school sign.
There's quite a lot to do at this stage, but I'm really pleased to be at the retouching stage now, because this is going to really bring everything together. And I love retouching.
Before it is transported home, the deed must first be returned to its frame.
How do you, Lucia?
Jay, oh, great timing.
I've got this. Is that all right?
Yeah, fantastic. Are you happy to do this? Of course I am. Put the longest one in first. It should be made to measure.
It is made to measure. Perfect fit.
Perfect. Is that? I was just excited because this is the first time I've seen it in its frame.
You know what? I love seeing you excited.
Oh. Yeah, that's in.
There you go.
That's it.
There you are. Are you smiling?
Yeah.
It's amazing. And the right decision was made by taking that bit out and leaving all of those in there.
Yeah, because it's interesting to ask what they're about, don't you think?
Yeah. So I'll get in contact with Jill and find out when's the best time to return it to the school.
Oh, great.
OK?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thank you.
The venerable sign is now ready to return to Barrington Church Primary School in South Cambridgeshire, where head teacher Jill Davies and her pupils are eagerly awaiting its return.
The school's only here because it was given in trust to educate the poor of the village, and that sign explains that. We have families where we have generation after generation of children coming to this school, and I think having the sign back in a state where it's going to be preserved for future generations, it means so much, because this school is the heart of the village.
Oh my goodness! That's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's such a different colour than before. It's so much lighter.
It still looks old, but it's got a new look to it too.
It looks better
better than before, but there's still like some red marks still.
So when it went to be repaired, this bit was all painted out in red, but we've left all the other red bits on because it's part of the history of the sign, isn't it? So it's important to remember that it was in school during the World War and that it was painted out for that reason. What do we need to say to Lucia for doing this lovely repair job for us? Thank you! It's incredible.
My father and his two brothers were here, and then I came here in 37, I started, just before the war. And to me, it's just absolutely fantastic that it's come back in the condition that it is. It's so clear, but you would never think anybody's done anything to it, you know. It's amazing.
I think we're just all stunned by the incredible job that Lucia has done. It means an awful lot to the school that it is beautiful, it's preserved for the future, and we can now put it back in the entrance hall to link the old part of the school with the new part of the school.
In the repair shop today, when Richard fixes binoculars used at Loch Ness,
close-up lens,
tiny parts create a monster challenge.
That's the sort of size that I'm working with.
And its emergency treatment,
I think it's rather appropriate that I'm using a scalpel.
as Susie restores a case that helped a female doctor blaze a trail in the 1930s.
I can only imagine what Belinda went through in her life being a surgeon all those years ago.
But first to arrive at the barn are Sisters Sue and Kath Coffey from Reading, wheeling along a childhood favourite that's in desperate need of the expert tinkering of vintage bike restorer Tim Gunn.
Hi, I'm Jay.
Hello, I'm Sue.
Sue?
Kath.
All right, Kath.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hello.
Tim.
Hi,
Hello.
Tim. Hi.
So obviously it's a bike. Tell us a bit about it, please.
It's a family bike. Sounds a bit odd, but we all learnt to have adventures on this together.
Okay.
It's made by Moulton. It's part of our growing up because we lived a very mobile life. Dad's work took him to different countries all around the world, and
What job was your dad doing then?
he used to work for the British Council,
Okay.
which promotes English language and culture.
Okay. In different countries
In
then?
different countries. And I remember this bike really in Kuching in Southeast Asia, in Borneo.
Okay, right.
I just remember my mum riding it, and she used to give us rides on it. They were unusual parents. They showed us anything is possible.
Yeah.
Be confident in yourself. They showed us different cultures, different experiences of life, and it's sort of looking at this slightly old, slightly damaged bike.
Yeah.
It takes me down memory lane in some really wonderful memories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it in your eyes.
There's a lot of love in that, isn't there?
There is, there is. Because we moved around so often, we couldn't take a lot of things with us.
Right.
But this bike and a few other things were the sort of thread that carried us through that.
Yeah.
So you'd turn up in another place and it's like, oh, there's a bike. If I go, you know?
Yeah. It must have given you a lot of freedom as well.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how many countries did you live in then?
We were born in Kenya, and then we went from there to South India.
Okay.
We then went to Central Africa, to Zambia, and then we went to live in Singapore, and then I think that was it.
Manchester?
Oh, yeah, we lived in Manchester for a short time, which was just as fun. It was fun, because it was another experience.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like you guys had a brilliant childhood.
Oh, it's great. We've actually had loads of adventures on this. I can actually remember discovering that this bike could bounce.
Really?
Pogo champion.
Pogo champion. Okay.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
All right.
They're quite springy on the front, but basically they're the forerunner of the modern suspension bike. Alex Moulton is better known for designing the suspension unit on the first Mini.
On the Mini car?
On the Mini car, yeah.
Wow. So this is an important bike?
It's an important bike, yeah. It's quite an important design statement in the bicycle industry.
So, what would you like us to do to it?
Well, I like the fact that it's been in lots of places and it's got a bit of age.
Okay.
So really, a sort of sympathetic restoration would be great. Okay. I remember it had lights. Certainly some things are just completely ruined. So I'd just love to be able to carry on riding it.
Tim, what do you reckon? Can we operate?
It's going to be a challenge. Certainly try.
Give it a go, yeah.
Because underneath what appears to be quite a lot of dust and rust and things, there's a bicycle waiting to come out. So.
Okay.
Great. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet
Soon
you.
as Tim's done his bit,
thank you.
We'll be back in contact.
Yep.
Take care now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
The bike was an important part of our childhood, and I'm hoping that when we next see it, it'll be
a working bike.
Yeah, that I'll be able to ride it.
Wow. Now that's a bike, isn't it? It's got some history.
It's got
and the design is just beautiful.
Yeah, I think aesthetically it's grubby, it's dirty, it just wants a good clean.
Okay.
The thing that's really worrying me is that hub at the back there. I'm concerned about that. So before I dismantle it, I want to just see if I can get that to work properly.
And then the frame?
The frame, just going to clean it. It's lost a bit of paintwork here and there, but actually it's part of its life. It's been around the world, so...
It has, actually. But for now, it sounds like you've got to get this on your bench to check if that's working.
Yep. Should we get going?
Let's do it. You got the front?
Yep. I'm actually really excited about working on this. This is quite a technical hub. I'm really, really hoping that that hub works properly. The first things first, it's moving. Apply the brake. Yeah, brake works well. That appears to be second gear. If I kick back now, that's first gear. That's really, really good because basically both gears work, the brake works, and that's such a relief. That's just one hurdle. The rest of the bike is in a bit of a state. So the next thing is to dismantle it. I've just got to slowly work my way through it. Manage to undo the pedal. Oh, that one comes off. That's a good sign because they normally are stuck hard inside the cranks. So that one's the first one to come off. There's so many memories tied up in this bike, and it's just such a nice thing to be able to work on it after you've heard the story. It's going to be so rewarding.
Next, Claire Jackman from Pulborough.
Hello.
She's hoping leather expert Susie Fletcher can bring a precious family heirloom back from the brink.
You've got a lovely case here.
Well, not so lovely, sadly, anymore. It's falling to bits by the day.
Who does it belong to?
It belonged to my great-aunt Belinda, who died in 1953. My grandmother was her younger sister.
OK.
They were two rather exceptional women because their parents died when they were both quite young. Certainly my grandmother was 14, great-aunt was 17, so I think my great-aunt looked after my grandmother.
Oh, wow.
Then they both went on to go to Queen's University in Belfast in the 20s and studied science, which is extraordinary for women in the 1920s.
Wow.
My great-aunt and my grandmother were probably trailblazers for their time. Great-aunt Belinda went on to be a surgeon, no less, in Edinburgh.
Good heavens.
And she got her fellowship in 1931. The absolute creme de la creme, apparently, of academic excellence and excellence of practice. So to have achieved that as a woman, we're just immensely proud of her.
I'm just thinking of those times when women were sort of expected to not go into professions, right?
Exactly. And her obituary was beautiful. It said her patients loved her, and not only did she achieve all these amazing things, but also she was obviously a very lovely person.
Wow. Did she have a family herself?
No, the sort of line ends. I think that's the other thing, really. And I feel responsible for keeping this story of remarkable women alive.
Oh, definitely.
This is really how I know her, which is why it's so special to me.
And what is your earliest memory of this case?
Going to art school with it when I was 19. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Because I used to keep all my brushes on the top, and
Nice.
all my paints on the bottom.
Yes.
And I had it in a cupboard after I left art school, and it got water damaged, and I just didn't even realise. So I was mortified when I saw it, because we think it's her medical case. That's what my father told me. 'Cause
Okay.
He gave it to me.
So has anyone else gone into the medical profession?
Yes. My grandfather was a doctor, my mother is a doctor, my brother is a doctor, and now my niece
Good
is
heavens,
a doctor.
wow,
And
amazing.
that is where I'm hoping it's going to go, is to my niece, so that she
Right.
can keep it and treasure it.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cracker to work on. I'm really looking forward to working on it.
thank you
Thanks,
so
Claire.
much.
Okay,
Thank
take
you.
care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Coming from a family of 4 generations of doctors, the case is very important to me and my family. And it's about continuing that story on so that future generations can realise the extraordinary things she achieved as well.
After centuries of being barred, women began to be admitted into the medical profession at the end of the 19th century. But the first female fellow to enter the Royal College of Surgeons wasn't until 1911, so to be a female surgeon during the 1930s was a real achievement, and this case represents Belinda Nesbitt's drive and dedication.
This is a really well-made case, but it has an incredible amount of damage. These cases are made of like a fiberboard that then is wrapped with leather. It's not solid leather. The water has penetrated right the way through the case to the underside. You think of cardboard, it's very absorbent, and as it dries, it'll start to distort. It's actually warped the top of the case tremendously. The first thing I want to do, which has been absolutely driving me nuts, is this whole side section here is just about to come off. So I just need to remove this, and then I can start adding the saddle soap on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the glycerin saddle soap. I want to actually put moisture back into this case so that then I can start to flatten and hopefully reshape all of this fiberboard. I really love working on cases. I don't know what it is about them, but it's bringing back memories of the first case I had, so similar to this. And it actually belonged to my grandfather. But in my early days of becoming a saddler, I used to keep all my tools in it. So it's just, it does make me think about all of those days many, many, many years ago.
In the outdoor workshop, Tim's been carefully breaking down all the parts of the globe-trotting 1960s bicycle, ready to tackle the decaying frame.
Now that the bike is now completely disassembled, I've got everything off of it. The paintwork is not great. It's got quite a lot of rusty bits on it. I'm just using a colour restorer, just very lightly, so as I don't take off too much paint. It's coming up like a sort of a 60s candy floss type colour, which is quite interesting. So I just want to preserve it as best as I can. It's time and it's just elbow grease and effort.
Also in need of a good scrub-up are the bike's equally rusty original chrome parts. But there's one important component crying out for the skills of a fellow craftsman.
Dom.
Hello, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, all right. This...
What on earth's that?
That's the front carrier off of Sue and Kath's bike.
Oh, I see.
But it's split. They made reference to them carrying themselves around on it, so...
Oh, it's sitting on it?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
I think they've been sitting on it.
It's been overloaded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can weld that up, no problem.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Leave it with us.
All right,
Okay,
cheers.
Tim.
Yeah, that's broken.
It's really quite daunting when you get a bike apart, there's so many bits and pieces, right down to the very finest ball bearing. So getting everything clean has been such a long road. Sue and Kath's bike is now ready to go back together. So first thing to go in is the front forks. It's a full suspension bicycle, so front suspension and rear suspension. So when it was built in the 60s, it was revolutionary in the cycle industry. So to be able to put it back together is quite a rewarding thing to do.
The bike may now be fit for pedalling, but Tim is slightly in the dark about its vintage lighting system.
Sue and Kath mentioned to me that they originally remembered the bike having some lights on it. So what I've managed to find for them is a period dynamo set. So we've got a rear light, we've got a front light, and we've got a little 1960s dynamo. So the next stage is to try and see if it all fits and hopefully work out all this. So, right, okay, that one. There's space. It's a bit of a rat's nest of cables and dynamos and lights and things. The dynamo is basically a little mini generator that basically powers the lights, and that little dynamo rubs on the tyre, so it's effectively a really ingenious piece of engineering, and all these cables basically feed all the electricity to the front and rear light. I'm just spinning this wheel to see if the lights work, and actually they do. You've got really good strong light on the front, and hopefully the rear light should be working as well. So that's the lights working. A few more little bits and pieces to fit. I've got brake cable, I've got the front carrier, and then that's ready to go back to Sue and Kath.
Next into the barn is Simon Dinsdale from Essex. He needs optics expert Richard Biggs to take a look at an item that's of monstrous significance.
How are we doing? I'm Jay.
Very well, thank you. Nice to meet you, Jay. I'm Simon.
Oh, Simon.
I'm
Richard. Hi.
How do you do, Richard? Nice to meet you.
So, what have you got for us?
I've got a small pair of binoculars for you.
Wow. Now, that is small, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, tell us about these then.
Well, these binoculars belong to my father.
OK.
My father's name was Tim Dinsdale, and he's the man who filmed Nessie.
Loch Ness?
Yeah. He filmed the Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah.
But before he turned the camera on, he watched Nessie through those binoculars.
Whoa.
And it's the only clear piece of film of a large object in Loch Ness.
So what was he doing up there then, anyway?
Well, he was actually an aeronautical engineer, and he read a magazine article about Nessie.
Yeah.
And in his view, the only way to prove the existence of Nessie was to take a piece of film. And in April 1960, he went up to Loch Ness on his own. He rented a Bolex 35mm camera, and he'd sit on the side of the loch, and he would monster hunt using those. He contacted the Natural History Museum and said, look, I've got a film of something in Loch Ness which you really ought to be looking at. It's been shown on telly ever since, because it is the definitive film of Nessie.
Your dad's film?
And it's my father's film. He went to Loch Ness every year and became a full-time monster hunter, so he'd live on the boat for 3 or 4 months at a time on Loch Ness.
That's dedication.
But he always carried those binoculars.
That's quality, man. Yeah. See, I knew Nessie was real, man.
Oh. The very first time I ever went to Loch Ness with my father was in 1967 as a 14-year-old.
Right.
And I was given custody of those binoculars for that monster hunt. That's magical.
Yeah.
That is magical.
So what's actually wrong with them next time?
The focus broke, so it just spins, so you can't focus, and they're a little bit full of dust inside. He deliberately dismantled them because by 1985 I was a police officer. I was involved in surveillance operations, and he thought, because this side still works, he thought it would be very useful for me as a surveillance policeman if I needed to look at someone with a bit of magnification, you wouldn't see me doing it.
Yeah, you wouldn't be doing that. You just put your hand
so
up.
I could just put my hand up. And
so you've used these as well?
I've used these, yeah.
The fact it's been taken apart, it's good.
Yeah.
If that had been broken,
it's difficult.
it would need a new shell.
They're a bit grubby and they're a bit battered, which, I mean, the battered bit is nice because that's...
You want that left?
Oh, yeah. They're battered because my dad wore them for nearly best part of 30 years.
If we're able to repair the binoculars, what are you going to do with them?
I'd like to go back to Loch Ness next April or thereabouts, because that's the 60th anniversary of the film being taken, and do a bit of monster hunting with those binoculars. It's a bit of a tribute, if you like, to my father. In the monster hunting fraternity,
he's a legend, isn't he?
He's a legend, yeah.
So, thank you for
You're
bringing
welcome.
them in.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Likewise. You
Thank
take care now.
I will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
If my father knew that I'd come here to get those binoculars repaired, he'd be absolutely tickled pink. He never went anywhere without them. And for me to be able to use them, that gives me an even better connection with Dad, just to be able to hold those in my hand and hopefully spot Nessie with them would be marvellous.
Now these have spotted Nessie. Oh, that's diamond. I do like that. What have you got to do with these then, Rich?
One eyepiece is just twisting, so that won't focus, so that's got to be secured. They've got to be cleaned because they're mucky inside. Yeah, you look through that way, you can see whether they're mucky inside. And
oh, yeah.
Now that one has got a big chip, like a shell, out of that prism. That will need a new prism. Pretty certain I've got one.
Okay.
Of the same age.
Right.
Join the two halves together.
Sounds like you've got it sorted.
Yeah, I hope so.
OK. Well, if there's anything you need, I'm on you over there.
I know where you are.
All right, no problem.
Let's start getting inside. I had my first set of binoculars as a schoolboy, probably about 12. I worked weekends in the greengrocers and florists to make a bit of money. My binoculars just lived round my neck. Everyone knew that if Richard came along, he'd have his binocular with him. That prism is chipped, quite a big chip, and that will distort the image. It throws the light all over the place. It might make rainbows, flare. Without prisms, if you just had lenses and an eyepiece, the image would be upside down, so the prisms actually turn the image so that when you look through, it looks like you're actually viewing the scene. So that one has also got a chip right on the edge. It'll really do a much better job if I change them. This eyepiece is actually jammed, and that was probably why the focus lost its grip, because the three little grub screws lost their grip. So, yeah, I've got a bit of work to do.
Leather expert Susie is using her in-depth knowledge of the material to reshape a century-old case that served a trailblazing female surgeon.
So now I've got this top really quite moist. You can see that it actually has some movement now, whereas before it was rock hard. I'm just going to place it on this piece of leather here just to protect it. Pop it down on the bench, and I need to apply some weight here and just let that moisture help to straighten out the fiberboard. While that's drying, I'm going to take care of the damaged side piece. This is the fiberboard, all the layers are coming apart here. So what I'm going to do is glue a piece of this fine leather up inside here. And that's going to help reinforce the card, but also reinforce the leather outer. The importance of what I'm doing here is to really put the strength back in this portion of the case top. And because it's been warped, that lid will have a bit of a memory and it will keep wanting to force this row of stitching. So it's crucial that I get this as strong as it was when it was new. it's rather appropriate that I'm using a scalpel to do the repair on what was the surgeon's case. Although I can only begin to imagine what great-aunt Belinda went through in her life being a surgeon all those years ago. Right, so now I've got the sides sewn together. This whole lid is a lot flatter, but there's a lot of stress going on because the actual card still wants to lift on this side. If I was to leave it like this, these corners would pop out in no time at all. So what I'm going to do is make a couple of caps to go on there. You'll often see metal ones riveted in place. But as I found as I've worked on this case, it's really, really well made. And so I feel in keeping it as authentic as possible, I need to be sewing the caps on. And personally, I don't mind taking that extra time anyway. It's going to do a much better job. And this is going to give the lid so much strength that it's going to be able to be used on a daily basis without any risk of it splitting open again. Right, now the corners of the lid of the case are firmly sewn in place. I do, however, need to tackle the stitching on the handle of the case. And the only way I can take this handle off is to take these mounting plates off. But unfortunately, I have this block of wood the other side, and that would mean ripping out all the inside lining and everything, which I don't want to do. So that leaves me with the quandary of how am I going to sew this while it's in place? And I've actually never ever done this before. And I'm going to try and stitch double hand using curved needles. It's the only way I can see to do this. Part of the challenge is this leather being 100 years old is very dry and very hard. I mean, it really is putting up a fight. But that's the reality of working on old stuff. The threads are crossing over. It's just finding the rhythm. Forgive me, I'll get there in the end.
The end is already on the horizon for Psycho Supremo, Tim Gunn. He's almost finished his painstaking restoration of the 1960s bike that travelled the world.
Hey Tim, you okay?
Oh, brilliant, yeah.
That bike is looking fantastic, well
Thank
done.
you. No, it's come along really, really well.
There's the luggage rack all welded up for you.
Excellent. This
Good
is
luck.
the finishing touch. Brilliant. Cheers, Dom. I've just got to tidy up a few of the bits and pieces like the cables, fit the grips, and then it's ready to go back to Kath and Sue. I'm really looking forward to seeing their faces when they see it.
When it was wheeled into the repair shop, this 1960s design classic was showing its age. After travelling from country to country with the family who loved it, the years of rust had made it unfit for riding.
I'm very excited to see the bike again, touching it, maybe getting on it, and maybe riding it.
It will be nice to ride it again, it will, as a grown-up.
Perhaps not the two of us, perhaps just one of us. Yeah. Hello.
Hello there. You okay?
Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Good to see you again. Hello, Don.
Nice to see you.
Hello, Tim.
Hello, too. Nice to see you. You okay?
Okay.
How are you both?
Very well, thank you. Very excited to see what's under there.
Are you?
Yeah.
I think we're both really excited to see what you both think of it. Come on then. Okay. You ready?
Yeah. Got rid of all the rust. Oh, it just looks fantastic. And the seat can actually sit on. Is it new?
It's of the period, yeah. It's an old saddle.
Oh, I see. Oh, that looks fantastic. You must have worked so hard.
Magic.
Thank you. I just want to get on it and zoom away.
Should we take it outside and have a go?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to go?
Yes, I do.
Tim. It's been a while since you've ridden this, is it? Yeah.
Right, here I go. Oh, brilliant.
Oh.
Riding that bike was the best fun. Really enjoyed it. Fantastic. Well, we were always thick as thieves, and we're right back there. Getting on that bike has brought back that childhood feeling again.
It's better than I imagined it would be.
Yeah.
And it's really great to have it back.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
It's all yours.
Thank
See
you.
you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well done. That's really good.
At his bench, Richard's working on the binoculars that a much-admired dad used for Loch Ness monster spotting. Having removed years of grime.
And there we go, a nice clean lens to go back in a minute.
He turns to easing the seized-up focus mechanism.
It's got old grease in it. It's almost as thick as putty. So I'll clean that off, put new grease in. Really don't need much. That's going in. That's quite smooth. And this is the bit you grip when you want to focus. Close-up lens. So I can actually see. That little bit of dirt is actually a grub screw. That's the sort of size that I'm working with. These are so tiny. Tighten up. See if that'll go in there. Those screws are now quite tight. It was because they were loose and that the eyepiece had actually got such thick grease it had jammed that it just started spinning off. So now you can open it up and close it back down again.
Next, Richard raids his stash of vintage spare parts from unrepairable binoculars, looking for replacements for the 2 chipped prisms.
Would you believe it? That is fractionally too big. 0.5 millimetre. They should fit, there's no question. They came out of a very similar model, almost the exact same model. They should have fitted. Oh, actually, I've just seen that there's... Originally in the factory, they've pipped the sides of the metalwork. They were absolutely determined to make sure the prism was in the right place and didn't move. In fact, you can see the 2 little black marks where the pieces of metal have gripped the sides of the old prisms. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, but with optics, 0.5 millimetre makes all the difference. Ooh, here we go. Ooh, they're only about 1/4 millimetre different. Who's got their fingers crossed? Oh no, they still won't go. That's too big. Ay, ay, ay. What's that one? No, too big. It's all come down to 1/4 millimetre. In this case, I'm going to have to get out a little drill and actually scoop that metal out a bit more. Don't want it very fast. I'm going to go as gentle as possible. Right, let's see if this fits. Yes, look. That's a lot of relief. The back prisms are now fitting. They have their little springs and the cover plate. So that's all the prisms locked in place. We're almost there. And the simplest bit would seem to be to put the 2 halves of the body back together. This is the centre hinge around which the 2 halves pivot. All early binoculars were fixed, and you actually have to have your eyes measured to buy a binocular that fitted your eyes. And then some bright spark in Zeiss in Germany came up with the idea of this centre swivel way back in 1890, and it just took off from then. Now it's smooth. It really is beginning to look like a binocular again.
Susie's charge is well on the road to recovery as she administers the finishing touches to the surgeon's case.
It's always fun when you get to this point. You think, yeah, this is almost to the end of repairing and renovating Claire's case. It's certainly the end of all the sewing I need to be doing here. But I have one area that really, really needs attention, and that's here. I've got this really bad tear in the leather. So what I think I'm going to do is fill this with a leather filler, and that I make by using lots of bits of leather dust, as I call it, and I'm just going to mix it with a little bit of glue. This leather dust is actually a byproduct of another part of the leather industry, which normally just gets thrown away. This is something I made up because I had a job that I needed to fill a hole, and I thought, well, you know, a piece of leather won't fit in there. And you think about leather is made up of all these fibres that are meshed together. That is leather. So I figured, well, if I kind of do the same thing in a paste that I can shove in the cracks, maybe that'll work. And by Jove, it did. Right, once that's dried, I can shave it down and buff it up.
This battered case once carried the surgical tools of Belinda Nesbitt, an extraordinary vanguard for women in 20th century medicine. Now her great-niece Claire has returned to see if it's been restored back to health.
The case was in a really poor condition. It was literally falling apart in my hands. So it was a last bid to try and get it restored and save the history.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, it's lovely to see you again, Claire.
Yeah, likewise.
How are you feeling?
Excited.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what you've done.
Okay.
Sorry, no pressure.
Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Oh, wow. Can I touch it? Oh, look. Oh. And you, oh, so you've put these little corners on. They look like they've always been there. Wow. And the leather, how on earth? Because it was almost like it wasn't leather anymore, was it?
Right, right. A big part of the challenge was the fact that the water damage had warped it so badly.
Oh.
And trying to get it straight to be able to sew back together.
Yes. I just can't believe you've managed to do that the way you have. It feels so robust now, because I've never been able to carry it as a case for just years.
Yeah.
And actually, how special is that to think of my great aunt, to think of her walking along with this to work? Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I'm just chuffed as a monkey.
Whatever that may be.
Yeah. You're very, very clever. Oh, my giddy great aunt, I should say.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Can I give you a big hug to say
Yes,
thank you properly?
thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so very grateful.
Oh, no.
We're very lucky to have talented people like you in the world.
It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so much, Susie.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. It feels leather again. That was the biggest surprise, because it hasn't felt like leather for a very long time. It's so brittle. And then suddenly thinking that my great aunt would have marched off to work with that, you know, that was just really, really nice. Yeah, it feels very special.
The end is also in sight for Richard, with the binoculars used for Loch Ness Monster spotting. The fiddly optics are fixed, just 2 final flourishes to add.
What Simon didn't have was eye cups. In my box of bits, I've got a couple of rubber eye cups. It makes them so much more comfortable. And, of course, you must always have something round your neck so that when you drop them, they don't go very far. There we go. Round the neck. Glasses off. Up to the eyes.
For Simon, the binoculars are a precious memento, but they have taken a battering over the years. Now he's back to see if Richard has transformed them.
I'm rather excited. And it'll take me back to the first monster hunting trip to Loch Ness with my father when he ceremoniously put them round my neck and said, "That's your responsibility, you're on lookout duty." We didn't see anything, but it didn't matter, because it meant that I got special time with my father, who was an incredible man. Hello. Nice to see you again. How are you?
Likewise. How you doing?
Hello, Jay. Nice to see you.
So how are you feeling?
I'm on tenterhooks. Have been for some time, actually. Looking forward to this.
Right. You want to go hunting again, don't you?
I've got some monster hunting to do, yeah.
But you need something to go with you, don't you?
I do, yes. It would be a great help if I could see what I was doing.
Come on, take it off.
You want me to show him, yeah?
Yeah,
come on him. Oh, look at that. You did it. Can I pick them up?
Yeah, they're yours.
Oh, geez, look at that. Now that you've put the eyepieces on, I remember them now. That is fantastic.
How do they feel?
Oh, they feel great. Excuse me a minute. Let's put them over my shoulder. That's how they're supposed to be. Yeah.
Pop on the top shelf, right next to the star there.
Yeah.
Have a look over there. Tell me if you can see something next to that jar.
What jar?
See the star? And then the top shelf, there's a jar there.
Oh, you mean the hedgehog?
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, they work. That's brilliant, and they both focus. That is fantastic. I can't thank you enough. That is absolutely fabulous.
It's been fun.
I couldn't be happier. Absolutely. Brilliant.
Thank
well
you,
done,
Tom.
chaps. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You take care, sir.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Likewise.
Thank you.
It's totally made up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, it's like a little kid again.
They look like the pair of binoculars that my dad used to carry. He used to be inseparable from them, to be able to look through them and to focus them properly and use them as a proper pair of binoculars. That's just, you know, that's ticked all the boxes. They're an integral part of the family history, if you like, and the story of the hunt for Nessie. They've exceeded my expectations. It's terrific. Even the little cord is fabulous.
How we doing?
Morning.
Morning.
In the repair shop today,
Wow.
an elegant effigy brings a touch of Bollywood glamour to the barn.
Her nails need a bit of work
Yeah.
on there. And then doing some makeup.
Yeah.
A bit of lipstick.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like she's going to enter the repair shop day spa.
And a veteran record player
It's like all us oldies. We keep going on and on and on.
requiring Mark's golden touch.
It's old technology, but that makes it resilient.
But first to arrive at the barn are David and Pam White from Southampton with an antique toy that's a perfect match for David Burville's expertise in all manner of curiosities.
I'm Jay.
Nice to meet
David.
you.
All right.
Another David. Nice to meet you.
So what have you got in the box?
I suppose you'd call it a Victorian toy. It was made in 1853.
Right.
As you can see, after 166 years, it's become slightly worn.
Right.
It depicts a figure of Blondin, who was a famous tightrope walker come acrobat in Victorian times.
Did you say Blondin?
Blondin.
OK.
It was given to my great aunt, Kathleen Vernon, in 1907 when she was 5.
OK.
And then she kept it until she died in 1994. And it was passed on to me. And unfortunately, it was more or less in that state by then.
Oh, so it wasn't working when you received
It hasn't worked for a long time.
So what is he supposed to do then?
Well, the idea is that there's sand in there, so you turn it anti-clockwise,
And I can hear the
You
sand
can hear
in
it's
there.
all a bit lumpy.
Yeah.
And you stand it up, and as the sand descends back, gravity takes it to the bottom, the pin spins, and the little man does his somersaults and tricks. He'll do a full circle one way, full circle the other way.
When was the last time you saw him do that? Because it's like you remember it like it was yesterday.
Well, 30+ years, but you don't forget something like that.
No. No.
Okay.
It was a big part of my childhood with my aunt. I used to always, when I go and see my aunt, one of the first things is, can we have a look at Blondin, please?
Right. With fond memories of her, do you?
Yeah, very. Yeah, she was quite a character, very interesting lady. I used to go up and stay with her for a week or so when I was in my teens.
Right.
When she died, and obviously it was something I kept wondering what to try and do with it.
Yeah.
Because it's too, it's too important and treasured to get rid of.
Yeah.
And she's written, made by Mr. Teague of Walthamstow in 1853, given to Kitty Vernon by Auntie Jessie Owen.
That's a very long time.
So unfortunately, it's not in the best of condition.
Oh, if I look like this at 166 years old, I would not complain.
No, I wouldn't. It's certainly very, very unique. And I always think something like this, for the younger generation, it has no batteries in it. Nothing,
No.
And yet it works totally autonomously.
Yeah.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
So if Dave is able to repair this, what are you guys going to do with it?
Oh, we should keep it in the lounge so that the children play with it.
We're under supervision.
I want to see this work.
So do I.
Yeah. We'll work some magic on it.
Yes. We will do our very best.
Thank you for bringing this in. Can't wait to see it working.
Oh, it's
Take care now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
It'll seem very strange not having the Blondin box there for a little while, but looking forward to having it back so the grandchildren can start playing with it.
I'm hoping that the guys can work their magic so that he's doing his somersaults again. Yes.
Have you ever worked on one of these?
No. It's incredible. Sand-powered. I've never come across a sand-powered toy. I can't even sort of imagine how it works.
Let's open it up. Can
Shall
we open it up?
Yeah. Shall we?
This is 166 years old.
Yeah.
It's never been opened, has it?
No, we're probably going to be the first people to sit inside this. It's incredible. I'm almost afraid of what we're going to find. The main thing we've got to be careful with is this paper here, because that's amazing to have all that history. We've actually got nails. Are you right from there?
Yeah. Oh, it's coming out all right, though, isn't it?
It is coming. I think we're free. We've got sand leakage.
There we go.
Oh, wow, look at that. God, that's incredible.
Now, that makes perfect sense. It's just a wheel.
So, yeah.
Is he moving around now?
Yeah, he is. But he's obviously very, very loose.
Yeah.
So that's the sand reservoir.
Right.
And then that's got a little hole in it. And that literally drips through like an hourglass. And as these little paddle sections fill up, it causes the paddle wheel to just tip round.
That's why you've got to turn it. All the sand just goes into there.
Turn it that direction, like David said.
So then you turn it around, sand goes in there, and then it feeds down.
Yeah.
To go around that. But that, what is that?
No, I think that's come loose.
Okay.
This is the bearing for the spindle.
Okay.
So that's broken, and this is all loose, so that wants re-gluing and reattaching. And then we've got to make it sand tight again.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to have to fire up the glue pot.
Okay. Just let me know if you need any help.
Great.
All right.
Thanks.
No problem. Grab the door. Here we go.
Next into the repair shop is Dewinda Bansal from Wolverhampton. She's got a unique and sizable challenge for the modelling skills of ceramics expert Kirsten Ramsey.
What have you got here?
I'll tell you what, it is big.
She's not as scary as she looks. Wow. Oh, my word. We haven't actually met yet, have we?
No.
I'm Kirsten.
No, I'm Dewinda. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Who is this beautiful lady?
She actually doesn't have a name yet, but I grew up with her.
You grew up with her?
Yeah.
What, this was in your house?
No,
Okay.
not quite. So this is a 1960s Bollywood mannequin. When I was growing up in Wolverhampton, there was only one shop that you could really go to to get everything you needed. It was a big shop. It was like a supermarket for Indian community to go and get like saris, decorative items, anything the Asian community couldn't really access at that point unless they went back to India to get these things.
I'm with you.
So it was one of these stores that you kind of walked into and being hit with a symphony of Indian incense, the sounds of the music that my parents would listen to, just walking into somewhere which was another world.
That sounds magical, doesn't it? Yeah.
I remember this mannequin always being in the shop window and looking so amazingly glamorous and thinking how beautiful she was.
You've brought her in today. How come she's yours?
Well, recently, the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Patel, who own that shop, have closed part of it down. So I went into the shop and then I just spotted her in the corner.
Yeah.
And I said, do you think I could have her? So I just asked.
Cheeky. That sounds like something I would do.
Yeah,
I would just ask.
But I had to take her home, so
Where did she go?
she came home and she's been in my kitchen ever since.
Right, OK. She lives in your kitchen?
She lives in my kitchen.
It's quite a big lady to have in your kitchen.
Well, it was a surprise for my mum anyway when she walked in. She went, oh my God, there's someone else in the kitchen. But like everyone's got used to her now. She's like part of the family.
Why did you want to save her from the shop?
It's just the memories of happiness, being young, growing up in Wolverhampton, where there weren't many Asian families at the time when I was growing up in the 80s, and just happy memories of that time, really.
So what's actually wrong with her? Because I could see damage on her finger here.
At the back, there's a chunk of hair missing.
Oh, wow.
And then she's got sort of damage on the hands, and when I was wheeling her across Wolverhampton in a
As you do.
on a trolley.
Is that what you did? Is that how you transported her?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
ended up giving her some damage there.
OK.
Then this bit here, that's quite
severe.
That's quite.
OK. Oh, how lovely, though. I've actually never worked on an actual mannequin before, so that's going to be interesting.
So thank you for bringing her in.
Thank you very much. Can't wait.
Same here.
Thank you so much. I can't wait either.
You take care now.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I feel quite sad in terms of all the damage that's occurred, but she's 45 years old, and so bits of damage are going to happen. I'm really looking forward to seeing her repaired, looking back to herself. So, yeah, really, really can't wait.
I'm quite surprised she is in this good a condition for
Yeah.
going up the streets in Wolverhampton.
I would love to have seen that.
Yeah. How do you go about repairing something like this, then?
I'm going to have to consolidate these areas. You know, she's got this damage here. And then it's going to be a case of filling and making up the missing areas.
OK. And then doing some makeup?
Yeah.
A bit of lipstick?
Yeah.
OK.
And like nails
And
as
the
well,
nails
I think.
as well. Yeah, her nails need a bit of work
Yeah.
on there. So it's like she's going to enter the repair shop day spa.
I think it is, yeah, a bit of a makeover.
Yeah. So what we've got to do is get this over to your area.
I'm fairly certain that this is a painted plaster. I think her arm actually unscrews. Great. This is the really damaged arm, this one. Now let's see what's underneath here as well. See what I'm dealing with. Yeah, so that's really damaged. The main thing is that I've got the arms off and I can get her up onto the bench and go from there. Well, could you give me a hand, please? Thank you.
Hey there. Is this your new friend?
It is my new friend, yes. I'm actually going to have to pop her up onto the workbench.
This is a first for me. OK, ready?
All right.
Lean her back like that.
Actually, that's great. How is she?
Oh, she's not light, I'll tell you that.
OK.
Oh, gosh.
She is enormous.
OK, do you think that's going to be safe and steady?
Yeah, that's great.
OK, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you very much.
That's all right.
At David's workbench, the Victorian Acrobat toy that's an heirloom from a much-missed great aunt is dismantled, ready for repairs.
So I'm now concentrating on the inside of the Blondin box. So I'm just going to remove Monsieur Blondin.
The real-life Blondin trained as an acrobat and walked the tightrope above Niagara Falls some 300 times from the 1850s onwards. His celebrity status prompted a boom in themed merchandise, from neckties and stationery to toys.
He's very delicate and he's only made of paper. So all those years he's been operating, he's in remarkably good condition. You've got a hopper here which contains the sand, and it's suffered a bit of wear and tear. It's held on with paper tape, but unfortunately the sand is leaking past. So I'm just peeling the paper off and then I'm going to replace that with new. The good thing is it's been done with hot glue, so we can leave part of the glue in place and the new hot glue will bond to the old glue.
The toy dates back to 1853, so using methods and materials like traditional hot glue with paper keeps the restoration sympathetic to that period.
That will make it nice and sand tight, so hopefully we'll get a nice long duration of the acrobat doing his stuff. I'm onto the front of the Blondin box now, and it's really, really dirty. I've got to very carefully clean up this beautiful patterned paperwork. That's working surprisingly well. For this to be 160 years old and that colour coming back is incredible, absolutely incredible. It should be quite brilliant once it's finished. It's now time to put Monsieur Blondin back in position. This is quite an exciting moment. He should go in there nicely. I've just got to align the acrobat. The sand has to drip down into the buckets in the paddle wheel quite precisely so they fill up nicely, and that works the acrobat. The next thing is to put the bearing back in place. This bearing is actually the part that was broken, and this had stopped the paddle wheel from actually turning. So this is really the crucial part. I've got a nice amount of glue. I've got to cut some paper strips and glue those on, and then that will just give some extra support to the bearing. So hopefully we're going to have another 166 years out of it. I'm just going to leave that to dry now, and then I can reassemble the front of the box, recover it, and then we're ready for some sand to go in it. So I'm really looking forward to that.
The next visitor is Lorraine McCourt from London, carrying a precious memento of a vintage love story. She's hoping audio specialist Mark Stuckey can bring the music and the memories back to life.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
I'm Steve.
Hi, nice to meet you, Steve. Hi.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
Mark.
Hi, Mark. Nice to meet you. I'm Lorraine.
Hi, Lorraine. So what little gem have you brought in today for us?
This is my mum's record turntable.
Oh, OK. Right, shall we have a look? Oh, wow, that's fantastic. What's the story behind this little one?
Well, my dad bought this for my mum before they married, and it's always been the family. And my mum died 3 months ago, so...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. So when I was last in Belfast, I came across it again and brought it home with me.
Tell me a bit about your parents.
They met at the Plaza in Belfast at the dances, so it was probably the only place where young people could socialise at that time, and They used to practice their dance steps at home.
So practice at home using this, and then do it on the dance floor.
Exactly, yeah. They were always into the music. They liked to invite, you know, family and round and always play the records at home. And yeah, together their favourite was Nat King Cole. They called me after one of the songs, Sweet Lorraine.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, that's really nice. When was the last time you heard this?
Oh, childhood, really.
Oh, wow, so such a long time ago.
Yeah, we played with it as we were growing up. There's 5 of us, so we fought over it quite a lot too. Because it was portable, we were allowed to take it into the bedroom and play the records.
Yes.
We were having great fun playing with the speed, because you can change the voice and slow it down. Yeah.
What will hearing this again, what memories will that bring back?
Yeah, memories of growing up and of my mum and dad together, and the stories, I suppose, of how they met.
Yeah.
Because it's very attached to, you know, the fact that my dad bought it for my mum.
It's a good-looking piece.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Lorraine, thank you so much for bringing this in. This is going to be quite exciting.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
It's been
lovely
a pleasure
to meet
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
When I hear the music that my mum and dad used to listen to, it'll just be lovely to remember them. They're both gone now. And for myself and for all of my family, those records mean a lot. And to be able to listen to them again would just be so special.
Well, you've got your work cut out there, haven't you?
It's old technology, but that makes it resilient. It's like all us oldies. We keep going on and on and on. Biggest issue is going to be the stylus. It actually has 2 little styluses in it. You meant to sort of twist this to turn it for 33 or 45.
I can remember doing that.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Not on one of these.
No. The problem's going to be that these cartridges and the styluses literally deteriorate, and you can't get replacements. That's the biggest headache, really. There's the motor assembly to adjust. That's all going to be cleaned, set up properly so it turns at the correct speed.
Fantastic. Yeah. This looks quite a challenge, actually. So, shall we get over to your bench?
I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. So obviously, I've got to take it totally apart. These little screws here, I'm going to undo this, and this is what I find is the most interesting point, because it's like opening a tomb. I don't know what I'm going to find, but interestingly, what I expect to find in here, there will be a large capacitor, a large round metal object. And just like a cartouche on an Egyptian tomb, which will identify the pharaoh and the date, this little round device will have a date stamp on it. Now, here we go. This is going to be the fun part. There we go. And we can have a look. Well, initial inspection is actually very good. No real rusting, which is very promising from the motor point of view. This is the large electrolytic capacitor. The capacitor blocks direct current from passing through, but allows the alternating current, the signal, to go from one stage to the other. And if I look carefully, can I see anything on there? Hang on, I need to get my torch. Here we go. Just there, October 54. So, crikey, it's a year older than me. Right, bring that round here. And we've got 3 valves. One is a 4-wave rectifier, preamp, audio amplifier, and I'm just going to pull them out. The pins are fairly tarnished, so just use a very fine emery cloth, and then we work our way through all of them, so you're getting good contact on the base, the valve base. And that's one little job out of the way before we start changing the main components.
Kirsten is prepping her patient, the vintage Indian mannequin rescued from an iconic neighbourhood shop.
So I'm going to remove this precious jewel and pop that to one side. Right, this is the tape coming away now and revealing all sorts of horrors. There are a couple of wire supports that are running through the arm from the wrist, holding it on, but they've completely come away. I mean, there's really almost nothing holding that together anymore. It's going to be quite a big job to actually get those sections to join together and get a good, strong bond. I'm using tape to actually bind the arm and the hand together, almost like a splint actually, and then introduce the adhesive. This is feeling quite medical here, strapping this hand onto the arm. That seems to be working quite well. The next stage now is to introduce some adhesive, and I need something that's going to be quite strong to hold this hand in place. I'm just going to pop that under there to support it. There we go. The wrist, that's going to require quite a lot of stabilising, filling and remodelling. I have actually broke my wrist. Long time ago, though. Yeah, I was swinging around in a tree at about the age of 12 and broke my wrist, as you do. I'm using quite a lot of adhesive here. I think that's looking quite good. So I'm going to leave that to cure now, and I will come back to it, test the strength, and with a bit of luck, I can get onto the filling stage. So that's already looking so much better. I'm now going to introduce some filler into this thumb and this really big missing section here. So there's quite a lot of filling to actually be done. So I'm going to make a start. I'm going to be using acrylic filler. This is a really nice consistency. It's not going to run out the other side, and yet it's got enough give to it that I can actually shape it and drag it into the shape that I'm requiring. This really feels like it's the start of De Windsor's mannequin coming back to life. I'm going to let that harden and then make a start painting. But I'm very aware that I think the focus is very much going to be on getting this hand and arm reconnected and looking good. I think the flesh tones on this are going to be quite difficult. There's quite a lot of variations in this mannequin, so I'm using some acrylic paints. So I've sort of started off with the paler colour, and then I'm adding in more oranges to try and actually blend the colours into the original. And I think this is covering really well, which is actually a relief because I've got quite a lot to do on this piece.
With the internal issues on the Blondin box remedied, David can now reinstate the casing.
Now the glass and the back is on the Blondin box, the next stage is to start putting the leather effect cover on, and most importantly, the original paper write-up. We're going to start by painting the glue onto the cloth, and then hopefully it'll stick down really nicely.
Now the acid test of David's work is whether its 166-year-old paper acrobat will swing back into action.
What, Dave?
Hello, mate, you all
Got
right?
that sand for you.
Oh, fantastic.
Ooh, that looks amazing. Well done.
The only problem is, if we put this sand in and it doesn't work, I've got to literally cut the thing open again. It's the moment of truth.
Look, 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 look. Did you see that? Look, look.
doing it. He's
Quality.
doing it.
All right, let's go again. That's good, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Proper going for it, isn't he?
Would I like to be that energetic at 166 years old?
He's not too bad, I tell you. You've done a brilliant job, mate. I can't wait to see what David thinks of this.
Oh, me too. Me
I'll go
too.
let him
Brilliant.
know.
Lovely.
All right.
Cheers.
When it arrived at the barn, the Blondin box was in a sorry state, a far cry from the toy that fascinated its owner, David, and his beloved great-aunt before him. Now David, his wife and grandchildren are back to see if the show can go on.
Hello.
Hello.
So you brought the game?
Yes, yeah, well, two of them.
Hello. How you doing? What's your name?
Eleanor.
Eleanor.
Hello,
Oh, bless.
Eleanor.
And your
How
name?
are you? Lewis.
Oh, hi, Lewis. So you've come to see what we've done to the Blondin box, eh?
Yeah.
Have you seen it before?
I've seen it on the side, but I've never seen it working.
So let's hope we can fulfil that wish.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
It's crossed today.
Oh, really, really excited.
We are excited, aren't we?
But we are, yes.
We've got to let you see this, because it is... You've got to see this. You ready?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, wow. Goodness me.
It looks really smart, doesn't it?
I think they're going to want to see him work.
No, it's over to you. You know what to do.
You have to turn it round, and then when Grandad shows it round, look.
See?
There he goes.
Look at that. No batteries, no joysticks.
No.
Just sand.
Sand.
That's it.
That's it. That's
And
it.
then put them down and then
There
turn
we
them
go.
around to you.
Oh, that is superb.
Isn't that
Incredible.
It's really good.
Easy good.
That is superb.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
This is all yours now.
Still going.
Thank you. Still going. It's on overtime.
He is, he is.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Take
You're
care.
welcome. All the
Bye-bye.
best. Take care.
Seeing it working after all these years really takes me back to my times with my great aunt and when I was their age. It's amazing.
I couldn't believe it. How could sand do all that?
Hopefully it will pass on down through the family for another 100 years, and I think my great aunt she'd be smiling about that.
Mark is working on the portable record player that serenaded a couple through their courtship in the 1950s.
When the arm is transferred over to the record, you have here a cartridge, and the cartridge has a little stylus, a needle in it. That needle vibrates with the grooves of the record, transmits that information through the arm, down through these little wires, and that then connects to the amplifier. Without having this actually sort of totally fixed and working, and I've got to approach all this as well, the cartridge issue, we won't hear any sound whatsoever. The original cartridge had completely disintegrated to a gunge. It's just oil mixture of everything. I'm cleaning out the actual head where a cartridge is going to be fitted. It's going to be incredibly difficult to find a working replacement. So at the moment, I'm thinking of this, which is a similar type of cartridge, but as it is at the moment, it's not really going to fit. So this is where perhaps, Steve, are you free at all for a minute? I know you haven't got anything else to do in here, but I've got a bit of a problem. As you can see, that is going to somehow have to fit in there.
All right, OK, yeah.
As you can see, though, it's a little bit larger.
So that's just got to cut off those sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that now for you.
Oh, that's very kind, thank you. Allows me to get on with the next little bit. All right, thanks so much.
While Steve customises the stylus cartridge, Mark can work on the drive motor that turns the record.
Well, how does it work? It's a very simple method, and in fact, that's why it's very reliable and it lasts for years and years. You have a motor driven directly, which has different sizes on the shaft. And by literally moving a drive wheel, this little wheel here, which connects to the drive shaft, and as it's turning, it makes the turntable rotate as well. And by going up and down the shaft, we have the 3 main speeds, which were popular at the time, 78, 33 and 45. So we'll just take that off, and then I'll clean up the outer edge of the turntable. And you can see quite clearly that we're starting to see metal again. Look at that. One heck of a difference from the old to the new. Okay, what I'm doing now, I'm replacing these little capacitors. They're, sort of certainly 60+ years old. They may function, but invariably, even if they did now, they won't for very long. And at the same time, over here, the large capacitor, this big electrolytic, you can have a look visually, and if you don't see any bulge on the top, which is an indication that the actual electrolyte inside is pushing through, and therefore it's not particularly any good. This is nice and flat, so it's not something I would need to have to replace. Got just 2 more of these to actually replace, and then I'll get on with the arm and continue with that.
I've got to be very, very careful that I don't damage this stylus. Yeah, I'll be done. All ready for Mark to glue in.
After hours of fixing, filling and painting, Kirsten's repair of the 1960s mannequin that once took centre stage in an Indian bazaar is nearly complete.
It's going to be a real fiddle. Just check that that's fine. That's one. So that's the arms back on, and they feel really safe and secure. And I'm now going to see if I can get the sari on. Right, she looks transformed, and I think a woman as glamorous as this just needs a little touch of lipstick. I feel like a makeup artist.
For 40 years, this elegant model has been a cultural touchstone for one Midlands community. But the years had not been kind. Now her proud new owner, Dewinder, is back, hoping the mannequin which captivated her so much as a child is back to her beautiful best.
This mannequin's really special to me. She's become an important part of the family, and I've missed her not being there. There's a little sort of vacant spot where she normally is. Can't wait to see what she looks like.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hello, Dewinder. You all right?
Hello, yes, thank
Hi,
you.
Dewinder,
Hi, nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Do you want to see her?
Yes, please.
You have to wait a minute. Oh, bless. It's been a real joy to have her here, actually. Shall we show her?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh wow! She looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Really, really amazing. This is where it was all broken?
Yeah.
You can't even tell? Wow. And the lips have been done as well?
Yes, yeah, well spotted.
Absolutely cannot believe what an amazing job you've done on her.
I've tried to keep the character. She's a bit of an icon, a Wolverhampton icon.
Definitely.
But don't go wheeling her around.
In a shopping trolley, yeah. No more of that.
She's going to be staying in one place, getting in the living room this time.
Wow.
She deserves a special place.
She does, actually. Yeah.
I don't know who else could have done this, so thank you so much. Thank you.
It's been such a pleasure, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Take care.
When I saw the mannequin, I was just like blown away. Really looking forward to getting her home, and I think the family's going to be absolutely over the moon. I couldn't have imagined anything better.
The antique electrics of the portable 1950s record player has had Mark in a spin, but he's finally making headway.
What I'm doing now is the cartridge which Steve kindly sort of managed to adapt so I can fit into the head here. I'm now actually re-putting back together into the system and soldering the wires at the back. I've put the motor assembly all back together and it's working, you know, fine, but I've got to make sure it's actually doing the correct speed. And to do that, there's a little old trick you can get. It's one of these little stroboscope. And effectively what happens, you put it onto the turntable. To see it, you need a 50 hertz light source, and in this case, a light bulb. That actually is strobing 50 times a second, and I should see third circle in should be apparently looking static. It takes a few seconds, but yeah, I can actually see that that is actually working at 45. So that's an excellent result.
Honor Lorraine was named after a song loved by her late parents. She's returned to the repair shop to collect the record player that holds such sweet memories.
My mum died quite recently. I realised that, you know, after someone you love dies, when you find something like that from your childhood, you start to just value it again. I think I'd forgotten about it. I suppose like holding on to a little part of her, really. I'm really excited to see what Mark has done to it. Just to see it actually working again would be just amazing, amazing.
Hello, Lorraine.
Hi. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm
Hello,
good.
Ray.
Hello, Mark.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
How are you feeling?
Nervous. Nervous? Yeah. Just can't wait to see what Mark's done with it.
So what are you hoping to see underneath the blanket then?
That it's working, fully working.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh. Wow. It looks really good.
Yeah? Do you want to hear it play after all these years then?
I do. I can't wait to hear it.
I'll let you do the honours of playing it.
Thanks. My hands are shaking.
Was it? Give it a go, scratch it.
I wasn't worried about it. That's nice.
No, don't be.
I think my mum would love to see it play. I wish I'd done it when she was still alive. It's one of the only things I've got really belonging to them. Now, so I'm so glad that Mark, you've been able to fix it. Thank you so much.
It was a real pleasure to do it. All the memories are still here.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think my mum and dad would, if they're looking down, they'll be really, really happy. I'll treasure it.
Well, let's get this packed up for you then. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
It's been an
Thank
honour.
you for all your hard work.
Not at all.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed doing it.
Bye.
Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It holds not just memories of my childhood, but memories of them when they fell in love and when they met. And so it's really special to keep it and to have it now. And I really treasure the fact that I've got it in my life and I can keep it now and give to my children.
repair shop today.
Oh, my. Oh, dear.
Son as his skills are tested to the limit.
All upholsterers know that using a check fabric is always a challenge.
As she gets her tartan in a twist.
We've got so many sides that we need to pattern match.
And it's a first for organ restorer David Burville.
I really want to know how you're going to do this.
It's going to be a challenge.
As a Victorian curio gets him all of a flutter.
So I'm having to be really careful. One wrong move and it's going to cause so much more work.
But first to arrive at the barn, Danielle Woods and her daughter Neve from Yorkshire, both desperate to see if toy restorers Julie and Amanda can save a much-loved companion before it's too late.
Wow. What have we got here?
This is a tortoise. It's a tortoise poof.
How old is he?
He's 44.
Wow, that's very accurate.
Because I was bought this for my first Christmas.
OK.
My mum saved up for it.
Wow, wow. He must have been bigger than you.
I think so. Yeah. There's pictures of me just sat on it. And I used to take it outside. It went everywhere with me, actually.
Oh, wow. Busy, then?
He's been very, very busy. He was at my mum's house, and then when I left home, I took him to my house. So he's been there, and, you know, I've sat the girls on there when they've been in Babes in Arms, and then they've played and it jumping on and off. Yeah. When you've got lots of people coming round, he's the extra chair in the room, you know, to sit on.
How do you remember him?
He has always been in the living room, and, like, on Christmas Day, you always sit on the tortoise.
I do,
and
yeah.
Christmas morning,
I do,
always.
yeah. So, yeah, he's just always been part of the family.
So how did he get this damage around his neck?
It's just 44 years of wear and tear, really.
Right.
And then just over the last couple of years, slowly but surely, he's nearly becoming decapitated.
We've had a lot of little kids come over and love sitting on him, and especially sitting and jumping right here.
Yeah. We had to duct tape him.
Poor thing.
I know. When he got to this state, I did have to just put him behind the TV. Because I was worried about him.
Yeah.
I didn't know what else to do, and I didn't want his negative. No, I didn't want to lose him.
OK. Possibly a design fault, do you think?
This should be right up here, shouldn't it? So I think, I don't think it was a very good
It did
design
have a gold
at the
bow
time,
on it, my mum said at one point, but, you know, that's...
OK.
I don't remember the gold bow.
How does your mum feel about him being repaired, does she?
She thinks it's marvellous.
Yeah?
She's over the moon, yeah. It's something special, and it's special to her that I've kept it so special.
Yes. I just feel he's lying there listening to all.
Woe is me.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? So what would you like us to do?
Anything, just...
Better than duct tape?
Something
better than duct tape.
Better than duct tape.
We can try.
I think we can try.
Yeah. Well, we will look after him for you.
Please do. Thank you.
We promise. He'll be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Gosh, he's lovely, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it is the last chance for the tortoise. I'm just hoping that the teddy bear ladies will be able to do something with him, because if not, then it might be a case that he has to go.
I absolutely love him. Yeah. So what you can do, take his head off from this seam?
Yeah, we'll completely take that panel away so his head comes off.
OK. Got to get rid of all this stuffing.
Absolutely.
It's got to go. That'll be a big job in itself.
Yes, yeah. And then give him a really good clean. And once we've done that, we can assess then where the bits are missing.
Oh, he's going to look lovely.
He is. OK, shall we go for it then?
Yeah, let's do it.
OK. Poor little tortoise.
Look at what his fur used to look like. This lovely green under here. Look, it's coming out.
Aww. So I'm at a point now where I need him flipped over.
OK. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Go. Oh, my.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you poor
Well, there's no going back now, is there?
We've committed to this.
We have.
OK, so I'm going to go through his head any moment.
Oh, oh.
Donna!
Thanks.
You're welcome. Just what you
He's
always
lovely.
wanted. Look at me.
You know what?
What?
When he's finished, he's going to be totally amazing.
I love that.
Next to arrive, Anna Bailey from Manchester, who's brought a piece of furniture that's been at the heart of her family home for decades, for the attention of upholsterer Sonas Nuranvari.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
I'm Sonas.
Hi, Sonas. Nice to meet you.
Hi there. Hi.
I'm Dom. Nice to see you.
So tell us a little bit about your chair.
So the chair was a gift to my mum when she was 18 years old. My mum was a nurse in Liverpool, so she'd not long started a nurse training. And not long after, she went to Italy on holiday with some of her girlfriends and met my dad, who's an Italian man. And it was
romance.
It was a proper holiday romance. So mum and dad got married and the chair was always there when we were children, really.
Lovely.
So initially it was in our old dining room and it was the time when we were having the blackouts.
Yeah.
And we used to sit on the chair and rock and mum would read to us in candlelight. So when me and my sister had a bath, mum used to put us in a towel and my mum and dad would kind of swing us in the towel and plonk us in the chair.
No way.
So we'd dry out in there and then up to bed.
It was part of your routine.
Yeah,
your bedtime routine.
it really was. And when my auntie died, my mum's sister, I remember one night and I was absolutely wailing in the bedroom and she came in and grabbed me and she took me and sat me on the chair. And she just rocked me. Sometimes you don't have to say anything and I kind of got it, you know, because that's your mum's love, isn't it? So there's quite a lot of memories with it, really.
So it's been quite a cornerstone of your life, really,
how many
hasn't it?
stories you've just got.
Yeah, it was always there. So, yeah, I love it. Love it.
I guess you can't even sit on it. Is it not strong enough at the
Well,
moment?
we did notice that there is a huge lack of webbing underneath the cushion and a very sorry-looking cushion as well. So it's probably best not to sit in it at all.
Best not to sit in it, yeah.
Over the past few years, as you can see, the chair's just kind of fallen into...
well used, isn't it?
It's been really well used, yes.
When you look at this chair, what's the first thing that comes
My
to your
mum.
mind? Yeah.
My mum, family.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just... And comfort, really, because the chair was like, it was comfort.
It's just like a hug, isn't it? It's like
It is like a hug in a piece of furniture, really. The shape of it and the back of it and everything.
Yeah.
I think I would feel my mum's presence. I'd kind of get that sense again with it. So it'd be fantastic to be able to kind of sit in it again.
I can completely understand why it's so precious to you now. So in your mind's eye then, how have you got this looking?
If Mum was talking to me here now, she would probably say something like tartan or something like that, because Mum's father was from Scotland.
Oh,
so,
really? Okay.
Yeah, we do have our own tartan, which is the gun clan tartan, which is quite dark. It's quite you know, it's quite tough tartan, really. But something probably like commuted tartan would be lovely.
So what would it mean to you to have this fixed and back at home?
Oh, it mean the world. To be used again and to be loved again, really.
Yeah.
And the thing is, my daughter now, Connie, is 12 years old and she wants to sit in it. And I think for me as well, to kind of be able to sit in it and put Connie on my knee and kind of rock her would be really lovely.
Yeah.
So, like my mum did with me.
It's been a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
As well.
Lovely to meet
Thanks,
you.
Sonas.
My
Thanks
pleasure.
so much.
Not at
See you
all.
soon.
Bye now.
Soon.
To get the chair fixed now would be a real testament to Mum and Dad, and the time's right now. I think about family life with real fondness, and there's some really fantastic memories there. So now's the time, really, to kind of bring that back, I think.
This is, I mean, me looking at this, not being able to do upholstery is quite daunting. I don't know where you would start with something like this.
Well, we need to strip the fabric back completely, and I think strip it right back to the frame. Get rid of this old foam.
And all these springs sticking out inside.
Exactly. Then we need to address this wood.
The woodwork, yeah, good.
And then address all of the padding and the webbing and the foam and make it lovely and nice to look at and comfortable and inviting.
Nice.
And the next key thing is to choose the fabric, which
that's
is
the fun bit, no?
and the cherry on top. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So
Would you need a hand getting over to your bench?
Actually, that would be really helpful. Yeah, thank you. Cool. Now that I'm taking a closer look at Anna's chair, I think the best course of action is actually to take the bottom of the rocker off from the main part of the chair so that I can work on it separately and then start stripping off the cover to see what's underneath and how far back I do actually need to strip it. So this is exactly what foam does, and it's completely dusty and disintegrated, and you do not want to be breathing any of this in.
At their bench, Amanda and Julie are in the midst of cleansing 44 years' worth of debris from the shell of the tortoise poof.
So we're now at the point where his stuffing's all out, so we can give his fur a really good brush and vacuum.
Here we go.
Why do we get all the glamorous
I don't
jobs?
know.
Right, get who?
I can't see. I've steamed up.
Let go, let go. Be better that way.
OK.
Oh my gosh, right. So we've got to get all this. There's some nasty, gritty tortoise dandruff.
Tortoise dandruff.
Stuck in there that we need to get out.
This is a very, very serious process, isn't it, Amanda?
Yes, it is. Now we've got everything vacuumed, brushed, we can get on and start washing the pieces.
Brilliant.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go and get some water.
Now. OK.
There we are. What we want to see now is that water turning yellow.
Oh, I can see it already.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Wouldn't
it be
lovely
if we can get him back to as close to what Danielle's mother would have seen when he was in the shop window?
Definitely. And gold bow.
Bow, yes.
Got to have a gold bow.
With this long-suffering soul now freshly groomed, Amanda and Julie can make a start on his vital repairs.
This is the part of Tortoise's neck that had the really severe damage. I've got the task of trying to get this back together whilst making it stronger. There are a few gaps, so I've cut myself some pieces of quite a good match. What I'm going to do is use those to fill in all the gaps. And then I'm going to mount it onto a piece of canvas which will overlap into the whole neck and the body and the head so that we make a really good, secure and strong repair.
I'm working on Tortoise's head. First of all, I'm going to repair the holes. What I'm going to do with those is line them with some felt and darn through that felt. So it will marry up eventually with the bit that Amanda's working on. We hope.
How are we doing, ladies?
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Got some stuff in here.
Fab.
Oh, fantastic, thank you.
That.
That's what we needed.
And I got this one as well. This is like the old blankets.
Yes, yes, it is, yeah.
And what are you going to use this for?
This one, we're going to line the inside because it's a poof.
OK, right, yeah.
So we line it first with this and then stuff it with that one.
All of this is going to go in there?
I don't not need all of it.
Oh, because there's quite a bit.
Well, we had to get plenty just in case.
Well, if you need a hand stuffing, give me a shout.
Yeah, we'll
do.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
We're using this upholstery stuffing. The tortoise originally had foam rubber in him, which we've removed. Because he had a density and a weight to him with that foam rubber, We think that this would make a much better alternative.
He's kind of a piece of furniture as well, so we need to make sure that he's a bit stronger than if we were just doing a teddy bear. What we're going to do is actually make it back into a poof, get it all stuffed, and then the head is going to go on last.
Next to arrive is Liz Harvey from Sheffield. She's here to put David Berthel's expert tinkering to the test, repairing an intriguing piece of Victoriana.
Hi.
Hello. How are you? I'm Jay.
Hello, Jay.
Hello, I'm David.
Hello, David. I'm Liz.
All right,
Liz.
Liz.
Yes.
OK, a box of broken things. What is this?
It should be a pigeon.
A
Right?
pigeon? What does the pigeon normally do?
Well, as far as I know, when you wind it up, it goes along. And also, this was a little bellows. Oh, yes. And the bellows, I think, went sort of coo, coo, as it walked along.
So like a pigeon?
Yes, like a pigeon.
So have you ever seen this work then?
No, never. Yeah. But when I retired, I finally thought, I wonder if I could mend the pigeon. Took it apart and thought, no. Haven't got a clue. So,
OK, so the reason why it's apart is because you took it apart to fix it?
Yes.
And
didn't.
So where did the pigeon come from then?
It was Grandma Heffords. She lived with us, and I used to go up to her room sometimes and have tea. And she had various things in the room, and that's where it came from.
So did you spend a lot of time with your grandmother?
Well, yes, because my mum worked and my dad, so Grandma was at home and looked after me.
So you got fond memories then?
I have, yes. She was a lovely lady.
How did you get this then?
Well, I found it when my mum died.
And all of these bits
are all
came out
yes,
the pigeon?
I'm afraid so. Yes.
And there's no diagram to know which way they go back?
No.
OK.
It was just a very rusty old pigeon with bits missing, like the wheel.
OK.
See?
So that was missing originally?
Yes.
David, have you ever seen a mechanical pigeon?
I've never come across one in the flesh, so to speak.
What would you like David to do to this then?
Well, make it go.
Make it work again.
Make it work so that it runs along and it goes cool.
It looks fascinating, he really does, yeah. It's going to be a challenge.
Yes, I know.
Definitely going to be a challenge,
I know.
yeah. But I'm going to do my best.
Fingers crossed, anyway.
Fingers crossed. So this is going to be the first for the repair shop,
Right,
a mechanical pigeon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you.
And thank you, David, for having a go. Right.
Thank you for
Thanks a
bringing
lot.
it.
All right,
Lovely.
you take care.
I must have got the pigeon out of its box and looked at it 1,000 times over the last 40-odd years and wondered exactly what it sounded like, how fast it went along. I think it's in very safe hands here, probably safer than mine.
I really want to know how you're going to do this.
It's going to be a challenge. I think first things first, I've got to make sure his clockwork is actually working.
OK.
Then we've got to look at his bellows.
Those are really small bellows. Have you worked on small bellows like that before?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
fortunately, yeah, so that's not too bad.
Then what next?
Well, then we've got to reassemble him. And then
this
we've
wheel
got to
as
fix
well.
that broken wheel, yeah. I've got to work out how, though. That's going to be the main bit.
OK. Well, let's get it over to your area.
Right, super.
There's loads of bits, there is. There we are.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
All right.
Thanks ever so much.
No problem.
So I'm looking at the clockwork pigeon. These were made around the turn of the century and they were quite expensive to buy at the time. The clockwork motor, he seems to be slipping on the gears, so I'm going to have to dismantle the gearbox. Obviously, he can't coo because he's lost his bellows sort of structure, so I'm going to have to recover those bellows. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by removing the clockwork motor. I was actually a nightmare as a kid because I could not leave anything alone, and any toys, anything that was mechanical or this sort of thing, I was pulling to pieces. The curiosity of finding out how things worked was with me from a very early age. There we go. So this is going to be really fiddly. I'm going to take this crank off the end of this shaft, and then that should allow me to get the main gear out.
Outside, Sonaz is banishing the tired old varnish on the rocking chair, revealing some beautiful timber beneath.
So what's great about this frame is it's actually made from beech wood, which is a really hard wood, perfect for furniture making. And because it's got such a tight grain, it sands off really easily, so that's really helpful.
With the woodwork done, fellow upholsterer Jay has been sourcing possible fabrics that might just fit the bill.
Hi, Jay.
How you doing, Silas?
Good, thanks.
Got you some samples.
Lovely.
What'd you think?
Yeah, I like them. This is a little bit more muted, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it goes actually really nice against the wood. Yeah, lovely.
That does, yeah. I do like that.
Do we think that one?
I think that's really good.
Great.
That's really nice. And another nice thing that I was thinking of
Yes.
is, you know, the gun material?
Yes.
The family clan
Yep.
tartan?
Yep.
If I got some of that, could you make a cushion?
I could, and what a great idea.
Yeah?
Well done, yeah. I would
right.
definitely make a cushion out of that.
All right, I'll get onto that. How many metres do you need of that?
5.5
would
be great.
5.5?
To be precise.
Right, I'll give you 5.5.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Cheers. I can now move on to the really exciting part, which is the upholstery. And I'm going to start firstly with webbing the back. And then over the top of this, we'll go Hessian. Without the Hessian, the webbing can cut into the foam, which is not good. So the foam's going on. This is a slightly softer foam so that it is a bit more comfortable, laminated with a bit of chip foam on the back. The chip foam is just giving it a bit of substance at the back. The only thing is, because I've cut this square, it's actually too rigid on the edges. So what I need to do is actually sculpt it. So I'm happy with that. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to glue that on, then I can start fixing all the fabric down.
With his wounds mended and stuffing replaced, Julie and Amanda are on to the final stretch with their chum, the tortoise.
Look at that.
With just one last task to get him across the finish line.
So the only thing left to do now is get Tortoise's head on, and then he'll be ready to go home.
Wonderful.
Right, I'll take the weight. Mind your finger.
I'm keen to see him all done and with his ribbon on, but I don't want to rush.
Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, see? Very appropriate.
That's the finishing touch. Fabulous, I'm really pleased. Well done.
The tortoise was owner Danielle's first ever Christmas present, and he has never left her side. But when the stitching around his neck worsened, he was in need of desperate help. Today, Danielle and her daughter Neve are keen to see if he is fit to return to the family fold.
Tortoise has always been in our family. It's something that my mum gave me when I was 3 months old, so I've always known it to be there. So it not being there has been quite unusual. So we're just hoping that the ladies have worked their magic.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hi.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
How have you felt waiting?
Really excited.
Good, good.
And I don't know, just not knowing what to expect.
Are you ready to see
Yeah.
it? Yeah. You do look very excited.
I am.
Right.
Oh my God, look at him! Oh, feel how fluffy he is. I bet my mum, when she sees this, will just think it looks like it did in the shop window.
Aww.
Because you've included the bow.
And you can actually see his eyes.
And you can see his eyes. I'm not kidding, he looks wonderful.
He's so cute.
Oh, it is beautiful. I can't stop touching it. Good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's so lovely. I can't wait for my mum to see it.
Wow, I think on that note, you can take him.
No, thank
It's all
you.
yours. Bye-bye, tortoise.
Oh, he's so lovely. Thank you very much again.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
I just cannot believe just how wonderful he looks. I'm so surprised. I really, really am surprised that they were able to do what they've done.
I'm so pleased that I get to see what he actually looked like when my mum first had him, because I've never seen him like that. He's so beautiful.
He is going to take pride of place because he's just so gorgeous. I'm so grateful, really, really am.
In his quest to get his feathered friend's clockwork mechanism up and running again, David's uncovered the culprit, a distorted cog tooth.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to put it into my vise and I'm just going to use a small screwdriver and a hammer just to knock the tips of the teeth back into position. So I'm having to be really careful. One wrong move and it's going to cause so much more work. So I'm just going to be really, really gentle.
With the cogs able to rotate again, David turns his attention to the miniature bellows, which once produced the pigeon's coo.
Originally, they were done in paper. The toy was not meant to really last, certainly not the squeaker part of it. So what I've decided to do is I'm going to use, this is actually zephyr leather, which is made from intestines. Not very pleasant, but it's marvellous stuff in my line of work. Very, very, very strong, very, very thin and flexible. The only problem with its flexibility is that we have to put some stiffening pieces. So I'm making these ribs and these just take the shape of the bellows. So this allows the bellows to force every little bit of air through the squeaker and hopefully going to give him a brand new set of lungs. So the next stage is to actually glue the leather onto the bellows. So I'm just going to line that up and then smooth the leather down, fold that up So this is the moment of truth to see if the actual squeaker works. Don't know that it's really pigeon-like, but yeah, I'm pleased with that. That's gone nicely.
The pigeon can coo, but until its broken wheel is replaced, it won't be taking flight anytime soon. In order to make a matching pair, David must create a cast from the working wheel.
I'm just going to press this into the modelling clay halfway. That will then give one side of the shape, and then I can press this down onto the upper half of the wheel. I'm going to use a cocktail stick, and I'm going to make 2 little holes through so that they will line up when the mould is put back together. OK, so that's left a really good impression in there. So I'm just going to line that up onto the cocktail sticks now. So the next stage is to heat the metal up and pour it in. I've actually got one of my tablespoons, which I've modified so that it's got a little spout so that I can pour the metal into the mould. I'm just gently heating it. This is making the metal molten. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to gently pour it into the top hole. So it looks a bit messy, but all I've got to do now is let the metal cool down, and then hopefully we can pull out a nice casting. Fingers crossed. The metal is now hopefully hardened off, so this is the moment of truth. So there we are. That's come out really well. I'm pleased with that. Considering I don't do this sort of thing, you've just got to clean it up, re-drill the axle hole, sort the colour out, and then that's ready to go on the pigeon and get him wheeling along. That should be great.
Across the barn, Sonna's is also being tested as she embarks on recovering the chair that has been at the heart of a household for over half a century.
All upholsterers know that using a check fabric is always a challenge, particularly on a wingback chair, because we've got so many faces and so many sides that we need to pattern match. So the way I'm going to make sure I get that absolutely spot on with this chair is pin my fabric in place, then I'm going to work on the base, gently lay my fabric on the foam there, and then once I'm happy with that, I'll get the inside arms on and start assessing where that fabric's going to sit. That's ready to rock and roll. So now I'm going to start putting the first staples in, and then I'm going to work my way around. I'm actually making the cover for the base now. I've just sewn the border on, and it does give me great joy when the whole thing pattern matches perfectly, so I can carry on now and finish the seat base. That fits perfectly. All my stripes line up, so I'm really happy about that. I can't wait to see what Anna thinks. And I've also made a cushion from the tartan that Jay got me, which is her gun tartan. And I can't wait to see what she thinks about that.
This chair had been handed down through generations of women in Anna's family and embodies comfort and caring. Now she's back to see if it's strong enough to live on.
The rocking chair reminds me of family, really, more than anything, and bouncing on there with my sister when we were really young. I just want to be able to sit on it again and rock on the chair.
Hi, Anna.
Hello.
Come in. How are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you again.
And you.
So how you feeling?
Yeah.
Nervous, excited.
OK.
Really excited. Can't wait to see
The chair has a
this.
lot of memories, doesn't it?
A lot of memories. My mum, more than anything. So, very excited.
Let's do it.
You want to sit now?
You ready?
Yes, please. Oh my God. Sonas, it's absolutely beautiful. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. I can't believe it. Come here. Come here. I think you've done my mum proud. Thank you.
That's
Really
so
do.
sweet.
It's just amazing. Can I sit in it?
Of course
you can.
may.
Of course you can.
Yes.
Let's get this down.
Oh, the chair.
It fits you perfectly,
It's
actually.
just absolutely, it's beautiful. Now all I need is a cup of tea
And a good
Cup of
book.
tea.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it sits on my knee as well.
Yeah, lovely.
It's just absolutely unbelievable, Sonas. I think Mum would have just absolutely loved this. She'd have loved it. Thank you. It's quite, it's quite a recent thing that I lost my parents, really. So, but a happy memories, not tearful now. And I think this is just going to help, really, with, sitting and remembering and reflecting.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've done such an amazing job.
There's one last thing.
Yeah. Because you mentioned that you related to the gun clan. We thought it would be nice to get one of your tartans made.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Really. It means so much.
So what we're going to do is get this packed up and sent off to your home. Is that all right?
That's brilliant. Thank you.
But thank you for bringing
Thanks
it in.
so much, Jay. Thank you, Sonas. Thank
No
you.
worries, no
Thank
problem.
you. See you
Take care
now.
now. Bye-bye.
See you.
She's made up. Well done, you.
I'm absolutely thrilled. It's totally fresh, but it's the chair. The essence of the chair is still there. I think it's a real testament to both my mum and my dad. It gets easier, but you never forget your parents.
With every piece of the Victorian mechanical pigeon meticulously restored, David must now reassemble the bird to find out if his work has paid off. And it's finally ready to fly the coop.
That's the wheels back onto the clockwork motor and the bellows back on, so that's now ready to go back in the body of the pigeon. And then I've just got to put a bit of heat on the tin here, and then that will re-solder the original fixing. A bit like being a vet on poor old pigeon here, but hopefully we're going to give him a new lease of life. So that's the pigeon back together. I'm going to give him a little bit of a test and then he's ready to give back to Liz. Brilliant.
The clockwork pigeon landed at the barn in fragments after some over-enthusiastic dismantling by Liz. Now she's returned, eager to see why this little bird entranced her late grandmother all those years ago.
I'm tremendously excited because all my life I have never ever seen it working. I'm really hoping that David, he's managed to put it together, solve the problems. I just can't wait.
There she is.
Nice to see you again.
Hello, Liz. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Jay.
Good.
David. Good. This is it.
This is it. This is the moment.
I'm just dying to see it, you know.
Let's let you sit. You ready?
Oh, yes. Oh, it's even got some grass. Ah, yes. Fantastic. You've even got that little wheel on the back. Oh, you clever man. And you've got the bellows back inside.
See that? Yeah.
Stunning.
So you've never seen this work?
Never, ever seen it work.
And how long have you had this?
About 35, 40 years.
Wow.
Yes. Please, may I see it working? Yes.
Would you like to wind him?
No. I want you to show me first. I don't want to overwind
So what
it.
you can do,
Should we go this direction?
Yes, fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are we
I'll
ready?
catch him just
Yes.
in case.
Ah! Fabulous! Look at that. Thank you. 2, 3.
If you let it go up this end, then this, and I'll catch him down there if it comes off.
Please. Ready, steady.
Yep.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
He's so much fun. We've
He
had
is,
so
yes,
much
he
fun
is.
with him, yeah. He's great.
Thank you again, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very
Thanks
welcome.
again,
You
David.
take care.
Thank you
All
very
the
much,
best.
yes.
Bye-bye now.
I'm absolutely exultant that it works so beautifully. Oh, it's working. Oh, it's rolling along. Oh, its head's going. It's making squeaky noises. I'm pleased, incredibly pleased. There is absolutely no way I will be taking that pigeon apart again.
Tis the Christmas season in the warmth of the repair shop, and Jay is on a mission to make Christmas tip-top. There will be festive fixes like a clockwork train set that will see Steve, Will and Brenton make sure the deadline's met.
Sounds like some teamwork going on here.
There'll be a special bear that survived the Blitz
Thank you, Julie.
that needs Amanda and Julie to add some Christmas glitz. An instrument that once a family gathered round
The three wise men. Not sure about wise.
to enjoy Christmas carols, but has now lost its sound.
So that's the first one down. 61 more to do.
Our craftsmen and women will be working together, bringing Christmas wishes to life, whatever the weather. But first on the list, a 1970s icon that's in desperate need of restoration. Brothers Andy and Glenn Turner are hoping metal expert Dominic Chenier can bring their best ever Christmas present back to life.
No. Yes. Look at that.
Before you guys even tell me about this, I know what this is.
Yeah.
I've always wanted one of these. This is a chopper. So is this yours then?
Yeah, this was ours. Yeah, we had this as a shared Christmas present back in 1975.
Hold on, a shared Christmas present?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
yeah. Oh, we got one between us.
You got one between you?
Yeah, that's how it was in them days. We would never have asked for a chopper. They were completely out of question. So we never thought we'd ever see one, or let alone own one.
Well, that must have been some Christmas.
Oh, probably best one ever. We shared a bed, like most kids did back in them days, and we got my dad's old coat over the top of us, and Christmas morning, me being youngest and probably most excited, I woke up first, and I'm looking at the bottom of the bed, and there's this red rally chopper at the bottom of the bed, so I'm shaking our hand like, wake up, wake up. And then we were up, dressed out.
How on earth did you decide who got to go first?
Well, they're bigger than me.
He ain't got an option. So you were pushing, yeah.
Argument never lasted long.
You said you would never dare ask for one.
No.
So what do you think made your parents get it?
Well, we didn't know this as kids when we first got this, but my mum were going out calling a bit of bingo to earn some extra money.
Wow.
My dad were a postman.
Right.
But also, when he'd finished his post shifts, he used to mend television, and they were doing it so we could have a chopper.
Because this was expensive back in the day, I remember this.
What they went through to get that for us is like...
So, what would you like us to do to it?
Phew.
I'd like another go on it. I'd love another ride on that.
One more ride and be out of this world, it would.
So, Dom, what do you reckon?
I think we've got our work cut out, don't you?
It's a lot of work, isn't
Yeah.
Tell you what, Dom, you can have a go on that if you fix it up.
Yeah? Deal. Yeah.
Thank you for
Thanks,
bringing it in.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely to meet you.
Cheers, Dom, and
Lovely
you
to
too.
meet you.
Yes,
Yeah.
take care.
See you later.
It holds a lot of memories for me and our Andy, that chopper does. We had some good times on that. I'd love it to come back looking something like it did back in Christmas '75.
To be on a chopper again, at my age, eh?
They've got their work cut out.
This is the bike.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It is.
My biggest concern, first impressions, is the chrome. That needs to be stripped off completely back and then replated. And there's a lot of it. The only way to restore this and do this properly is to just take it completely apart. Every nut and bolt is going to have to come, because you don't know what you're going to find underneath.
Whoa.
I know, it's a job.
Well, I'm going to give you a hand with the seat.
Yeah, that'd be really helpful. Yeah, let's go. Get started.
Yes. Oh. Ready?
Got the poor thing. Look at it.
Ready to lend his skills and some Yuletide cheer to the outdoor workshop, the repair shop's bike expert, Tim Gunn.
How you doing, Tim?
Hey, Tim.
Wow.
It's a chopper.
It is a chopper. Once you've got all of the bits off that need rechroming, let me know and I'll send them off.
Get going on that.
Yep.
Yeah, nice one.
Have fun. Yeah.
Tim, is this not the most awesome bike?
I think it's amazing.
We have to take the whole thing apart to get the chrome parts off.
Yeah, we can evaluate it as we go along.
Cool. Should we get stuck in?
Yeah, no, let's go for it.
Let's do it.
Right.
Tim, how are you getting on down that end?
A little bit of chrome work left under there. That's about it.
Yeah, OK. There you go. Ooh, this is not quite as straightforward as I first thought. Go on, Tim. There we go. Oh, my. Oh, look. As easy as that. Jay.
How's my dream team doing, eh?
Very good.
Right, yeah.
You got it all apart, though?
Apart from this.
Yeah,
Well done.
that's the last rim.
OK.
That's
Got
the
all
last
spokes
bit.
out.
Still
Okay.
got piles of stuff broken, stuff to be worked on, stuff to be cleaned, stuff to be painted.
Wow.
But that is everything ready to be chromed.
And you've got the seat off for me.
Yes, yeah.
I'll get on with this and get those chromed off you.
By the time they're back, hopefully we'll have all of this in a better place.
OK. All right.
You all right with all that?
Yeah, I'll be all right. Cheers, Dad.
See you later.
Take
Cheers.
care.
Take care.
Before Jay starts work on the chopper, he's keen that the experts get their own little piece of Christmas cheer.
OK, guys. Secret Santa, come join me. Down here. Gather around, gather around. As you know, you've got to pick out a name, and once you've got that name, keep it secret. And then you've got to make a gift for that person. Is that all right?
All right.
OK. So as we do, ladies first, always. Here we go. You happy? No looking. Behave. Yeah, right. Dom, is you up, sir? Susie, please.
Oh, sorry.
No looking.
Can't see.
Thank you.
Next, a tale of Christmas past. 88-year-old Beryl Darsley and her son John come bearing a very special gift, hoping toy restoration experts Amanda and Julie can sprinkle some Christmas magic.
Thank you. Hello. Lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you too. Lovely to meet you.
I'm Jay.
John, how do
All
you
right,
do?
John?
I'm Beryl.
All right, Beryl. You all right? Oh, look at that smile. So what have we got in the box?
Teddy bear.
A teddy bear. Can we take a look?
Yes.
OK.
Look at him. He's 80 this Christmas.
Wow.
Christmas 1939, when my mum took me to see Father Christmas in Lewis's in Piccadilly, Manchester.
Right.
And I asked Father Christmas, please, could I have a teddy bear? When I opened the present up on Christmas Day, I never put him down, I don't think, at all.
I'm guessing you carried him by this arm as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Was this during the war? You said it was Christmas
Yeah.
39.
Of course, he was evacuated with me when I was evacuated. I went home for Christmas 1940, and that was the year that the bombing really was bad. And we got bombed out. Actually, my dad had the cellar reinforced.
Yeah.
And Teddy came everywhere with me, so he didn't get hurt.
So you've kept Teddy all this time then?
Yes. Yeah, well, I kept him until John was born.
Okay.
And then when John was born, I thought, get my teddy bear out, you know, and I got him out and John had him. John kept him until Paul was born. I had Paul at home, and John was downstairs with his granddad. And when he came up to see his baby brother, he went into his bedroom, got the teddy bear and took it in and gave it to Paul and said, it's your teddy bear now.
How old was you then? 4. So where is Paul then? Where's your brother Paul?
He died on May the 17th this year. This is how it came. He came to see him again was because his friends and John were clearing Paul's house out. And the last box that they brought, I took the lid off, and the first thing I saw was Teddy. And as soon as I saw him, I burst into floods of tears. Yeah, I didn't realise that he was still in the family, you know.
What would you like us to do for him?
I'd like him to be able to see again, if that was possible. And I'd like him to look happy again.
He used to make a noise.
It doesn't now, he used to.
Interesting. Well, we'll do our utmost for him. Hopefully, what could be a really difficult Christmas for you, if we get Ted done, we'll bring you a little bit of...
But it'll bring Paul closer. I'll feel Paul is there with us. Won't Paul's with us.
You know, if you can do this for my mum, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, do our best.
It's lovely to meet you both.
I'll get the door for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye, Beryl.
It is a link with Paul, my brother, so it's important.
It's going to be very important to have Teddy back this Christmas. It'll make Christmas even more Christmassy.
Wasn't that lovely?
That was
What
a sweet
story.
Oh, bless.
That's amazing. We've got to do something really special.
Really special.
Yeah.
So, I know you've got to do his eyes,
Yep.
but what else have you got to do?
Definitely repair this hand. He had a squeaker in there. You can
Okay.
feel it in there.
OK, I'll let you get on with it.
Thanks, Jay.
Okay.
So we're going to start by taking parts of him apart. We're not doing a full dismantle, just a few pieces that need to make the work that we're doing easier. I can feel the squeaker. You ready?
Yeah.
Here it comes. Oh, it's a green one.
Well, I've never seen a green one before.
Well, there you go. It's Christmas.
It is. A festive squeaker.
I think this one's had it, actually. He's ready for you
Oh,
to take
thank
his
you.
head off.
Here he comes.
Oh, look at him.
There we go.
Can I have the
So let the work begin.
Thank you very much.
In the outdoor workshop, there's more bodywork going on, as the merry metal duo of Tim and Dom have been stripping down the 1975 chopper and cleaning all the parts.
This paint has been colour matched, so that is an absolutely accurate replica of the original paint. Jay, what's this?
Ho, ho, ho. Look at this.
No, the chrome's back.
Not only is the chrome back, look at that chrome.
Yes.
They've done us proud.
Just me and Tim, put this back together, no problem.
And that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll leave you to it.
Fantastic.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
So what I've got is a chopper seat, and basically what I have to do is take off all of this vinyl and then replace it. Wow. Right, that's off now. What this is going to do is just fill that side, because there's a bit of a void there, but it's nothing really major, but just cushion it a bit, so when I wrap over the fabric, it'll be nice and soft again. So wrapping this material over will give it another 40 Christmases. Pure enjoyment.
So the next stage now is to lace up the wheels. I have salvaged the original spokes. These spokes were made in Nottingham in 1975 in the Raleigh factory, so it's nice to be able to put them back in again. So now we've got all the spokes in the hub, basically we've got to put the whole lot together in the wheel building jig.
This is so much more than just some vinyl letters. This is the name, this is the logo, this is the thing that makes this thing a chopper. If I get these stickers in slightly the wrong place, it will really stand out like a sore thumb. Oh, I'm glad that job's done. Perfect. I honestly couldn't be happier. That looks really, really good. Tim looks like he's doing really well with the wheels over there. You okay?
Yeah, good. Well, that's the front wheel built now. I've just got the rear one to do tyres on it and then get them on the bike.
The barn may be filling up with Christmas assignments, but woodwork whiz kid Will Kirk is making a start on his Secret Santa project.
So I'm Kirsten's Secret Santa. I'm really excited. I love Kirsten so much. I've decided to make her a puzzle box. And the idea is that you slide it in different ways to reveal a keyhole. And whenever I fix them, I give them to Kirsten to see if she remembers how to open them up. So I think it'd be quite fitting for me to make one from scratch for her. I hope it's all going to pay off.
Next, Matthew Smith from Northamptonshire is hoping to give his dad, Andrew, the ultimate Christmas gift. He's calling upon the mechanical genius of clockwork guru Steve Fletcher to fix his dad's treasured possessions.
Now, I know what this is. It's a train set.
Correct.
Can we open it up then?
Yes, by all means. It's seen better days.
So, whose is this then?
Well, it's my set that I was given by my parents as a Christmas present. How many years ago? I was about 6 or 7 at the time.
So what memories does this hold for you then?
My parents were killed when I was only 18 years old in a horrific car accident. So it's special as it is. Dad would have held this, Mum would have held this. And although, you know, there's no fingerprints, it brings back just lots of memories just to hold them.
That must have been an awful time for you.
It was a very difficult time, and eventually in, 81, got married, and then children, and then we discovered CF, and then our life took a change.
So, CF, what do you mean by CF? What does that stand for?
I suffer with cystic fibrosis.
And what does that mean?
It's a lung condition, and you can get it from birth.
He's beaten the odds in terms of what life expectancy was when he was first born.
Obviously, my dad helps me out a lot with my cystic fibrosis, doing treatments 3 times a day.
3 times a day?
That's every day.
Every day without fail.
24/7, never miss.
He's put his life on hold for me. You're always there to take me to the hospital.
He's there.
You know, I'll ever be in his debt, and this is a way to repay. Trying to get this sorted.
Get Dad's train set working.
Like, sorry.
That's all right. It's cool.
It just brings that memory back for my dad. And if I can do that for him, then I'm a happy person. And I know that he will be.
Nice one. So, what would you like us to do?
Well, about 1988, I thought I'd get it out and give it a try for Christmas. And then I went a little bit mad with the winding up mechanism.
Oh.
And sort of things went a bit ping.
OK.
Once I started to take it apart, sort of cogwheels went everywhere.
Oh, wow.
So we've got a box of bits here.
Yes.
Are they all here?
They might be. It was like a little firework display with metal, you know. I mean, it sort of whoosh, and I thought, uh-oh.
This has got so many memories now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's so important that we've got to do it. We've got to get it done.
Yeah.
Well, that would be absolutely superb if you could.
So, leave it with us.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Box of bits, eh?
When it broke back in '88, I thought that was it. I'm never going to see it working again, never see it laid out again. So the thought of actually being able to see it working again, it's priceless. It's beyond words. It's incredible.
When I was a kid, I used to have a very, very similar train to this. And I just played with it constantly. It takes me back to those Christmas days. The mainspring is broken and I do need to get a new mainspring for it from somewhere. It's much thicker than a clock mainspring. It's longer than a clock mainspring. So, yeah, it could be a problem. So I need to get this wheel off so I can get the plates apart because it's all bent. The whole of this shaft is bent. Right, I can feel it's coming now. Ooh. Good. Now I've got the wheel off. Hopefully, these plates will just come apart now, just like that. Just need to tidy that up and get a mainspring, then I can put it all back together again. Fantastic.
Also working to rekindle some magical Christmas memories, Julie and Amanda. The 80-year-old teddy that's comforted its little owner through wartime bombing has been cleaned and thoroughly dried. Now they're preparing to repair the bear.
I'm just thinking and imagining what Beryl must have felt on that Christmas morning. To wake up and open a box and feel that joy, there can't be anything better. So I'm just gently feeding the felt up into the side of his head, and in doing that I will be backing this area here, in particular where the fur has worn. So it'll just strengthen him, it'll pad him out a little bit and protect him.
This is the paw from Beryl's bear that was really damaged. I think it was where she used to hold him, and it's completely worn away. I'm going to stitch this into place so that will fit in there. So he'll have a nice new hand.
I'm really, really looking forward to getting Teddy's eyes fitted. I'm using a really strong thread because they're going to be under some pressure as I pull them through. If I pull this now, I should be able to see his eyes coming together. I'm going to tie the knot securely in the back now. So there we go. 2 arms, 2 legs. And I've just got to pop his head on. Goes through the hole that was originally made when he was first born. He's looking adorable, actually. I can't wait to put the stuffing back in his tummy and his squeaker, and hopefully we'll remind Beryl of that very first Christmas when she got him. Cup of tea. Here's tea. Could you cup them? Can I have a biscuit? Biscuit as well? Yeah, just one. I'm glad she's gone, because now I'm going to tell you my secrets. I can't say it very loud.
he's never had a bear before. I don't believe it, but he says he never has. And I think it'd be really nice to make Steve a snow bear. And I'm going to knit him a scarf on cocktail sticks. Well, that's the plan.
Back outside, Tim and Dom are nearing the end of their assignment, rebuilding the bike that made a Christmas wish come true for two brothers 44 years ago.
Oh, man. There you go. That's on. Now that looks a bit more like a chopper, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's come together really, really well, considering what it was like.
Yeah.
I think Glenn and Andy are going to be over the moon.
Oh, they're going to be blown away.
Yeah.
When Glenn and Andy wheeled the chopper into the repair shop, it was a pile of rusty parts. Now they're back, hoping to recreate the magic of Christmas morning 1975.
It feels like Christmas Eve again, but was obviously 1975 Christmas Eve. We had no idea we were about to see a rally chopper. I'm just as excited and nervous now, and I'm a bit older than 11 now. Oh, yeah. Been taken back there.
Good to see you again.
Even just seeing it wrapped up, that's take my breath away a bit, that has done.
It's bringing back memories.
Yeah. I think I might be getting a bit of sawdust in this eye here, Tim.
Go on then. Do you want to go for it?
Go on. I lifted it off in 75. You do it this time.
Just rip it off.
That's fantastic.
That is absolutely unbelievable.
Is it? It's brand new.
That is unbelievable.
I can't.
God, that's even better than I remember it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I can't believe it's saying bye.
Oh, I don't want to touch it.
So take you back.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Good. Well, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Best one since 75.
Yeah, is it? Can't leave one thing. Should we take it for a ride?
Yeah,
go on, it's yours.
I want to make sure it works all right before we leave here.
Right.
Never had one of these in 1970.
Here we go.
Oops, let me get pedalling. Oh,
That suits him, doesn't it?
Brilliant. Absolutely out of this world.
Unbelievable.
To see that chopper in that condition compared to how we dropped it off. Wow.
That's brilliant. Oh,
Brilliant.
I ain't smiled as much for years.
I'm 11 again. That's 44 years old, that bike. It rides like that.
Come on, then.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
yeah, of course,
Yeah.
yeah.
Brilliant.
Sure.
Yeah.
Got to see this.
You're just hoping he tumbles off, aren't you?
Come on, Dom.
Right, here we
Go
go.
on,
Come back!
Isn't it?
He's got our chopper.
I think he wants one of those now, doesn't he? It makes everybody smile, though, doesn't it?
Brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. It's all yours. I'm going to have to say goodbye.
Yeah,
I think it's all let it go.
Unbelievable. That's all ours again.
Bye.
Next, from South Wales, Lucy Mumford and her dad Cedric. They're hoping David Burville's 25 years of musical mastery can restore the centrepiece of their family Christmas, a harmonium, a small air-powered organ.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
I'm Jay.
Nice to meet you.
And you are? Dave.
Lucy.
Lucy. So this beautiful harmonium is yours, is that correct?
Tell us about it, please.
Well, originally it was given me through a friend of my late wife's parents.
Because my mother died.
It would be in the autumn of 1972.
Okay.
So we cared for it for 45 years. And then come Christmas time, we would play carols for the family to sing as well.
It's part of our family Christmas tradition and all year round tradition, really.
Oh, wow.
We could have family gatherings of 28, 30 people.
28 to 30 people?
Yes.
Christmas time?
We'd all get together around the harmonium, and my dad was generally playing, help work off some of the Christmas dinner.
Yes.
But it was fun, you know, and it was free family fun, and we were all involved.
Yeah. So what memories does this bring up?
Well, the warmth of family relationships, really, and a coming together which you don't get simply by sitting around a table. It's the sound and the fellowship, and I think that sort of warmth is something really special.
It reminds me of when we all were together. My mother was still with us, and it would be so wonderful to hear its full voice again.
Yes.
So when was the last time this was played at Christmas?
Well, probably the last time would have been Christmas 2012.
So this hasn't been played at Christmas for that length of time then?
No. God. It's been sad, really.
So what's actually wrong with it then?
Well, the keys are sticky.
Oh, yes.
Despite me having cleaned them, I don't know why they still stick.
No.
It has a beautiful voice, and it seems to have lost some of its depth and some of its range.
So, David, what do you reckon?
They're just like giant vacuum cleaners, these things, and they do work on suction, and so they suck in dirt and dust, and that gets deposited everywhere. And when you think this would date from 1860, 1880, so that's a good 100 and some odd years worth of
dust.
Yeah.
So if we're able to get this repaired for you back in time for Christmas, what are you going to do with it then?
Well, we'll have to get together and have a little celebration.
Family gathering. Yeah.
And singing as well.
Oh, in Wales, definitely.
Yeah, oh wow.
Well, hopefully we're going to get this repaired in time for your Christmas.
Okay.
But thank you for bringing this in.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
You've got your work cut out. So what else you got to fix on this?
Well, I think at the keyboard we've got some
sticking
problems there.
keys.
Sticking keys. Okay. We've got a lot of casework to do.
I mean woodwork?
Yeah.
It's got wheel written all over it basically for that.
It has, yeah. And then the reeds and all the internal workings, it's going to have a good clean.
Well, let's get it over to your area.
That'd be great. Super.
God, blimey, it's heavy, isn't it?
It is heavy.
What?
First things first is to really get into the inside of it and then get a sense of what's going on. You can just imagine something like this being used at Christmas. The family gathered round, Christmas tree, Christmas dinner on the go, and yeah, fantastic.
Julie's over there doing her Secret Santa, so it gives me the perfect opportunity to get on and do mine. I'm making a robin for Dom. He's always outside and he loves the robin. I've made something I never thought in a million years I would make. I've made a furry spanner.
The repair of the 1960s Christmas Day train set is gathering speed as Steve tackles the broken mechanism.
I haven't been able to get a mainspring for the train in time for Christmas, so in actual fact this mainspring's in good order, and there's only been a very, very small amount that has actually broken off of the centre. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fold it over so that I've got a hook on it ready to put into the train. I'm heating it up to a red hot so that I can bend it.
Once the train is back on track, it'll need something to run on. And to add some special Christmas cheer, Will's been signed up to build a repair shop tunnel, and Brenton has volunteered to craft a wintry trackside scene.
This is a mainspring winder. I need to wind this mainspring up. Number one, just to check that it's not going to break again. I'm just going to put this retaining ring on now. It's just to hold the mainspring so it doesn't all spring out. And it makes it easy to put it into the train. There we are. So that's ready now to pop into the train. And fingers crossed, it won't break. Just like that. This is the moment of truth. I'm going to put the mechanism back together again. Fingers crossed. These mechanisms are not built the same way as clocks. So they don't go together as easily as a clock. Right, here goes. It's going to be going like the clappers. That is really good news. Working on trains like this it just brings Christmas magic to life. It's wonderful to work on.
Brenton's adding a special finishing touch to Will's tunnel.
I took a photograph of the repair shop sign. I've shrunk it down to scale. I've got to attach that to it on the front so it's more realistic.
I can't wait to see this set up with a train and everything that Brenton's been making. I've got to say, I'm feeling really festive.
So what Santa is. And I'm going to make Christmas embroidery.
On their workbench, Amanda and Julia are nearing the end of Teddy's makeover, the bear that was delivered by Santa 80 years ago.
So it's all ready now, it's all put back together. Last thing to do for him is to put his stuffing in his tummy and his squeaker. So that's what we're doing. Oh, you've got it ready? Now I'm going... Thank you, Julie. That was adorable, I like that. I don't want him to be too stiff. I'm just going to keep him full enough to support him, but with a bit of cuddly. He's turning into Santa. There we go. So I'm going to close up his back seam now. Final touch. You ready? Ta-da!
80-year-old Ted was Beryl's constant companion during wartime bombing and has been restored in memory of her son Paul, who died earlier this year.
Teddy's special to me because I remember the company he was when I was a child, particularly when the air raid sirens went.
Hello. Hello. Lovely to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you.
So, how are you feeling?
Fine, thanks. Are you all right?
Yeah, we're actually very excited.
I am.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Sure?
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
Let me get him out for you.
Oh, he looks happy. Oh, he's gorgeous. I don't believe it.
Aunt, did you squeeze something in his tummy?
Oh, can I cuddle him? Of course you can. Oh, he's gorgeous. I feel as if Paul's here with us.
You'd be surprised at how much has happened as a result of just finding this teddy bear.
If we've just done anything, just a little something to bring a little bit more joy back to you this Christmas, then that's made our day.
Well, you have done it.
Thank you.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Happy Christmas.
Thank you. Bye. It's our first Christmas without Paul, so it would be difficult. And this just helps. This just brings a little bit of something back.
In his quest to get the barn ringing with carols, David needs a hand dismantling the antique harmonium, once a focal point for a musical family's Christmas celebration.
That's it, we're free. Fantastic.
So what part is this then?
It's the main innards of the organ. That is what makes the sound. All that's left is just the casework which holds it all together.
All right, so the casework I can get over to Will.
Yeah.
Steve, you give us a hand, please, mate.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Oh, that's nice and light.
It is, actually. That's why you asked me.
How you doing, Will?
Yes, the three wise men. Not sure about wise.
If you can, we'd like you to bring this back to life.
You want a bit of Christmas cheer?
Bit of Christmas cheer,
He's got it all, hasn't he?
It'll be a pleasure.
Yeah?
A pleasure.
Great.
That's what I like to hear.
Cheers.
All right.
So Lucy and Cedric said that the keys were sticking, so what I've got to do is take the keys out, clean them as I go, and get all the muck and dirt off of those. So that's the first one down. I've just got 61 more to do. I'm just in the process of removing the reeds from the harmonium. This really is the voice box, and the reeds are like the vocal cords, but you've got one for each note. The reeds are very, very dirty. We've got some deposits of soot around the end of the reed. Now that will actually affect its tone and its volume. So the next stage is to put them into the ultrasonic bath, and that will clean all of the dirt and soot and rubbish off and get them singing nicely again. Guys.
How you doing, Dave?
Fantastic, mate. How?
Come bearing gifts.
That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
So what else have we got left to do then?
Well, we've got to put the main innards back in. Right, let's grab that side. I've got this side. Yep.
All right.
And then we just got to slide it into the groove there. Okay. Yep, that is perfect. Lovely. All I've got to do is screw it together now, and we'll have it singing.
With the heavy lifting done on the harmonium, Jay must now switch his attention to gathering the parts of the clockwork train set in time for the grand unveiling.
How you doing, Will? Hey, buddy. So what I want to do is just dress this table, get the train on it and all that good stuff, yeah?
Sounds good to me.
All right, let's clear it.
While Jay is occupied with the train set, Steve seizes the opportunity to finish his Secret Santa gift.
Got to make sure that Jay isn't going to see. As well as having a body swinging like this, I've decided what would be fun would be to have his hat rocking side to side like this the whole time. I can't wait to see Jay's face.
Brenton, Steve, can you join us? This way, look, that's it.
Just like Christmas Day when I was young.
Did you have a Christmas?
No, my brother had one.
What, one like this?
Yeah, and I had to help him do it.
I had one exactly like this.
Did you?
I never had a Christmas tree, I must admit.
That's probably because you're not as old as these two, Jay.
That's true.
No.
Where's the sign? It's it then, put it on.
Whoa.
That's nice, isn't it?
So good.
Is it good?
Doesn't that look the business? Well done.
Oh, that's great.
One thing I do love about Christmas is people coming together, and what you guys have done is just shown this is what it's all about. I know Matt and Andrew are going to be over the moon with this. It's amazing.
It was Matthew who asked the repair shop to restore his dad Andy's train set as a gift to say thank you for a lifetime of round-the-clock care.
Hello.
Hello.
With them, the next generation of train set enthusiasts, Matthew's daughter, Aria.
How you feeling? How you feeling, Andrew?
Excited. I can't wait. Yeah.
So this is an exciting moment for us as well, actually.
Yeah.
And we know how important this train set is to you.
Yes, very, very much so.
And the memories that it holds as well.
Huge memories, yeah.
Ready to see a Christmas present?
Absolutely, yes please, I can't wait.
So
yeah.
look.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Well, this is
quite amazing.
This has been built by Will and also Brenton.
What, that as well?
Yeah.
Wow, Matthew.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
that's a
that's
nice surprise as well.
That is tremendous.
We couldn't let you go home without a tunnel, could we?
Wow. I don't know what to say. That's just something else. I mean, this is a whole different level, isn't it? So this is something I haven't done since 20th of November '88.
That's a long time ago.
That's the last time I held this.
Is it? As you remember?
Oh yeah. Look at that lovely sound. Here we go. Look at that.
Look, Aria, look.
That sound. Oh, mate, that is tremendous. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
That's superb. Hey!
Say choo choo.
Yeah. Did he come into the tunnel?
Choo choo.
Hey.
It
does work, yes. We didn't think it was going to, but it did, yeah.
Amazing. It obviously means so much to my dad.
Yeah.
And you guys have done a brilliant job. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing you've done for your dad. Really, really nice.
Happy Christmas.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. And happy Christmas from us.
Yeah.
Happy Christmas to you too.
Oh, you get a handshake. I'll have one of those.
Nice handshake.
Nice handshake.
Say bye.
Bye-bye. That was brilliant to see the train set again and to see it working. That's quite amazing. I can't wait to get it home, and I can't wait for the whole setup. And then we will pass that on to Aria for the future. And long may it continue with my old train. It'll be terrific.
With the repair shop's help, Matthew succeeded in delivering a very special gift to his dad. But there's one more Christmas assignment to complete. David is reaching the finale of his musical makeover on the Welsh harmonium that has entertained a family on Christmas Day for 50 years.
So this is the moment of truth. This is when I actually find out if it works or not. So. That's fantastic. I'm really, really pleased with that. So it's just put the rest of the case on and then it's good to go back to Cedric and Lucy and hopefully play some Christmas carols.
Also eager to hear if the family's harmonium has got its voice back in time for Christmas, Lucy's son Peter and her brother and keen musician Roland, for whom the harmonium has a special significance.
Finding a tape of my mother from the 1970s and her singing and my father playing, it's
emotional for us all. Hearing the harmonium working better than it ever has before will be almost like a little trip back in time and bringing back our lost loved ones back to us. And it'll give us a little twinge about here, you know, and it'll be wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, there's more of you. How are you? How you doing? How you feeling, Cedric?
Yeah, great. I'm really, well, can't wait to see underneath.
The team have been working on this and we're really excited to see what you think of this.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Should we have a countdown or?
Do you want to have a countdown?
Go on, yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
0. Oh, look at that. Right. Oh, look.
Oh. And you have actually put different.
Oh,
it's so shiny.
Exactly.
So
nothing sticks.
Nothing sticks.
It looks brand new.
Does it look like new, doesn't it?
You're happy with the case? Do you want to play it?
Definitely, we want to hear that sound.
Well, should we let the young one have a go then?
Absolutely.
Younger one.
Younger one.
Yes.
There we are.
So it's a youngish one.
Right. So try and get comfortable now. Get a bit of vacuum.
That's very good.
Oh, that's amazing.
What does it feel like hearing it play?
Well, it reminds me of when we all were together as a family when we first had it in Caerphilly and my mother was still with us. And when we first started learning to sing Christmas carols and hymns and things.
Yeah. We've got one other surprise for you. If you don't
Have
mind.
you?
Yes, we do. It's Christmas after all.
Joining their dulcet tones to that of the harmonium, more special visitors from Wales.
So we've got a choir from Abercynon for you guys. Did I get it right?
No, Abercynon.
Guys, if you don't mind joining us, I'd like to recreate your family Christmas, if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
so we're all going to have a sing-song.
Hey, you mind if I play?
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
Right on.
Having the harmonium back in our lives and in that way, it's a Christmas we're not going to forget ever. And this Christmas, I think we can have the family round again. What do you reckon?
Absolutely.
And we should all have a good sing like we used to, and it would be marvellous.
Guys, do you mind joining me? If you don't mind, come along. And grab a wine. Here we are. Grab one. There we go.
Thanks, Joe.
What we're going to do is give out the Secret Santas. So you've all put your presents in the box, haven't you? Yeah? Let's start giving them out. Julie? There we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, come on.
No way. It's got goodies in it.
I can decorate the tree.
Oh, look. Who did that? Is it musical then?
I didn't even notice.
It does. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Who set the bar that high? Who's done that?
David.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Well done, David.
Well done. Well done. Yeah. We're in trouble for next year, aren't we?
I think I might be in trouble for this year. I don't know about next year. You've just took it to another level, mate.
Yeah.
Why? Why did you do that to us?
Let's not invite him back. Yes. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Kirsten?
Oh no, it's not a puzzle box, is it?
No, that's taking me ages.
Oh my goodness!
I've never had a teddy.
Kirsten!
Well, the last one is me. Like that. All I want to say before I open it, thank you all. It's been a great year, and I couldn't think of anybody else to spend Christmas with. You're the best team, OK? So thank you. All right? Now, this better be good. Steve, that's got to be you, innit? Thank you, sir. Come here. That's quality, man. Steve and everybody, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You know what, guys? It's snowing.
Look at this. Yeah, that's amazing.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.